The Inquisitor. By Hugh Walpole. Prefatory Letter. My dear Robert. Whenever I have in the past written a dedicatory letter to a novel, I have been reproached by my friends who tell me that it is a very old-fashioned and otiose thing to do. Whether that be so or not, I see little harm in it, especially if one wishes, as I do in the present instance, to make a certain point clear. First, I would like to acknowledge with what extreme pleasure I dedicate this book to you. Modesty forbids my mentioning in public the reasons of my gratitude to you. You well know what they are. There is something, however, that I have been wanting for many years to say, and this is, I feel, a fair opportunity. The Inquisitor is the fourth of a series of stories about a cathedral town that I have called Polchester. The three that precede it are, the Cathedral, Harmer John and the Old Ladies. The fact that I have written these novels about a cathedral city has persuaded a number of critics, friendly and otherwise, that I have been attempting to rival that wonderful portrayer of Victorian life in a cathedral city, Anthony Trollope. I had, you scarcely need to be told, never any thought of such absurd rivalry. Had I the genius to create characters so masterfully actual as the Bishop, Mr. Slope and Mrs. Proudie, I would wear my hat at an angle and challenge with confidence all the present realists of the English novel. In truth, the aim of my four cathedral novels has been exactly opposite from that of the creator of Barchester, and their ancestor, if they have one, is the author of The Scarlet Letter and The House of the Seven Gables. These four novels of mine are, of deliberate purpose, novels of event. There are in the course of them murders, suicides, abductions, riots, not that I would have Polchester supposed to be a town of violence, far otherwise, but there have been in its history, as in the history of all towns, moments of drama. Even of melodrama. And these I have deliberately chosen as illustrations of my one continuous theme. In fact, I would hold my breath and declare most dangerously that I am not afraid of melodrama. I think that possibly the contemporary English novel is written too frequently in undertones. Many of the cleverer novelists in England at this present instant seem to myself to talk in whispers. I do not defend melodrama, nor do I think that these cathedral novels of mine are melodramatic, but their violences are deliberate and the scenes at the close of this present novel are true history. With every good wish, yours, dear Robert. Hugh Walpole. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Part 1. BOANERGES. Chapter 1. Another citizen, the cathedral is filled, the cathedral is empty. The thin papery sky of the early autumn afternoon was torn, and the eye of the sun, pale but piercing, looked through and down. The eye's gaze traveled on a shaft of light to the very center of the town. A little scornful, very arrogant, it surveyed the scene. The cathedral had chimed at 3, and at once the bells began with their accustomed melody to ring for evensong. The town, bathed in a smoky haze, clustered about and around the cathedral, Cathedral Green and Arden Gate, dropping through the High Street, then lower to the marketplace, then sharply over the rock to Seadown that bordered the river. Slowly up, beyond the river, sloped the quiet autumn fields to the hills that spread, like dun cloths, to the sea. For the moment, while the sun's eye gazed its last on that afternoon, the huddled town, the long fields, the wide band of sea caught a pale glow of light. Looking up to the sun with the timidity of a girl reassured by her lover's unexpected attentions. Men lolling in Riverside Street said, "There's the sun." At the St. Leith Hotel on Pole Hill beyond the town, windows stole a glimmering shade. In Cannon's Yard the old houses with their twisted shapes and crooked chimneys grinned, for an instant, like toothless old men. It was market day and in the marketplace the huddled sheep, the wide-eyed cows, the barking dogs, the farmers, the old women were mistily gold-lit as with a divine dust. The frock-coated statue at the top of Orange Street was illuminated at the nose. In the yard of the old bull a weary maid rubbed her eyes, had away, the architect, standing in the door of Bennett's bookshop, looked up to the sky and smiled. Two of the old ladies of 10 Norman Row, starting out for their walk, said together, "Why, there's the sun." Mr. Stephen Furze, alone in his cobwebby room, saw the sun strike ladders of light through the air and shook his head at them. Young Penny Marlowe, arranging chrysanthemums in the drawing-room at St. James's Rectory, smiled mysteriously as though surprised in a secret. The King Harry Tower caught the light, then seemed, with a proud gesture of disdain, to toss it away. The eye of the sun, having seen everything, withdrew. Mists were rising from the river. The Reverend Peter Gaselee, young and ardent, was crossing the Cathedral Green to Evensong. Halfway over he was stopped by a bent figure, shoulders wrapped in a grey shawl, hat shabby and shapeless, that said in a sharp and piercing voice, "Ah, Mr. Gaselee, sun came out for a moment but it's gone in again." Peter Gaselee was annoyed by this interruption, for he was in a hurry and old Mr. Mordaunt was a fool. However, it was his policy to be agreeable to everyone, it was also the obligation of his cloth. So he said brightly, "Ah, Mr. Mordaunt, been sketching?" "Yes, I have. I've stopped now because the light's too bad. If the sun had stayed I'd have had half an hour more." He drew his grey shawl closer about his shoulders. "Like to see what I've been doing?" Delighted, Gaselee said, but thought, silly old ass, always must be showing his mad sketches to everyone. His fine thin nose twitched as it always did when he was irritated, but his smile was genial as the old man, with a trembling hand, drew out a sketchbook. "There, the light's bad. But you can see it all right, I dare say." He opened the book and showed, his fingers tapping against the paper, a double-page drawing. Gaselee flattered himself that he had a fine knowledge of the arts. He and old Ronder, and possibly Hathaway, were the only men, he told himself, who cared for such things in Polchester. There was no doubt that old Mordaunt could draw. The cathedral rose from the paper like a living thing, the King Harry Tower like the proud head of a triumphant giant. "Those lines in King Harry look like teeth," he said, for he must say something. "Well, they do sometimes. In certain lights. And who's that standing in the west door?" The old man peered more closely. "Oh, you see someone there, do you?" "So did I. But there wasn't anyone there really. At least I don't think so. He's too large for life anyway." "Yes, long and thin and black. That's how I saw him." "How do you mean, you saw him, if there wasn't anyone there?" The old man began eagerly, "Oh well, light does strange things. But I've often thought I've seen him. Very thin, in black. He never moves even when the light changes." "Shadows, I suppose." "Yes, shadows." Gaselee smiled and nodded his head. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mordaunt. I must be getting on. Going to Evensong." "Good day to you, Mr. Gaselee. I must be getting on too." "Yes, I must. Good day to you." Gaselee walked on. He passed in at the west door. Old Mordaunt drew his shawl very closely about him indeed and slip-slopped along, hugging the sketchbook closely to him, the sketchbook that was more to him than wife or child or any human being. Gaselee walked rapidly through the nave and up into the choir. He found his favorite seat, the end one but two on the left towards the altar, knelt down and prayed, then settled himself with comfort and looked about him. The lights were lit because of the duskiness of the afternoon, the curtains had not been drawn and he could see, beyond the misty candlelight that hovered, like a benediction, over the choir seats, into the dark colors of the nave. A deep, comforting silence, made more peaceful by the distant rhythm of the bells, brooded at the heart of the building. A choir boy was moving in and out of the seats arranging the service papers. Once the place had blazed with crimson and gold, paintings of extravagant color on the walls, marble pavements, the windows shining in the pageantry of colored glass. Behind him to the left was the black bishop's tomb, the tomb itself made of a solid block of dark blue stone, the figure of the bishop carved in black marble. Ah, there is Mrs. Braund, wife of the Archdeacon, stout, comfortable, and a strange lady with her. There would be very few people today. A thick-set man came stamping along, head up as though he commanded the place, Lampiron, the sculptor, but he never would show his work to anybody, a rude man of whom Gasolee was secretly afraid. The bells stopped. The organ began. The procession came in. Only Canons Dale and Moffat today, Dale, young, thin, with a face like a hawk, old Moffat hobbling along on a stick. Dearly beloved brethren. The service began. After a while Gasolee lost himself in reminiscence. Although he was only 28 he seemed to himself to have led already a life of surpassing interest and excitement. He was to himself a figure of quite extraordinary interest. Everything that happened to him was wonderful, although not so wonderful as the things that were going to happen to him. The first thing that astonished him was that he had been able to do so much for himself. Nothing could have been more ordinary than his parentage, his birthplace. His father had been rector of a Wiltshire parish, miles from anywhere, lost in rolling down in Country Lane. He had been the only child, and his parents had, from the very first, thought him exceptional. His mother had adored him and he had for her all the condescending love of a favoured only child. His father was a saint, an old stout man now with dishevelled white hair, a passion for gardening, for cricket, for dogs and the people of his village. Gasolee felt for him a stern protective affection, the feeling that one has for someone who knows nothing about life, who may be taken in by anyone or anything, who is so simple as to be not altogether sane. When people spoke to Gasolee of his father and said that he was one of God's saints and a very merry man, adored by his people, Gasolee agreed, but with an implication that it was kind and generous of them to say so. Dear old man. From a very early age his parents had been astonished at their son's ability to express himself, for they themselves had never found words easy. They wondered, too, at his appetite for reading, at the things that he knew and, as he grew older, they listened with loving attention to his opinions about everything. He told them, affectionately, how old-fashioned they were, and they agreed absolutely with his opinion. Because they were poor they could not send him to one of the larger public schools. He went to Taunton. He did very well there, though not brilliantly. He knew a little of everything and was popular because he behaved to everybody as they would wish him to behave. He made no very close relationships because he never gave himself completely to anybody. He had no time for that because he was so busy organizing his own progress. This with one exception. Much to his own surprise and even to his chagrin he developed a passion for a boy called Radcliffe. He was not accustomed to passion and it made him uncomfortable. He could not help himself. Charlie Radcliffe was a quiet, good-natured boy with nothing at all remarkable about him. He could be of no use to Gasolee in any way. At first he returned Gasolee's friendship, then he quietly withdrew, giving no reasons. This was the greatest trouble in Gasolee's school life. He was baffled and bewildered by it. Everything else went well and he won an exhibition at Jesus College, Cambridge. At Cambridge he lived carefully, he never threw money about. He rode for his college, was popular exactly as he had been at school and made no close friends. He went to a clergy training college at Drymouth and did well there too. Then he had a curacy near Exeter. 2 years ago he became curate of St. James's, Polchester, whose rector was the Reverend Richard Marlowe. He had come to Polchester because he felt that it was a good stepping stone for him. Bishop Kendon was an old man now but famous in the world for his books, his energy, his strength of character. Many remarkable men had been at Polchester, Bishop Purcell, Archdeacon Brandon, Wistons of Pybus St. Anthony. The Pybus living was famous for its incumbents, the majority of whom had been moved to great preferment. During his 2 years in Polchester he was sure, made a real mark. He was popular, considered intelligent, and as a preacher increasingly in demand. He was an excellent preacher, modern, easy, well-informed, sometimes eloquent, always sensible. He took part in many of the town's activities, played golf, sang with an agreeable light tenor, was considered better read than anyone in the town save old Canon Ronder. With Ronder he had made a strong alliance, and here there was something genuine and real. Although the old man was 75, disgracefully stout and exceedingly lazy, he had a mind that delighted young Gassiles, sharp, cynical, brilliantly instructed, keen as a dagger. Gassiles' 2 years had been very happy and successful ones. He had a right to be pleased. He realized that the time of the anthem had arrived. He looked at a printed sheet that had been laid in front of him and murmured, another of Doggett's experiments. It was like Doggett to write a new anthem and perform it for the first time at an ordinary daily evensong when there would be no audience. Some people said Doggett had genius, and Gassiles, who loved music and knew when it was good, thought that he might have, but the man was so silent, so retiring. Did so little for himself and his future, a little mousy man with a large round head and a face like an egg, who seemed not to care whether one liked his music or no. Gassiles had been kind to him, but Doggett didn't seem to know it. This was a setting of a poem of Christina Rossetti's. Gassiles read the poem. Love is the key of life and death, of hidden heavenly mystery, of all Christ is, of all he saith, love is the key. As 3 times to his saint he saith to me, he saith to thee, breathing his grace-conferring breath, lovest thou me? Ah, Lord, I have such feeble faith, such feeble hope to comfort me, but love it is strong as death, and I love thee. The second verse was sung by a boy unaccompanied. That's young Klitsch, the son of the man with the curiosity shop, Gassiles reflected. In the third verse 7 bars were repeated, reminding him a little of the close of the Adagio in Mozart's Jupiter Symphony. I'll tell Doggett that. I bet he never thought of it. There's something ridiculous, he thought, in an ugly little boy whispering into space, lovest thou me, even though, then something pulled him up as sharply as though his face had been struck. Deep shame held him. They were kneeling and he buried his hands and prayed. It was his soul that had risen from some deep chasm where too often it was hid, and clearly, quietly, faced him. For he cared for beauty in all lovely things, goodness and high conduct and the nobility of man. He believed in God, but life was forever offering him alternatives, pride and wit in self-advancement and the good opinion of his fellows. Soon, very soon, when he was walking through the lighted town to his lodgings, the world would surge back again, because Christina was a poet, because a boy sang unaccompanied, because Doggett is a musician. I was sentimentally moved as old stout Mrs. Braund has been moved. A boy sang, a poet wrote, a musician played, and I believed in God. But the mood had not quite passed. His eyes were closed behind his hands, but it seemed to him that the cathedral slowly filled. The great empty spaces of the nave had been cold, but through the west door they crowded in, hundreds upon hundreds, silently. They formed now a serried mass, flowing out into St. Margaret's Chapel, into King Henry's Chapel, under the shields of Henry V. And Warwick the Kingmaker, over the ledger stones of the priors, beside the tomb of Henry Quare, the Franciscan friar, with its trefoil canopy, into the Lady Chapel with its carvings of angels. Into the King's Chapel with the lovely Virgin and Children windows, into the northeast transept where is the tomb of the Saxon Bishop Wilfrid, along the south aisle that has the tombs of Prior Edward of Barpledon and the great Bishop Holcroft. Into the Chapel of All Angels where the famous Emily, daughter of the Earl of Glebeshire, lover of the poor, heroine of the Battle of Drymouth, lies, yes, up into the King Harry Tower, down into the Norman crypt, and, at last, behind him. Crowded about the tomb of the Black Bishop itself, like a mist from the sea, an invasion, an army, a mighty breathing, watching, waiting multitude. The fantasy was so strong that he scarcely dared to raise his eyes, and when at last he glanced about him, piercing the wavering light of the candles, he still could not be entirely resolved. In his ears and in his eyes there was a conviction of a pressing multitude, and he felt that thousands of eyes were bent upon himself. He was apprehensive, he was suddenly afraid. It was like a nightmare that he sometimes had of making some fearful blunder before a critical company. In his dream he realized that pause, that look of wonder and that awful certainty within himself that he had, in a moment of incautiousness, made a mistake that nothing now could undo. Slowly his eyes cleared. The cathedral was empty save for the little gathering of human beings about him. Only, as he looked towards the altar he fancied that one high, thin figure remained, black, motionless, solitary. Then that illusion also passed. The choir was filing out, Braund the verger preceded Dale and Moffat, old Moffat, his head bent, tap-tapping with his stick. Gasselee was himself again. On the way out he smiled at Mrs. Braund, nodded to Lampiron, and felt with pleasure the keen evening air blow about his forehead. Now it so happened that at the moment of the singing for the first time of Mr. Doggett's setting of Christina Rossetti's poem, Polchester received a new citizen. The 3.45 from Drymouth steamed into Polchester station, gave itself a little shake of appreciation and slumberously stopped. Out of one of the third-class carriages stepped a large stout man. The first person in Polchester to have a real conversation with this man was Mr. Herbert Klitsch, who had the Curiosity Shop, No. 11 Norman Row. Norman Row is a line of small and rather ancient shops and houses that abuts on Arden Gate, facing the Green and the Cathedral. Just behind this row of buildings is Cannon's Yard. Some of the houses of Norman Row date back to the 16th century. There are a number of shops, the Cathedral shop that has all the postcards, the guidebooks, Canon Moffat's book on the Cathedral, cheap imitations of the knocker of the west door, the carvings of the angels in the Lady Chapel. Little replicas of Henry Quare, the Black Bishop, Bishops Wilfrid and Holcroft, religious books and, most popular of all, small bronze copies of the Harmer John Memorial. Next to the Cathedral shop is the Glebeshire Tea Shop, and next to that the Woolen Shop which is run by the Association of Glebeshire Industries. Also in Norman Row live Braund the head verger, Mr. Doggett the organist, Mrs. Cool who has a lodging house for old ladies. Mrs. Cool's house is No. 10, the Cathedral shop No. 3, Mr. Doggett's No. 8, Mr. Klitsch's No. 11. Herbert Klitsch was a round, rosy-faced Pickwick sort of man, very jolly, not a fool, with a great affection for his wife and his boy and girl. Especially he had a passionate love of his boy, Guy, who, besides having a fine treble and being head boy in the choir school, was a nice child with a real talent for mechanics. As the cathedral chimed 4 o'clock Klitsch turned on the electric light. The shop had been dark for some time now, but Klitsch had not troubled. He had been alone there, sitting in his back room, glancing out of his back window, which, through a space in the houses of Cannon's Yard, looked away on the left to fields and a thin line of graceful hills. He always said he had one of the best views in Polchester, for his back window gave him green fields on one side and the town and the drop to the rock on the other, while the front shop commanded the whole of the Green and the Cathedral in its complete splendor. The whole of life, nature, commerce, religion, and in Cannon's Yard itself the daily humors of the human animal. His shop, he considered, was the true center of the town. He was, himself, broad-minded, tolerant, looked on everyone with humor and was an enthusiastic gossip. One of his weaknesses perhaps was that he could keep nothing to himself. He knew everything about the town, what the Leiths were doing at the castle, old Ronder's present pulling of intricate strings, why Lady Mary Bassett had quarrelled with Mrs. Cronin, what Humphrey Carris had up his sleeve. Especially did all the life of the cathedral, clerical, human, musical, official, pass under his eye. And because he had money enough, a good wife, good children, a fine digestion, and was able to laugh at his enemies, he was a happy man. His shop was crowded with things good, bad and indifferent, furniture, pictures, suits of armor, a stuffed crocodile, silver, china, rugs and old books. There were always some valuable things to be found there by those who knew. He had no conscience at all about cheating anyone who was ignorant enough to be cheated. His theory was that anyone who wished to buy old things should learn something about the job. He dealt with an admirable faker in Drymouth who could provide you with a Chippendale chair, a piece of Lowestoft, a Girton watercolor in no time at all. He made his living, in the main, from the junk that was in his front window. He was clever at arranging his window, and would have there some delicate china, an Indian shawl, some Toby jugs, and a piece of carving from a Spanish cathedral, so tactfully placed that they all gave luster to one another. When someone came to the shop who had true knowledge, he brought out his real things. This was his happiest time, for he had a great and genuine love of the true and the beautiful. He would surprisingly lower his prices for a connoisseur, feeling that here was another artist like himself. One or two things, a Bonington drawing, a small Chippendale table, some Waterford glass, he loved so much that he kept them to himself. He himself painted watercolors, and very bad they were. Not only was his face round and rosy, but his skin was very smooth, and he was a pattern of cleanliness. He always wore a rather high wing collar, and in his tie a gold pin. He liked loose pepper-and-salt tweeds in the winter time, and on his thick gold watch chain was a Masonic sign. He was a high official in the local lodge. His short thick legs were quick, impatient, impulsive, and the rest of his body seemed to move with slow good nature behind them, as though it said, "Hold on, legs. You'll wear me out one of these days, but I'm proud of you all the same." He thought a pretty girl one of the nicest things in the world, and I would not say that he had been always faithful to Mrs. Klitsch. In spirit, always, he would say, and Mrs. Klitsch said, "What I don't hear about don't worry me." He went into the front shop, and, looking about him, thought that he would soon close, for it was not likely that there would be any more customers today. He was filled with pride and satisfaction. The front shop was nice, very nice indeed. He arranged a few things, humming Raindrops on the Roof as he did so. He stopped and patted his Chinese warrior on the shoulder. He was very proud of his warrior, a big figure in red and gold lacquer, carrying a sword. He had a black hat and black boots, and in his eyes there was a stare of cold arrogant brutality which Klitsch greatly appreciated. Then, Klitsch often afterwards remembered the exact circumstances. His shop bell rang, the door opened and a man came in. He was tall, broad and stout. He was wearing an ulster and carried a shabby brown bag. This last he at once put down on a sham Chippendale chair and said, "Mr. Herbert Klitsch." His voice, even as revealed by those few words, was remarkable. It had a resonance quite unusual, so that you felt that it was carried on in a series of reverberating echoes. Nevertheless its tone was tunefully deep and true. "Yes, that's me," said Klitsch ungrammatically. "Ah," said the man. Then he took off his ulster. Just as though, Klitsch said afterwards, he meant to stay for the night. He smiled a broad and beaming smile. This should have been friendly and yet was not altogether so. As Klitsch very quickly noticed, the man was in many ways a series of contradictions. He was big and should have given an impression of great strength, but there was too much flesh on his bones. His head was finely shaped, but the cheeks were flabby, the mouth too small. The eyes were large and friendly but also a little sly. His most remarkable feature was his nose, which was unusually long, fleshy about the nostrils, and gave the impression, as some noses do, that it had a life independent of the rest of the face. His coloring was fair and he had an untidy light brown mustache. The moment that Klitsch really looked at him he said to himself, "Now where have I seen that nose before?" The stranger stood with his legs apart and began to talk. "I've just arrived in your town and left my bag at the station," he said. "The fact is that I have only a few shillings in my pocket. Don't be afraid," he went on, laughing, "I'm not going to beg. No, and I'm not going to hold a pistol at your head either. I was looking all the way along for a curiosity shop, somewhere to sell a very pretty thing I've got in my bag here. I thought I was beat and then I came on your shop." He smiled in a friendly, intimate way. "You see, I only landed at Drymouth this morning and there were one or two things I had to buy there. I'm staying with relatives here in Polchester, but I don't want to arrive without a penny to my name. I'll be getting a check from America in a day or two, but that will take a week or more to clear." He looked around him. "You've got some nice things here." "Yes," said Klitsch, "I have, and I don't know that I want any more. Times as they are, we're all trying to sell things rather than buy them. Perfectly, said the stranger. I fully appreciate that, but when you've seen what I've got here I think you'll like it. He turned to the shabby bag, opened it and, from the middle of a pair of not too fresh pajamas, produced something in brown paper. Klitsch, who was a good observer and liked to say, with his head on one side, that nothing was too small to be important, noticed that the hands were big, podgy, and the backs of them covered with brown freckles. I'd know those hands again anywhere, he thought. The man, with great care, his face puckered with childlike seriousness, unwrapped the paper and then held up something that made Klitsch exclaim, in spite of himself, "Ah!" It had been his habit for many years to assume complete indifference if he was a purchaser and show a friendly eagerness if a seller. He was disgusted with himself for saying, "Ah." The man said nothing. He simply held up his prize against the light and his whole big body was taut with pride. He was holding a crucifix of black marble. The Christus was carved in white ivory. It stood on a pedestal of brilliant green ivory. "You may well say, 'Ah,'" he remarked at last. "You won't see another like this in a hurry." Spanish, 17th century. No, Klitsch wouldn't. He realized that. Moreover, the artist demon in him was stirring, gripping his heart with its talons, urging him on, spiteful vindictive little animal, to perform some egregious commercial folly. "Yes. It's fine," Klitsch said. "I won't deny it." He examined it more closely. He took it into his expert hands. The figure was exquisitely carved and it was no absurd fancy of Klitsch's that, with its dignity of suffering, its abnegation of all pride, its poignant authority, the room and everything in it should be aware of a new presence. Klitsch placed it on a table. Both men looked at it. "Of course," said the man, "it's worth I don't know how much. If I waited I could get anything I like for it in London." "Perhaps," said Klitsch, "you could and perhaps you couldn't. It's amazing these days what low prices fine things are fetching at Christie's and Sotheby's." "Oh, that's not the way," said the man. "The thing to do is to find somebody who wants it, somebody who must have it. But I haven't the time. That's the damnable part of it. Fact is," he went on, growing more confidential, "I don't want to part with it, if I can see a way out." "What's its history?" Klitsch asked. "I got it from a man in New Mexico. He said it came from Toledo. It's 17th century Spanish all right though. Probably stolen," Klitsch thought, and told himself to be careful. The man went on, "Now this is what I thought you might do. Let me have £50 or so. Give me 3 months. If I can pay you back with interest in that time I take it back. If not, at the end of 3 months, you keep it. It's worth 300 or 400 if it's worth a penny." "Staying in Polchester?" Klitsch asked. "Well, to be honest with you I don't know. Depends how I like my relations and how they like me. But you're safe enough anyway. If I abscond in the night you've got the thing for keeps. I'll give you a paper saying that if I'm absent from this town a month without redeeming it it's yours. Nothing could be fairer than that." Yes, Klitsch thought, that was fair enough. He knew where he could sell it tomorrow for 100. But he didn't want to sell it. The longer he looked at it the more he liked it. £50 was a lot of money, but he had done well that summer. "I'm not a pawnbroker, you know," he said, smiling. "This is different," said the man. Yes, it was. Klitsch hadn't seen so beautiful a thing for a long time. "All right. I'll do it," he said suddenly. "Cash," said the man. "I think I've got enough. Come into the back room." He sat down and wrote out a declaration. Then he jumped up. "Wait a moment," he said. "I'll have a witness if you don't mind." He went to the little staircase and called out, "Maria. You there?" Someone answered, and presently a little woman with grey hair and a mottled face like a strawberry came down. "Here, Maria. I want you to witness this." Mrs. Klitsch stared at the big man with great interest, but she was a discreet woman, did her business and retired up the stairs again. Then the man sat down and, holding the pen very clumsily in his big hand, signed his name. "Why?" Klitsch cried. "Furs. Michael Furs. Any relation of Mr. Stephen Furs?" "I'm his brother," said the man. "That," thought Klitsch, "is where I got the nose from." "His brother?" Klitsch said. "Stephen Furs's brother. Well, I never." They went back into the front room. "Yes, my name's Michael Furs. My friends call me Mike." The man, smiling, stood swaying slightly on his big legs. Klitsch gave him 3 10-pound notes and the rest in ones. "So you're going to stay with him?" "I suppose so. I haven't seen him for 20 years. What's he like now?" "What was he like 20 years ago?" "Oh, thin as a stick and mean as hell." "Well, he's just the same now. He's not liked in the town. Too many people owe him money." "Ah, same old Stephen." Furs's eyes narrowed. "He had a girl of 10 when I last saw him." "She's still with him?" "Oh yes." "And Sarah?" "Mrs. Furs?" "Yes, she's still there." "They don't know I'm coming," Furs said, grinning. "It'll give them a bit of a surprise." "I expect it will." Then Klitsch added, "I doubt if you'll stay there long." "Why? What's the matter with them?" "A bit miserly, the old people." "You won't get much to eat." "Oh, won't I?" Furs smiled again. "You'll find the town a bit quiet too," Klitsch said. "Just what I want, some quiet. I've roamed the world over. Moscow, Tokyo, Honolulu, New Zealand, Paraguay, Colombia, anywhere you like. I could tell you some stories. But I've always fancied a place like this. I'm a religious man." "You're what?" asked Klitsch. "Religious. Does that sound odd to you?" "No. Not odd," said Klitsch. "Only precious few people are these days." "Well, they ought to be." The voice began to boom again. "They'll find it mighty uncomfortable for themselves one day. The soul, what's more important than the soul? Here for 70 years or so, then, eternity. Eternity. Just think of it, man. When I was in Paraguay once." He then proceeded to tell an amazing story with dragons and witch doctors and tortured old women and a large black snake in it. The story was wonderful and most unconvincing. Furs stopped with a click. "Well, there, I could talk all night. I must be getting on and give my dear relations a shock. A miser is he, dear Stephen. Always was. Grown on him, I expect." "I expect it has," Klitsch said gravely. "I hate to leave that with you. May I come in and look at it sometimes?" "Why, of course. I'll buy it back from you in no time. You'll see." He shook hands and Klitsch was astonished at their soft pudginess. "Good night." "Many thanks." He picked up his shabby bag and went out. Klitsch looked, from the open door, after him. There was no sign of him. He had been swallowed up as though he had never been. A thin, vaporous mist had come up, but above it stars shone out in the cathedral, like a black ship, sailed against the pale sky. "That's a rum bloke," Klitsch thought. Never met a rummer. He looked at the cathedral. Empty now and silent. Not a soul there. He wondered sometimes what it felt at night. Did the spirits of the old priests and warriors and monks come out from their tombs? He had thought sometimes that he would invade that silence. What would he discover? A foolish, fantastic thought, but then he had for so long lived with old, discarded things, chairs and tables and pictures and suits of armor that seemed to him to have a life of their own. Well, if chairs and tables had, why not knights and bishops? He went back into the shop and looked at the crucifix. Yes, it was lovely. He hoped fervently that that fellow would not find the money. He called up the staircase, "Maria. Come down and see what I've got." Chapter 2. A house like a bone, set for two antagonists. Michael Furze, when he had taken some strides into the thin evening mist, remembered that he had not asked Klitsch where Brother Stephen's house was. But that did not matter. He had the name of the house, the scarf, and there must be plenty who knew it. He was greatly pleased with himself, as, in fact, he very often was. To call him conceited would be to call him mature. He had the vanity of a child, of an animal, of anything not old enough to make mature comparisons. His own idea of himself was that he was a wonderful fellow for bringing things off. His boastfulness, he was a tremendous boaster, did not come from the nervousness of self-suspicion nor from the blindness of a fanatic. He was like a boy who thinks his school the whole world. He forgot instantly his mistakes, follies, ignorances, exposures. A varied and adventurous life had taught him nothing. In the same way he lied continually, because as soon as he said a thing it became at once for him a truth. Because of his physical size, his voice, his laugh and something attractively naïf in his personality, people laughed at him indulgently. He was not mean nor revengeful. Desire for revenge might be stirred in him and it would have then all the determined purpose of a limited nature. As yet, in his life he had been treated on the whole well. And now he was thinking that he was a wonder. Here he was, arriving in a town altogether unknown to him, without a penny in his pocket, and behold, within an hour, he had 50 quid. Had 50 quid as he wanted it too. Oh yes, Mike, my son, you're a marvel. You go from place to place, all the world over, and land on your feet and get what you want, have money and food and friends for the asking. What is there about you, Mike? Hasn't God got some special purpose for you? Didn't he make you as you are that you should do some wonderful thing? Then, when the clock strikes, at the exact moment, there you will be, the world, astonished, at your feet, all glory to God. Weren't you a marvel in the war, Mike? Never once hit, never ill save for that bit of dysentery in Palestine. And weren't you a marvel in America and in Constantinople and in China? Aren't you a marvel with women too? Don't they all fall for you and, when you're sick of them, don't you just leave them as a real man should? And now you've come to the right place, Mike, my son, a cathedral town. Haven't you always wanted a cathedral? Haven't you in Venice and Toledo and Paris and Cologne stared open-mouthed at those wonderful places just as though you had some special right to them? Some personal relation with them? Haven't you said, since you were a baby, there's nothing so wonderful, nothing I, Mike Furze, want so much? And hasn't it been a kind of wonderful coincidence that your stinking, parsimonious, bread-scraping brother should choose, 15 years ago, of all places in the world a cathedral town to live in? Choose it and stay in it. There's a kind of miracle for you. He had reached the Arden Gate. He turned for a last look, and there it was, its black mass raised above the mist against the stars. Clutching his brown bag, his legs apart, he stared at it, wondering whether, in full light of day, he would be disappointed in it. This wonder came freshly to him on every fresh occasion, for after all, what could this passion of his for cathedrals be but an illusion? One day, he expected it to come at any time, he would say to himself, well, now, think of that, whatever did I see in the thing? And he knew that, when that moment came, he would suffer some loss, the kind of loss that he would suffer were he never to see his black marble crucifix again. This sense of what he would lose led him to yet further appreciation. No, indeed, I am no ordinary man. The ordinary man cares nothing for cathedrals. Through Arden Gate he walked and started down the High Street. Now he must consider the town, about which of course he knew nothing at all. He could not, as a visitor returning after several years might do, shade, thin bony shade of Miss Midgley, are you there? Wonder at the many improvements and possibly lament them, at the up-to-date splendors of the St. Leath Hotel, at the fine sprouting of red brick villas up the hill above Orange Street. At the renovation of the Bull, with its bathrooms and handsome garage, at the parking place off the market, at the reclamation and renovation of Pennison Street, that once abominable heart of Seaton, now Riverside Street. At the excellent and justly famous 18-hole golf course carved from part of the St. Leath domain, the St. Leiths, poor things, no longer wealthy as once they were, the two splendid cinemas, the Arden, and the Grand, forgetting the little cheap one, the Majestic, vulgarly known as the Dog, down in Riverside Street. Yes, so modern are you, might that sparse and bony shade exclaim, that you are contemplating, you, James Aldridge, Mayor, and you, Humphrey Carris, Solicitor, and you, Fred Hathaway, Architect, and you, Dick Bellamy. Universal Provider, a flying field, on the other side of the river towards Pybus. So far in the one direction, and in the other might that shade, universally present, for whom time has no meaning, marvel also that so little is changed, that wildness still runs in Riverside Street. What of the Dog and Pilchard? Is Hogg's stout shadow not hovering there yet? The marketplace has not lost its scented country air, nor the Bull its dark and tallow-candled passages, nor Cannon's Yard its mysteries, nor Norman Row the dignities of its tempestuous abbot. And the Cathedral? Here the shade pauses, waits, and enters to find a great company in attendance. Michael Furze asked no questions. He passed down the high street through the lighted town. Everything was alive and bustling. Motors pushed and hooted through the narrow street. The St. Leath motor bus, having met the last train of the day, jigged its way up the hill. Farmers, for it had been market day, stood solidly gossiping, moving contemptuously at the last possible instant from the path of intolerable cars. Opposite Bennett's was the lighted hallway of W. H. Smith's, and O. The rivalry and hatred that this opposition had created, and, 2 doors below it, the brilliant flaunting electric-lit windows of Bellamy's main store. Here surely was promise of life and adventure for Michael Furze. Furze with his brown bag and his 50 quid. He stopped. "Would you mind telling me," he asked the policeman at the corner, "where the Scarf is?" "It's the name of a house." "I don't know the street." "Belongs to a Mr. Stephen Furze." The policeman directed him. He turned to the right and down, finding himself then in an unexpected quiet, passing some railings that guarded a drop of sheer black-fronted rock. He stayed there a moment and looked downwards, to the life and lights of Seaton. He knew nothing of Seaton as yet nor of the spirit that informed it, but he had the sharp sniffing apprehensions of a child or a puppy, and he realized that there was, down there, some world very different from the High Street, just as the High Street was different again from the Cathedral. So small a place and 3 distinct worlds in it, or were they distinct? These speculations, however, were not for him, whose whole instinct was towards self-preservation and self-glory. Nevertheless he was apprehensive. The mist came up from the river, and with the mist a sea tang, a breath of the unknown. He translated this, as he moved forward, into a new nervousness as to how his brother would receive him. He was not afraid of his brother. Oh no, not he. They had never cared for one another, but who could care for Stephen? Michael had left the home in Hull. Their father had been a shipping merchant, at a very early age, apprenticed to the merchant service, and after that it was only at odd moments that they had met. Stephen had moved to London, had been some sort of broker in the city. 20 years ago Michael had spent a weekend with them at Tulse Hill, on his own invitation, needless to say. And what a weekend! Poor Mike had emerged on the Monday a starved man, every mouthful had been grudged him. Stephen's meanness had become a mania, yes, the intensity, the preoccupation, the watching-waiting lust of madness. Wasn't it crazy, then, after such an experience, to return? The notion had come to him on the ocean, traveling from America without a penny in his pocket. He had been idly turning over the pages of some magazine when he had been confronted with a magnificent photograph of Chartres. There it was just as he had last seen it, glorious, triumphant, flattering him with the appeal that it made to him, so that his throat contracted, his fingers curved. How many others on the boat with him would feel that delighted pleasure? He remembered then that Stephen, his wife and child, had gone, 15 years ago, to live in Polchester in the south of England. He remembered even the name of the house, the Scarf, Polchester, Glebeshire, England. It hit him then like a blow in the stomach. Stephen must be rich by now, 20 years of miserly saving. There would be results of that. Stephen was 10 years older than himself and, even 20 years ago, had been a lanky pale-faced skeleton. And there was the Cathedral, one of the most famous in England. In that moment of time, staring at the pictures of Chartres, his mind was made up, his destiny settled. Now the child in him, part roguish, part malicious, part friendly, part fearful, anticipated the meeting. He came to a house, isolated, not far from the church of which the policeman had told him. He could see it very dimly, but he knew it to be the one, for on either side of the gate were stone pillars surmounted by misshapen stone animals. What they represented he could not, in that light, tell. He pushed back the gate that screamed on its hinges, his feet crunched the gravelled path. Before the door he hesitated. Not a sound came to him save the rustling at his feet of a few autumn leaves taunted by the evening wind. Then, most unexpectedly, across the whole extent of the town, the cathedral struck the hour. He waited until the full total of the 5 strokes that followed the chime had ended. Then, as though that had decided him, he pushed, with all his force, the bell. He heard it peal as though through an empty house. He waited and with every second of pause his impatience grew. It was as though he felt a personal insult, and he pushed the bell again. He might have been muttering, "You'll keep me out, will you? Well, I'll show you." He heard someone approaching, light spread behind the fan. The door opened and an old woman stood there, peering out into the dusk. He knew that she was Sarah Furze. "Who's there?" she said. He stepped forward, but she did not move. "Don't you know me?" he cried, and his voice boomed into the house. "I'm Brother Mike." She stared at him, pushing her head forward. He could see that she was very much older than when he had seen her last. Her face was dry, faintly yellow, seamed with wrinkles, and her eyes dull and strained with the defeated gaze of someone very short-sighted. Then he realized with a shock that she was more than short-sighted, she was blind. The voice must have told her who it was, for she stood aside. He passed by her into the house. "Michael," she said, her voice quavering with astonishment. "I can't see." "It's myself sure enough," he shouted at her as though the knowledge of her blindness made him think that she must also be deaf. Turned up again like a bad penny. Then he caught her by the shoulder, pulled her towards him and kissed her. Her cheek was dry and powdery. She was a little old woman wearing a faded black silk dress, her grey hair plaited in old fashion but very neatly above her wrinkled forehead. "There's no one in the house," she said. He stood there, staring about him. He realized a number of things, one that the place was lit by gas, another that the hall, the stairs were dry and clean like an old yellow bone. Yes, dryness and cleanliness and a very faint odor in the air of mortality, as though far away in the heights or depths of the house someone were lying awaiting burial. It was not altogether unpleasant, this very faint odor. It was chemical, perhaps, rather than corporeal. Yes, the odor of a chemist's shop, many degrees rarefied. He was sharp and observant in any new place because he had, in his life, traveled so far and encountered so many adventures. He noticed that once the wallpaper of the hall and staircase had been a bright yellow with crimson roses. Now the walls were dim as things are that have been kept underground away from the light. The only furniture of the hall was an umbrella stand, very ancient, leaning a little away from the door as though it feared the draught, above this a looking-glass and at the side of the glass some coats hanging like corpses. Only one picture hung on the wall, a photogravure of Father Christmas arriving in a family of excited, clapping, laughing children and pouring from his sack a multitude of gifts. One other thing he noticed, and that was that at the head of the stair, was a high window, its glass of yellow and green lozenges. Plenty of time for looking at things, he thought, for there he was and there Sarah was, motionless, staring in front of her with her sightless eyes. There was no sound at all save the faint hiss of the gas jet in the globe above his head. He must be doing something about this. The silence was twisting his nerves. "Stephen out, is he?" he cried heartily. His voice seemed to drive up to the green and yellow window and back again. "When will he be back?" "Soon, very soon, any minute now. I've come to stay the night." "You must talk to Stephen," she said, rubbing her lip with her fingers. "Aren't you glad to welcome me, old girl, after all this time?" he said, feeling that something must be done. "Yes, yes." Her lips moved in a smile. "Where have you been all this while, Michael?" "The world over, old girl. Places you've never heard of, I'll be bound. And now I've come home." "Yes. Stephen will be surprised." "I bet he will." He wondered whether she were still uncertain of his identity. She stood there with indecision. And yet she could not be uncertain. Once you'd met him you'd recognize Michael Furze again anywhere, in the very confines of the deepest darkness. However, he could not stand there forever, so he said. "What about sitting down, old girl, and waiting a bit? I've been traveling all day." "Yes, of course. I only left the boat this morning." "The boat?" "Yes. I've come from America. Come straight here to see how you were all getting along." It seemed that she had made up her mind, for again with that smile which came and went as though she herself had nothing to do with it, she moved down the hall. She moved with the concentrated certainty of the blind and, coming to a door on the left, opened it. "You can make yourself comfortable here perhaps. Stephen won't be long, I'm sure." He moved in, taking his brown bag with him. He was at once struck with the icy coldness of the room. "My God," he thought. "I shan't be able to stay here a week." He saw things that he recognized. The old clock on the mantelpiece with the grumpy face, faint yellow marks of discoloration that gave it a pouting mouth and a twisted nose. It was not going, the hands pointed to 11:15. Two large china ornaments, country girls in wide-brimmed hats carrying baskets of flowers, two armchairs of horsehair, a white wool rug with black lines on it. A glass-fronted cabinet containing some very mediocre china, a Swiss cowbell, a carved wooden box. All these things he remembered from his childhood. On that same rug Stephen had, in one of those dry, bitter tempers of his, rubbed his knuckles in his brother's eyes until he screamed again. His mother had slapped him for opening the cabinet without permission. The clock made a noise, when it was going, like an old man in a wheezing hurry. He had been all the world over and had returned to these same things. He could fancy that they recognized him and he half expected the old clock to start off again on its wheezy way to show him that it remembered him. But no, everything here was frozen into silence. The gas was already lit. The room was bare in spirit and irreproachably clean. Sarah had left him then, so he sat down on one of the horsehair chairs, his bag at his feet, and wondered what would come next. He had not long to wonder, for the door opened without a sound and Stephen stood in the room. I believe he was in the house all the time, Michael thought. But he went cordially to his brother, shook his hand with almost extravagant warmth and cried. "What about this for a surprise, old boy? Delighted to see you." Stephen had not altered very greatly in 20 years. He was sparser, sparer. His body had a preserved look, as though he had been kept all this time in some kind of spirit. He was as tall as his brother, and his big white nose, projecting from his gaunt face, suggested a possibility, like Michael's, that it had a life of its own. It was a peering, active probing nose with its own knowledge, its own discoveries, its own conclusions. He had scanty grey hair, wisps of it brushed carefully over the white domed skull, pale shaggy eyebrows, eyes mild, sleepy. A mouth uncertain, rather tremulous. In truth, had it not been for the nose and a curious lithe active movement of the long thin body, Stephen Furze might seem a gentle, sluggish, easy man, kindly of intention, non-interfering. He wore a black frock coat of ancient cut, a high white collar, a black bow tie. His garments were old but scrupulously brushed and neat. When he spoke all Michael's childhood and youth rushed back to him, for Stephen's voice had a soft, gentle ring about it that distinguished it from all others. When he spoke he gave an impression of great politeness but of firmness too. There was nothing humble in his tone, and he had a way of suddenly protruding his eyes from under the heavy white lids so that they looked at you as a candle shines when the cover is lifted. He gripped his brother's podgy hand and it was then that his body seemed to rise, hover and hang forward. A surprise. I should think so. We thought you the other end of the earth. We'd no idea where you were, and naturally, for you haven't written to us for years. Michael removed his hand and stepped back. I was always hoping to write and tell you that I was a millionaire, he said. Thought my luck would change, but it didn't. Then in New York I was suddenly homesick, felt I must see old England again. Before I died, you know. He laughed. Died, said Stephen. We are both far from that, I hope. I only landed at Drymouth this morning and came straight here. Well, sit down, Stephen said, with a kind of warm gentleness. You'll stay and have something to eat with us? You can't refuse us that after all this time. Where are you stopping? The Bull? This, thought Michael, with my bag staring at him. Michael squared his shoulders. I've come straight here, he said. Can you give me a bed for the night? Stephen gave a quick apprehensive look round the room. He looked at the china ornaments, the cabinet, the table. It was as though he were guarding these things, protecting them from attack. He stood by the fireside. He rubbed his nose. The fact is, Mike, we're not prepared for you. You should have given us warning. Poor Sarah, I don't know whether you noticed, but she's blind, poor thing, a terrible deprivation. And at the moment we have no maid. Oh, I'm used to roughing it, Michael broke in heartily. I'll sleep anywhere. If I stay for a bit I can look around. At the word stay, Stephen Furze straightened his body, then turned with a gentle twisting movement towards his brother. Stay. Well, as to that. This short conversation had brought his childhood back to Michael with an amazing vividness, for always, from the very beginning, the relations of the two brothers had been like this, they had never wasted time over preliminaries. Had been at once in opposition, Michael with the blustering vehemence of his simple egotism, Stephen with the quiet resolve of a monomaniac. Stephen always had his way. But now, and how curious that it should be so late postponed, they were meeting for the first time in serious contact as grown men. Michael had the obstinacy of his naïve selfishness, Stephen the driving determination of his monomania. But, as yet, there was no battle, for Michael said. Look here, Stephen. I didn't mean to spring this upon you. Truly I didn't. I should have written, but I only made up my mind at the last moment. I'm like that, you know. A rolling stone. Never know where I'll be tomorrow. I just said to myself, I must have somewhere quiet in England for a week or two after rolling round. Then of course I thought of you. And then the cathedral, I like cathedrals, I don't know why. I'll be no trouble to you. I only want a room and my breakfast. And of course I'll pay for my keep. Stephen said gently, yes. Only a room and breakfast. I'd want a fire in my room though. I feel the cold. Well, said Stephen, what? Oh, about 25 bob a week, don't you think? Then from his breast pocket he took his roll of notes and laid them on the table in front of him. I'm in funds just now, he said. Stephen looked at the money. His hand moved quietly forward and he touched them. He murmured, there's a lot of money there. Yes. £50. What are you going to do with it? Oh, I've got to live on that until I've found something to do. He was uneasy, even frightened. The cold dead room seemed suddenly charged with life as a dark place is filled with light. He had the sense that his brother was drawing him in with his long arms and holding him in an embrace. Some instinct made him take the money and put it back in his coat, as he did so he heard Stephen draw a long breath, like a sigh, something poignant and sad, a deep murmur of regret. "Yes, I think we could manage that, Michael. We have no servant as I told you. Only Sarah and my daughter. But I think we could manage. It will be pleasant to have you after all this time." Michael stood up. He knew that they had achieved, in that moment, a relationship different from any that they had ever known, closer, more intimate. At the same time he realized that he had a kinship with Stephen that he had never suspected. He had always liked money, but only for the things that it bought him. Now he felt that there was something in money itself, the look of it, the feel of it. When Stephen had touched those notes he had wanted to cry out, "Now you leave that alone." Stephen must have saved a lot, being the miser he was. There must be plenty hidden away in the house somewhere, he wouldn't wonder. With this thought he was also uncomfortable. Something said to him, "Get out of this. Leave the house, the town. Don't come back. You're not such a bad fellow. You were safe 5 minutes ago. Be safe again." But of course he liked risks. He liked risks. The two brothers stood facing one another. They had never been friends, and Stephen, being 10 years older, had always had his way. But now, the 10 years were gone, didn't count. Stephen was thin and worn. He didn't look well. He mightn't live so very long. They moved upstairs. The room that Stephen showed him had an old canopy bed with faded crimson hangings. On the wall was a text, with painted flowers, "Thou God sayest me." The washstand, 2 chairs, a wardrobe were shabby and it was very cold. "You won't forget about the fire," Michael said. "No, no. It may not burn very well at first. There hasn't been a fire for some time in here. I'll tell Elizabeth." Michael put the bag on the floor. "Well. That's good. I'm glad we've come to an arrangement. Look here, I'll pay you in advance for the first week." He took out the money. "Here's £1. I'll give you the 5 shillings tomorrow when I get change." "Oh, I think I can change another £1." Stephen took from his pocket a strong black purse with a steel clasp. He found 10 shillings and then brought 5 shillings in silver from his trouser pocket. Michael gave him another £1. Stephen put them in his purse. The clasp shut with a snap. He stood rubbing his long hands together. "We live extremely simply here. Very quiet. That's what I want, quiet. I've been bumming around too long." He bent down to his bag. Stephen watched every movement with such intentness that Michael longed for him to go. He wanted him out of the room. "When's supper?" 7:30. "There'll be a friend of ours, a Major Legate." "Oh, so he entertains, does he? Not too mean for that. What's this smell in the room?" As though everything had been washed with some antiseptic soap. He took out his pajamas, a small battered case with razors and brushes. Stephen's eyes never left him. "I'll be down for supper." Then Stephen did an odd thing. Michael's broad stout body was bent over the bag. He felt his brother's hand rest on his back, then his fingers touched his neck where the short bristly hairs stood out. "See you later then," Stephen said softly and went away. When his watch told him that it was 7:30 he went downstairs. In the sitting room he found a man and a girl. The man he disliked instantly. This antipathy, which, in the end, was to affect a great many others beside themselves, was at once mutual. It was not odd that Legate should dislike Michael, for it was his lot in life to be like an animal with his back to the wall, frightened and defiant at once, fawning and snarling, driven almost crazy by fear, distrust, malice. Consciousness of his own brilliance and the injustices under which he suffered, judging others by himself so that he thought everyone capable of the mean, false, violent actions that belonged to his own character. Physically he was a short stocky man who looked as though he had to do with horses. He was bald, of an unhealthy complexion, streaky, sometimes grey, sometimes bloody like uncooked beef. His mouth was both hard and conceited, his eyes small and suspicious, but, in spite of these disadvantages, there was something pathetic, alone, driven, about him. Something spiritual in him warned him of inevitable defeat. He had played, it appeared, many different roles, had once kept horses, had run a shop in London, had been a journalist, had married a Spanish lady who had died and left him a small fortune which he had soon spent. He was, it was understood, quite hopelessly in the hands of the Jews. He insisted that he should be called Major, although it was one of those ranks that the war had bestowed and that gentlemen had long discarded. He was a lively, bitter, spiteful talker with wide knowledge of men and affairs. He was an enemy of society. There are always one or two of these in every community. They are the jungle animals of social life. The girl was of course Elizabeth Furze, the daughter of Stephen and Sarah Furze. Michael's first idea of her was that she was a plain, gaunt woman of no attraction whatever. She was tall, thin, pale, with large grey eyes, prominent cheekbones, a high pallid forehead. Her clothes were simple, old-fashioned in cut, her dark hair was dragged back from her forehead as though to accentuate her plainness. On this first evening she scarcely spoke. She had the self-eliminating air of a woman who, whether from shyness or a sequence of unhappy experiences, had decided long ago that she would offer fate no chance to hurt or shame her. She busied herself during the meal, handing things, taking plates away, and Michael observed that her movements were exceedingly quiet and even graceful. By the end of the evening he thought that she was not so plain, for her eyes were gentle and she had dignity. The meal, as he had expected, was very meagre. There was some thin, tasteless soup, a piece of cold beef which Stephen carved, some potatoes in their jackets, a blancmange. It's a good thing, Michael thought, that I shall be taking my meals elsewhere. He himself talked much and loudly. He always did so when the atmosphere around him was silent and still. It was as though he was conscious of a void which he must fill. He boasted a lot of the things that he had done and the places that he had seen. He told many stories, booming away, thinking himself excellent company. When he talked like this something pleasantly simple appeared in his character. He trusted those around him because he was pleased with himself. When he was not attacked he was ready to be kind to everyone. Leggett said very little and, when the meal was ended, departed. A little later Michael went up to his room because there was nothing else to do. He found a fire lighted there and he sat in front of it, smoking his pipe. He hadn't done so badly, he reflected. He had established himself in the house and so in the town. He had an idea that things would happen to him here. Perhaps he would find a rich wife. He would like to settle down and have a child or two. There must be money in this house. He would become Stephen's confidant, his partner in his affairs perhaps. He had done the right thing. He had come to the right place. But in the night he had a dream which, unlike many dreams, he remembered in every detail on awaking. He was standing outside a cathedral, a magnificent facade, with a great rose window, carved stone figures, a glorious pattern of leaves and animals above the vast door. This cathedral stood at one end of a marketplace which was filled with people, talking, buying and selling, all busy and happy. As he watched, thinking how happy they were, the sun disappeared and the air was cold. The hearty chatter died down to a sound like the twitter of birds. Everyone gazed about, apprehensively. Then there was a great silence as though a door closed and shut them off from him. He himself felt a trembling expectant fear. Then, as the sky darkened, he looked about him and saw that the market was emptied. The booths were there, the piled fruit, the gaily colored flowers, clothes hanging, brass pots and pans, china, not a human being anywhere. Absolute silence. Something told him that he ought to run for his life but he could not move. The leather apron in front of the great door was pushed back and a little procession came out. First two men in black appeared carrying an empty stretcher. They were followed by a small group of persons, also in black and quite silent. Behind these, walking by himself, was a tall figure. Michael saw, with a shudder, that the head of this man was twisted on one side as though his neck were broken. The little procession advanced without a sound, and it seemed that the softly shod feet made no contact with the pavement. The air now was bitterly cold, and the silence held a kind of crowded emptiness, as though, near him, hundreds and hundreds of people were watching and holding their breath. Michael saw that the procession was making directly for himself, and he knew that if it reached him something appalling would follow. But he could not move. The stretcher, the followers, the man with the twisted neck advanced nearer and nearer. He was in an agony of terror. Then he heard arise on every side of him, like a wind getting up among trees, the whisper, "The Inquisitor! The Inquisitor!" With a great cry he awoke. He found that his pajamas were damp with sweat. He lit a candle. There was still a faint color in the ashen fire. The text looked down on him from the wall. He could hear someone snoring in a distant room. Chapter 3. The Marlowes, although not at all rich, give a nice party. It happened that, on that same evening of Mike Furze's arrival in Polchester, the Marlowes were at home to their friends only a few doors away from Stephen Furze's house. The rectory of St. James's was one of those houses squeezed together on the edge of the hill known as the Rock. The house commanded a wonderful view, below, Seaton, the river, the fields, woods and hills beyond it. And from its upper windows the upper town and the cathedral. The Rock itself was full of history, from the river, up the rocky street, across the marketplace, up the hill again, across the flat beyond Arden Gate, into the cathedral. The enemies of the Black Bishop had fought their way. There is a sharp, jagged piece of rock known as the Tooth, whence, visitors to the town are told, some of the bishop's enemies were thrown, in full armor, down, many feet, into the pole. The rectory was beaten upon by all the heavenly winds, but it was a strong old house with some dramatic memories. It had had some notable incumbents, Dr. Burroughs, who wrote a book once famous, now forgotten, Happy Polchester Days. Morris, who, in 1897, caused such a scandal by running away with Archdeacon Brandon's wife, and Marlowe's predecessor, William Rostron, now famous as one of the leaders of the Buckman movement. Marlowe had been rector for 10 years now. The queer thing was that, although he and his family were very good people, they were greatly liked, and almost everyone who was anyone came to their "at home" on this evening. People liked old Marlowe. He was between 50 and 60 but looked older because of his white hair and absent-minded untidiness. He was one of those simple-minded saints who are frequent in novels and infrequent in real life. People in fact were able to patronize the whole family, which was one reason of their popularity. They were not modern at all, and Mrs. Marlowe said the most comic things at times. Also they were very poor, another example of the scandalous way in which our clergy are treated. St. James's Rectory was one of the old, rambling houses, far too big for anyone with small means, and it was well known that Mrs. Marlowe did most of the housework herself. It was said that she did not dare to allow her husband to carry a penny in his pocket because he gave it away instantly to anyone who begged of him. It was said also that she had to supervise his exits and entrances, that it was a wonder that he did not appear naked in the marketplace. This was of course greatly exaggerated, as most things are apt to be in cathedral towns. Mr. Marlowe had a good intelligence, preached an excellent sermon, talked often with much wisdom, but he had a habit of thinking of 3 things at once, would lose himself, quite like Dominie Sampson, in his quaint and curious reading, and lived often enough, in a world very far from this one. They had one child, Penelope, known as Penny, now nearly 18 years of age and, beyond question, prettier than any other girl in Polchester. Mrs. Marlowe was broad and stout, with soft untidy brown hair, a strong sense of humor and a passion for gaiety, hospitality, any kind of fun. She loved gardening, the pictures, dances, picnics, anything that was going. It is obvious that there was nothing unusual, interesting, modern, exciting about the Marlowes. A famous novelist declared the other day that it is ridiculous in these times to pretend that anyone is good or bad. Human beings are so complicated a mixture of glands, atoms, electrons and the rest that a neutral scientific gray is the only modern color. But you could not call Mr. and Mrs. Marlowe gray. No one denied that they were good people, that is, if generosity, honesty, courage and love of one's fellows combined to make goodness. You could patronize them and pity them and laugh at them, but, mysteriously, you could not despise them. Everyone went to Mrs. Marlowe's parties, although everything was most homely. The cakes were baked in the house, the tea and coffee were not as good as they should be, no one attempted to entertain. Perhaps it was that people felt safe in this house. The Marlowes thought the best of everyone, most foolishly. Mrs. Marlowe enjoyed gossip like any other woman, but she flushed and became embarrassed if you told her a real scandal. And yet she was not a prude. She knew more about life than you might suppose. It was amazing, as Lady Mary Bassett often said, that having such a pure mind she was not more of a bore. But she was not a bore, she was gay, merry, easily pleased and always, so far as one could tell, happy. It was, in fact, a very happy house. Peter Gaselee explained all this and a good many more things as well to the Reverend James Bird, the new curate at St. Paul's, Orange Street, and Mr. Bird listened with his mouth open. James Bird had been in Polchester a little over a month and this was his first Polchester party. While dressing for it, in his lodging halfway down Orange Street, he had been so extremely nervous that, had it not been for his fear of his rector, Mr. Porteous, he could not have ventured. But one fear, as he found was so often the case, was greater than the other. He was a small man with brown eyes and brown hair, he was very timid, often said the wrong thing out of nervousness. He had not as good an opinion of himself as his character demanded. He was exactly the kind of person whom Gaselee could appreciate and value on an evening like this. His admiration of Gaselee's cleverness was extremely obvious. He looked up to Gaselee as a wonderful creature, and of course Gaselee liked that. Gaselee at a party always watched and waited. His plan was to sit in the background until he was sought for. He trusted that his personality would be noticed soon enough. It was much wiser to be sought for than to do the seeking. So he sat in a corner with little Mr. Bird and told him all about everybody. You must be beginning to know people by this time. All the same, I'll give you my idea of one or two of them. You've made up your mind about your commander, Porteous, I expect. Do you play games well? No, I'm afraid I don't, said Mr. Bird. Well, that's a pity. To be a friend of Porteous you've got to play games. Don't be shocked when I tell you that he has an advantage over the other clergy in Polchester because he was at the same public school as Jesus Christ, a very fine public school, one of the best. He was in the same cricket 11. You'll have noticed how, in his sermons and elsewhere, cricketing terms are those that serve his purpose best. Play the game, play for your side, play with a straight bat, it's the team spirit that counts. Christ to him is a good fellow with whom he has been on intimate terms all his life. That makes him very jolly and happy and sure of himself. All that Christ wants, he says to us, is for you fellows to be sportsmen, never forget that Christ is captain of the team and knows how best to win the match. What he can't bear is for anyone to be a bad sportsman. Judas was one and there are several in Polchester just now. The Bolsheviks are bad sportsmen, and the Americans just now because they want us to pay the war debt, and all Methodists and Roman Catholics and scientists and immoral writers and the Bishop of Birmingham. Mens sana in corpore sano. I hope you don't think I'm unfair. He's an excellent fellow, and when he greets a fellow sportsman you can hear him from one end of the town to another. I'm afraid you'll have to learn some game or other, even ping-pong would be better than nothing. Do you see that large lady over there with an auburn permanent wave and a fine firm bosom? That is Mrs. Carus, wife of Humphrey Carus, solicitor. The Caruses are very important people here. Mrs. Carus was a Miss Polly Lucas at St. Earth. Good Glebeshire family. She is very intelligent socially. She knows just who is worthy and who is not. She gives many parties. She is always giving parties, tennis parties, cocktail parties, dinner parties, not so much because she likes parties as because she keeps the social register. It is a little difficult for her in these democratic days, but she manages to mark the line. Her daughters help her. You are asked first to luncheon, and if you are all right you move on to dinner. There is a deep and very eloquent rivalry between herself and Mrs. Braund, the wife of the Archdeacon, who leads the Cathedral set. They are allies at one time, enemies at another. Mrs. Caris is an excellent bridge player, which gives her an advantage, but Mrs. Braund is related, rather distantly but still related, to the Howards. Mrs. Braund speaks sometimes of the Duchess of Norfolk with considerable familiarity. That's Mrs. Braund, but of course you know her, talking to Lady Mary Bassett. Lady Mary is the intellectual head of Polchester. She is the daughter of old Lord Pomeroy, who was once the colonial secretary. When she was a little girl in London she was most brilliant. At the age of 10 she startled men like Henry James and Augustine Birrell with her witticisms and French phrases. She grew even more and more brilliant and made so many epigrams that people kept notebooks simply to record them. Then she married a rich young man called Bassett who had a place near Drymouth. She wrote 2 novels and then unfortunately he ran away with an actress and she had to divorce him. People in London got tired of her because she talked so much and was always scratching her left ear. Her left ear, said Mr. Bird, bewildered. Well, it wasn't always her left ear. She has restless habits. She came to live just outside Polchester and is a great addition to our society. She's a little eccentric now, but what can you expect when you begin to be brilliant so young? Now I'll show you someone nice for a change. Do you see that tall slim woman in black? That's Mrs. Hathaway, wife of Hathaway the architect. She's one of the kindest, most natural women in England. Hathaway is very clever and knows more about the cathedral than anyone here. Mrs. Hathaway is good and kind and has a fine sense of humor. If you're ever in trouble she'll be a good friend and give you excellent advice. Do you see that elderly man with the broad shoulders and the big head? That's Lampiron, the sculptor. He's one of the most interesting men here. I noticed him at once, said Little Bird. A very remarkable-looking man. Yes, he is, isn't he? If he were a bit taller he'd be very handsome. He lives here because he loves the cathedral. Up to 5 years ago he was quite a good painter, of the old-fashioned kind, you know. He had pictures in the academy that you couldn't tell from colored photographs. Then quite suddenly he was converted, like Gauguin. I don't know about Gauguin, said Bird. Gauguin was a businessman who gave up everything and went to the South Seas to paint. In the same way Lampiron gave up his photographs, which he sold quite well, and took to sculpting. Everyone here thinks that his sculpting is awful. Worse than Epstein they say, knowing of course nothing about Epstein. Lampiron struggles along and never finishes anything and never earns a penny. No one knows how he lives, except that they say he is deeply in debt to an old usurer in the town called Furs. He is a man of violent temper and has a most generous nature. He must be nearly 70, lives alone, is a fine fellow if a little wild at times. The town likes him, but looks on him with alarm and wouldn't be surprised at his murdering someone if the fancy took him. Gassely looked about him. He had seen that Mrs. Marlowes' eye was upon him and that his time for instructing Mr. Bird was nearly over. Then there are your fellow clergy. I'll leave you to find out about them for yourself. But we have almost every variety in this room at the moment. There are 2 saints, Marlowe and old Moffat in the chair there. Moffat is over 80 and walks with God. That the Archdeacon can scarcely be said to do, he thinks too much about ceremonies and ordinances to have time for anything else. Dale there, the tall fellow with the black eyes, will be a saint one day, I shouldn't wonder. He is a modernist and spends his time showing that science has aided and abetted religion rather than hindered it. That fat fellow there, Cronin, on the other hand, won't let a miracle go, and is as nearly Roman as not to matter. Then there is your Porteus, who is a sportsman, and you and myself. The most remarkable of us all is not here yet. He told me that he was coming, Ronder. Have you seen Ronder? I've seen him in the distance, Bird said. Yes, well, he's been the dominant church figure here for 35 years. He and Wistons divided the place between them until Wistons went. He's old now, and fat and lazy. He thinks of his latter end, but his brain's as sharp as ever. Gasolee paused. Mrs. Marlowe was talking to a newcomer. He had a few minutes to spare. You know, Bird, one thing is very remarkable to me. Here are all these people in this room, representative of the town. You will meet the same types in any cathedral city. We are all talking gaily, easily, lightly. But there is not one here, except little Penny Marlowe perhaps, who has not known all the terrors and distresses of life, physical, spiritual, financial. We are all of us in peril every moment of our lives. We live in a cathedral town, yet 9 out of 10 of us think of religion scarcely at all. There is a man I mentioned just now who lives only a few doors from here. His name is Furs. He lends money at exorbitant interest. You would be astonished if you knew how many of those here have had some dealings with him. You'd be amazed if you knew the whole truth about Humphrey Carris or Hathaway or Lampiron. Once this was a town where religion mattered. In Brandon's day for instance. You know about Brandon? No. He was archdeacon here once. He died in '97, the year Ronder came here. He stood for the old type of churchman, powerful, arrogant, God's vice-regent. Then he fell. His wife ran away with the rector of this church here, St. James's, and his son married the daughter of a vulgar publican. He died of it and Ronder took his place. From that moment, as I see it, religion has mattered less and less here. I suppose that the years since the war have been the most godless in the world's history. The heathen themselves believed in something. In the Dark Ages the Church had tremendous power. Now in every cathedral in England what do you find? A handful of people, empty ceremonies, persons quarrelling about minute dogmas, mocked by the rest of the world. Sometimes, when there's an anniversary or something, the kind of thing we're having here next year, there's a stir because people like pageantry. And of course there are good devout clergy still and emotional movements like the Buckman groups. But the cathedral itself is left for dead. All the same it isn't dead. He got up. There's a life there stronger than any of us. We're a silly, conceited, stupid lot, missing the only thing that is real, the only thing that matters. And one day God will come down from the mountain and strike us with leprosy as he did Miriam, and we shan't have any Moses to plead for us either. How are you, Mrs. Marlowe? What a delightful party. This is Mr. Bird of St. Paul's. He's only been here a month or so and I've been telling him who everybody is. All who were present in the house that evening afterwards remembered the occasion because of what shortly occurred. But 2 persons were especially concerned, and they were, in all probability, the 2 happiest human beings there. Penny Marlowe, who was just beginning life, and old Canon Moffat, who was just leaving it. Penny Marlowe had, only last month, left the Polchester High School for Girls. Now she was to help her mother at home. Not long ago I saw, in Jamaica, a watercolor by Corin. It showed 3 Negroes worshipping a lily, or rather the angel in the lily. In the center of the drawing the lily rises from its gray roots, snow-white on its green stem. About it, in obeisance, are the ebony faces of the kneeling Negroes. Their bodies are clad in their smocks of faint rose and the pale color of young lilac. It is a drawing of exquisite strength, purity, simplicity, sincerity. Penny Marlowe was like that. She was not very tall, but slim and straight, with the natural suppleness of a young green-stemmed flower. She had dark hair, curly about the nape of the neck, parted like a boy's. Her color was delicate in shadow of rose and in the strong unmarked whiteness of her high forehead. She had no affectedness anywhere, but was as natural as are all the girls of her generation. Her skin was not yet spoilt by rouge, and if her nose had shone she would not be in despair. But her nose did not shine. When she was hot and excited, little beads of perspiration gathered on her brow. Her legs were slim and strong, her breasts as yet very small and firm. She laughed a great deal, was scornful and impatient and angry and forgiving and intolerant and loving, all very quickly. She was a representative young girl of her age in that she was sure that she knew everything about life but in reality knew very little. She knew how to drive a motor car, how to mix a cocktail, how to play contract badly, how to deal with men. About this last she especially prided herself. She thought that she knew everything about sex, because girls talk so much at school, and Helen Marsden had lent her married love and Catherine Beckett possessed a copy of Lady Chatterley's Lover and they had read pieces from it together. She had never told anybody that she hated both works and that she never felt the same to either Helen or Catherine again. She was determined to be shocked by nothing, because that was the attitude of all the older girls, and now it was not so much that she was shocked as that something inside herself held itself aloof from this, would not be touched by it. But of course she allowed neither Helen nor Catherine to perceive this. She was as jolly with them as ever but now gave them no confidences. She felt, however, almost intolerably wise. There was no situation that she would not be able to meet. She could go out into the world at any moment and be a nurse or a secretary or even a member of Parliament. Only, after the things that she now knew, she wanted to have nothing to do with men. She would go through life a virgin. She would devote herself to the suffering, the unhappy, perhaps lepers or prisoners. One evening Anthony Carus, at the end of his first year at Oxford, tried to kiss her, and she laughed at him so convincingly that he was greatly surprised. Whatever he might be he was sure that he was not comic. Penny Marlowe was a very pretty girl, but she was a little country schoolgirl and should be flattered that he took notice of her. He resented her behavior and thought, for a week or two, that he was in love with her. Then he found to his comfort that Helen Marsden took him seriously. The fact that made Penny different from some of her contemporaries was that she loved her home and her parents. She thought that there was no place in the world so beautiful as Polchester, no home so charming as the old St. James's Rectory, no two people as lovable as her father and mother. She told no one these things, because in her world the one emotion that you must never show was sentiment. However, she did not patronize her parents in public, as many of the girls did. It was true that she found them old-fashioned in their ideas, but she had the wisdom to suspect that her mother knew almost as much about life as she herself did. And it wasn't her mother's fault that she had been brought up in those absurd Victorian days when a girl could go nowhere without a chaperone and did not dare to mention a baby. She liked to look nice, was excited over a new dress, loved to drive Mabel Carey's car when Mabel allowed her, but she was not vain, to be alive was splendid. She meant to have a magnificent life. Now she was talking to the two Miss Trenchards, Miss Katie Trenchard and Miss Dora Trenchard. These two ladies were elderly and had lived in Polchester all their lives. Their brother, who had been a canon of the Cathedral, had died some 5 years ago. They were both tall, wore black, and each had a beautiful long necklace of emeralds for her only ornament. Their hair was white, and they were English ladies of the old type, quite unself-conscious, with dignity and kindliness, representatives of a caste that is now almost vanished from the world, greatly to the world's loss. They seldom left Polchester, were always together, did not play bridge or drive motor cars or talk scandal, but were not dull to their friends, who were quiet people like themselves, Lady St. Leath, the Marlowes, Mrs. Hathaway, Mrs. Braund. They did not read modern books very much, but felt that they were in touch with the literary world because their cousin Millie Trenchard had married a well-known novelist, Peter Westcott, and Millie's brother Henry was a considerable dramatist. They thought that there was no country like England and no cathedral like Polchester Cathedral. No one knew much about their affairs, and they had lived for so long in the little house just inside Arden Gate that everyone supposed that they were comfortably off. This was not true, for, recently, the investments on which they depended had shrunk in the most alarming manner. Dora, also, had a weak heart, from which she suffered sadly at times, but they would have thought it the worst manners in the world to speak to anyone either of their financial affairs or of their bodily complaints. They stood now beside Penny and thought what a lovely child she was. "I hope you're enjoying yourself, dear," Dora said, looking mildly at Lady Mary Bassett, who was close at hand, declaring to Canon Cronin that Proust must be taken with caution because intellectual snobbery was bad for the stomach. Canon Cronin, who thought that Proust was some sort of food or medicine, began to explain that a cousin of his had recently become a vegetarian with disastrous results, and Dora, looking at Lady Mary, decided that she was laughing at the poor Canon. Felt sorry for him and disliked Lady Mary, whom she and her sister privately thought very common, even more than usual. Penny said that she was enjoying herself enormously. "That's right, dear. I'm sure you deserve to. You must come and have dinner with us one day now you're out. But, dear me," she went on, "how easily girls come out these days. Katie and I were quite 20 before we went to our first ball at the castle. What a fine one it was. You never see balls like that these days. Do you remember, Katie, how handsome Archdeacon Brandon was and how fast we thought poor Mrs. Combermere because she smoked a cigarette?" Both ladies laughed and looked at Penny, their eyes beaming love and benediction. "I've another reason for being excited," Penny went on. "I'm to act in the pageant. I've just heard. How splendid. What are you going to be?" "I don't quite know. It is being written by Mr. Withers, the poet. He lives at Boscowell, you know, and he's been over this week and shown the committee his scheme, and Mr. Carris has just asked me if I'll take a part. He says I may have to ride a horse." "Dear me, how exciting it will all be," said Miss Katie. "I do hope the weather will be fine. Like the 97 Jubilee. You weren't born then, dear, of course, but we had the most beautiful weather." Mr. Lampiron came up and joined them. Penny knew him only by sight, but now, as she looked at him, she thought that he was very handsome. His great head with its jet-black hair, his face so strong and rugged, his broad shoulders, his air of honesty in not caring what anyone thought, and independence and courage, all greatly impressed her. Besides, he was the only artist she had ever met, and she thought that it must be wonderful to be a sculptor. People said that the things he did were hideous, that he never finished anything and never sold anything, but that only made him the more wonderful in her eyes. So, under the benignant protection of the Misses Trenchard, they met for the first time. He, on his part, was surprised at her beauty. He was not conscious that he had ever seen her before, and for a moment he was puzzled as to who this lovely child could be. Then he remembered. This must be old Marlowes' little girl who had just left school. Almost at once, as though they had some message for one another, they drew a little apart from the others. "You are Miss Marlowe, aren't you?" he asked her. "And you are Mr. Lampiron?" "Yes, I'm old Lampiron, 68 years of age, who tries to carve hideous faces in stone, hasn't a penny, loses his temper and is a scandal to society." He looked at her fiercely under his black jutting eyebrows, but laughing at the same time. "That's the way you've heard me described, isn't it?" "I don't know. I don't think I've heard you described. You see, I've only just left school." Then she thought that that wasn't quite truthful, so she added, "I have heard you mentioned, of course." Then she added still further, "I'd love to see your sculpture." "Why? It must be wonderful to make things. To write poetry like Mr. Withers, to build a chapel in the cathedral like Mr. Hathaway, or to carve as you do." They were sitting down in a corner behind the piano. He sat forward, his hands pressing on his broad knees. The trouble today is that too many people are making things, imitating other people. Too many books, too many pictures. Too much of everything. The best of my work is that nobody likes what I do, nobody wants it. "Doesn't an artist work for other people?" she asked. "An artist works for himself," he snapped at her quite angrily. But she wasn't in the least afraid of him. "Oh, I see. But when hundreds of years ago they made the towers and the pillars and the windows for the cathedral, that was for other people, wasn't it? They believed in God, he said. Have you ever seen the Carolus Missal? He asked her. No, I haven't. You should. It's in the cathedral library. It's a small book with 20 pictures on vellum. Every page is illuminated with borders of birds and flowers in gold and crimson and blue. One monk took 25 years doing it. He didn't care whether anyone ever saw it or not. He was a happy man. Then you should be happy too, she said, smiling at him. I am sometimes, he said. But I was lying to you just now when I said that I don't care whether anyone likes what I do or no. I'd be beyond myself if wise people liked my work and said I was a great sculptor. I've had pictures in the academy, you know, and ladies said they were sweet. Weren't you happy then? I was miserable. The academy is the abode of the lost, and the ladies were idiots. It seems very difficult, she said. My dear child, life wasn't meant to be easy. But still there's a limit. Now tell me about yourself. What do you want to get out of life? Fun, babies, friends. They looked at one another. His heart was greatly touched by her confidence and trust. I haven't thought about it yet. I've only just left school and I'm enjoying every minute. Yes, that's right. I feel as though I were 20 sometimes and could do anything. But I'm not 20. I'm 68. I get tired and people bother me for money. I see visions, but the stone won't do what I want it to. And then I lose my temper and say things I don't mean. People are good to me and I want to bite them. People are bad to me and I want to kill them. I trust people and they deceive me. But I don't want you to believe these things. It's all my own fault, everything is always your own fault. Remember that when you get older. Have a grudge against yourself but not against life. You don't look as though you had a grudge against anything. Don't I? That's very sweet of you. He looked very proud and pleased. The more you say nice things to me the better it is for me. Flattery never did anyone any harm in spite of what people say. Everyone wants encouragement, and of all the types in the world the worst is the sort that goes about telling you truths for your good. Life will do that without anyone assisting it. You don't look, she said, as though you'd mind in the least what people think. Ah, don't I? That's all you know. Everyone minds. We all live in glass houses and we all throw stones. I don't want you to be false to me. If I ask you for an opinion I want you to give it me honestly. But if I don't ask it I want the things you say to me to be nice things, so that I may have a little encouragement. I can't encourage you. Oh yes, you can. You have already. Very much indeed. He held out his hand. She gave him hers. Are we friends? Yes, yes, she said eagerly. Will you come and see me one day? Of course I will. You won't like my sculpture. What does it matter what I like? I don't know anything about anything yet. Oh, taste begins from the beginning. If you have a little, you can educate it. If you have none, you'll never know it. They seemed like very old friends, and it was a good time for them to shake hands. The party was at its height and everyone was talking, laughing, making that loud and insincere party noise that can cover so much intense concentration on private affairs. No one saw them. Lady Mary was scratching her ear and wondering, as she often did, how people could be so stupid, why she lived in the provinces, whether a visit to London wasn't due. Whether intelligence wasn't rather a curse after all, and all this time explaining to Mrs. Braund that in a letter that she had received last week from our ambassador in Paris he had said that France would never leave the League of Nations whatever Germany did, and Mrs. Braund said what a good thing while her eyes watched Mrs. Caris, who was surely never at her best in purple, and Mrs. Caris, chaffing Cannondale in her deep hearty voice, thought out a nice little luncheon party for next Tuesday, a few real friends, when they could settle a number of details about next year's pageant to their own private satisfaction. She had her eye on Mr. Gassely, surely a coming man, clever, discreet, with an eye for the right people, a kind of Canon Ronder in the making, she thought. Would she be able to persuade Humphrey to buy that new Alvis upon which she had set her heart? And Mrs. Braund giving herself all those airs just because her great-grandmother's second cousin had married a Howard. So she smiled on young Canon Dale like a mother and didn't ask him to luncheon. She would invite Mr. Gassely. It was then that Canon Ronder arrived. For 35 years his entrances into Polchester drawing-rooms had made ever the same impression. No one knew how he did it. He was old now and remarkably stout, but his black silk waistcoat was as creaseless, his collar and shoes, the last with silver buckles, as shining, his coat as perfectly cut now as then. Only now he gave the impression of being a little sleepy. His round gleaming face was a mask on which the round gleaming spectacles were an added mystery. He seemed apart now, aloof. Hathaway said the Chinese god had retired back now into his temple. If you wanted an answer from the oracle, you must ring the little golden bell, beat on the brazen gong and, above all, bring offerings, peach blossom, a young kid, a bowl of jade. By that Hathaway meant that Ronder only went out now to houses where there was a perfect cook. And appreciated greatly a new addition to his collection of books of the 1090s, he had an especial interest in the author of Hadrian 7, or his pieces of red amber. There were certainly no peach blossom, no red amber, no unpublished writings of Father Rolfe at the Marlowes. Why had he come then? He had come partly because he liked the Marlowes and partly because he liked, once and again, to watch, for a brief moment, the movements of Polchester society. In spite of his half-closed eyes he was as quick as ever he had been at seeing what was afoot. His old passion for inserting his fingers in every pie had not deserted him, only his body sometimes betrayed him. There was a pain under his heart. There was a dragging weakness in the left leg. There was never absent from him the haunting fear of death. He had also his own unprejudiced, unselfish liking for a saint. Whether he believed in God who could say but God himself. He was wise enough to know that men like Wistons, Bishop Kendon, Moffat, Marlowe, Dale had discovered for themselves the only secret worth discovering. He admired them, even envied them, the only men on this earth he envied. And his cynical spirit expected that at the last they might discover that, after all, they had been deceived. He made an odd contrast with Marlowe now, old Marlowe whose vest was sadly wrinkled, whose white hair needed cutting, the cuffs of whose shirt were frayed. But he liked the old man who beamed at him with his bright blue eyes, who chattered eagerly about his chess, which he was forever playing, in which he would never improve. Dale is pretty good, you know. It was an excellent game. Another move and my knight and queen would have done the trick. But that pawn of his, I'd overlooked it. If I'd moved my bishop my king would have been all right, but he brought his rook down. I expect Canon Ronder would like something to drink, dear. There's iced coffee, Canon, and tea and lemonade. Where's that pretty girl of yours? She shall give me something. Pretty girl? What pretty girl? Why, your own, you old ass. He put his hand affectionately on Marlowe's shoulder. Ah, Mrs. Braund. How do you do, Lady Mary? How about Saint Beuve? You remember I told you to look up that bit about Grimm and Rousseau. Lady Mary, giving her high vibrating cackle, said that Saint Beuve was the showman of the mediocre, a cook's guide to the writing bureau of Madame de Sévigné, a Napoleon III. Plutarch. Ronder said, "You're too clever for me, Lady Mary. My only author now is Dorothy Sayers." He caught sight of little Penny Marlowe and moved towards her. He moved slowly, pushing his big stomach forward as though he would deceive the world by his insistence on his grossness. He had heard of Hathaway's comment. A Chinese god, squatting, brooding on his navel, death in the shape of a suspended dull-leaved lotus flower. There was the pain beneath his heart. He exercised his customary control that he should not place his hand there. Penny saw him and came forward. Then it happened. No one, for the last quarter of an hour, had noticed old Moffat, who, sitting in a chair, his white beard on his chest, smiling took his last look on the world. For he half rose. He put out his hand, caught pennies, fell forward, then crumpled at her feet, his head against her dress. He looked up. She heard him say, "The cathedral bell. Time." She cried out, knelt down, gathering him in her arms. Old Moffat's death at the Marlowes party was always afterwards considered the first of the sequence of events. Chapter 4. Some of the things that can happen between 3 and 4 on an autumn afternoon. Within a fortnight of his arrival in Polchester, Mike Furze had made a friend of almost everyone in the town. Everyone does not, of course, include the aristocracy, the cathedral set, the upper 10. They were not, as yet, the most of them, aware of his existence. But these were not of the town. The town, in fact, resented the airs that the cathedral assumed. Even Carus and Hathaway, even James Aldridge, the mayor, who considered themselves part of the aristocracy, fought the cathedral whenever there was opportunity of a fight. The lesser men, Bellamy of the stores, young Mr. Bennett the bookseller, Crispangle the W. H. Smith manager, Browning of the St. Leith Hotel, Merton Mellock, pastry cook, Clapton, owner and manager of the Arden and Grand Cinemas, these men, their wives, children and dependents, considered the Dean, the Archdeacon and Mrs. Braund, Lady Mary Bassett, their secret enemies, although they made money out of them whenever possible and bowed, smiled, conversed in the most friendly fashion on all public occasions. Below these again were the outlaws, the dominants of Seat-Own, the riff-raff of the Dog and Pilchard, men and women known well to Leggett, the unemployed, the army of rebels, the descendants of the Searovers, the smugglers, the pirates. Constant to Polchester for the last 1,000 years. Lord and Lady St. Leith, simple, unassuming, generous-hearted, were the only two human beings popular throughout all Polchester. It was to the town and not to the cathedral that Mike Furze became very soon familiar. It was Klitsch, the curiosity man, who nicknamed him BOANERGES, and the word became universal. BOANERGES was a good fellow when people liked him and things went well with him. His large fat body, his smile and laugh, his loud reverberating voice, his friendliness with everyone, man, woman, child and dog, made him welcome, his stories made him popular. And what stories! It seemed that there was no part of the world that he did not know, no adventure that had not been his. He had wrestled with lions, strangled gigantic snakes, taken the lead in revolutions, starved in deserts, been wrecked in mid-ocean, defied witch doctors, been left for dead by savage natives, known Al Capone in Chicago, explored dead cities, navigated unknown rivers. He was a fearful liar, that was taken for granted. He admitted himself that he had a gift for narrative. But behind the exaggerations there must be truth. To intimates he bared himself and showed the marks of the tiger on his thigh, the tattoo round his middle with which a priest of a Chinese temple had decorated him, the scar on his right leg where a lion had clawed him. All this with the greatest good nature. You could not call him a conceited man, although he was certainly a boastful. He called himself a failure in life. To Crispangle's young boy, 16 years of age, a day boy at Polchester school, he remarked very gravely, "Take me as a warning, my lad. I've seen the world, but what have I got from it all? A rolling stone gathers no moss. Stick to your job, Ronald, and make your father proud." But young Ronald thought that moss was a dull uninteresting vegetable and that to be clawed by a lion was worth all the settled jobs in the world. In spirit Polchester has not changed very greatly since the days of Farmer John. In spite of the motor coaches that come every day up and down from London, in spite of the garages and the radio and the cinema, it is as provincial today as it was in 1897. Bellamy went often to London. Aldridge and Crispangle and Browning had their motor cars. Their children learnt, twice a week at the Arden, all there was to learn about the splendors of Hollywood, the vice and wickedness of New York and Chicago, the absent-minded melancholy of Garbo, the lovely body of Dietrich. The rough humors of Laurel and Hardy. All these boys could not change the essential separateness of the town. It was a world apart from other worlds, even as it had been when the Black Bishop thundered from the cathedral altar. Colonel Digby defended its walls against the Roundheads. The young men and maidens gallantly marched out Somersetwards to be massacred at Sedgemoor. Therefore Boanerges was an event even as Harmer John had once been. But he did not preach at them as Harmer John had once tried to do and been murdered for his pains. No indeed. Very much the opposite. He had no gospel of beauty unless you can call jollity and careless adventure, and a drink with the man nearest you a gospel of beauty. Boanerges was no saint, no hot gospeller, no preacher of virtue. A liar, a braggart, come from God knows where, but good company, a teller of excellent stories, especially when the women were not present, a man who knew the world. There was, moreover, one element in his situation that was most especially intriguing, that he should be the brother of that miserly, slave-driving old skinflint, Stephen Furze. Everyone in the town knew the truth about Furze, that he had half Polchester in debt to him, that he drove the wickedest bargains, that he was relentless, that, in his own home, he was so miserly that he was said to live on potato parings and bread crusts and force his wife and daughter to do the same. What a situation, then, that a man like Stephen should have a man like Michael for a brother, the two of them under the same roof. Further than this, Boanerges himself was a man of an ingenious and diverting curiosity. In his hearty blustering way he asked questions of all his friends and, strangely enough, remembered the answers. There is nothing that man, and woman too, enjoys more thoroughly than a listening friend to whom no small detail is wearisome. How unique is our history, how apart from all other experience. How fearful was that gastric ulcer, how obstinate our daughter's passion for the worthless young motor expert, how inexplicable the vagaries of one's wife. The tragedy is that we have, all of us, these unique experiences, and listeners are rare. We are all eager to tell, so few of us ready to listen. But Boanerges was ready to listen. He had, as all the town knew, his own wonderful stories and he could talk, without drawing rein, for hours at a time. But also he was ready to sit, his hands on his knees, his pipe in his mouth, his long nose eager and expectant, his stomach comfortably protruding, eager to insert the proper note of surprise, the ingenious question, the grunt of sympathy. In this way he discovered very quickly a world of private affairs. Bellamy, a little shrewd man of business, declared himself. He was doing all right, very well indeed, but the shop in the High Street was cramped. There was land behind it that would do the trick, but in these depressed times it wasn't wise to venture too far. Mrs. Bellamy wished it, but Mrs. Bellamy was ambitious, socially ambitious. Mrs. Caris made her restless. She was every bit as good as Mrs. Caris. Who, after all, was Mrs. Caris, even though she did give parties every minute of the day and night? He, Bellamy, thought this social business bloody rot, that's what Bellamy thought it. But these women, well, you know what women are. Never satisfied. He gave Mrs. Bellamy everything in reason, but there it was, night after night. She never left him alone. If they'd had a child things might be different. Mrs. Bellamy hadn't occupation enough. With Crispangle it was another path. He was a large, red-faced fellow, with his secret anxieties. His heart was centered round his boy Ronald, no anxiety there, for the boy was as jolly and healthy a lad as you could find. No, his trouble was Mrs. Crispangle, a pretty little blonde with innocent bright blue eyes. Mrs. Crispangle, as the whole town knew, liked men. She adored men. Whether there was really anything wrong no one exactly knew. Crispangle himself didn't know. He gave her her liberty. What was a man to do? She would take it just the same whether he gave it her or no, but she liked such worthless rotters. That scoundrel Leggett, Mellick's young waster of a son, she was old enough to be his mother, commercial travellers staying at the Bull. The trouble was that Crispangle loved her and despised himself for loving her, than which there is no more miserable state. And what an example for his boy! Well, there it was. There was danger hovering over the Crispangle roof, and Crispangle himself, arranging the latest novels in the center of his shop. Decorating his windows with the latest Priestleys and Galsworthys, his eye on the classical decoration of Bennett's bookshop opposite, would wish sometimes that he had the courage to put his head in a gas oven, that he did not love Mrs. Crispangle any more, that he might escape with his boy to the South Sea Islands and drink his fill to the tinkle of the ukulele. Yes, Boanerges learnt many things, of the excellent energy but unhappy sensitiveness of the Dean, of how sadly henpecked the Archdeacon was, of the greed and wisdom of Ronder, of the goodness and decency of Cannondale. Of the penniless condition of the Marlowes, the airs and affectation of Browning of the St. Leith Hotel, the brilliance and haughtiness of Hathaway, the hideous sculpture of Lampiron, the learning and wisdom of Bishop Kendon at Carpledon. He learnt these things and many more. But especially he learnt the surprising power of his brother Stephen in the town. Rumour, as usual, exaggerated, no doubt, but in the 15 years of his residence here Stephen Furze had become moneylender-in-chief in Polchester. His clients ranged, it appeared, from poor old dreamers like Marlowe and gentlemen like Lampiron to any wastrel at the bottom of the town. He did not care where he fixed his talons, but once he had his grip he did not let go. Boanerges was surprised at the hatred with which his brother was regarded. He was almost a legendary figure. It was said that he had been seen in 2 different places at the same time. His manner of walking, quickly, silently, his long nose pointing the way, his soft and gentle politeness, he was not obsequious, the stories of his wealth, he was made into the exaggerated villain of the miser legend. Boxes of gold pieces under his bed, stockings of specie up the chimney, and the rest, the tales of his relentless iron-gloved firmness, all this Boanerges learnt and wondered at. For he was compelled to confess that his first fortnight under his brother's roof had revealed him as anything but a figure of melodrama. It is true that the food was sparse, the house bare and cold, the atmosphere far from gay, but Stephen himself was quiet, decorous and, in his own fashion, friendly. The truth is that Boanerges at first saw but little of him. After his breakfast he took his walk, he had his midday meal at the Bull, in the afternoon he often attended evensong, looked in for a chat with his friend Mr. Klitsch, watched a game of football. He supped at the Bull, played a game of billiards, talked with his friends. He knew that it would not always be thus, his £50 could not last forever. He was determined, however, to remain in Polchester. No place had ever suited him so exactly. He had friends here and the Cathedral, something in the character of the little place appealed to the childish simplicity of his character. He would, perhaps, have children, settle down. He might one day be town councillor or even mayor. Who could tell? Then he discovered a queer thing. Something drew him back to the house. He found that he would return to it, during the daytime, for no reason at all. He would be talking to some friends in the Bull, happy, contented, telling the tale or listening to some pleasant little urban scandal, and suddenly he would laugh, nod, say, cheerio, and turn homewards. He would let himself in, stand in the hall and wonder why he had come. He would listen, sniff the dry antiseptic air. The house would be as still as the grave. It might be that everyone was out and then he would walk stealthily, almost on tiptoe, from empty room to empty room. There was nothing to see, nothing to find. His brother's room was orderly, a roll-top desk, a green and white safe, a table with some neglected books, a large fern in a blue pot in the window, some chairs. The roll-top desk was locked. The room was dusty because no one was permitted to touch anything there. A big cabinet with drawers was also locked. And yet the room was not dead. Some life haunted it, and Mike felt that he was watched. One window looked over the rock down to Seaton, the other to a confusion of climbing roofs and the cathedral. Heavy curtains of a faded brown hung on either side of the windows, and it was a trick of Michael's, when he had made sure that his brother was not there, to look behind these curtains. He did not know why he did so. Sometimes Stephen was there. Mike would knock and enter. His brother would look up from his desk and smile. "Yes, what is it?" he would ask gently. Mike would apologize and withdraw. It was a fact that this room drew him with increased fascination. It must be here that Stephen kept all his secrets, in the safe, the roll-top desk, the locked drawers. He did all the work himself. He possessed no secretary or clerk. Perhaps, in a little while, Mike thought, I can persuade him to let me help him. He must need someone. He can pay me a small wage. And at that thought he would smile angrily to himself, for he realized that Stephen would never pay anyone anything. Mike was beginning to understand what this lust might be. He was even himself sharing in it. No one could live in that house and not share in it. Mike began, out of sheer devilment, to play a game. When he was sitting talking with his brother he would, as though absent-mindedly, first jingle the loose coin in his pocket, then he would take a penny, a sixpence, a 2-shilling piece in his hand, shake them together, look at them. Lay them on the table in front of him. While he did this he would laugh cheerily but look, out of the corner of his eye, at his brother. He saw the long thin body stiffen. Stephen had a prominent Adam's apple, and this now seemed to swell like a live captured thing in his throat. It was as though it would burst the dry skin in its efforts to escape. The eyes would brighten, the long nose deaden at the tip. Then the hands would come out, would move forward, the fingers spreading, each long bony finger with a life of its own. The hands would rise, would catch the lapels of his coat, or descend slowly to the table, or close with spasmodic twitching. Then the whole body would bend forward and the sharp eyes fasten on the coin. All this would be subconscious, the inner self rising and dominating the external self which still smiled and spoke like an automaton. Mike knew well how men will, without realizing it, watch a woman pass in the street, will continue their conversation, go about their business, but their real self is completely driven and dominated by the desire for this woman's form. The woman vanishes, with a sigh of frustration the real self sinks, as an animal cheated of its desire, subsides again into the muddy depths of the stream. That was a lust that Mike knew and recognized. This was kindred with it as all lusts are kindred. He would pick up the coins and replace them in his pocket. But, in playing this game, he himself began to be caught. Sometimes, when he was alone, he would take coins from his pocket and examine them, turn them over, study their dates. He parted from them reluctantly. Some of them were of recent date, fresh and shining in the image of the king, sharp and brilliant. At night, when undressing, he would pile the coins in a little heap on the table and gaze at them. What a fortune Stephen must possess! Mike began to share the general superstition and to fancy that there must somewhere be boxes packed with bright and shining coin. His curiosity began to stir also around Stephen's clients. How did he deal with them? How did he behave when they asked for time or some remission of sentence? How were that smile and that gentle voice? On one smoky autumn afternoon he had a brief interesting contact with one of Stephen's visitors. The cathedral had struck 3. He was standing in the hall when in great haste Lampiron the sculptor came down the stairs. What had occurred? About 2:30 on that afternoon Lampiron had rung the bell and Sarah Furze had admitted him. "Is Mr. Furze at home?" he had asked. "I will find out." The blind woman, as always, touched him deeply. He was touched, as he knew, too easily by pitiful things, doing often enough nothing about them, for what can an artist do? And then doing, suddenly, too much, foolish, extravagant things beyond his means. He followed her into the house, standing foursquare there on his stout legs, his head back, as though already on his guard against his enemy, for Furze was his enemy as he well knew. She moved in darkness but with certainty, and he thought, how awful to be blind, to see beautiful things no more, the moon rising in a clear sky, the clean, smooth petal of a flower, the white resilience of a stone waiting to be carved. She was imprisoned in this horrible house as in a grave. He never entered it but he wanted instantly to leave it again, and his impatience which, old as he was, he had not yet learnt to command, drove him even now, although he knew that he must not leave this place until he had got what he wanted. The thought of how serious things were made his heart hammer under his double-breasted blue jacket. No one would know how nervous he was. He looked like a sea captain standing, his legs spread, his hands behind his back, as though in command of his ship and telling anyone to go to hell, but that was not at all how he felt. He took out a large silk handkerchief and wiped his forehead. His hat dropped to the floor and he bent to pick it up. How he hated to feel this fear, but there was something about this man of which he was deeply afraid. The man had no bowels. He was a devil, and it would be kindness to everyone to knock him on the head and bury him. Sarah Furze returned. She came down the stairs with her hand against the faded yellow wallpaper. At the bottom of the stairs she stopped and said, "Please come up, Mr. Lampiron." When he was in the room he stared defiantly from under his thick black eyebrows at the man at his desk. He knew that defiance was the last thing that he should show. He had come to placate the man, to ask a great favor, to beg him to be merciful. But he could not beg of any man nor pretend to be what he was not. Stephen Furze was most agreeable. He asked Lampiron to sit down near to him. He looked at him most friendlily, for why should he not? This broad, strong, thick-set man with the fine black head of hair, the strong shoulders, the grand body for a man of his age, could crush him, Stephen Furze, with one hand, and yet it was Stephen Furze, who had no bodily strength at all, would do the crushing. "I'm glad to see you, Mr. Lampiron. What can I do for you?" Lampiron plunged at once into the matter. He would waste no time, but would get away from this beastly house as soon as might be. He was never very good at explaining things, he had not at all an orderly mind. However, what he wanted to say was clear enough. He pulled a rather shabby little notebook from his deep pocket, found a piece of paper on which he had made calculations. On January 3, 1928, Furze had lent him, on certain terms, £100. On June 5, 1930, Furze had lent him £200. £300 in all. At various dates he, Lampiron, had paid Furze certain sums. In all he had paid Furze £320. Nevertheless, as he understood it, he still owed Furze £135, part of which must be paid at the very latest 3 weeks from that present date. He was afraid that, owing to unforeseen circumstances, he would be unable to pay anything on that date. He wished to point out that he had already paid Furze more than his original debt. He wondered, and here, in spite of himself, he stammered a little, whether Furze might not see his way to excuse him the rest of this debt or, at any rate, to postpone the payment until times would be better with him. Times, as Furze undoubtedly knew, had not, during the last few years, been good for artists. He was finishing a piece of sculpture which he had every hope of selling in London. If in 3 weeks' time Furze insisted on payment he would be forced into bankruptcy, which would seem to him an intolerable disgrace. He would have to leave the town, and, at his age, that would be for him a great tragedy. Indeed, he did not think that he could easily begin life again anywhere else. He hoped that Furze, in consideration of all the circumstances. It had been terrible for him to have to say all this, as though he had been forced to strip himself naked, but, as he spoke, although he knew the nature of his opponent, he could not help but put himself in the other man's place. If someone had come to him thus, how gladly he would have said, "Why, of course, old chap, wait until times are better for you." He could hear his own voice uttering these words, and, as he ended, he looked up with a broad smile and felt as though his cause were won. Stephen smiled too and, very genially, said, "Wait one moment, Mr. Lampiron. I'll see how we stand." And Lampiron said, "Yes, that's right. I think you'll find the figures correct, though." Furze opened a drawer of his roll-top desk and produced therefrom neat bundles of papers tied with pink tape. He also found a big black-covered ledger. He turned his back to Lampiron, bending over his desk and considering the papers. Lampiron looked at that back and considered how, were clothes absent, he would be staring now at a long knotted spine bone, very prominent as a cord holding together that thin grey-white body. That spine bone would be curved, and a curve would suggest that, with strong fingers, it might be snapped. And Lampiron saw Furs, bending forward as though he were bare to the waist. The grey-white spine bone, knob-bled and bent, offered itself to his strong hands. He choked, he coughed, he put his hands to his throat. He reflected that he had recently read somewhere that there was such a thing as reality, and that it was the writer's business to deal only with that. As soon as his critical readers beheld the writer abandoning reality, they sighed for him and were ashamed. They would be ashamed now, thought Lampiron. This is not real. And yet this is real, this dusty room and Furs's spine bone, grey in color, knob-bled and bent, that I wish to snap with my hands. I do wish it. I should like to see him fall to the floor, broken, lifeless, nothing. You see, Mr. Lampiron, Furs having swung round in his chair towards him, was saying, business is business. I know well how you feel about it. We all know that artists are not the best business men. No one sympathizes with them in that more than I do. But looking at my papers, I find that everything is perfectly in order. You wrote your signature to these arrangements realizing fully what they involved. Lampiron stared at Furs as though by so staring he would turn him into thin grey paper which he then could tear at will. But what he was really thinking was, how have I got myself into this mess? How is it that I have any relations with that swine? I was a decent fellow once and safe, and no one could have any power over me. And he thought of a studio that he had had on the river, Putney, the water flowing swiftly with little friendly encouraging slaps against his garden wall, and the smell of mown hay from some neighbouring field, the omnibuses going over the bridge. And an old aunt, alive then, having tea in his studio, saying, I never can resist gingerbread. It had been all right then. It was all wrong now. He heard Furs say, I'm afraid these things are not altogether in my own hands, Mr. Lampiron. And on the whole I think you will agree that I have always tried to meet you. In difficult times like these it is not easy to find someone as accommodating as I have been. Anger was rising in Lampiron's breast, and he knew that it must not. But the same exhalation rising from it dried his throat, and his voice was hoarse when he said, I've paid you my debt and more. Yes, that is perfectly true. But it is I that have been forced to take the risks. I lent you the money on no security whatever. You had security. You knew that I was here, that I would not run away. Well, no. Everyone in the town knows that you are a man of honor, Mr. Lampiron. And that is why, if you will allow me to be perfectly frank, I am a little surprised that you should be unable to meet the obligation in 3 weeks' time. It is a matter of, let me see, he consulted his papers, £43, 7 and 6pence, and then, after that, only 2 more payments. Lampiron could beg of no man, but that he might silence the restive growling monster, so familiar to him, so dangerous, the creature that, chain it as he might, seemed, when it wished, to break any chain. He began to attempt conciliation. You see, Mr. Furs, he said, I'm not young any more. It would be quite different if I were. Rightly or wrongly I've dropped popular art and am trying to make something that I can believe in. Sculpture takes time and is expensive. You have to get the material long before you see any financial return. I don't want much. I live very simply, I assure you. Give me some time. I can't work properly if I'm harassed by money worries. Let me work and I'll pay off the whole debt, by God I will, and I'll take care not to get into the hands of a miserly swine. He stopped short. The words had come of themselves. It was not he that had said them. Again his cursed lack of control. He rose to his feet, his hands trembling, dismay in his heart, for he knew now that he had ruined everything. Furs looked at him. Well, Mr. Lampiron, he said. After that. And that look from those half-lidded eyes ended the matter. Lampiron moved forward. His hand shot out and caught Furs's shoulder. And that's what you are. Doesn't the whole town know it? Someone will be ridding the place of you one day, and a fine thing too. He turned. He was choking with his cursed temper that was always ruining his chances. He saw that beef-faced little stable jockey, Leggett, was standing just inside the doorway. He stormed at both of them, "Have me up for assault and battery, the pair of you, and go to hell where you both belong." He banged the door behind him, tumbled down the stairs almost into Michael Furze's arms, and so out of the house. When the hall door was closed, silence settled on the house again. Mike Furze thought, fancy that now. Lampiron was in a fine temper about something. My dear brother has been tiresome. Or perhaps it was that Leggett, who only 5 minutes ago had gone upstairs as though he had known that he would be wanted. There was a mutual dislike between Mike and Leggett. Leggett behaved as though Mike did not exist, barely spoke to him. He regarded Mike, naturally enough, as an interloper. Mike could understand that. But what did he need to be so superior for? He was nothing to look at with his bald head and unhealthy red and white complexion and thin mouth. He looked as though he should be standing, sucking a straw, outside a stable. But he talked as though he were the best educated man in the world, quoting French books and claiming to be an authority on everything. No morals either, no woman safe from him. Mike, looking up the stairs, wondered what those two would be discussing now. Planning some devilry, no doubt. He'd find out some of their secrets. He'd have Mr. Leggett at his feet before he was done. Now that he was in the house, they'd find it no easy matter to get him out of it again. He might make a friend of Lampiron, discover what his trouble was. There were 1,000 things he could do. Then he heard steps and he saw coming down the stairs his niece Elizabeth, dressed for going out. He did not understand that girl. He had, as yet, achieved no relationship with her at all. She was reserved, that was what she was. Did not seem to want to have anything to do with anybody. And yet he could not say that he disliked her. She was plain, but she had dignity. It occurred to him suddenly that she must know about many things. It was certain that she shared some of her father's secrets, and he thought that he would make friends with her. He liked her, he admired her. She had a dull time of it, poor girl. Going out, Elizabeth? He asked. Yes, she said. Her clothes were shabby but neat. He thought that she mightn't look so bad if she were well dressed, a little color to her cheeks. She had a fine figure, good eyes. She carried herself well. Her voice was soft in tone. May I come with you a little way? I'm going up into the town myself. I'll get my hat and coat. So they went out together into a town veiled in smoky haze. The sky above their heads had an undertone of red fire, felt rather than seen. The marketplace and the high street were full of life, cars coming and going, people shopping, dogs barking, and there was a pleasant frosty nip in the air, a scent of the sea. The cathedral bells had been ringing for evensong. Now they had ceased, but the echo of their tune seemed to linger in the air. Mike talked, making himself agreeable. You know, Elizabeth, I'm a little afraid of you. I fancy you find me an encumbrance. I'm sorry for that because I would like us to be friends. She looked straight in front of her. You mustn't think that, she said. I don't make friends easily. I've noticed that and I think it's a pity. You seem to have an awfully dull time. You stay in the house too much. Why not come out with me once and again? I'm not such a bad old stick once you know me. There's a lot to do at home. Mother can't do very much. We can't afford a servant. Only Mrs. Wilson coming in twice a week. But that's absurd, he said eagerly. Your father's one of the richest men in the town. We like it better, not to have a stranger in the house living with us. But now that I'm staying with you it means extra work. She turned towards him and smiled. You don't give us much extra work, Uncle Michael. Well, I'm glad you think so. All the same. They were walking up the high street now and Michael found friends all the way. He called out to one, waved his hand to another. Mrs. Braund, in her car, passed slowly up the hill. "Let's go into the cathedral for a moment," he said. "Service will be going on. We can sit in the back of the nave for a little while." She did not dissent, and they passed under Arden Gate into the precincts. As he pushed the heavy door with his hand and stepped in, he felt his expected thrill. It did not lessen with custom but rather increased. It was a thrill both of excited expectation and of some sort of gratified vanity. He must be an unusual fellow to feel thus about a cathedral. Bellamy and Aldrich and Crispangle never bothered their heads about the cathedral save on state occasions. He had spoken to Crispangle about the way he felt, and Crispangle had said that he didn't look like a chap who would go batty, but you never could tell. There'd been a painter chap once, Davray was his name, before the war, and that Swede, Farmer John, and there was old Mr. Mordaunt now who was always drawing. You could see him sitting in the precincts in every kind of weather. What was there in the cathedral after all? Of course it didn't serve him too badly. Books about the cathedral were the soundest stock he had. They sold all the year round. And of course the cathedral did bring tourists to the town, but for his part all it did for the people who lived in the place was to start a lot of snobs turning up their noses at the real people who made the town what it was. What purpose did the cathedral serve any more? Nobody went to the services unless perhaps young Canon Dale was preaching, but the place was dead. Anyone could see how dead it was. But it wasn't dead for Michael Furze. Now, as he sat down quietly with Elizabeth on a little chair at the end of the nave, it seemed to him tingling with life. The nave itself was lit with electric light. The choir, hidden now from their view, threw up the misted light of its candles. Dimly the service came through to them. Someone was reading a lesson. The vast nave was deserted save for two isolated figures, seated at the very front under the round carved pulpit to the right. Mike knew by this time much of the cathedral's history and, leaning forward, his elbows planted on his knees, it seemed to him that figures were still, after these many hundred years, busied about their daily work. The monks were singing, "Under the shadow of thy wings, O Lord, protect us," the seventh service of the day, vespers followed by Compline. There were the pilgrimages. The pilgrims were crowding there listening to the last service. Many of them had walked all the way from London, taking weeks on their journey. They still showed you at the Bull one of the walls that had belonged to a great pilgrim dormitory containing 150 beds. Now they would be looking about them, the painted glass of the windows glowing in the faint candlelight. They had visited all the cathedral sites, but especially the Black Bishop's tomb. They had waited. Then the silver bells sounded and the canopy was raised and the shrine with the Black Bishop's relics revealed. He wondered what the girl beside him was thinking. She too was leaning forward, her long legs drawn up, her head cupped in her hands. He stole furtive glances at her, he felt kindly, protective. The cathedral made him a little mad, heady and irresponsible. Other things in other places had excited him thus, and when such a mood was on him he wanted to shout, to throw his body about, to make love, to force a fight on someone, to make a disturbance. Children, when they are excited, feel like this and their elders rebuke them. When the elders themselves yield to such a temptation it leads often enough to the lock-up. Boanerges had been locked up, and more often than once. When he was excited he could be either murderous or generous. Now he felt generous, with the pillars rising into darkness like trees in a forest. The choir was singing the anthem, and the organ beat into the stones, transmuting them, and the beat changed to a liquid rhythm as though fire ran on the wall and tongues of flame licked the pillars. The anthem died away. A voice recited prayers. Then the organ began again, but very slowly, like a wind that blows petals from the orchard trees. The curtains were drawn back, and before a shimmering dance of candlelight the choir moved down the steps and away into the darkness. Then he was surprised. He looked at his niece and saw that she was crying. He had always prided himself on his wonderful social tact, and especially with women. He was in fact not subtle enough to be tactful, nor had he that natural instinct towards good manners that makes up for subtlety. His theory about himself was that he knew in every situation exactly how to behave with women. He believed further that when he wished to be socially attractive no woman could resist him. When women did resist him, as was quite often the case, he persuaded himself that it was because he had not been really interested. Now he felt most kindly towards Elizabeth, so he thought that he would leave her alone for a little. He whispered, "I won't be 5 minutes. Just going to look at something." The nave had sprung to life. Some visitors who had attended evensong were moving about. Several had seated themselves to listen to the last notes of the organ. Braund, the verger, came majestically down the centre of the nave. Braund was one of the many friends that Mike Furze had made in Polchester. White-haired, stout and most majestical, he had been verger here only 10 years, successor to young Lawrence, old Lawrence's son, but you would suppose that the cathedral owed its very existence to him. He was a man whose majesty was only equalled by his self-confidence, his nice sense of social distinctions, his tyranny towards obsequious persons, and his real passion for forms and ceremonies. He was a good man and kind to his small round wife, his girl and his boy when he had time to attend to them. But the cathedral was his life, he existed in only a faint half-hearted way when absent from it. "Would you let me up into King Harry for a moment, Braund?" Mike asked him. "It's after hours, you know, Mr. Furze." "I know, but I won't be 5 minutes. Here's the key, sir. I'll be waiting for you." Mike took the key, crossed the nave, passed up a side aisle until he reached King Henry's chapel. This was on the right of the choir, and on the delicate screen that defended its privacy there hung a notice saying that this chapel was dedicated to private worship and meditation. It was hoped that no one would disturb any private worshipper. Mike reverently crossed the flagged floor. He felt the quiet of the little place, the intimacy of the group of chairs, the dark purple and gold of the altar cloth, the 2 silver vases containing bronze chrysanthemums. And above the altar the 16th century painting in dark red and green of the martyrdom of St. Sebastian. All the colors here were faint in the dusky twilight of the great church. At the corner of the chapel Mike found a little wooden door. He started up through black darkness, his fat body having bare room between the thick stone walls. Halfway up he stopped and listened. He was now in utter darkness, the silence was part of the darkness. He wondered what sudden impulse it was that had made him come. When he had seen Elizabeth's tears he had said to himself, "I must get away. I'll go up King Harry." But why? Now, pausing in that chill and dumb blackness, some sort of foreboding seized him. That was not unusual. He was full of forebodings, the child of superstition. He would not walk under ladders, nor look at the moon through glass, nor sit down 13 at table. He counted blocks of pavement as he walked, and lampposts and the numbers of houses. A fortune-teller in Mexico had warned him that the 7th, the 15th, the 29th and the 47th years of his life would be his dangerous years. It was true that he had had scarlet fever when he was 7, been bitten by a dog when he was 15, abominably treated by a Spanish lady when he was 29. He would be 47 next year. And now he wanted to go back. He was afraid of something, the dark perhaps. A whisper, as though from the stone walls, seemed to tell him that this was a bad place for him. He was so superstitious that he was capable of imagining that it was the cathedral itself that was warning him. However, he went on. There was a glimmer, then a grey shining of light, then, with relief, he stepped up onto what was known as the Whispering Gallery. This was a railed platform that ran above the King Henry Chapel and then on, above the nave, to the opposite tower. Mike went on and up, knocking his knees against the little winding stone stair, sometimes in darkness, then benefited by the dim light of a narrow window, then in darkness again. At last he came to a square, empty little room with a wooden floor. One side of this room had no wall but was open and strongly railed in. Here visitors, having paid their shilling, paused on their long journey to the top of the tower, leaned on the rail and looked over, a dizzy sight, down, down, into a great depth that shone mistily, that was the nave. Out of the nave, up into heaven, soared the buttresses and pillars. Here you could realize the proud and contemptuous life of the cathedral. At such a height man was not, and the life of the great building, stirring, never still, was the true life of undying beauty. The lines and curves, so strong and yet so delicate, formed a beauty that man could not destroy, for he might pull down stone upon stone, scatter the fabric into space, and yet the building would be there, immutable, indestructible. Stronger than material man, having kinship only with the spirit. Looking down, Mike could see points of light, specks of gold on St. Margaret's screen, the brass of the Black Bishop's tomb, the gold of the figures on the great white reredos. He turned and walked across to the thin slit of a deeply bedded window in the further wall. Through this the cold evening air beat upon his face. He was now a great height up and, were it full daylight, he would be able to see Polchester stretched like a pattern in a rug below him, on all sides of it the checkered shape of fields and, on a clear day, the sparkling band of sea. The little room itself was very dark, and he must be careful to avoid the space where the wooden flooring failed to cover a big drop against the wall. In the daytime he had noticed this and wondered why no one had extended the wooden flooring. The drop must be some 12 feet at least, and, peering over, looking down into dust and fragments of paper, he had thought that here would be a good place for someone to be hid or to conceal a treasure. For, even on the brightest day, this corner under the wall was obscure and you could not see what lay there. The hollow must be part of the stone pillar that had, for some purpose, once been cut away. So now very carefully he avoided the place where he knew it to be, found a stair and cautiously climbed down. Why had he come? But why did he do so many things without reason? Perhaps there was a reason after all. He was not, he complacently reminded himself, like other men. Elizabeth Furze, meanwhile, knew why he had gone. He had seen that she was crying. She was ashamed and wiped her eyes with her thin glove. It was not often that she cried, but today her loneliness, her ignominy, her isolation had swept upon her, carried with the music, the majesty of the dimly lit building, and the attempts at some sort of clumsy kindness on the part of her uncle. She was not a weak or a sentimental woman. She had long ago faced her destiny, which was to be the plain unwanted daughter of a man detested by all mankind. Had it not been for her mother she would long ago have left the town where she was so hatefully conspicuous, but, as she could not leave it, she had set her countenance, with cold hostile resolution, to show them all that she too was proud and would surrender her will to no one. She refused all offers of friendship because she was sure that these must be prompted by pity. Only sometimes in her lonely walks she would talk to a child, give it some pennies or ask it questions about its life, its home, its pleasures. This was one of her two sources of happiness. She discovered that children were not frightened of her but liked to be with her. The other was her love of this place, the town, the cathedral, the country round it. Especially the country, and when she was standing on the high ground above the pole, saw the wind bowing the corn, or the rich color of the newly turned earth upon whose surface, maybe, the seagulls had gathered, then she would draw a deep breath and smell the soil and the sea, rain in the air, sunsets in leaves, and forget, for a time, the imprisoning shame of the house where she lived. She had become, in these years, almost fantastically self-conscious. She imagined that with every step that she took people watched her and whispered about her father. She could have forgiven him, however, this and other worse things. One thing she would never forgive him. Because of his miserliness her mother was blind. An operation would have saved her, and her father had refused the cost of it. Her mother said nothing. She did not complain. She showed no emotion of any kind. Whether she cared for her daughter at all Elizabeth did not know, but, on her side, Elizabeth loved her passionately, perhaps because she had no one else to love. But, above all, the center of her character was stern. Not only circumstances had made her so. The tears that she had shed now had been forced from her by a sudden realization of a beauty, nobler and more eloquent, than any in which she herself could share. Because of her isolation she had wept, but at once her pride returned, doubly fortified, and rebuked her weakness. She got up from her chair and moved quietly about the great church. She stopped in front of the window near the King's Chapel, the Virgin and the children. It was for these windows that she came most often to the cathedral. She knew every figure, every detail by heart. In one of the cathedral guides they are thus described. In the window on the extreme right the Virgin Mary in a purple gown bends down over a field of lilies to watch the infant Christ at play. Next to it, the Christ and St. John paddle in a stream bordered by thick grasses, while the Virgin watches them from the window of a crooked house set in a cup of purple hill. In the center window children are running in a crowd after a white kid, and the Virgin Mary holds back her son, who stretches out his arm after his playmates. In the lower half Joseph is in his workshop. Jesus, seated on the floor, looks up at him while the Virgin, in a dress of vivid green, stands near him, guarding him. In the third window, on the left, they are walking, father, mother and son, up the steps of the temple, watched by a group of grave old men. In the lower panel Jesus is playing at his mother's feet, while an ox, an ass, and 3 dogs seem to be protecting him. She could see it now only faintly, but knew every aspect of it so well that light was not necessary for her. She was startled because someone spoke to her. Are not these windows of the Virgin and the children beautiful? She was startled, it was so rare that anyone spoke to her. She turned and saw that it was a little clergyman. There was something about him so simple and inoffensive that she could not be offended. Yes, she said. But the light is bad now. You should see it in the daytime. There are so many things in the cathedral, he said. It will take a long time to know them all. But even in this light the colors are lovely. I'm glad I'm living here. I can come often. She wanted to move away now that she knew that he lived in Polchester. It was only because the light was dim that he had spoken to her, not seeing who she was. But he could see her clearly. The light above the King's Chapel illuminated her. He looked at her and thought that she had a fine strong face. There was something reserved and independent that he admired. Do you live here too? He asked. Yes, she said shortly. I hope you won't think me impertinent, but I'm the new curate at St. Paul's, the church at the top of Orange Street. I have just been attending evensong. What a beautiful service, and how strange that there should be so few people present. Many people in Polchester have never been inside the cathedral, and never will be. Really? Is that so? He looked at her with a smile, and in spite of herself she smiled back at him. Good evening, he said, and went away. Directly afterwards her uncle joined her and they went out of the church. Look here, he said, when they were outside, would you like to see something very beautiful, Elizabeth? It's only a step away. She walked beside him across the green. They went into Klitsch's shop. She drew back as she entered, hating to be looked at by Mr. Klitsch. When they were gone he would say, Do you know who I had in my shop this evening? Furza's daughter, the old scoundrel starves her, I'll be bound. She hasn't a penny to clothe herself with. Oh, she knew well enough. Her uncle was very jolly with Klitsch. He talked to him as though he had known him all his life. Come on, Klitsch, let's see it. I'll be buying it back from you next week. Anyone tried to take it from you? Then Elizabeth Furze saw something very lovely, a black marble crucifix. Klitsch placed it on a table, and it stood in all its separate dignity and beauty, remote and apart from the gilt chairs, the carved tables, the needlework of green and purple, boxes with colored pictures, and high mirrors with gold leaves and flowers. It stood apart. The figure suffered and was triumphant. Come on, Klitsch, who's been trying to buy it from you? It's been much admired, Mr. Furze, I can tell you. An American gentleman was inquiring. I'll be sorry to see it go. If anyone robs me of it I'll break his neck, Mike said. He touched it, bade Elizabeth come close to it. Ever see anything like that? I'll say you haven't. Klitsch smiled and was very friendly. That's mine, Mike Furze said as they walked out of the dusk into the lighted town. I wouldn't lose it for a million. It's very beautiful, said Elizabeth. Chapter 5. Beginning of the Battle of Lady Emily, also some hours in the life of Mr. Bird. Mr. Bird did not forget the lady with whom he spoke in the cathedral, and very soon he discovered her identity. He was walking through the marketplace with Gasolee and she passed them. He took off his hat, and she bowed. He fancied, however, that she did not recognize him. "Do you know that lady?" he asked Gasolee. "That is Miss Furze, the daughter of the world's worst moneylender." He was surprised and greatly interested. Poor lady! How terrible for her! No wonder that she should appear reserved and on her guard. He felt that he would like to meet her soon again and show her that he was her friend. How foolish! He had only spoken a few words to her. She did not even remember him. But he felt a warm sympathy because she was in all probability lonely, and he was lonely too. After 2 months in Polchester he was very lonely indeed. His character being what it was, it had been unkind of fate to send him to Mr. Porteous, who was exactly the wrong person to give him the confidence that he always so badly needed. Porteous did not understand diffidence, nor did he know the cure for it. He was a kind man, although not quite so kind as he thought he was. Mr. Bird's smallness of stature, his shyness in company, his inability to make the best of himself, seemed to Porteous something of a joke, a great deal of a pity, and the kind of thing that Jesus Christ deplored. He talked to Bird as an elder brother, who is captain of his school 11, talks to his younger brother who has ink on his fingers, dust in his hair, and an apprehensive walk. "We are all Christ's soldiers, my dear friend. We are in his service. He is our captain. Nothing must dismay us. With him at our side we must have no fear." He gave Bird a great deal of work because he was himself busied about so many public affairs. Let us see. There is the Guild of Work at 11:30. I can't be at that because of the Friends of the Cathedral meeting. At 2:30 there is the mission at Polchester. You should be back at 5 for the Young Men's Holiday Fund. Don't let Botchett have his way over that. He wants us to go to Newley Sands this time. Quite absurd. We went to Newley 3 years ago, and there were so many people that both the cricket and the bathing were spoilt. Stand up to Botchett. This thought of standing up to Botchett was quite enough to spoil Bird's whole day. Botchett, who was one of the churchwardens at St. Paul's, was loud-voiced, red-faced and obstinate. A most difficult man. There was the further trouble of Camilla Porteous. Camilla was the only one of Porteous' 3 children still remaining at home. She was over 30 now, a tall, strong, athletic-looking creature who should be excellent at hockey and at golf. Unfortunately this was not the case. Her looks belied her. In spite of her athletic form and jolly masculine voice she had the nature of an unrepentant sentimentalist. She was all woman and wanted a husband. It seemed that there was no one in Polchester destined for that appointment. Time was passing, and her father's last 2 curates, Mr. Enderby and Mr. Salt, had been, with feminine wile and intrigue, attacked and invaded. They had both escaped, for Mr. Enderby detested women and Mr. Salt loved a girl in Lancashire. So she discovered that she liked Mr. Bird immensely. This was quite genuine. She cared for all small and defenseless things, all animals. Even leaves and flowers seemed to her to have a life of their own and need protection. On Mr. Bird's side there was something so peculiar in the softness and tenderness that proceeded from that masculine and athletic personality that he was struck quite dumb by it. She paid him visits in his Orange Street lodgings and, to his horror, talked to him about his underclothes. Take care of the cold. Wool next the skin is the only thing in this treacherous climate. I know what you poor bachelors are, no one to look after you, all your socks in holes. Don't mind asking me, Mr. Bird. Nothing is too much trouble. He murmured his thanks. We must all help one another. Oh dear. Doesn't it seem to you, Mr. Bird, a strange thing that when it should be so easy for us all to love one another, we don't? She stood up, her legs widely planted, her arms extended as though she were swinging a hockey club. This beautiful world. The birds know better how to live in harmony together than we do. The robins, the wrens. Mr. Bird murmured something about the cruelty of nature. Oh no. I can't agree. Of course there's the cuckoo and one or two more, but that's simply because they don't know better. We do know better. Life's meant to be all harmony, and what do we make of it? Well, I must be getting along. Forgive me for talking as I feel. But I know that you understand. I feel that we are friends. Father's not been fortunate in his curates lately. Mr. Enderby was so very unsympathetic. I hate to say anything against anybody, but everyone felt the same. And Mr. Salt, well, Mr. Salt was always wanting to take the train to Bradford, if you know what I mean. She smiled and moved a step towards him. He felt terror in his heart. She gave him one long look and departed. Then came a day when, for the first time, he began to realize some of the undercurrents that were driving the town's course. It was this meeting, the first meeting of the Pageant Committee, that did two things to him. It showed him that he himself, insignificant as he was, belonged to the whole movement of local events. It showed him also that these local events involved hostilities, jealousies, drama far beyond his own personal history. From this afternoon he was included in everything that afterwards occurred. Porteous had been made chairman of the Pageant Committee for two reasons: one that, beyond anyone else in the town, he was a man who got things done. Two, that he held a proper and decent balance between the interests of the cathedral and the town. The committee consisted of the bishop, Lady St. Leath, Mrs. Braund, Canon Ronder, Gassely, Mrs. Caris, Mr. Withers, the author of the Pageant book, Aldridge the mayor, and Mr. Nigel Romney. Of Mr. Romney a word must be said. He was an important member of Polchester society. He was a bachelor of middle years, wealthy and eccentric. His appearance was odd, for he was tall and thin with a very long neck and auburn, waved hair. He had a high shrill voice, and did not deny that his nature was feminine. Indeed, rather than deny it he proclaimed it everywhere: "My dear, it was nothing to do with me. My mother wanted a girl. She thought it would be so much nicer for father. And so there you are." He was very clever at tapestry and took his work with him when he went out to tea. He lived in a little house on the hill above Orange Street, had an Italian manservant, an excellent cook and some excellent pictures. His rooms were famous. His dining room that was entirely in white curtains covered the walls, the tables and chairs were white, and there was a large bowl of white carved fruit at the table's center. Then there was his bedroom in purple and green, an odd combination, you would think, but rather agreeable in fact. He collected jade and rock crystal. He had a small white dog called Titania, very hairy and impertinent. He knew everyone in the town. That was his real importance. Although he was intimate with the canons, Lady Mary, Mrs. Caris, he was friendly also with Aldrich and Bellamy. Even in Sedone he had friends, very rough ones some of them. He had the kindest and most generous of natures. He was always giving presents and helping the needy. He subscribed to everything. The ladies loved him and confided their dearest secrets to him, and this was natural, for he understood exactly what they needed. Ordinary men were very selfish, thought only of themselves, and when they did make a fuss of a woman it was because they wanted something. They were tactless too, would talk about their silly business when they should be silent, refused little attentions when little attentions were requested, and went to sleep with their mouths open at the very time when they should be courteous. Mr. Romney did none of these things. He would listen by the hour to the most trivial nothings, would understand with real kindness how a look, a word, a movement might hurt. And naturally, because it was just these little things that hurt himself. He was, at the same time, very indiscreet. He said so everywhere. "Oh no, you mustn't tell me," he would cry. "I'm simply not to be trusted. I can't keep a thing to myself, my dear. It's too awful. I don't know what reticence means. Then he was very changeable, very suspicious, very easily offended, and he showed that he was offended like a child. He would simply pick up his tapestry and go. There would begin then a very elaborate correspondence. The Italian manservant would arrive with notes. He must be wooed, and wooed he always was because of the many intimate private things that he knew. He had a strong if rather feminine sense of humor and should, people said, have been an actor. He was excellent at imitating the idiosyncrasies of his friends, Mrs. Braund at bridge, Lady Mary when she sneezed, the Mrs. Trenchard speaking to their cook. He was most amusing too when he caricatured himself gardening, himself losing his soap in the bath, himself running for shelter in a shower of rain. But his real value was in his social omniscience. He knew everything that was going on in the town, everyone's weakness, when there was a quarrel, when a reconciliation. His curiosity was insatiable. But his great gift was for color. He helped people with their curtains, their pictures, their furniture. His taste was quite marvelous. And in all this he was most unselfish. No trouble was too much for him. That was the reason of his presence on the Pageant committee. Mr. Porteous did not wish it, for Mr. Porteous disliked him extremely. He knew that Romney mocked him. No one was cleverer than Romney at mocking you with the completest good nature. Porteous did not like to be mocked. Porteous had once said to him, "You're looking a bit pale, Romney. What you need is a little healthy exercise. A game of golf once and again." That was tactless of Porteous, for Romney was sensitive about his appearance, which was, he considered, unusual and distinguished. So after that, when he met Porteous, he always spoke about sport. "Fine cricket they're having," he would say, at Lord's. "I see someone's been batting for a week, and is sleeping on the ground in a tent so as to be up and ready in the morning." And Porteous would say in his most cheerful manner, "Not brought your sewing today, Romney?" No, they did not like one another at all, which was a pity. On this first meeting of the Pageant committee, Porteous wished Mr. Bird to be present to take notes. So present he was. He did not enjoy the occasion. He was afraid of everyone present. Only Romney took any notice of him. The Bishop and Lady St. Leath could not be there. Everyone was given a copy of the Book of Words. "What I suggest," said Porteous, "is that we all take this home and study it." He had a trick of emphasizing certain words, and he said, "study," as though he were ordering them to charge the foe. It is clear to me from a first cursory reading that the two principal parts are the Black Bishop and Lady Emily. Indeed, the scene when Lady Emily harangues the citizens is most stirring, very noble and stirring indeed. Here he bowed to the author. "I perceive that Lady Emily has to ride a horse." She was also, at the time of the Battle of Drymouth, some 45 years of age, so the part must be taken by someone, well, someone no longer a child. Here, as Mr. Bird noticed, both Mrs. Braund and Mrs. Caris looked up self-consciously. "I would make an excellent Lady Emily," Romney said, and everyone laughed. But everyone also knew that the matter of casting this part was going to be no jesting affair. Romney, looking quickly at the book, saw many fine opportunities for pageantry. His heart began to beat. His pale cheeks flushed. Whatever else he was or was not, he was an artist. This was utterly sincere to him. He would fight to the death for the hang of a curtain, would, in olden times, have been tortured rather than yield on the principle of color or symmetry. And here was this fool Porteous who knew nothing about anything. He saw battles ahead. Ronder, seated back in his chair, his hands folded on his belly, watched them with curiosity. Once upon a time, and his younger self was so alive, so friendly, standing now at his side. How deeply the intrigue, the pulling of strings, the influencing of events all involved here in this coming pageant would have excited him. Even now he could feel, as though faintly fanning his cheek, the warm breath of that urgent flame. But now he was spectator even of himself. His great bulk made all chairs, save those in his own house, uncomfortable for him. He sat back now, his hands crossed over his stomach, his thick neck uneasy, his short legs aching beneath the table. His eyes were half closed. His clothes were perfect in cut, his high white collar gleamed, his shaven cheek had an almost Chinese smoothness. He did not move. He had not yet spoken. He seemed to see into the very hearts of all those present. How well he knew the almost boyish eagerness with which Porteous was taking charge of this affair, his blindness as to the psychology of others, his complete self-assurance, his real religion, his real confidence in God's approval of himself. How well he understood Mrs. Braund, her good heart, her sense of fighting in a vulgar world for the old order of decency and class, and the pathos that came from that kind of outmoded snobbery. He knew that she saw in Mrs. Caris with her vulgarity, parties and pushing daughters, something as ill-smelling as onions, as common-tasting as tripe. How well he understood Mrs. Caris and her vitality, her lack of taste, her social jealousies, her picture of herself as buoyant, brilliantly colored, the only alive person in Polchester. But best of all he understood Romney almost as though that queer creature were part of himself. For there had always been in himself a feminine streak. It was that, he thought, that had in reality so fatally antagonized Brandon all those years ago. And, as he thought of that old battle, the consequences of which were not ended yet, he wondered whether he had not been a little in love with Brandon, in love with his splendid masculinity and vigor and health. Yes, he understood Romney, and could see how the creative fire was now burning in him at the thought of the colored fantasies to be drawn from the heart of this pageant. He understood, too, the sensitive antennae now quiveringly extended. A word, a smile, a gesture, and Romney would be elaborating intrigues, taking sides, forcing issues just as he had once done. But not with the same result. Romney was weak as he himself had never been, weak and passionate in his personal contacts as he had never been, and standing always on the razor edge of personal disaster. Oh yes, he understood it all. And as he saw these human beings he found them all so touching, so human and, above all, so small, turning like little toy figures around the great battlement of the cathedral. Soon he must leave this. Soon he would be, where? A curious trembling seized his body. His fingers tapped on the table. He would go, as old Moffat the other night had gone before his very eyes. In the face of that great imminent fact everything faded to nothingness. He sank into darkness. He felt a horrible decay in every bone of his body. Yes, Porteous was saying, this will undoubtedly be a very great event in the history of the town and the cathedral, and what I feel, ladies and gentlemen, is that we all have an immense responsibility in this matter. We must not think of ourselves, but must work as a team, one for all and all for one. What I want to know, Mr. Porteous, said Mrs. Caris, is how we come to final decisions. There will undoubtedly be differences of opinion. Then of course we vote. Oh, I see. But if we vote about every point it will take a very long time. About many things we will, I trust, be unanimous. And what about the finances? It was clear that Mrs. Caris intended to take a leading part at these meetings. Well, as to the finances. It seemed that the cathedral will contribute, and the town will contribute. Exactly. If the town is to contribute, then in my opinion it is not represented sufficiently on this committee. The mayor, myself, Mr. Romney, we, I suppose, represent the town. I hope everyone understands me. I'm the last person to make any trouble, but I know things will be said and questions asked. We have the right to invite persons especially concerned. The town seems to me very adequately represented, Mrs. Braund said in her deep voice. Well, we'll see. Mrs. Caris tossed her auburn head ever so slightly. I know that questions will be asked. It was here that Gassali, very modestly and with a smile that he knew to be charming, played his tactful part. May I say just this? Isn't this a matter greater than any question of town or cathedral? Speaking for myself I am very proud that I have been asked to be on this committee. I think Mrs. Caris is so right in wishing that we should do nothing to rouse outside criticism, but if we all act together, as one man, as Porteous says, there should be no criticism. Or if there is any we will meet it all together. All of us, well, we want this pageant to be one of the finest the west of England has ever seen. And it will be, I know. That young man, Ronder thought, will go far here. Perhaps he will take my place. But he's more ambitious for himself than for anything else. Was I? I can't be sure. I have never been sure. Of course there's the weather, the mayor said unexpectedly. The weather? Well, there's always the weather, isn't there, in England? Everything will depend on it. A wet week and everything will be ruined. Aldrich, who was a tall thin man with purple cheeks and a pale, pointed nose, was alternately optimist and pessimist. His moods went with his digestion. His sufferings from dyspepsia seemed to him simply the most important item in the universe, and he regarded his stomach as a battleground in which the issue was epical. His symptoms, the nausea, the headache, the heartburn and the rest, were personal to him like the members of his family. He was not so well today, and throughout the meeting he had been considering whether a small portion of duck, eaten by him on the previous evening, was responsible. This bird hovered over his head and blinded his eyes. When he was well he was like Wellington after Waterloo, he had settled the fate of Europe. Today there was little more to do. Next week they would consider the distribution of the parts. Well, well, said Porteous, rubbing his hands. A good beginning, I think, an excellent beginning. But he considered the long thin back of Romney, who was just leaving in the company of Mrs. Braund. He was telling her a story that amused her very much indeed, about himself possibly. How he wished that that fellow was not on the committee. A ridiculous mistake. He would speak to the bishop. Perhaps it was not too late for something to be done. Bird, fearful as always that his lord and master would seize upon him and give him some new job to do before morning, nevertheless managed to escape. He would take a little walk in the evening air. He felt greatly distressed. It seemed to him that everyone on the committee hated everyone else. Mrs. Braund and Mrs. Caris frightened him. They were so large and so self-assured. How was he ever to do his duty successfully in this town? He formed in his mind his favorite picture of a quiet country parish where no one alarmed him, where he would have silence and peace so that he might think about God and feel God near to him. Lovely weather. As he walked down Orange Street beauty closed him in. The sky was softly blue and patterned with rosy cloud. Everyone moved gently. The street was as it might have been 50 years ago. No motor cars. The Georgian houses, each with its neat stone steps and shining knocker, let the evening light fall quietly on the grey stone. The air was sharp, fresh, sparkling. At the bottom of the street, where the river flows under a bridge, a barge, painted a brilliant red, moved slowly seawards. The water, in grey shadow and then suddenly sparkling with the evening glow, stirred gently as though a kind hand stroked it. Standing on the bridge, he saw the cathedral towers rise above the roofs in black silhouette. Birds flew, more peaceful than the sky that they traversed. "Good evening, Mr. Bird," a voice said. He turned and saw the sculptor Lampiron at his side. He was greatly pleased. He had met the sculptor on one or two occasions of late and he felt that they were already friends. He was not afraid of Lampiron in spite of his gruff voice, his independent opinions, and the name that he had for carving monstrosities. Taking a walk? Yes. 5 minutes in the air. I've been sitting indoors all the afternoon. Come in and see my place. It's just round the corner here. Well, really? Oh, nonsense. I'll take no denial. Lampiron caught him by the arm and Bird gladly submitted. It would be interesting to see those abominable sculptures. Lampiron had a little house looking over the river. He took Bird upstairs into a room that was in complete disorder, newspapers on the floor, an empty beer bottle on the table, books on the chairs. Never mind this. Here's where I work. He led him down some stairs at the room end, pushed open a door, and they were in the studio. When Lampiron switched on the light, the first thing that Bird saw was a great block of stone, and from this stone projected two gigantic female breasts. He gazed at this, hoping that unexpectedly a face might emerge from that grey mass, or if not a face, at least a hand or a foot, something that he might recognize. Giving a little sigh, he raised his eyes timidly to Lampiron's. Then they both laughed. You don't like it, eh? Of course not. But you don't understand it. A thing like that can't come to you all in a moment. The stone itself is practically a phallus, and then the breasts. Now don't be shocked. I won't have you shocked. I'm not shocked, Bird murmured. That's right. People in this town faint if you mention the generative organs. Anyway, this is the grandest thing I've done yet, and it's not Asiatic like Epstein. My God, no. It's universal. The life of man. But probably you don't believe in the life of man or think it's important. No, you believe in God and think that says everything. But it doesn't. Not by a long chalk. God's all right, but only if you believe in creation. I believe in love, little Mr. Bird said, most unexpectedly to himself. Then he went on rapidly, I know that sounds silly. It's what every sentimentalist who beats his wife says. No, but I mean it. And I'll tell you why. Because I've been sitting on a committee for hours this afternoon with everyone hating everyone else. It made me very unhappy. And frightened too. Because if we've learnt nothing after all these years, perhaps we're worth so little that we'll all be swept up and thrown into the dustbin. He looked wildly about him, his eyes staring at the obscure shapes, here a rough head, there gigantic thighs and bending knees, and there again more female breasts. He was near to tears although he did not know it. I can't think why I'm talking like this. As a rule I'm afraid to open my mouth. But it's coming here, seeing all these terrible things you're making. I like you so much, and surely these things are frightful. He raised his hands as though appealing for forgiveness. Then dropped them. I beg your pardon. I've been terribly rude when I know you so slightly. Lampiron saw that his eyes were full of tears. He led him to an old shabby armchair with a large hole in it. There you are. Sit down there. Have some tea, or a whiskey and soda, will you? Yes. Thanks. I think I would like some tea. Lampiron pushed a bell. If only that old bitch isn't out. Here, I say, I'm sorry. But no, I'm not. We're going to be friends and it will never do if I have to pull myself up and apologize for my language every moment. It will do you good anyway, a counter to old Porteous and his gang. But look here. He pulled a chair close to the one in which Bird was sitting. This is important. This is hellishly important. We've got to have this out. You come in here and think these things hideous. So does everyone else in the town except the Hataways. Not that that matters. Neither you nor anyone else here know anything about art. It's a thing you've got to learn about, you know, like engineering or banking. People look at a painting or a piece of sculpture and say, oh, I don't like that, and think they have finished with it. Bloody fools. What you've got to do is to find out what the artist is getting at, and then, when you're fairly sure, you can say whether you think he's got it or not. And then there's nothing final in it. You're limited as critic by everything you've been and are. What you are. What the artist is. What art is. 3 separate things. When for you they coincide, then for you the creator has done his job. But only for you, mind. Come in. Yes, Bridget. Some tea, please, bread and butter, jam, cake. I don't want any cake, Bird murmured. Oh yes you do. Do you good. Well, look here. I'm nearly 70, I've only been working at this thing for 5 years. I know nothing at all about it. But when I'm working I'm so happy I wouldn't exchange places with anyone alive or dead. My health and my work, my two good things. Everything else is rotten. I've hardly a friend in the place. I haven't a bean. I owe that swine Furs a hell of a lot and he'll turn me out of here if I don't do something about it. Take my sculpture too in part payment. I wouldn't wonder if I murdered him one day. I'd kill him tomorrow if I could think of a way that wouldn't be detected. Oh yes. I mean it. Don't look so shocked. I'd be doing a kindness to humanity. He has most of the town under his thumb. And then sex. I'm nearly 70 as I told you, but I'm strong as a horse. I could sleep with 3 women a night. I don't, but I walk this bloody town at 2 in the morning to cool my passions. Ludicrous, isn't it? An old man with passions. Disgusting too. I tell you it's neither ludicrous nor disgusting. It's life, teeming, fructifying, careless, casual, procreative life. I've energy enough. Look here. Feel that arm. Bird felt his arm. Muscle there, isn't there? But it's all working up to an explosion. I'm like a man chained. I don't ask for much. Enough money to do my work in peace. A nice quiet mistress who wouldn't think of me as an old man. Peace to work. That's all. And I can't get it. I can't get it. There's no peace in this town. That's working up for an explosion too because no one here thinks of what's real. Beauty. God, said Bird. It's the same thing. The thing in the center. You can't go on neglecting it forever. It's damned patient, but it won't wait forever. He strode off to a corner and returned with 2 or 3 pictures that had been standing with their faces to the wall. He showed them to Bird. One represented cows in a field grazing, another the moon rising over an oily sea, a third the street of a village. But they're beautiful, cried Bird. No, they're not. They're hideous. Or rather they're nothing at all. They don't exist. Do you mean to say, said Bird, that when you could paint like that you gave it up and, did those? Lampiron laughed. He took the paintings and placed them once more with their faces to the wall. Can't you see, he began. But he broke off. No, I see that you can't. The difference between life and death. Well, well. The tea came in. Here. This is a fine cake. It's gingerbread. I'm sure where you are they don't give you enough to eat. Now I've been doing all the talking. Tell me a little about yourself. Yes, I will, Bird said suddenly. I haven't talked to anyone about myself for years. Nobody's asked me. There's nothing much to tell though, except that I'm a coward. I'm frightened of everyone and everything, myself included. Why? I don't know. I've no confidence. Only when I'm alone and God seems very close to me I'm comforted. Sometimes then I feel that I could face anybody. This business about God. Lampiron said. I don't understand it. You're a parson, so you have to put up a show, but in your inner self, when you're alone, do you really believe it? Believe that Christ was divine, that there's another life after this one and the rest of it? I think I believe in a sixth sense, Bird said slowly. Non-material. I know that there's another world. Often I'm in touch with it. And when I leave my physical body I shall understand it more fully. I could understand it more now if I were not so physical, if I loved people more, thought less of myself. I see, Lampiron said. I don't believe in your spiritual world, but I do believe in my creative one, and maybe they're the same. Perhaps we're both right. But your physical self. I shouldn't have thought you were very physical. Do you mean women? Bird blushed. Of course I'm like other men, he said. But I've never had relations with a woman. My God. How old are you? 32. 32. And never slept with a woman. Your passions can't be very strong then. They are, sometimes. But it wouldn't be right, for me. One day I hope I shall marry. To his own surprise he thought of the woman whom he had seen in the cathedral, Firz's daughter. He went on, I've never spoken to anyone of these things before. I've been too timid. Of course as a clergyman I've had to warn boys about sex and I've encountered it many times in my work, very sad it's been sometimes. But I've always managed. It's only since I've come here that I've felt everything difficult. There's something about this town. You know, it seems so quiet and ordinary on the outside, but when you get to know it a little, there's something underneath. But I don't think I shall be quite so nervous now. It's helped me like anything talking to you. And it's helped me. Lampiron cried. Life isn't all jam for me just now. I put a bold face on it but, between you and me, I'm frightened myself sometimes. Waking up at 2 in the morning, hearing the cathedral bells strike, knowing I'm nearly 70 and am in debt to that swine and am not earning a penny. You could sell those pictures, Bird said. No, I couldn't. Not here. No one in Polchester buys pictures. Bird began shyly, if you didn't ask too much, I should greatly like to have one. Bless your heart. Lampiron cried. Would you really? And so you shall. But you shan't pay me for it. I'll give you one and it shall illuminate your lodgings. Here, which will you have? He dragged them over again. Oh no, I couldn't. Of course you can. You shall help me sometime if I'm in a real hole. Bird was dreadfully embarrassed. That wasn't at all what he had intended. Suppose that Lampiron thought. So he chose one, the picture with the cows in a field. Good. That's been making me feel sick for years. You've done me a service. I'll send it up to your lodgings tomorrow. I'd like to take it with me. Would you? All right. I'll wrap some paper round it. When Bird stood up to depart Lampiron put his hand on his shoulder. You're right, he said, to be celibate, if you can. Then when you marry. Only don't wait too long. To be married, you know. And if she's the wrong woman I'll strangle her. Bird smiled, shook hands, and departed. It was dark now. A wild wind blew down Orange Street and knocked the picture against Bird's legs. What a fine man. I've made a new friend. But how violent. I do hope he won't do anything in a sudden passion. But whatever he did I'd stand by him. I've made a friend. He entered his lodgings with a brave heart. Chapter 6. Heart and Soul of an Idealist. No man thinks himself a villain. There is no melodrama about Stephen Furze, only thus far has he the right trappings for melodrama, that his voice is gentle and his movements quiet. There is a stillness where he is, a stillness so profound that violent spirits like Lampiron are compelled to break it. Furze's own view of himself was that he was a man of justice, who hated untidiness. This passion for bareness was a growing passion. There was dust in his own room because he allowed no one to touch anything there, but for the rest there was a shining bareness everywhere. A scrap of paper on the floor was to himself a personal insult. As he bent his long legs to pick it up, a rage bubbled in him. How dare it lie there? He had the acquisitiveness that leads to sitting naked in a naked room, a cell, at last perhaps, padded, for he could not feel so surely a possessor of great fortune as when there was no detail before his eyes to insist on his limitations. The collector with his Aldine, his fourth folio, his small Turner watercolor, his Edinburgh Burns, must be aware of the other Aldines, the second folios, the thousands of Turner watercolors, the Kilmarnock, but, alone. In his hired lodging with his sixpenny Shelley and mug of beer, he can possess the world. So Stephen Furze was forever adding to his riches both in fact and in imagination. But he did not wish to see his wealth. Looking on a blank wall he appeared to own the whole world. This was one edge to his passion, and it led to constant paring away of material and physical things. The weekly bills were examined ever more closely. In the rooms of the house there were things day by day found to be superfluous. He moved, blinded by his vision of all the things that were not there and that were his, and his wife moved at his side, seeing in her darkness all the things that she had loved when she had sight, tables, chairs, pictures, that were for her still present. And the other edge to his passion was his almost divine consciousness of justice. No man alive was more honest than he. When, as Lampiron had done the other day, someone came to him and accused him of injustice, a cold abiding hatred of that man stirred in his heart. He was capable of real hatred, a very rare capacity in man. He hated because he was wronged. He was a benefactor to the town. Times had been bad these last years, and there were many he knew who would have been ruined ere now had it not been for the services he rendered. The interest he asked was a fair interest. Because he was a man who looked after his own and took what was his due, was he therefore extortionate? From the world of his desires, just as from the world of his vision, he had banished everything that was unnecessary. Sexual passion had never meant anything to him. He did not care what he ate, nor what he drank, nor where he slept, nor for friendship. He needed no one in the world but himself. Every energy, every thought, was concentrated on this purpose of possession. The love of it had two bases, one the actual fact of possession, so that he would sit in his room and make his calculations and think, this day last year I had so and so much. Today I have this much more. And after that the power of possession. He thought, all these people are in my hand. I, Stephen Furze, who once was nothing. Bellamy, Marlowe, Lampiron, Browning and many more. When they see me coming they tremble. I have the town in my hand. I am just, I am powerful. I am almost like God. For, like all men who care about the spin of a coin, he was superstitious. Until he owned God as he owned these others he would be afraid of him. God had escaped his grasp and he had a vague, undefined fear and hatred of the cathedral with all its gold and brass and marble and painted windows. He went there sometimes and wondered how much it had cost to build the nave and what a fine tomb with plenty of decoration would fetch if it were sold. He spoke of the cathedral with contempt, an old empty collection of junk. But he did not feel contempt when he was there. He stood in the nave and knew that the place hated him, another instance of injustice. Into this world of his there had come his brother, and, whoever else he might wish to destroy, it was his brother who came first on the list. He had all his life despised and loathed his brother. Mike stood for everything that he scorned: noise, riotous living, boastfulness, rashness and, most of all, dissipation of possessions. Mike had never kept a thing, wastrel, wanderer, vagabond. When Mike appeared Stephen's first impulse had been to turn him at once from the house. But then there had been the money. £50 dangled before his eyes. After that had come the desire for power. He would make Mike his slave, keep him in the house to do his bidding, reduce him gradually to a wretched subservient dependence. Here, too, there was justice, for the thought of Mike had, all his life, taunted and mocked him. He waited for the moment when the £50 would be gone. His moment arrived. One evening Mike came to him and suggested that he should stay in the house and, for a weekly wage, perform certain services. Stephen quietly agreed. He laid his hand on his brother's shoulders, and his long, cold fingers possessed his brother. He knew that Mike was spying about the house. He read Mike's purposes as though he saw, through a glass, into his brain. Mike, his money spent, could no longer be the jovial boon companion about the town that he had been. Stephen gave him £1 a week. It's only till I've found a job. Quite. Quite. Meanwhile there are things you can do. He stopped the fire in Mike's bedroom. Elizabeth came to him with the weekly bills. He read the items through one by one. Hutton's bill is too large. But Uncle Michael has all his meals with us now. Yes, yes, I know. And he complains that he is not getting enough. Oh, he complains, does he? He need not stay. No one is keeping him here. She surmounted her fear of him as a swimmer surmounts a gigantic wave. Father, we are none of us getting enough. I do my best, but now that there are 4 of us. My dear, so you are complaining too? Yes, she cried passionately. You are mean to us, father. Why? You are one of the richest men in Polchester. I can't stand it much longer, and if I go. Leave your mother. Mother would come with me. No, she would not. Elizabeth knew that that was true and that while her mother was there she must be there too. He took her hand in his. Isn't this a lot of trouble about food, Elizabeth? I manage very well, don't I? I don't complain. But have it your own way. Buy what you like. Buy what you like. But she knew what would happen if she did. Her mother would be made to suffer. He would pierce her blindness with stabs of pain. He knew so well how to make his own sense of injustice her distress, for oddly enough, as Elizabeth thought, her mother loved her father. That, at least, was how it appeared to Elizabeth. She would put out her hand in the darkness and touch him, and then, when she felt the cloth of his sleeve, she would smile, as though she had now all the happiness that she wanted. Elizabeth looked at her father, then turned away. But, at the door, she looked back. Uncle Michael has changed everything, she said. Don't forget that. Then she came nearer to him. Do you know how old I am? I shall be 30 next month. For years I haven't said a word. You've thought that I've noticed nothing, minded nothing. But I have my own life that you can't touch. Mother is blind because you were too mean to have her cared for. That I'll never forgive you even though Mother does. We've been shut up in this hateful house as though we'd been buried. But someone has come in now from outside. I've been so deeply ashamed of you that I couldn't hold my head up in the town, but I'm not responsible for you any longer. Although I stay here for Mother's sake, I'm free. I'm a woman with a life of my own from now on. And she went slowly out. He was greatly surprised. Elizabeth had never spoken to him like this before and he had not thought her capable of it. He recognized in her for the first time something of his own character. She, too, felt a sense of injustice and, although her complaints were absurd, he liked her independence. But this was another thing that his dear brother had been doing, stirring his daughter to rebellion. He sat there, pleased with his isolation. Nobody understood him and he did not wish that anybody should. His contempt for the human race was profound. After thousands of years of civilization they had not learned how to manage sensibly their affairs. Less than 20 years after plunging into a war of unprecedented horror, a war from which no one had gained anything, they were all busily preparing for another. All men were enemies, all men were fools. He smiled. All the better for himself. He would not have it otherwise. He remembered that he had left 2 shillings and a 6pence in the trousers that he had been wearing yesterday. With a sudden fear lest someone, his rascal of a brother maybe, had taken them, he hastened, quietly, to his bedroom. Later he walked out. Out of doors he wore at all times of the year, whatever the weather might be, a bowler hat with a very large brim and a long overcoat, dusty grey in color. This overcoat was now old-fashioned in shape. It hung straight down from his shoulders to his boots. The collar was faded. Nevertheless, clothed in this garment he did not appear shabby. The bowler hat was also out of fashion with its large soup-plate brim, and on wet days he walked under an umbrella that was really enormous and quite green with age. So that he was always seen, when abroad, either as a grey shadow that melted into the walls of the houses, the sky, the pavement itself, or as a vast green umbrella that moved above a grey coat, silently, from point to point. It was not until you were face to face with him that you were aware of the countenance with the long white nose, the arms that ended in grey gloves, and the eyes that moved with a gentle but penetrating motion, taking in the world. Again and again Polchester citizens, in the half-light, encountered this figure as abruptly as though it had risen there and then from the paving stones. "Good evening, Mr. Bellamy." "Oh, good evening, Mr. Furze." And the bowler hat and grey coat, or the umbrella and grey coat, as the weather might dictate, would disappear around the corner, or vanish into mist as though it had never been. On this particular afternoon a wet mist blew about the town. It came from the sea and was raw and penetrating. Therefore Furze had his umbrella. But his first visit was not far distant. He wished to spend 5 minutes only, for he had much to do, with Mr. Marlowe of St. James's. The rectory was, of course, only a door or two away. Hidden beneath his umbrella, the wet mist blowing about him, he waited for the opening of the door. It was opened by young Penny Marlowe, who, seeing that umbrella and coat so motionless on the step, seeing no face and hearing no voice, gave a little cry. Then, as the umbrella lifted and the long white nose appeared, she realized who it was. "I beg your pardon, Miss Marlowe. May I speak to your father for a moment?" "Oh, you gave me quite a fright, Mr. Furze, I didn't see who it was." "Won't you come in? I'll see where father is." She always felt sorry for Mr. Furze. She knew that he was very unpopular in the town, but to her he seemed delicate, uncared for, wearing shabby clothes. She blamed that daughter of his because she did not look after him properly. Stephen Furze came in and stood in the warm hall that was overcrowded with things. He stood there, his hat in one hand, his umbrella in the other. Her father, as Penny knew, was playing chess with Canon Cronin in the study. His two great passions in life were reading and chess. He played chess with anyone whom he could find. The happiest night of the week for him was the meeting of the Polchester Chess Club at the Bull. Like so many of the happiest chess players, he would never be any good, but always hoped that he might. He had brilliant ideas. He read books of instruction. He played out international games that were printed in the newspapers, and often said that he wondered at Chersky of Czechoslovakia for moving his bishop, or that Ellis of Sweden must have been dreaming to allow that passed pawn. He dreamt often of brilliant moves with the two knights, arm in arm so to speak, stepping gallantly up the board together, or of a great occasion when, before assembled multitudes, his queen and bishop cut diagonally into the very heart of the enemy, transfixing him with surprised terror. But, in actual fact, he could not keep his head. He would grow so desperately excited as he saw his plans maturing, as he moved a pawn here, a bishop there, that he was utterly unprepared for the sudden dash of the opposing queen onto his own front line, his king, alas, pinned in by his own bishop and 3 attendant pawns. "Oh! But it's impossible. Another 2 moves and I would have had you. I can't understand." So, alas, it was again and again. Cronin, with whom he mostly played, was not a good performer, but he was calm and collected. He never did a brilliant thing nor was he ever transcendently careless. "If you'd only show a little emotion," Marlowe would cry. "What is there to be emotional about? You get too excited, Dick. It's not only bad for your chess, it's bad for your heart too." So they were now engaged when Penny opened the door and said that Mr. Stephen Furze would like to speak to father for just a minute. Dick Marlowe's face was distorted. He got up, almost knocking the chessboard over in his agitation. "Hello, Dick, what is it?" Cronin asked. "It's nothing." Marlowe, who was stout, rubicund, young-looking in spite of his white hairs for his years, had suddenly aged. "Would you go into the drawing-room, Ned, and wait? It's only 5 minutes. We'll finish the game afterwards." Cronin went out. He was distressed. He knew, as everyone save his own family knew, that Dick Marlowe, who was a fool about money if anyone was, had had dealings with this fellow. Why? What had induced him? Stephen Furze came in. He stood there not obsequiously, not sycophantically, in his grey coat that fell to his boots, with his bony skull under the thin grey hair and his hands in their grey gloves. Oh, Mr. Furze. How are you? Good afternoon. Won't you sit down? Marlowe rubbed his hands, smiled, sat down, himself, in one of the armchairs by the fire. But his heart was hammering. What was this man here for? He had paid him something only a month or two ago. When was it? How much had it been? He could remember nothing. But it could not be much that he owed him, only £1 or £2 now. How had it all begun? By his overhearing, at a chess club meeting, someone say, "There's always Furze. He'll lend to anyone, and want it back again with increase." The thing had remained in Marlowe's mind. He was always wanting money. They were so desperately poor, and then there were his own extravagances about books. His secret vice. Crockett's, the second-hand bookshop in Myer Street, lured him again and again. When about to pay one of his visits there he felt all the pride and excitement of a gay buck about to court a handsome young lady. The rectory attics were piled high with dusty volumes. The study walls were lined with books, and their poor Hester, his wife, was scarcely able to make ends meet. He knew how wrong it was. Every night and morning he prayed to be delivered from Crockett's as a man might pray to be delivered from drugs or drink. He salved his conscience a little by paying Crockett's cash, but to obtain the cash, yes, that was why he went to Furze. Furze came out of his door one day as Marlowe came out of his. Some words were exchanged, Marlowe spent 10 minutes in Furze's room and the transactions were begun. That was 3 years ago. Now Marlowe did not know where he was. How deeply he was ashamed that a clergyman should be in this position, but behind the shame was growing an almost nightmarish fear. The sum of his debt seemed ever to grow, pay as he might. He was always resolving to have the matter bravely out, to demand that Furze should go with him to Simon, the old lawyer in Berry Street, and have the thing settled, whatever it cost him. But he was frightened. He did not wish anyone to know of his folly. Moreover, he very easily lost consciousness of his troubles. When he was playing chess or reading one of his beloveds, Jean-Paul Richter or Gibbon or Donne's sermons or, greatest and best of all, Goethe, who seemed to him both the priest and king of all mortal men, he would settle down. And his lips would smile and his gentle mild eyes cloud with pleasure. It had been always so, but now his enemy, for so he felt Furze to have become, was closing in upon him. There were times when even his adored Syabenkas would fade before that long thin figure. He would wake and fancy that Furze was standing beside his bed. He would start and cry in his sleep. So he looked up now, smiling, and said, "Won't you sit down, Mr. Furze?" "Oh no, thank you very much, Mr. Marlowe. I only looked in for a moment. The fact is that a small sum was due, in fact, on October the 27th. I thought that you might have overlooked it." "Why, no, Mr. Furze. Of course not. How much is it exactly?" Furze took from his pocket a small dog-eared pocketbook bound in faded green cloth. This pocketbook was very famous in the town. The amount is £8, 5 shillings and 6 pence. His manner was dignified, kindly and reserved, but, as he looked around the room, he felt disgust in his heart. How crammed with unnecessary lumber the place was. Those leather armchairs would fetch quite a price and the marble clock on the mantelpiece was worth something. That was a fine table the old man worked at, with its leather blotter and the photographs of his wife and daughter in silver frames. As to the books that reached from ceiling to floor, they made Furze feel quite sick. There was an extravagance for you. No one could read all those books. What was the use of them, gathering dust, hiding clean bare walls? Marlowe cleared his throat. "Certainly you shall be paid, Mr. Furze. In a day or two. I don't quite know how I stand at the bank." "That's perfectly right, Mr. Marlowe. I know that times aren't easy, especially for the clergy. Any day within a week or two. I thought you'd prefer to be reminded." "Certainly. Certainly." Then Marlowe made a great effort. I wonder whether you could tell me what my total debt is to you. I hope to be able to clear the whole thing off very shortly. Why, of course. With the greatest pleasure. I think I have the total here. He looked at the little green book again. There was a long silence broken only by the marble clock, which chirruped, "Cheer up. Cheer up. Cheer up." "Yes," said Furze at last. "I make it, Mr. Marlowe, just £71, 4 shillings and threepence. The total debt deducting the £10 that you paid me in July last. £70. The room darkened. Marlowe put his hand, for an instant, to his cheek and pinched it. "Dear me! That is more than I had supposed. But I have never had anything approaching that amount from you, and I have paid you." Furze consulted the book. "You have borrowed from me, in the last 3 years, £83 in all. You have paid me £31 10 shillings. I charge, of course, a slight interest as everyone does. I quite understand. £83? Could it be possible? But this must be stopped, ended, done with." He would go to Cronin or Braund or Hathaway, all good friends, and borrow the whole sum. This thought cheered him. "I had no idea it was so much. I think I can promise you, Mr. Furze, that you shall be paid in full very shortly." "Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. But pray don't put yourself out. I only wish to oblige you. Good day. Nasty wet afternoon, isn't it?" In the hall he found his hat and umbrella and quietly vanished. His business was in Seaton, thither he departed. Seaton had never been beautiful. Once upon a time, perhaps, when a few cottages had clustered under the rock it had its romance, but the Pole can never have been a fine river here, and at low tide it must ever have been the thin grey trickle of a stream that it is today. Mud was the basis of this world, slime oozing to the foot of rock. But who can tell? There were stories that hundreds of years ago the river had been so deep and wide that ships sailed along it to the Polchester port and, on its farther banks, wild forest stretched to the border of the sea. 35 years ago it had been a shabby place, its streets haunted by loafer and vagabond, slatternly women at its doors, the children the worst cared for in the south of England, and Samuel Hogg doing a nefarious trade at the Dog and Pilchard. Then in 1906 Harmer John had come to Polchester, later been murdered in Pennison Street, and in 1913, as a shamefaced tribute to his memory, all Seaton reformed, rebuilt. On October 7, a memorial to Harmer John had been unveiled by the mayor, and Pennison Street had become Riverside Street. The delighted citizens on that day beheld, instead of disgraceful slum, a row of houses of a drab, grey stone. Each little house had grey chimneys, neat windows, bath, H&C, indoor sanitation and a square of garden. A neater, uglier street was not to be found in the whole of England. Satisfaction was general. And after that? After that the war. And after the war a strange return to Seaton of its old inhabitants, if not the originals, then children of the originals as close to their fathers as might be. For blood will tell. The spirit of Seaton was stronger than the spirit of its reformers, and back they came, the scalawags, the castaways, the wastrels. Sam Hogg was dead, but his true successor, Lanky Moon, a long cadaverous fellow with a glass eye, ruled the Dog and Seaton with it. During the post-war years the citizens of Seaton became a fine collection of down-and-outs and unemployed. No cathedral town in the whole country had a finer. Decent enough many of them were, but mingled with the decent were the indecent, rebels against society, some remnants of the old gypsy bands, drunkards, pickpockets and loafers. Communist orators found Seaton a good ground for development, and with justice, for there was grinding poverty here, hardship, disease and sickness. It had been, it appeared, nobody's business to keep the new Seaton of 1913 in repair. Bridge Street and Riverside Street soon brought those smart grey houses into dirt and disorder. Furze himself owned some of the property. Moon some more. The gentlemen of the town council never visited it. Farmer John's memorial was overgrown with weeds. Furze himself was at home there. As now he descended Bridge Street he felt that this was what he liked, no extravagance here, no flummery of silver photograph frames and leather armchairs. Many of the seat owners were in his debt as were their grander fellow citizens, little debts, £1 here, 10 shillings there. But he knew them all to a penny, and the power that the small debts gave him here was the equal of any power he might have above the rock. As the misty rain swirled against his umbrella he noticed everything, the small shabby Bridge Street shops glowing with their lights through the murk, Canlis the tobacconist, Lug the old clothes man, Mrs. Murphy's sweet shop. Here the street paused, elaborating a little square in which most incongruously there was a misshapen statue of Queen Victoria. Then, as the street fell downwards again, Otley's Billiard Saloon, Locke's Family Hotel, and at last, at the corner of Bridge Street and Riverside Street, the majestic Picture House, scene of many a scrambling riot. Round every one of these places and persons hung a family history, every detail of which was known to him, old Canlis and his wastrel of a son, Mrs. Murphy, whose daughters were no better than they should be. Otley's Billiard Saloon, the principal seat of the wilder communists, Locke's Family Hotel, a brothel first and a hotel after, he knew them all. He looked in for a word with Mr. Canlis, paid Otley a brief visit, and then, stepping into the rain again, ran full tilt against the broad stout bosom of Gurney, police inspector. Gurney started. "Why, Mr. Furze, is it? I never saw you." "Rotten weather, Inspector." "Rotten it is." "Well, so long then, Mr. Furze." Gurney's round red face with its innocent blue eyes, the broad thick body, the heavy plodding walk, these were perhaps more humorous to Furze than anything else in Polchester. For Gurney was weak, kindly, devoted to wife and children, consciously inefficient, amiably tolerant, all things that Furze despised most deeply. So long as Gurney was inspector of police in Polchester, men like Moon and young Canlis and Otley had nothing to fear. Later that evening Peter Gurney, seated in front of his fire, pipe in mouth, his youngest child on his knee, confided to Mrs. Gurney. "I was in Bridge Street and there he was, right upon me as you might say, hidden by his old umbrella. I never knew a man for making no sound like that Furze." But Furze's business this afternoon was with Moon of the Dog and Pilchard. The Dog was, and had been for many a year, a place of great importance in Polchester history. It was now approaching the moment of its greatest importance. You would not suppose so if you looked at it. You might, in fact, in this swirl of misty rain, pass it by altogether. The sign, placed there years ago by Hogg, painted by that mad fellow Davray, who had haunted the place too much for his good, still swung there, almost invisible in this dusk, creaking like a crying baby through the confused chatter of the river, which fell in a kind of waterfall over a stone ridge just at this point. The sign showed a brown dog gazing despondently at a heap of silver pilchard, brown and silver faded by now, and a brave splash of crimson sky almost fallen to darkness. For hundreds of years there had been some kind of drinking place on this very spot. Murder had been committed here, the story ran, in Elizabethan days, when some poor vagrant had been robbed and his throat cut. But he was not the only man who had died here. Its life had been thick, tortuous, dark and sinister. So it was still. No one could bring light into that main central room. Once there had been candles, then gas, now electricity, but still the murk and steam and fog hung there, and behind the bar lanky Moon watched the world that he governed. High above the town the Cathedral, at its bottom the Dog. Some power in common between the two. A power, at least, of history, a force gathered through time from the passions and furies and prayers of men. And, at last, the two forces were to meet. Within the central room there was always the sound of the tumbling river and the low voices of men. Often the voices would rise, laughter, quarreling, a sudden shout, and with the voices the sound of the river also seemed to rise. To Furze it was all exceedingly familiar. He entered now, sat down in a corner and waited for Moon to come over to him. The bar was closed and the tables cleared, but some of Moon's regular customers were still keeping him company. He noticed young Canlis and a girl, Fanny Clark, a wild, loose, good-looking young ne'er-do-well, and Tom Call. Call was a bruiser, over 6 foot, thick and broad, a boxer of some Glebeshire and Cornish fame until evil habits had rotted his body. A man with a brooding sense of injustice, given to passionate tempers, with some gift of speech. He called himself a communist, having as his only desire a general robbing, burning, destruction of all and sundry. Behind his wildness there was a certain dim philosophy. Moon came over to Furs and sat down. "Well, Mr. Furs, how's yourself today?" But Furs wasted no time. "Look here, Lanky, what about the Foster house in Bridge Street? Is that woman turning out or isn't she?" "I don't know. She's very sick." "Will she die, do you think?" "I shouldn't wonder. We could get another family in there with a little squeezing. The benches would move in. It's a bit crowded as it is, Mr. Furs. There's that room at the back. There's only old Foster there. If Mrs. Foster goes the old man would have to go too." "Yes, that's right, Mr. Furs. I passed Gurney as I came down." "Yes, he's been in here just now. He told us to clear." "What was he wanting?" "Oh, I don't know. Looking around. He's a bloody bastard, he is." Furs went on, "I heard last week that there's talk again in the upper town of looking into things down here." "The hell there is." "Yes. Once every 5 years or so they get a fit of it." "Who's behind it now?" "Hathaway chiefly. He's always talking of pulling the whole place down. He's been talking to Karras and 1 or 2 more. What he wants," said Moon darkly, "is a knock on the head one night, interfering bastard." They both looked up and gazed, speculatively, at Call, who lounged his great bulk over a table, murmuring to the beautiful Fanny, who was yawning and picking her teeth. "There's a lot of discontent down here," Moon said in the tone of a benevolent philanthropist. "Things are bad. What the hell? Do they think their bloody dole makes the world a paradise? That's what I want to know. Running about in their Rolls Royces." He dropped the philanthropy. "See here, Mr. Furs, can you let me have 10 quid? "Yes, on conditions." They talked for a while, then Furs got up. "I'll be moving. Let me know about that house in Bridge Street." He went across to Call. He stood there, his broad-brimmed bowler dominating them. "Well, Call, how is it?" "Bloody bad, Mr. Furs." "Why don't you get something to do?" "There's some work up at the St. Leith. They're making a new tennis court. I could put in a word for you." Call stretched his huge arms. "No, thanks, Mr. Furs. None of their bloody tennis courts for me. I hear you were speaking out at Goston the other night." Call raised himself. A look of pride and almost of nobility came into his dark stubbly countenance. "Yes, Mr. Furs, I talked a bit." "Good. I must come and hear you some night." Furs put out his hand and touched the man's shoulder. Call remained passive, submissive. "Good evening, all. I must be getting on." When he came out the rain had ceased. With that cessation everything had changed. The November afternoon was sinking into dusk, but above the river and rising fields a pool of pale gold light, cupped like a mountain tarn between 2 crags of dark sky, suggested deep upon deep of color. Very faintly the reflection from it lay upon the river and feebly lit the windows of The Dog. The street glittered like steel from the rain. Trees on the opposite bank were softened at the heart of their darkness. Behind him the town piled up, undistinguishable in detail, like a fortress above the rock. He had no eyes for beauty, which was a thing beyond price and therefore worthless. Nor, when he reached the marketplace, did he feel the contrast between the silent disorder of that lower town where he had just been, and here where all was bustle, noise and business. Lights were springing up like flowers behind the windows. In the half-dusk, under this same pool of gold, now fainter, dimmer, gold upon white now, a huddle of sheep were moving out of the market, 2 motor-cars panting impatiently behind them. He wished for a word with Crispangle, so he turned into the Smith bookshop. Crispangle mentioned Furz's brother. Coming out of the shop, Furz stayed for a moment, and thought of him. It was at this moment that his austere idealism was more abruptly offended than at any time during the afternoon. Crispangle had spoken of Michael as a friend, and this disgusted Furz. And now he must return to find that fellow lounging about the house, eating his food, spying on him. Mingled strangely with the disgust was a suggestion of fear. He did not doubt but that Michael would do him a harm had he a chance, but it was more that Michael was forever talking. For years there had been silence in that house, and now it was continually broken with that waster's chatter. He said things that broke Furz's concentration on his own affairs. For example, a dream that he had had about a yellow-faced man with a broken neck emerging from the cathedral door in silence upon a listening town. Nothing in it, but for some reason it had remained in Furz's mind. Another thing had caught his attention. Chatter about a crucifix that he had sold to Klitsch, that he hoped shortly to redeem, something that he loved most in the world. For some reason this selling of the crucifix and the yellow-faced man with the twisted neck remained together, connected uneasily in Furz's mind. He had a mighty brain for detail, nothing was too small for his retentive memory. He remembered all that Michael had said about that crucifix. The thing that he loved most in the world. A thought struck him. He had started down the high street homewards, but now he turned. He would see this crucifix. Something pleased him. A thin pale smile gave him, for a brief moment, the semblance of a shadow against the wall brought into solidity by a joke. The bowler hat moved upwards to Arden Gate. He paused and looked at the cathedral before he turned into Klitsch's shop. The precincts were quite silent. The evening light cast one frail cloak of pallid glow on the cathedral walls before darkness swallowed them. Staring contemptuously, for he despised the cathedral as an outworn worthless collection of junk, he was conscious, unexpectedly, of a discomfort, a dis-ease. In this half-dark you could fancy that a figure emerged, a small and silent procession. But imagination of this sort was not his fashion. He dealt in facts, facts that could be bought and sold. He knew that Klitsch disliked him. He knew, too, that here was a man over whom he would never have any power, so that his visit was brief. He said that his brother had told him about a crucifix that he had sold. Might he see it? Klitsch produced it. Furz studied it. How much would that be now? Klitsch told him. A large sum. But it would keep its value, it was a fine piece. Klitsch reassured him. Even in these poor days it would always fetch a good sum. A magnificent piece. Furz touched it. Cold to the touch. He disliked the figure of the Christ, a lamentable charlatan. How long before the crucifix passed into Klitsch's possession? Not so long now. And then Klitsch might sell it to anyone he pleased. Yes, that was the bargain. I ask because I might myself be the purchaser. It would give my brother great pleasure. I should be distressed if he lost it. The notion that Stephen Furz would be distressed at such a thing seemed to Klitsch very comic, but he gave no sign. Will you be so good as to let me know when it comes into your possession? Klitsch promised. What's the old swine after now, he thought. Surely he will never pay such a price. Good evening, Mr. Klitsch. Evening, Mr. Furz. Chapter 7. Christmas Eve, in the town. Christmas Eve was on a Saturday this year. The weather was bright, sharp, with a suggestion of warmth behind it. Although the sky was a winter's blue and the sun shone through a faint mist, yet you could be reminded that, not so very far south, palm trees grew in the open, and that in the Sillies there would be, in a week or two, a soil covered with flowers. Everyone, of course, was busied with the last purchases. There was a kind of Christmas fair in the marketplace, all according to custom, and, as the clouds turned to rose above the river, the lights came out in the shops, flared on the booths, the candles burnt on the high altar. Polchester, although a staid country town, had often known moments when it appeared to be driven by some corporate movement, of joy, of fear, of wonder, of commercial ambition. A very happy and cheerful spirit drove it now in spite of hard times, threatening politics, world disorder. It was still able to withdraw itself and create a life altogether its own, as though it were the solitary body of living men rolling along on the surface of a dark naked planet. For an hour or two at least it had its own mood, its individual life. Penny Marlowe, working her last on her Christmas gifts alone in her room, was so happy that a modern cynic would have considered her thoroughly wicked. Being very young and having, as yet, travelled abroad but little, she considered her bedroom simply the most beautiful in the world. It was lit with candles, the electric light having fused only the evening before. There were 2 on the dressing table, 2 on the writing table and 1 beside her bed. The room had known little change for many years. It was furnished with one of the very earliest and one of the most beautiful of the Morris wallpapers, the daisy pattern. This was faded now, but it still had the freshness of early spring flowers. There was an old dark clothes press, a screen pasted with pictures from the illustrated papers, a bookcase that held books very queerly mixed, for there were the loves of her childhood, the pillars of the house and the chaplet of pearls. Tennyson's Idylls and Dickens and Scott, these innocents keeping company with sons and lovers, vile bodies by Mr. Evelyn Waugh, and T.S. Eliot's Waste Land. Penny did not understand a word of the Waste Land, but it had been given her last Christmas by young Stephen Braund, who was in his 2nd year at Oxford and was himself a poet. Penny was wearing a frock of bright apple green and, kneeling on the floor, made parcels, tied string and sang while she did so. She was happy because she loved Christmas, because it was enchanting to be given presents, yet more enchanting to give them, and for one more reason which will be, in a moment, apparent. She thought that she had chosen well, a new book on chess for her father, and a pair of warm gloves, a piece of old lace for her mother, and a watercolor of the cathedral that she had bought at a bazaar, handkerchiefs for the servants. One thing and another thing for her various friends, these she would shortly herself leave with her own hands at the doors of her friends, and one thing more. This last was her most serious consideration. It was a small replica of Donatello's David. She had seen this, a few weeks earlier, in the window of Klitsch's shop and had at once entered and purchased it, although it was more than she could afford. It was intended for Mr. Lampiron. As she knelt, her hair illuminated by the candlelight, she looked very beautiful and very young. The sleeves of the apple-green dress fell forward and encumbered her and she shook them back with an impatient gesture. The flowers on the wall stirred in the shifting candlelight. The room was chill, for there was no fire, but she was not cold. Bending forward, working so busily warmed her, but her face was flushed too with a delicate color because she was thinking of Mr. Lampiron. Would he be angry with her for her gift? Would he consider it bold of her? She was a modern girl and knew that women must feel no inferiority before men, must say what they think just whenever they please, but she had talked to him only 4 times in all. He had been very kind to her. He was the grandest, most splendid person she had ever met. But, would he be offended? Her hands trembled, white against the green of her dress, as she picked up the David. Then she did something very unmodern indeed. She kissed it. The flowers trembled on the wall. In the house of the Furs family, only a few doors away, Elizabeth Furs was dressed for going out. She carried in her hand 2 small parcels. She had been looking for something in the bare and chilly dining room. She had realized how chilly it was and had stood there, for a moment, trembling in a great passion of distaste and resentment. Then many years of training brought her control. She stretched up her arm and, with her thin grey-gloved hand, turned the gas down to a crimson beady eye. As she did so she felt her arm touched and saw that her Uncle Michael was standing at her side. He closed the door behind him and they stood close together in the cold dark. "Look here," her uncle said. "Have you got any money, Elizabeth?" "No," she answered. She was telling a lie, in her own defense. I spent it all in this morning's shopping. At least, she continued, I have a few shillings. But there's collection at the Cathedral and... Oh, a few shillings. That's not what I mean. She could feel that he was breathing furiously. He gripped her arm. No, it's pounds I want. Enough to get away from this bloody hell. Here. He turned up the gas. Do you see how I've changed? Words began to pour from him while she stood motionless, her grave pale face lit with a kind of beauty of patience and consideration. Do you remember what I was when I first came here? You do, don't you? Stout and jolly and red in the face, I was, wasn't I? Didn't everyone like me? Wasn't I the friend of all the town? And now my clothes hang on me. The same suit I had when I came. I haven't had any money to get another. And I haven't had enough to eat. You know that I haven't. That hasn't, she began. Oh, I don't blame you. It's not your fault nor your mother's. It's that foul, bloody miser your father. That's who it is. Haven't I tried to get jobs everywhere? Haven't I told them all I'm ready to do anything? But will they have me? Not they. Ready enough to drink with me when I was in cash. But now. They won't help his brother out of a mess, won't have his brother hanging round, and I don't blame them either. What did I ever come to this house for? Didn't something warn me what it would be? And here he's got me right at his feet, so that he can torture me and mock me and starve me. Why, she said, do you stay? Stay. What else can I do? I haven't a penny. He sees to that. I haven't anything to sell either. I might have gone, all the same, if I'd been younger. And this house, it does something to you, or rather he does. He saps your strength, your vitality. He's a bloody vampire, that's what he is. Doesn't all the town know it? Doesn't he hang over the whole town like a great shadow? You feel it yourself. I know you do. You wouldn't stay here a day if it weren't for your mother. You can't kid me. He stopped, still gripping her arm. There. Don't you hear something? He's coming downstairs. They both listened. No, there was nothing, no sound. He went on. I haven't asked you for money before, have I, Elizabeth? I'm not a bad sort. I'm not really. But he's got me down. I don't know what I won't be doing. He starves me and laughs at me with that damned quietness of his and makes me work. He's got me. He's got his fingers digging into my very vitals. Oh, God. I shall do him in one of these days, I know I shall. He was trembling. She could feel his hand quivering on her arm. She looked at him and felt a great pity, for her heart was tender and soft. Yes, he had changed. His big frame looked weak and unbalanced. His cheeks that had been round and red were now puffy and streaked. His eyes were red-rimmed as though he had been weeping. She knew, too, that it was true what he had said. They had been speaking with lowered voices. Now it was with little more than a whisper that she said. Go away, Uncle Mike. Go away. Even though you haven't any money. I could give you £1 or 2 perhaps. Then take a train to somewhere, some place where they don't know us. They'll give you work, I'm sure they will. Yes, he said eagerly. I will. You're right. That's what I'll do. He dropped his hand from her arm and patted her shoulder. You're a good woman, Elizabeth, one of the best I've ever known. I'll never forget. But he stopped. He was listening again. He shook his head. I don't think that I can get away from this damned house. It seems to hold you. I don't feel that I've any strength left. He went on, do you know what they called me when I first came here? BOANERGES. That means son of thunder. Not much like a son of thunder now. Not much. He shook his head. I'll see you again. Where are you going now? I'm leaving a few things. Then I'm going to the carol service at the cathedral. Oh yes. The carol service. I'll see you there. In St. Paul's Rectory Miss Camilla Porteous and Mr. Bird were hanging holly over the pictures. That was not at all what Mr. Bird wanted to be doing. He had presents that he wished to deliver, one present in especial, and he was in quite a fever of agitation lest the rector should give him some work so that he would not be able to be present at the carol service at the cathedral. He was wondering, as he stood holding the steps for Miss Porteous, whether this time he might not be strong enough to defy the rector. He had been growing bolder during these last weeks. Two things were strengthening him, one of these his friendship with Lampiron. While he stood there he was going over the conversation in his mind. I'm very sorry, Rector, but I'm going to the carol service. Oh yes. Quite so. But what about duty, Bird? Duty, and especially at this time of the year. I'm extremely sorry, Rector, but I'm going to the carol service. The last thing that he wished was to make trouble at Christmas. Nevertheless, Lampiron told him that rebellion must come some time, and why not now? I'm extremely sorry, Rector, but I'm going. Miss Porteous stood, with firm strength, on the little steps, her grand legs like towers. She patted the very ugly oil painting of her grandfather, an old red-faced gentleman with white whiskers and a blue, staring eye. There. I think that will do. She came down from the steps and stood looking at Mr. Bird tenderly. There, Birdie. How horrible to him was this diminutive that of late, when they were alone, she had adopted. We're nearly done. How supremely unattractive she was, he thought. Like a man in woman's clothes, and he had a wild notion that she and Romney ought to change garments. What do you say to a moment's pause? She sat down in an armchair, spreading her legs. You know, I like you so much. Do you like me? Mr. Bird stammered. That's one of your charms, your modesty. I was saying to Mrs. Braund the other day that you are one of the most modest men I've ever met. But don't be shy of me. I'm the last person to be shy of. Confide in me. Tell me your secrets. I often wonder, I'm queer that way, wondering, I have thoughts that no one would suspect, why we don't trust one another more, why we're not more tender with one another. I feel sometimes that I want to put my arms round all the world and give it a great hug. Do you never feel like that? No, I can't say that I do, said Mr. Bird. And yet I'm sure that you must be full of kindness. We're very alike in many ways. You're like me. You wouldn't hurt a living thing. He felt suddenly in a morose temper. I don't know. There are mosquitoes and red ants and slugs. She laughed in a tender brooding kind of way. Ah, you take me too literally. Of course there are some things. What I mean is that we love our fellow human beings. Now tell me. Haven't you felt while you've been here that we have a great deal in common? I don't know, he stammered. I don't know you, Miss Porteous. Don't know me. She stared at him with large reproachful eyes. Why, Bertie, and whose fault is that? I want you to know me. I feel that you, more than anyone else in Polchester, would understand me. Ask me anything you like, any question, and I'll answer it. That's what friendship is. And we are friends, aren't we? Yes, of course. That's right. We'll take a long walk one day, Bertie, and talk about everything, the loveliness of nature and everything. Tell me, Bertie. But fortunately at that moment Porteous came in, with a rush of energy as he always did. Well, oh, there you are, Bird. I was wondering where you were. Not doing anything especial. We are hanging the holly. Ah, fine, splendid. Have you finished, because there's a little thing, Camilla, my dear, have you taken that parcel to Mrs. Abraham's? No. Well, if you wouldn't mind. And, Bird, I want you to go over to the province schools and tell Axminster. Wait a minute. Come into my study and I'll give you some papers for him. And while you're there you might help him out with the boys' evening. I know he's short-handed. Now was the time. Bird cleared his throat. I thought of going to the Cathedral carol service. Cathedral carol service? Ah, yes. Of course. Very nice. I'd like to have gone myself, but duty comes first. Bird looked at Miss Porteous, and her bony affectionate face gave him courage. You'll have to forgive me, he said. I saw Axminster last night and he really doesn't need any help. He told me so himself. I'll take the papers over, of course. The carol service doesn't begin till 8. There was a silence. Porteous was quite bewildered as though, captaining England against Scotland in the Calcutta Cup, his best wing three-quarter had suddenly said that he must go home. Well, really, then he stopped. All right. I'm a little surprised, Bird. It isn't my idea of work. Very well. Come to the study and I'll give you the papers. He strode off, greatly displeased. Mr. Bird followed. This was his first victory. As Miss Porteous was hanging the holly, Penny Marlowe leaving her parcel at Lampiron's door, the carol singers from St. James's banging the knocker of Old Dr. Montefiore's house, a small boy stealing a sugar pig from the marketplace stall of Mrs. Place who had once had triplets, young Braund, the verger's boy, trying on long trousers for the first time, the two Miss Trenchards putting the last touches to their Christmas tree. Tonight they were having a children's party. Mike Furze plunged downwards to seat own, not reckoning whither he went. Had something told him that that moment when he spoke to his niece under the gas in that chilly room was his last instant of security? Did he know that when she said to him, "Leave the town"? And he realized that he could not, he was thereafter a doomed man. It seemed to him as he walked down the hill that everything now was different. He was caught. He was a prisoner. Every direction of escape was closed to him as though he had been snatched by the scruff of his neck and shoved into a cell. It had been coming to this for many a week past, and like a man who has been dreading a doctor's sentence of death he found some relief in certainty. He had not the will-power. That was what had left him. It was as though his brother had drawn it from him in a long bloody thread from the center of his body. Sitting there in his chair, spinning this out of Mike's carcass. I'm like a rabbit, fascinated by the snake. He was filled with self-pity. I'm not a bad fellow. I've never done anyone much harm. I can be jolly, I've had heaps of friends. I was cursed the moment I came to this town. The cathedral, that's what's responsible. And selling that crucifix. But I can get that back. If I could get a job and save. But if I did get a job my brother would come after me. He'd draw me back into the house again. Where's his power? Filthy swine, oh, filthy swine. To do him in, to close your hands round that skinny neck, to press and press, to watch the tongue protrude, black, they say it is. But then that would be murder. They hang you for murder. No. Better if someone else would do the swine in. Plenty of people hated him. Oh, plenty. They'd all murder him if they were sure of not being found out. It would be doing a kindness. He was a pest in the town, a sort of inquisitor like that figure with the crooked neck he'd dreamt about. He'd read in some book somewhere that everyone had his or her familiar, a shadow that accompanied you everywhere, knew your most secret thoughts, watched and judged your every movement. So the cathedral might have an inquisitor. Ah, but he would be no ordinary spirit, but something tremendous, God's inquisitor judging all men. He would be immortal. But Miser Stephen, he was not immortal. One squeeze of the fingers, one hard squeeze of the fingers. He was, in fact, a trifle light-headed because he had not had enough to eat, poor old Mike. Poor old Mike. Thin tears welled up. He bit his lip for sorrow. No food, no drink, no women, no one to love. Only his brother to hate. Yes, if the Inquisitor looked into his soul he would find nothing but an empty impoverished place, and hatred, like a starved black cat, lurking. Yes, he was light-headed. He lurched a little on his feet. He was in Seaton. There was Mcanless shop. Tobacco. Then he passed Audley's billiard saloon, now he paused before Locke's family hotel. He knew this was a bawdy shop. He had been there once or twice in his wealthier days. Now there were lights in the window. Someone was playing a piano. They were singing. Oh yes, it was Christmas Eve, when everyone must be jolly. He went in and his fantasy continued, for he could not tell you what, during the next hour, his speech and his actions were. There was Fanny Clark. She was sitting on his knee. He put his hand inside her dress, she rubbed her cheek against his. Someone gave him sausage and bread to eat. They were all eating bread and sausages. Someone gave him whiskey to drink. They were all drinking. There was mistletoe hanging from the lamp in the center of the room where the oilcloth had yellow and black squares, and the big black cat reared on its hind legs spitting. And Fanny's breasts were warm and firm and he would kiss her under the mistletoe, but it was Tom Call's unshaven cheek that he touched. Tom Call who, standing in open shirt and trousers, was spitting out pips from the orange that he was eating, and they struck the hard shining oilcloth, and Tom's hairy chest was bare, sweat gleamed on it, for the room was very hot. But Mike was sober enough. Oh yes, the Inquisitor with the broken neck could find nothing to criticize here, so he led Call aside and, very seriously, his hand on Call's shoulder, dropping his voice so that no one should hear, said, "The best way to kill him is to press your fingers into his neck. It wouldn't take much to throttle him." "Sure," said Call. "That's a good way. A damn good way." "Sure," said Call. "I was telling you. And no one but you and the Inquisitor knowing anything about it." "Who the hell?" But Call stank. He can't have washed for a month, and the sweat running down his body. A big man, with mighty arms. What hands and what fingers. They say he speaks finely, and the smell of Call became familiar to Mike, and friendly, and their arms were about one another's waists, swaying, their bodies were on the table covered with oilcloth. Oilcloth everywhere. "It's Christmas Eve," Mike said. "A bloody fine Christmas Eve," Call said. So at that Mike knew that he must go to the cathedral for the carol service. He laid his hand for a moment on Call's damp thick strong neck and went out. The little station at Carpledon had been once, when for instance in Jubilee year, 97. Archdeacon Brandon had taken the train to have luncheon with good Bishop Purcell and had quarrelled so unfortunately with Canon Ronder, nothing more than a wooden shed. Now there is an important-looking station and a hotel, the Carpledon, and the long level fields above the pole will be, they say, very shortly a flying ground. But the bishop's palace is still guarded by its woods, fronted with its broad-shaven shelving lawns, old, thick-set, the tiled rosy-red roof, the bell tower, the high doorway with the carved arms and the two shaggy lions, above all the oaks. The great historic one to the right of the lawn magnificent and proud as ever, all this is here and will be ever here, even when outer forms are destroyed, for its spirit is immortal. At the moment when the oilcloth of Locke's family hotel stirred Boanerges to bewildered confidences, Bishop Kendon was standing in the dining room watching Coniston the butler and Alfred the boy hang the holly over Drivers, Knight and the lady. The room was little changed from Bishop Purcell's day, the high-ceiled dining room, the red brick fireplace fronted with black oak beams. There was a glass bowl with Christmas roses on the long refectory table, and from the white walls the bishops, starting with Bishop Sandiford of 1670, ending with Bishop Rostron who succeeded old Purcell, looked smilingly, austerely, pompously down on the long spare body of their successor. Kendon was well over 6 feet and as thin as a stick. He was 73 years of age, but straight of body and hair still jet black. He had a thin hawk-like face, with eyes singularly soft and beautiful. He suffered from severe cardiac trouble and had been, only last year, in bed for 6 long months, a stern discipline for his ardent restless spirit, and he had borne it with marvellous patience and humour. Dar. Montefiore had warned him that the days left to him on this earth would be few. He loved life with a passion, but he was ready to go, for he thought that his work here was done and that the next world would be a fine place to labour in. He was watching Coniston's efforts with a twinkle, for Coniston was short and fat, breathed through his nose, and made little noises like "dash it" and "bother," when the Holly was pugnacious and hostile, as Holly often is. Coniston was a bachelor and had been with the bishop for 40 years. The bishop was his whole life, the beginning and middle and end of it. There, Coniston. That will do. You've told Frank to have the car round at 7:15. Coniston came down from the ladder. "Chut, Alfred," he said as the ladder wobbled. He turned around, red, anxious face to his master. "You think you ought to go, my lord?" "Of course I ought to go. When have I missed a carol service?" "Certainly, my lord. But last year it didn't do you any good, and you will stop talking afterwards, and there are all the services tomorrow." "That's all right, Coniston." "Very good, my lord." The bishop knew that the end might come for him at any moment. But why not? Where could one die better than in the cathedral? Hadn't dear old Moffat been lucky the other day, passing over as he did in one instant of suspended breath? There was an hour before supper and he would enjoy himself. He crossed over to the library, humming and thinking what a good time Christmas Eve was, with the smell of holly in the sharp air, good things cooking in the kitchen, the Christ child in the manger, the shepherds watching the star. The kings with their gifts. In the library he put on some records of the winterized cycle. Schubert had been, his whole life through, his intimate devotion. It was as though he had been his friend and companion. The brilliant Biedermeier world of Vienna he knew as though he had been part of it. He had been surely present at the first performance of Sappho at the Burg Theatre, had admired Grillparzer's pale honey-colored curls, had drawn his breath in astonished delight as Fanny Elsler danced before him, had laughed at Meisel's farces. Shouted applause at Raymond's Diamant de Geisterkönigs, marvelled at Nestroy's acting, when, with the lifting of an eyelid, the humorous, scornful curl of a lip, he filled with emphasis the empty spoken word, best of all, danced, oh! How he had danced, on the Kahlenberg at the Feast of Violets. But Schubert, with the low forehead, the snub nose, the dark curly hair, the eyeglasses, he was his brother, his friend, his constant companion. How often he had watched to catch that sudden genius fire flash from behind those glasses. How well he knew the loneliness, the dark despair, the longing for love, the struggle, the poverty, the passion for friendship. Yes, with Schwind and Schober, with Joseph von Spahn, with Meyerhofer and Soter, with Huttenbrenner and Randhardinger, he had been and was Schubert's friend. Now, as he listened to the Wanderer's Gute Nacht, tears filled his eyes. Beyond the pain comes consolation. The spring will follow the winter. The post horn sounds, the day breaks in storm, the world is awake again, and the organ grinder, his empty plate at his side, grinds out his wheezy melody. The record ceased. The only sounds in the library were the dim rustle of the fire and the little friendly check of the clock. The past? The present? We are all in God's hands. God, who knows nothing of time, who holds us in his arms, knowing that our sorrow is only prelude to deeper knowledge of his love. The bishop smiled and, bending forward to the cabinet, found the Gloria in Excelsis Deo, from the E-flat major Mass. I see God's beauty burning through the veil of outward things. The hour, 7 o'clock, sounded from the cathedral. Then the chimes began, softly carrying the town forward with them. The shops were still open. In Orange Street and Meyer Street, up the High Street through the precincts, in Cannon's Yard, in Pontypi Square, by Tontine Bridge, at the Three Feathers and the Bull and the St. Leath, along Norman Row, every house was busy with preparation. Behind many windows the blinds were not yet drawn, and you might see, if you wished, like sparkling pictures, rooms with fires burning, holly bristling on the walls, life everywhere moving and stirring to the event. Flame burning within the stone, stars scattering the sky where there were no clouds, the air listening and still as though it caught its breath. Lampiron stepped into Smith's before going on to the cathedral. Here then was quite a gathering, Hathaway the architect, Bellamy, and, of all people, old Mordaunt, his shawl over his shoulders. Crispangle, the business duties of the day over, was host, looking as though he had himself written all the books in his shop and knew that they were good. "Here's Lampiron," Hathaway said. "We'll see what he thinks about it." "Thinks about what?" Lampiron said, picking up a book here and a book there. He could never see a book without wanting to touch it. Then he went on, "Look here, Crispangle, I want a book for a girl. I'm glad you're still open. I thought I'd be too late. It's Christmas Eve. What kind of a girl? What kind of a book? Oh, modern, and not too modern. That's helpful. Do you want a novel?" "No. Not a novel." He found a pocket edition of Norman Douglas' South Wind. "That's good, isn't it?" "Very good, but it's a novel, or sort of." Lampiron began to read, his broad body rocking a little on its stout legs. Soon he was lost. "Here, come out of it, Lampiron," Hathaway said. "Crispangle's been cursing this pageant. He says that it's a monstrous imposition on the town, that it's a mockery to give Mrs. Braund the chief part, that the committee's ridiculous, that the town has to pay and will get nothing for it, that the unemployed are going to make a row because of the expense, that—" "Well, I don't see why he need worry," Lampiron said. "The shop people are going to benefit more than anybody. Think of the trade it's going to bring." "Oh, will it?" Crispangle said scornfully. "Supposing it's wet. And who's going to come and see a pageant so mismanaged that it will be a scandal all over the south of England? Anyway, why should the cathedral people run it? Blasted snobs, the lot of them. We're among friends here, and I can tell you that Ma Braund will look a fine sight on a horse. And there's the archdeacon, so above himself that he'll scarcely condescend to speak to you." He imitated the archdeacon's rich and solemn tones. "Ah, Crispangle, how are you? I want Stevens's on the creeds." "What? Not got Stevens? Impossible. I thought you were a bookshop." They all laughed. "No. This won't do," Lampiron said, putting South wine down. "She wouldn't like this. What about Macefield or Noyes or Barry or Milne?" "Nonsense." Lampiron stood sniffing like a dog at the shelves. "Ah, here's a book." He had found Samuel Butler's notebooks. "Here's the very thing, even if he does say Handel's better than Beethoven. If you want to know what I think," Crispangle went on, "this damned pageant is going to do nothing but make ill feeling and then be a financial failure on top of it. This town will never move forward until the cathedral people know their place. They stop every improvement. They belong 2 generations back, the whole lot of them. There's something wrong about this town, with Seaton in the state it is and that swine Furs with half the place in his debt." He stopped, as men so often did when Furs's name was mentioned. Lampiron thought, "That devil, he keeps me hanging like a fish on a line. From week to week. It's fiendish." Crispangle looked about him. "Why, that man's a devil. See what he's done to his brother. He was a cheery, jolly sort of ruffian when he came here. Now look at him. Down at heel, hangdog." "All the same," said Bellamy, "I don't see what Furs has to do with the pageant." "He has to do with everything. It would be the best thing ever happened if someone wrung his skinny neck. Why, even decent old souls like Mr. Marlowe, they say." Here, to everyone's surprise, Lampiron broke in, violent as he often was. "All right, Crispangle. Keep the Marlowes out of it. They're friends of mine. There's enough gossip without your adding to it. Here, what do I owe you for the butler?" Then old Mordaunt most unexpectedly came forward and, poking his nose into Hathaway's face, said. "The cathedral won't like it, you know." "Won't like what?" Hathaway asked. "All this play acting. Making fun of them all. They're not so dead as you think they are." "What? The Black Bishop and Lady Emily and the rest?" "They're not making fun of them. They're going to glorify them. It's in their honor." "Mr. Mordaunt's right," Crispangle said. "It's desecration, that's what it is. Mrs. Braund on a horse pretending to be Lady Emily, and the Boy Scouts, their heads sticking out of sacks, thinking they're monks. But that's not what I object to. Lady Emily and the rest can look after themselves. It's the airs the cathedral lot give themselves that I object to, and so will plenty of other people too." "I know what it is, Crispangle," Bellamy said, laughing. "It's all because they haven't asked you to play a part." "Oh, to hell with them," Crispangle answered. "I wouldn't take a part if they asked me." "Oh, wouldn't you? But you needn't worry. They haven't asked any of us either. And there's Lampiron there, who'd be a perfect Black Bishop." "As a matter of fact," Lampiron said quietly, "that's what I'm going to be." "What?" they all cried. "Yes. I had a note from Aldrich 2 days ago. I don't mind. Perhaps someone will buy my sculpture when they see how fine I am in armor." "Well, I'm damned," Bellamy said. "Can you ride a horse?" "Of course I can ride a horse." But he had turned away from them and, sitting on a chair in a corner behind the popular novels, he took out his fountain pen and wrote in the Butler. "For Penelope Marlowe. From her friend, John Lampiron. Christmas 1932. He stared at the book. "Put that in paper for me, will you, Crispangle?" "I'm surprised they've asked you, Lampiron," Crispangle said, taking the book. "I should have thought you were too much of a pagan." "If you ask me," Bellamy said, "the old bishop was nothing but a pagan himself." "I'll tell you what, Lampiron," Crispangle said darkly. "This will bring you nothing but trouble." Hathaway went out, and through the opening door the cathedral chimes floated into the shop. From Locke's family hotel to The Dog and Pilchard is a short step. Mike Furze took it. He even sat in that same corner where his brother had but lately sat. Lanky gave him a drink for Christmas time. What he did there, what he said there, he did not himself know. It would later have its proper significance. It is probable that he boasted, that he raged, that he snivelled. It is certain that he danced on the rough uneven floor with 2 women from Portolo, and seeing, through a mist of smoke, drink and misery, the big body of Coll, who, maybe, had followed him down, once more, danced with him too. "Yes," says Coll, holding him, "and what was it you was saying about twisting the old bastard's neck?" But he knew nothing of what happened at The Dog. Afterwards he found himself at the riverside in the sharp air, a net of stars that like silver fish swam in a great inverted bowl above his head. So it seemed to him. He heard the rush of water tumbling over the weir, a song from behind a lighted window, smelt tar, dung, drainage, stale clothing, Seatown smell. And then his head cleared. In an instant. Through the chill refreshing air the cathedral peal rocked to his feet. He knew where he was. He knew what time it must be. He knew that he must go to the carol service. He climbed up crooked, stinking Daffodil Street, that was the quickest way, steep and cobbled though it was, into the marketplace. He had always had the capacity to clear himself, in a moment, of the fuddle of a debauch. It was not that in these last hours he had been debauched. He had been drunk on unhappiness and loneliness more than on any liquor. But now, as he climbed slowly the dark hill, edging that famous rock from whose height once so many mighty men-at-arms had been pushed, blaspheming, he was sober with a cold intensity of miserable desolation. Here it was, Christmas Eve, a fine Christmas Eve, the sky packed with stars and everyone within doors enjoying themselves. And he was in worse case than having no home at all. He clenched his cold fists and vowed that he would not return to that house. He would sleep in the street rather. He would never set eyes on his vile brother again. He would go to the cathedral, listen to the singing, pray for safety to that all-powerful Inquisitor, guardian, tyrant, like that old sea captain he had once sailed with who must poke his crooked nose into everyone's affairs. So that he had seen the ship's cook. No, like his beloved crucifix rather, the patient figure stretched on the cross, a figure at least, so tall and so dark, watching at the great door, or, with broken neck, issuing forth while the multitude, hidden, waited. He was in the marketplace, where the fair was ended, most of the booths were gone. Here the cathedral bells were very loud, echoing from house to house, ringing with such gaiety, such kindliness, inviting, persuading. He all but tumbled into William Call, the elder blind brother of that ruffian in Seaton. William Call had been blind from birth, and for many years had kept a stall of odds and ends in the market, second-hand books, cheap pictures, scraps of brass and old silver. He was a widower and was cared for by his girl, a child of 14 or so. He was a thin, grey-faced little man with a pale wispy beard. The light was still burning above his stall. He was standing there alone. He heard Mike's step and lifted his face, gazing with intent watchfulness. "Evening, Mr. Call," Mike said, feeling, he knew not why, a sudden comfort. The bells cheered him, and this blind man, at least, would neither know nor care that evil times had fallen on him. "I'm Mike Furze," he said, touching the man's sleeve. He had often enough stopped at his stall, turning the books over, examining the scraps of silver. "You're after the rest," he went on. "They've gone home, all of them." "Why, Mr. Furze, it's you, is it? Mr. Michael Furze?" "Yes," Mike said roughly. "Can't you tell my voice from my brother's?" Call put out his hand, touched Mike's sleeve, then caught his hand and held it. "Why, of course," he said. "But it's by the touch of the hand I can tell best. There are some hands I would tell among 1,000, and yours is one of them, Mr. Furze." Call's hand was chill and bony. "Why, what is there especial about my hand?" Mike asked. "It's hard in the middle of the palm and soft and warm the rest. Strong and soft both together. And you have a scar on your thumb. First time I ever held it I noticed that scar. You have freckles on your hand." "Why," said Mike, "you ought to be a detective." "So I oftentimes think," Call said with a chuckle. "And so I warn my young brother. He'll get himself into trouble one of these days. Trade been good. Oughtn't to complain, but it's Christmas time, of course. I must be getting on. I'm going to the carol service. And I'm going into my supper. Ah, here's my girl." His ears had detected her step, but to Mike it was as though the child, hidden in a shabby black overcoat too big for her, had appeared from nowhere at all. "Ellen, you're late." Mike detached his hand. "I must go on or I shan't get a place. The carols are very popular, I hear." It's a sort of old fashion. Never been myself. My wireless is good enough for me. They have a fine music hall show Saturdays. Good night, Mr. Call. Happy Christmas. And Happy Christmas to you, Mr. Furze." Mike went on, up the high street. Rhonda was entertaining a friend or two to a meal before the carol service. Gasolee, Romney, Cronin were his guests. The drawing room where they sat, waiting for the announcement of supper, was exactly as it had always been. The chair cushions, the curtains of the mullioned windows, were of the same warm dark blue. The low bookcases were white, and in his corner still stood the pure white Hermes on his pedestal, his tiny wings outspread. Still there was only one picture, the copy of Rembrandt's Mother. The difference between now and 35 years ago was that the room today was clothed with an old-fashioned charm. "I'm a trifle excited this evening," Rhonda said. His hands were comfortably folded over his paunch. "I received from my London bookseller the rare postscript to Rolfe's History of the Borgias. A great rarity." "Why is it rare?" Cronin, who was fat, good-natured, extremely high church, loved to ask questions. He hoped to entrap the interrogated, having a very high opinion of his own intellectual astuteness. Well, Ronder said, tapping the tips of his fingers together, the publishers wouldn't print it with the book because of its subject, the rather savage affection some of the Borgias had for their page boys. Gassali felt uncomfortable. He detested in his secret heart anything likely to upset the settled order of society. So long as society was properly ordered, his own career would decently progress. Either communism or fascism was repulsive to him. Disorderly morals, also, perhaps because he remembered Charlie Radcliffe long ago at school. It must have been simply too wonderful, Romney said, picking up a very perfect copy of John Gray's Silverpoints that lay on a table at his side. The Borgias. All purple, frosted silver, a page painted in gold dust from head to feet carrying a crimson macaw. There's to be a scene in the pageant when Henry Quare, the Franciscan, interrupts the fair on the Cathedral Green. The knights come out of the west door, and I want them to be in gold armor and a page carrying a crimson macaw. Oh, yes, said Ronder, lazily. What about the pageant? How do you think it's getting on? Quite well, I think, Gassali said. But it's a terrible lot of work. We seem to meet every day, don't we? I hear there's a good deal of feeling in the town. None of the townspeople appear to have been given good parts. Isn't that rather tactless? I don't know. Lampiron is to be the Black Bishop. Lampiron is he? That's interesting. He's a bit old. And he's scarcely a townsman. What about that old miser Furs for Henry Quare? Cronin asked, laughing. Now it's an extraordinary thing, Ronder said. Remind me, Romney, to show you Lord de Tabley's poems. The cover is really very fine. What was I saying? Oh yes, it's an extraordinary thing, but I never go anywhere without hearing about that man. He seems to have cast a kind of spell over the town. Why? He's hated, Gassali said. As though he's the devil himself. It does happen sometimes. I remember when I was at Drymouth for a while there was a hunchback there who was said to be a sorcerer, used to throw spells on people and that sort of thing, you know. He was quite harmless, I believe, but a lot of roughs took him and threw him into the sea one day. Quite medieval. However, this Stephen Furs isn't harmless if all I hear is true. As bad a usurer as they make them. Why doesn't someone catch him out and have him up before a magistrate? Ronder asked. Oh, he's as clever as can be. The report is he's pretty well a millionaire, but he starves his wife and daughter and brother quite shockingly. His wife's blind. Oh, he's got a brother, has he? Yes, arrived from somewhere in September. Quite a noisy, cheerful man then. Now he moves about as though he had a murder on his conscience. Have I seen the miser? Ronder asked. I must have, I suppose. I expect so. A thin, cadaverous man, often with a green umbrella. He steps about like a ghost. I also hear, said Ronder, there's a lot of trouble breeding down in Seaton. The unemployed think money ought to be spent on them instead of a pageant. What nonsense! Gassali said. Why, the pageant will be the finest thing for Polchester there's ever been. The best advertisement the town's ever had. It's had quite a lot in its time, Ronder murmured. For he was suddenly bored, in a way that was common with him these days. What did pageants and misers and Borgias and rare books and conversations like these amount to at the end? At the end? He moved in his chair. He heard the cathedral bells chiming beyond the window. He looked at the Hermes. Did that also amount to nothing? There was a taste, salt and dry, in his mouth. Supper was announced. Ah, come along. Hope you're hungry. He looked at the holly perched precariously above the Rembrandt. Christmas Eve. What a terrible number of Christmas Eves he'd seen by now. As Mike Furze started up the high street, his niece Elizabeth had but just left a small parcel at the door of number 32 Orange Street. The parcel contained a pair of warm-lined gloves and was addressed to the Reverend James Bird. On the top of the gloves was lying a card, and on the card was written, "The Reverend James Bird. With best Christmas wishes from Elizabeth Furze." This was the boldest action of all her life. Indeed, she had thought that she would never have the courage to deliver it. It was not that she knew Mr. Bird very well. Their meetings had been, in the last weeks, frequent and very brief, always in some public place. She did her meagre shopping between 11 and 12 of a morning, most of it was at Bellamy's General Store, for Mr. Cutts, one of the assistants, was always kind and attentive to her. She shrank from entering any place where her desperate sensitiveness might be alarmed. It happened often that Mr. Bird was passing up the high street as she came down it. He would stop and speak to her. Once or twice he turned and walked with her a little way. He was always very quiet, unobtrusive. He seemed to be glad to speak to her. It was a fact that she had no friends at all in Polchester, and hitherto had thought that she wished for none. One or two were kind to her when they met her, that nice canon, Mr. Dale, the Mrs. Trenchard, one funny old lady, Mrs. Dickens, who lodged with that fearful woman, Mrs. Cool, but she felt always that they must be ashamed to be seen speaking to her. That dreadful man's daughter. Instinctively she knew that Mr. Bird was not ashamed, and after a while she fancied, although this was of course absurd, that he was pleased to be with her, and once he had seen her from the other side of the street and hurried across to her. She liked him so very much. She had had no one all her life to love save her mother, and her mother had, within her, a dumb hard resistance to approach that came from hard experience and deep abiding sorrow. But Elizabeth's heart was as warm and ardent as her independence was fierce and stubborn. She would seek love from no one. She would go on to the end alone, as many other women must do, and would ask for help from no human being. But the point about Mr. Bird was that he himself wanted help. He told her very little of his circumstances, but she knew that he was almost as lonely as she, that he was timid and shy and afraid of women. He told her once that he had made friends with Lampiron, the sculptor, and what a fine man he was and how many troubles he had. But this made Elizabeth nervous and frightened, for she knew whence Lampiron's troubles came and that he was one of her father's most unhappy debtors. She had wondered then for a moment whether this could be the reason that Mr. Bird had sought her out. Soon he would ask her to plead with her father on Mr. Lampiron's behalf. But no, he never made any allusion to her father. He seemed to understand with wonderful tact and sympathy how not to frighten and alarm her. She had soon to confess to herself that she looked out for him, and that it was a happy moment for her when she saw his neat little figure, felt the touch of his hand, and caught the smiling generosity of his brown eyes as he greeted her. She was not at all a sentimental woman. She hated demonstrations. She had a great sensitiveness to being touched by strangers or anyone for whom she did not care. She thought most novels foolish and that women were silly to surrender to men, to be subservient, to ask for favors. She disliked most men and could be infuriated often by the airs that men gave themselves. But Mr. Bird was lonely, and she was sure that he must be most unhappy with that noisy self-confident Mr. Porteous and his long-legged masculine daughter. Nevertheless, she would never confess to herself how very glad she was to see him. As Christmas approached she thought of him very much and of what a lonely time he would have. Why should she not give him something? It would do no harm. If he thought it bold of her she did not care, and, in any case, women in these days were every bit as good as men, if not better. She had a very little money of her own, some £20 or so which she kept hidden away, under her clothes in a drawer. It was one of her constant fears that one day her father would discover this store. So she was bold. She bought the gloves, she wrote the card, she left the parcel. She stood for a moment before turning on up Hay Street into Green Lane, which was a short cut to the Cathedral. The street was well lit, and overhead a fine mesh of stars burned in the sky. She sighed, shook her head at her daring, then, a grave solitary figure, started up past the statue. Someone passed her and paused. "Why, Elizabeth, good evening." It was her father's jackal, Major Legate, his bowler hat cocked on one side of his head, a smart light overcoat and a green silk muffler with white spots decorating his ugly body. Yes, ugly to her he was and detested by her. She said good evening. "And what are you doing here?" "I am going to the carol service. Leaving Christmas gifts on the way." "Who can the happy man be?" "I shall have to tell your father of this." He was always facetious with her, always spoke to her as though she were a little girl of 10. One of his chief pleasures was to try to shock her with indecent stories, and sometimes he would pretend to make love to her, hating her as she very well knew he did. But she smiled. It amused her to think that she had a friend unknown to him, unknown to her father, unknown to all the world. "Wouldn't you like to know?" she said, and went on. Only in the dusky silence of Green Lane she was sorry. She would hate her father to be told. And now he would be. It was Legate's business to keep him informed of everything. The cathedral bells now were pealing loudly. The whole town rang with them and the whole town responded, for the carol service was an institution, it was the right and proper way to begin Christmas. For many people it was the one and only occasion of entering a church during the year. Up the high street they all hurried, laughing and talking, greeting to left and to right. Lampiron and the Crispangles, the Bellamys, Inspector Gurney and Mrs. Gurney and the little Gurneys, Penny and her father and mother, Humphrey Carys and Mrs. Carys and Mabel and Gladys, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich, Simon the lawyer from Berry Street, Mrs. Porteous and Camilla, Lady Mary Bassett and Miss Pringle, who was staying with her, Mrs. Hathaway. Even one or two, and perhaps more than one or two, from Seaton. Across the dark cathedral green stepped Clitch and Mrs. Clitch, proud and eager to hear the singing of their son, Cronin and Romney in Gasolee with Ronder. The Mrs. Trenchard, happy because their children's party had been so delightful, Mrs. Cool's old ladies from number 10 Norman Row, Mr. and Mrs. Browning, grand and pompous from the St. Leith Hotel, Lord and Lady St. Leith and their son Robert arriving in a high old-fashioned Daimler, lastly, old Mordaunt in his grey shawl, stepping through the west door as the bells ceased. Mike Furze too was there. Chapter 8. Christmas Eve, 2, in the Cathedral. It happened on this evening that between the hours of 6 and 7 no living human being was to be seen within the walls of the great church. Evensong was over. No lingering tourists paced the nave. Broad and his assistant, Titchett, had gone to their homes to have a bite and a drink before the evening service. Beyond the precincts all the town was alive. Within the cathedral there was life also. Outwardly there was a great peace and silence in the half-dusk, half-dark, through which fragments of gold, of purple stone, of colored glass, shimmered. Soon Broad would be here to switch on the electric light and a glory of color would shine. Now the light and color were of another kind. No one can tell us what is life and what is death. We are certain of nothing save of the life of our bodies, which is the least of all our lives. It is sure, however, that no stone is raised to the glory of God that has not, because of that glory, life. Much preparation therefore was going forward now within this building and a great multitude was at work. The centers of activity in this cathedral are the tomb of the Black Bishop, the King's Chapel with the Virgin and Children windows, Harry's Tower that has seen so many great and fearful deeds, Bishop Wilfrid's tomb in the northeast transept. The tomb of Bishop Holcroft, the Chapel of All Angels where Lady Emily lies, and the War Memorial Chapel at the end of the south aisle. These, Henry Arden the Black Bishop, Gaskin Bishop Wilfrid, Simon Holcroft, Emily de Britt, are the four great human figures of this church. They are all known, in face and body, by a happy chance, as well as though on this very day they walked the Polchester streets. Arden from Clerk Thomas's book, he was mighty-chested, a dark hairy man, short and thick of the leg, with wrathful eyes and a smiling mouth. No man dare cross him and he was beloved of all men. In the Hunticombe Chronicles, preserved from Hunticombe Abbey, there is this picture of Bishop Wilfrid, a slender man, very tall, fair-colored, with a bright blue eye. He was lame of one leg, but had a fiery spirit. In the same chronicles but, of course, later in date, there is much mention of Simon Holcroft. His stoutness hindered him. He was in stature a bull and could roar like one red-bearded. Simon Holcroft was one of the greatest of all medieval bishops. He gave all that he had, money, he was exceedingly wealthy, energy, all his life to the beautifying and increasing of the cathedral. He was a master craftsman himself and could make anything with his hands. He loved craft and all craftsmen of whatever kind. Emily de Brit was big-boned and fierce, more like a man than a woman. In the Battle of Drymouth, Temp, Wars of the Roses. She was an ardent Lancastrian, she charged on her white horse, herself armoured from head to foot, turned the battle and lost her right hand in the melee. She had very fair hair that she cut short like a man's, and she loved the common soldier, drinking and swearing with him and always ready to listen to his grievances. She in her later years did very much for the cathedral with gifts of money and personal attention. The last, if legend is to be believed, often gave umbrage and she is said to have smacked the face of the then bishop, Lancrist. Those four had ruled this church for many a day, and so will for many a day to come. There are many things that Arden must remember, the day that the monks, angry for some trivial thing, marched round the church widdershins, carrying their crosses upside down. Or the riot in the infirmary when the old and sick and those recently bled, all together rebelled, showing most unexpected energy because of the protest of one of them against his bleeding, he defying the rule that monks, because they ate so largely, must be bled 5 times a year. Or the anger that he was in one summer morning because the rear order, or latrines, stank so abominably. Or the winter morning, a cold wind blowing, when he led the soldiers out to the hill beyond Arden Gate and turned the enemy back tumbling to the rock. Or that last blood-red afternoon when the setting sun shone through the coloured windows and he on one knee before the altar felt the sword at his throat. And he would remember, too, the little things that he loved, the slab of alabaster from Nottingham from the high altar. He was proud that day and stroked the alabaster again and again with his hand. A church service book whose margins were gay in green and purple and gold with country dances and children riding hobby horses, monkeys at school. Or a day in the country when, before a still and golden sky, he would watch the oxen slowly drag the harrow with its rows of wooden teeth across the patient field. And Holcroft, his hands must be itching at the handicrafts again, ironwork on the doors, fine work on a silver or bronze seal, a painting on the wall, St. Michael holding a pair of scales on one of which is a little naked soul, the devil tugging at the scale to drag it down, St. Michael in silver armor and the devil a flaming red, or maybe something as simple as a lock on an oak chest, not too simple, though, to have all the beauty that loving hands could give to it. And Emily de Brit? She would be thinking of war, of her great white charger, of her basnet, of her padded doublet of cloth lined with satin and sewn with diamond-shaped gussets of mail, of the reek and the heat and the noise of the bombards. Of the little miniature cannons on long wooden stocks, of the cries and the trampling of the horses and the shout of victory. Or maybe a softer life, the hall of the great house above the pole, 10 years after her death destroyed by fire, with the oiled linen stretched across the windows, the bright painted pictures on the walls, the display of gold and silver vessels. The solemn ceremony of the dinner, and the kindly stout body of her Humphrey beside her, cutting her meat for her because her right hand was gone. If time has no place here, death has none either. What of the men of the fabric rolls, sawyers, smiths, plumbers, bell-founders, painters, carvers in stone? You can see for yourself how they were in the corbels of Henry Saint, above the seats in the chapel of All Angels, with the master painter and his 2 cats, one black, one white. Or the pleasant picture of the bell-founder seated at his mew beside the great bell. There is the carved stone of Humphrey Witton who acted with Burbage in London, the glorious monument of Henry, 8th Marquis of Brit, with the divine laughing babies and the sinister shadow of young Simon Petre behind him. But the darkness stirs with figures. This same darkness has no property more wonderful than the shadowed movement of life within it. A figure, shadow upon shadow, watches, nay, commands that movement. The armored men, the monks in their hodden grey, the common craftsmen have their light so that darkness is unknown to them. A splendor of blazonry. Colors on stone, gold, purple, violet, stalls of the choir gilded to a fine light, the battle flags hanging in procession blazing with the contrasted shades and grand designs of their armorial bearings. The flames of the tall candles blow in the wind, the thick smell of incense clouds the air, trumpets from the great west door ring out. Henry Arden, his vestures thick with gold, his giant ring gleaming on his finger, marches to the high altar. Yes, says Braund. We have plenty of time. There is nothing about this church that he does not know, but his knowledge rouses no sense of wonder in his breast. Facts are always facts to Braund. One thing has been ever manifest in his world, that there is one great man in it. He is often in a dream of wonder at himself, at his handsome figure, at the things that he knows, at his ability to deal with any kind of situation. He likes proverbs. Handsome is as handsome does, he will say to a mystified tourist who has wanted to find Henry Saint's corbels, or, least said, soonest mended, when a visitor inquires the history of Lady Emily. This cathedral, he created it. But the wonder is not with this cathedral, with himself rather whose work it is. With him, this evening, under sufferance, is his young son Timothy, to whom, unlike his father, all the world's a wonder. He must ask endless questions to which his father seldom gives a reply. Now this evening, alone save for that fine and pompous figure in the great church, he draws a great sigh. How many is there buried in this place, Dad? He asks, and sticks close to the great man because figures on tombstones can sometimes unaccountably move. Young Titchett appears, hurrying. 7 has struck and the pealing of the bells has begun. Mr. Doggett comes down from the choir stalls. The heavy leather apron of the great door is slowly pushed back and old Mrs. Dickens from Mrs. Cool's arrives, slip-slopping along, shuffle shuffle, the ends of her old boa waggling behind her back. So the two worlds are encountering, meeting, together making the festival of Christ in the manger. Braund said to Titchett indignantly, now look at this. For there, curled up in a corner of one of the choir stalls, was a dirty shabby little girl fast asleep. Well, I'm blowed! Braund exclaimed, and stood there heaving with indignation, his hands on his hips, while young Timothy looked on, his eyes wide with interest. And Braund was blowed yet further when Titchett, twitching Braund's gown, whispered in his ear. Do you know, oh it is? It's the little girl of that loose woman in Seaton, Fanny Clark. That's, oh it is. And how do you know? Braund asked suspiciously. Everyone knows. She's always all over the town, stealing when she's got a chance. Braund leant forward and shook the child's arm. Dirty and dishevelled she was, her black stockings full of holes and her thin frock torn. She gazed at them with wild eyes, then slipped like a little eel under Braund's arm and was down the steps and along the nave before a thing could be done. Well, I'm blowed, said Braund again. How the dickens did she get into the place? Most mysterious, said Titchett. Must have been in here all alone. However, there was no time to waste. People were beginning to arrive although it was but 7:15. Mr. Doggett had gone up into the organ loft. Titchett stationed himself near the west door. Braund moved through the nave, seeing that the carol sheets were properly arranged on every chair. Timothy, less afraid now of being alone, wandered away to the Black Bishop's tomb and, as he loved to do, gazed at every detail of it. Someone had once told his father, he being by, a story about a visitor who was locked in by mistake one night and had to wait until morning alone in the cathedral. This visitor had uncomfortably slept for a while, and then, waking, had seen the choir blazing with candles and the Black Bishop officiating at the altar. An old silly story about which Braund had been properly scornful. Not so Timothy, who had believed every word of it. He knew that, when all was quiet, they came out of their tombs and said their prayers. Why should they not? It seemed to him the most natural thing in the world, for he was an imaginative little boy and lived a life of dreams and fancies. So now he looked at the delicate lacework of the stone screen, the high pinnacles, the dark blue stone of the tomb itself, and, most especially, at the black marble figure of the bishop, the fine hands so quietly folded. The robes and mitre and crosier, the visor and the gauntlet and the splendid ring of green stone on the right hand. The bishop was a friend of his, the best friend he had in the world. It was 7:30 and people were pouring in. Doggett at the organ had begun a soft voluntary, an arrangement of Gerontius. An air of happiness and even of gaiety began to spread through the church. Titchett, greeting his friends, showing people where to go, was so happy that he could have burst out singing, for this was one of the occasions when he loved to be a verger. He was a thin, pale young man who suffered from indigestion and a very tiresome bullying old mother. At home he never had any fun at all, but now in a position of authority he was at his best, forgetting his indigestion and his mother and old Broad's pompous officialdom and feeling as though it were he who was welcoming everyone. As though he were giving a party and knew that it would be a great success. He smiled, he whispered Christmas greetings, and when Inspector Gurney, with his large wife and 3 children, stopped and insisted on shaking hands with him, wishing him a happy Christmas, his cup was really full. The Marlowes had a reserved seat in the front of the nave, and Braund, undoing the cord, tendered them Christmas greetings with great dignity. Penny knelt down and covered her face with her hands. Her thoughts would not be controlled. She tried to say the Lord's Prayer, but whether she said it or no she could not be sure. She was so very happy that prayers were meaningless. She had left the Donatello figure at Lampiron's house and now she wondered what he would do. She had never felt about anyone like this before. It was a kind of worship, a longing to serve, to give, to surrender. She had no thought of any physical love. She did not see Lampiron as a man, but rather as a force, a power composed of all the elements that seemed to her most beautiful. She did not at all want that he should return any of her own feeling. She was not even sure that she wished to see him. All that she needed was that she should know that he was alive and not far away. And at the same time if she did see him her happiness would be almost more than she could bear. She rose from her knees and sat demurely between her father and mother. Her father was very softly humming to himself, and this, Penny knew, distressed her mother. But she could think of nothing but that she might see Lampiron pass up the aisle. Because they were seated so far in front she could not get a sight of what Braund called the common people. The cathedral aristocracy had their reserved seats, and here they were, with great dignity, wishing Braund a happy Christmas and then being wished it back again, Mrs. Caris in purple and with a marvellous little hat on the side of her head swept forward, followed by Mr. Caris and Mabel and Gladys. The girls smiled at Penny, which was very kind of them, Mrs. Caris, before she sat down, ever so slightly looked about her, as much as to say, "Is there anyone here I might ask to luncheon or dinner?" Then Lady Mary Bassett arrived, scratching her nose and biting her lip. I wonder if she knows the faces she makes, Penny thought. Then the 2 Miss Trenchards, a little old-fashioned in their black silk and a suspicion of puffed shoulders, but looking so kind and gentle, such grand ladies without thinking about it. That Penny was lost in admiration at such unself-conscious dignity. Then there was Mrs. Braund with her son, who was, of course, a friend of Penny's and grinned at her. "I'm sure he's thinking of the grand poet he's going to be, with the world at his feet. He thinks too much about himself." She was then led to the speculation, as everyone was in Polchester at the moment, how will Mrs. Braund look on a horse and in armour? Will she manage it? Probably she will, because of her blood, thought Penny. That's almost the only use left for blood nowadays, that it helps you to carry off difficult situations. And now a sensation. For here were Lord and Lady St. Leath and their son Robert. Everyone was interested. How sweet Lady St. Leath looked, so wonderfully young. A pity Lord St. Leath was so fat and red in the face. But he looked so very good-tempered, Penny thought. And they say they are so very devoted. And although she had not the least little bit of snob in her, she could not help thinking, as everyone in Polchester was always thinking, that Lady St. Leith had been only an archdeacon's daughter and that her brother had run away with a disreputable girl from a public house and her mother had run away with the rector of St. James's. What lives people have! Penny thought. After this, the mayor with Mrs. Aldrich and all the little Aldriches. There were very many of them and they were a plain family and awkward. 2 of the Aldrich small boys had squeaky boots and made a noise like mice in the wainscot all the way up the nave. Then the miracle occurred. Lampiron came stamping past. He was carrying a brown paper parcel in his hand and seemed to have little idea as to his immediate destiny, for, on arriving in line with the Marlowes pew, he realized that all the seats were cut off from him by thick red cords, nor did Braund, who was quite as good a judge of social distinctions as Mrs. Caris, make the slightest effort to assist him. So there he stood, extremely self-conscious, beginning to be angry, his body shaking a little, his head turning from side to side. "Father," Penny whispered, "there's Mr. Lampiron. He doesn't know where to go. Do make room for him." So her father obediently drew inwards, there was plenty of room. "Mr. Lampiron," Penny whispered. He heard her voice, saw the space beside Marlowe and, frowning, sat down, stared in front of him, his hands on his knees. At last, after a very long time, he looked, past Marlowe, at Penny. She smiled and he smiled. Then he turned and stared, frowning once again, into the choir. The service had, from time unremembered, been in this wise, first some prayers, then a carol, then after every successive carol the reading of a lesson. The first lesson was read by a choir boy, and so up the ecclesiastical scale until the last of all was read by the bishop. The quiet penetrating voice of the precentor floated through the cathedral. Once Penny turned her head and saw that the nave was completely filled. Beyond her own personal happiness she felt the happiness of that world within a world. Young though she was, she knew that the feeling of joy came from something besides the personal actual lives of this crowd of human beings. "What is it?" she thought. "I feel as though this would never end. I want it never to end. And I feel as though it had always been. They have been singing like this through all time." For the first carol came to them from the candlelit choir as though it had no earthly origin. A boy, young Guy Clitch it was, sang the first verse alone. "Awake, glad heart. Get up, and sing, it is the birthday of the King, awake. Awake, the sun doth shake light from his locks, and, all the way-breathing perfumes, doth spice the day." The choir sang the second verse. "Awake, awake. Hark how th wood rings, winds whisper, and the busy springs a concert make, awake. Awake, man is their high priest, and should rise to offer up the sacrifice." Then young Clitch, his voice rising and falling like a bird's cry. "I would I were some bird, or star, fluttering in woods, or lifted far above this inn and road of sin, then either star or bird should be shining or singing still to thee." As the choir broke in again Penny bent her head. She heard no more, for it seemed to her that in literal truth the high roof had split its fastness, that a star shone, in almost intolerable brilliance, from a dark sky, and that the tune of the bird never ceased. Elizabeth Furze was sitting far back in one corner of the nave. She had gone there because she did not wish to be seen, and then the most appalling event. Mr. Bird had come in late. She could see that he was flustered, his eyes gathered together under his brown eyebrows. Yes, he was nervous, shy, self-conscious when he saw such a mass of people there. Titchett had spoken to him, told him, perhaps, that there were seats in front. For he shook his head, smiled, turned his eyes nervously from side to side. Then he saw Elizabeth and that there was a chair empty beside her. He went at once and sat down in it. Just at this time Lampiron seated himself beside Canon Marlowe. He knelt and prayed. The choir was coming in. Everyone stood, but he was still kneeling. When there was a pause before the first prayers he rose from his knees, and then, turning, smiling into her face, said in a low but happy voice, "Thank you very much for your present. You pleased me very much." And then added, "I often have chilblains, you know. I hadn't a pair of really warm gloves." She said nothing. She stared in front of her, her hands lightly folded on her lap. She was aware that she wanted at once to leave the cathedral, to go straight home and never to see Mr. Bird again. He had chosen deliberately before the whole world to come and sit beside her. There had been that happy look on his face, he was so close to her that his leg pressed against her dress, his hand, lying on his knee, seemed to say to her with a human whisper, "Touch it. Lay your hand for an instant upon it." All these things, coming in a shock of active, positive revelation, struck her into a sudden consciousness of her position. It was true. He was closer to her heart and whole body, to her spirit and her soul, than she had, in her most excited imagination, supposed. She was a woman of facts. Life had been so bitter that it had fastened her to reality, and that reality, or her sense of it, told her that she must have nothing to do with Mr. Bird. She was a woman apart, the daughter of a shameful man. This was no melodrama. A sensible observer might certainly say to her, "Come, my dear, isn't this absurd? You are acting like someone in an old Victorian novel. Your father is a miser and usurer and is certainly unpopular. What has that to do with you? You are no usurer. Your life has been one of continuous self-abnegation and unselfishness." Yes, but the observer had not lived inside that life. The Inquisitor had, but not the observer. The observer had not experienced that constant day-by-day torture of slights, deprivations, humilities and, in watching her mother's tragedy, agony. The observer did not know how the life of that house, the scarf, had become, for Elizabeth, the only real life. She did not see the house from the world, but the world from the house. Inside that house they were marked off sanctified creatures, sanctified to a life of isolated contempt. She believed that everyone alive despised and condemned and avoided her, all save old things like Mrs. Dickens who did not know what the world said and thought. This outside contempt had grown into herself so that she sympathized with what the world felt. It was natural, inevitable. Only, for herself, like a plant that is nurtured and cared for in a dark room, she kept her own integrity and purity. That integrity should not be contaminated by the weakness of drawing a good, unselfish, unwilling man into her spoilt life. Until this moment she had thought that an acquaintance, even an acquaintance strong enough to permit her Christmas present, could do no harm. Now she realized that for him it was more than an acquaintance. She moved a little away. She wondered whether she would not leave the cathedral. Then young Klitsch's voice came to her as though it spoke to her directly. "Awake, glad heart. Get up, and sing, it is the birthday of the King, awake. Awake. The sun doth shake light from his locks, and, all the way breathing perfumes, doth spice the day." A moment later she was tested again, for the reader of the second lesson was Godfrey Burden, the leading tenor of the choir. She knew him well, for he was an assistant in Bellamy's. But she knew him because, as all the town also knew, he was crazy about horse racing and dog racing, was always in debt and was deep in her father's debt. So now when she saw his plump, rather babyish face and heard his familiar voice, her father came to her very side and whispered with his quiet gentleness, "You see, I'm everywhere. And you are with me. You will always be with me." She did not know that, not far away from her, Uncle Mike was sitting. He was near the west door. He was bewildered and he was exhausted. It was as though he had arrived at his destination after a long journey. He was so bone-aching weary that he might have walked 100 miles. His confusion was partly because he had hoped to find rest here. What he had wanted was to sit down in the middle of all the people, listen to the singing, feel, as in other days he had felt, that this was the most comforting, most beautiful place in the world. But his body ached so sorely that he was prevented from realizing anything else. There were lights, colors, music. Someone was reading from the Bible, but the voice came, as it comes sometimes in dreams, as though from the end of a long corridor. He moved so restlessly on his little chair that his neighbors on either side looked at him. From where he sat, he could see, beyond the Brit Monument, the little door that led up to King Harry's Tower, and this little door appeared to obsess him so that his mind would consider nothing else. The door, the dark stairs, the wall very cold to the touch, the thin slits of windows, then at a point complete darkness so that you must be careful lest you knocked your knees. Then the whispering gallery, then up again until you reached the little room with the gap against the wall that you must not tumble into. The door held him like a spell. He felt that there was perspiration on his forehead, and he put up his hand, but there was no perspiration. His forehead was very cold. His thighs ached like toothache and his heart was beating as though he had been running in a race. Am I going to be ill? He thought. It's that stuff I drank in Seaton. Then, with a great effort, he forced himself to be still and leaned forward, looking at the multitude of people in front of him, the patches of color, faded blue and red in the old torn flags, the golden angel over the choir screen. The dim hazy fluttered light of the candles above the choir stalls. Now I must attend, he thought. I am here to listen to the music. I have been looking forward to this for many weeks. He looked at the carol sheet. A chorus of voices, that still seemed to be removed a great distance from him, rang out with startling suddenness. He, intently looking at the sheet, followed the words. All over were December's rains, and grass and herbs renew the plains. The shepherds quit the hills, and keep a watch around their feeding sheep. Oh, happy toil which Abel knew and Moses loved, and David too, oh, happy shepherds, favored race, who first shall see a Saviour's face. How beautifully they are singing, he thought, and a first sense of some distant happiness and tranquility began to steal towards him. It was interrupted, it was prevented. It was exactly as though someone had touched him on the shoulder, someone antagonistic to everything that was being done here. Come away out of this nonsense. You are wanted. You have no time to be wasting here. He had been a man all his life of weak decisions and he had always covered his weakness with self-defending excuses. It was exactly the same now as so often before in the past. When in America or China someone had tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Come on. What are you hanging about for?" he had gone, often to some silly misfortune. Now he half turned his head as though he expected to see someone waiting for him. Everyone was listening to the singing. No one minded him. Who wanted him? Where was he to go? Then he knew. It was this old impulse, that with every renewal seemed to be stronger, to drive him back again to the house that he hated. He had been in the Bull, drinking with his friends, or watching a football match, or talking to friends in the high street, and this urge would come to him. But in these last weeks when he had no money to drink with his friends, this sudden insistence had been more powerful and more frequent. He had thought at first that it was the wish to hunt out his brother's secrets that drove him back, but when he was in the house he did nothing there, listened for steps and voices, skulked in his room, read an old newspaper. Shivering because there was no fire. Well, now he would not go. He sat back against the little chair as though he were clinging to it for safety. Cannondale was reading a lesson. Mike's eyes wandered from point to point. That was an old-fashioned hat. He noticed detail as though everything were enlarged in a magnifying glass, a purple vein in a cheek, a tie that had risen to the top of a collar, a thin and gnarled hand holding the back of a chair, a scarlet ribbon ornamenting a black hat. "I'm not going," he muttered. Then, very quietly, he got up and went. It was towards the end of the service that, from very ancient tradition, they sang the carol that was the climax of their celebration. Old Ronder had read his lesson, had walked very slowly back to his stall. There was a pause and then, with a great joyful rush of sound, the whole world seemed to be singing triumphantly. Unaccompanied, the choir, with a shout of magnificent greeting, saluted God. Hark! Hear you not a cheerful noise that makes heaven's vault ring shrill with joys, see? Where, like stars, bright angels fly and thousand heavenly echoes cry. So loud they chaunt, that down to earth innocent children hear their mirth and sing with them, what, none can say, for joy their prince is born, this day, their prince, their God, like one of those, is made a child, and wrapped in clothes. All this is in time's fullness done, we have a Saviour, God a Son, heaven, earth, babes, shepherds, angels sing, oh. Never was such carolling, hark! How they all sing at his birth, glory to God, and peace on earth. Up then, my soul, thy part desire and sing, though but a bass, in this sweet choir. At the words, for joy their prince is born, this day, their prince, their God. The organ comes suddenly in with trumpets and shawms and all the artillery of salutation. Doggett, seated up there, solitary, isolated, not knowing what this life was for, save the divine procreation of music, seemed to himself to rise with this sound. For this one moment in the year at least he was one of a cloud of witnesses, and as he played, loving the cathedral as he did, it was no sentimental nonsense that made him call his companions, come on, Arden and Wilfred and you. Henry Saint who made the corbels, young Petre and old toe-bearded Holcroft. I'm a shy man, and I hate to say good morning to my landlady, but here is a moment when I do understand what life is for. We are creators together before the Lord. Even Lady Mary, who thought the Christian religion a very absurd sentimental survival, threw for a moment her brains to limbo, and shared in the triumph. When, in London, Carslake, who wrote so brilliantly about the Versailles Conference and hates religion for the harm that it has done to the world, would say to her, this sentimental flummery, she would say, yes, but, Carslake. You will think me too absurd for anything, but the carol service in Polchester brings out all the schoolgirl in me. It was a secret hidden from her, but the schoolgirl in her was her best part. There were, in fact, tears in her eyes. Tears in Mrs. Braund's, too. She was so very happy. Her dear boy was safe at home and delighting everyone with his cleverness, and the Archdeacon had been ever so much easier since he had finished his pamphlet on modernism and the Nicene Creed. Moreover, she was to enact Lady Emily at the pageant. She had not sought for this. They had offered it to her quite spontaneously and now the desire of her life was fulfilled. She had loved to act as a girl. In her young day, it had been of course impossible for anyone in her rank of life to think of being an actress. Nevertheless she had had her dreams. And now they were to come true. Very fortunate, too, that she knew Percy Dalton, who was to come down and rehearse and produce the pageant. Already she was reading everything that she could find about Emily de Britt. It was almost as though they had become friends, and even now there were times when Agnes Braund, middle-aged wife of an archdeacon and mother of a grown-up son, found herself lost in a strange world of cannon smoke and coarse oaths and flying banners. Someone at the last pageant committee meeting, Mr. Romney perhaps, had said something about Lady Emily being no better than she should be, and she, Mrs. Braund, had felt quite personally insulted. She was sorry that Mrs. Carys took the whole affair to heart. She had really been quite rude to her at the last meeting, but what poor Polly Carys lacked, had always lacked, was breeding. That everyone knew. Glory to God, and peace on earth, up, then, my soul. Up, up, up went Agnes Braund's soul and with her all the others. For an instant the one great purpose of human life was achieved, self was lost in worship. But old Mordaunt alone, and he was crazy, saw and heard the true assembly, the knights in armor of gold and silver, the monks bearing the candles, Arden, his vestments stiff with gold, holding the great cross high in his hands. The snuff of the incense, the snarl of the silver trumpets. Glory to God in the highest and on earth peace. Did this man, Michael Furze, ever in the course of the strange events that yet remained for him, reflect that this flight from the cathedral to the scarf was the true turning point in his history? It may be. Once, on a later occasion, he said to his niece, "It was then, that time I allowed him to summon me, when I ran at his bidding, I can see now that that was the fatal blunder." To Elizabeth this was meaningless. Nevertheless it was true. All the later events in the town may be said to date from that. His flight from the place that, because of its beauty, had brought him here in the first place was the betrayal, in a way, of the finest part of him, a small part, something so weak that a short period of poverty, insufficient food, and terrorism had destroyed it. But the terrorism was not something of these few months only. It began when, a child of 2 or 3, he had been ordered by his elder brother to sit still. Don't move till I come back. And, weighted with fear, he had sat still. When he had had his £50 he had made an attempt to fight. He had even, as has been said, played tricks with money, taunted his brother, pretended to spy on him. But at that game he had no chance at all. Now he hurried through the town across the dark green, down the high street, through the marketplace and so to the gate of the Scarf. He remembered nothing afterwards of the details of that short journey, spiritually so important to him. Then at the gate he paused. It was as though someone offered him one last opportunity of escape. He looked up and saw how brilliantly the sky was lit with stars. In the next house he could hear a piano being played. They were dancing perhaps. A Christmas Eve party. The Scarf itself was the more silent by contrast. There was not a light anywhere. Only the branches of a tree creaked as though protesting against the life next door. He was too tired to think. It was part of the inevitability of his circumstances that his brain, such as it was, had at that moment no chance to act. He had his key and he let himself in. The house was in complete darkness. Stephen Furze might be working in his own room, but there was no expensive light burning in the passages or on the stairs. Mike struck a match, stumbled up the stairs and was on the way to his bedroom. Then Stephen opened his door and, looking out, said, "Is that you, Mike? Come in for a moment." Mike followed him in. He stood by the door and when Stephen motioned him to a chair he shook his head. "I'm tired," he muttered. "Service over already?" "It's early surely." Stephen's white nose with its big hollow nostrils was one of the unpleasant things about him, because it had, it seemed, a life and personality of its own. Now it was friendly and even kindly. A room, however, is not so easy a deceiver. It was bare, hard and very cold. "I'm going to bed," Mike said. He noticed that, by a trick of light, his brother's body threw an elongated shadow on the wall. He appeared to see 2 men. Possibly there were more. Or, possibly, they were none of them there at all. He sometimes felt that his brother's body had no substance and that your hand, if you tried to grasp him, would paw the air. But that was absurd. He knew the cold hard touch of Stephen's hand. "Well, good night," Stephen said. But Mike didn't move. "What did you want me for?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, simply whether you had enjoyed yourself." I never enjoy myself. You know that. "Why do you stay here, then?" Stephen asked gently. "Because you've sucked my courage out of me, my manhood, everything. How you've done it I don't know. I'm not clever enough to know. You've always been free to leave us." Then Mike, looking clearly into himself, spoke a truth. "I've always done what others told me, all my life. You had that power over me when we were boys. I was a fool to come back here. My God, what a fool." Stephen shook his head, smiling, looking considerately at his brother. "You exaggerate. That was always a fault of yours." "Let me go," Mike said. "I'm dead sleepy." "Why did you come away before the service was ended? You had been looking forward to it." "Never mind that." "No. Of course not. It's none of my business." He paused. Then, turning abruptly, he said, "One moment. There's something I want to show you. A Christmas present I've given myself." He went to the table behind the roll-top desk and Mike saw, for the first time, that something wrapped in brown paper was standing there. Stephen quickly removed the paper and stepped aside. "There. Here's something that you will be able to look at whenever you like. It was the crucifix. In its beautiful and lonely dignity, solitary against that bare ugliness, it was revealed. Mike drew a deep breath. He stepped forward, then stopped, his face working with convulsive anger. My God! Yes. It's mine now. I saw it in Klitsch's shop and liked it. I had to pay a pretty good price for it, too. It's mine, Mike said. The finest thing I've ever had. The thing I care for more than anything else in the world. Well, here it is. You can come and look at it when you please. It will always be here. You dirty swine. You got it to madden me with it. No, no. To please you. You couldn't afford to buy it back and I liked it. I like it very much. Exceedingly handsome. It's not my custom to buy such things. But still. There was a long silence in the room. Stephen turned his back and sat down again at his desk. The shadow on the wall, having witnessed the scene that it had anticipated, disappeared. Mike said only one thing more. You've gone too far. At last you've gone too far. Now, look out, you. He stared at the crucifix for a long moment, then went out. Part 2. Performance. Chapter 1. Penny's Day, fine weather and Mrs. Braund to luncheon, the bishop, Mr. Lampiron talks about old age. On a certain spring day late in March, Mrs. Braund came to take luncheon with the Marlowes. It must be, over many years, an absurd thing to speak of a spring day in March, but this year, 1933, will be remembered so long as they live by all who received its lovely favors. The summer that year began somewhere about the 10th of March and then continued without let or fall until November. This also not only over the happy pastures of the south. The ribs and jagged edges of the north were tickled with a cloud-defying sun. It may be, for weather can be responsible for so many things, that the prolonged heat of this year was in part to blame for the strange fancies and wonders that overtook Polchester that summer. That most happy of storytellers, Giacomo Tachisara, has in one of his volumes an amusing fable that tells how Pan, having nothing better to do, came on a visit to a small Italian cathedral town. What he did to the canons, to the fat overfed bishop, and to the bishop's bad-tempered mistress, the story tells. The only similarity perhaps that this charming tale has with what occurred this summer of '33 in Polchester is in the description that Tachisara gives of the peculiar light and air that the little Italian cathedral town enjoyed while Pan was staying there. True, the disturber of Polchester was someone very different from that light-hearted human-loving Pan. Nevertheless there was that mesh of sunlight, that glow as of a faint apricot in the lighter washes of the sky, a stillness, a suggestion of warmth rather than the full perception of it. Polchester had something of the quality of a dream during these months. The golden mist, faintest honey, that permeated everything yet did not prevent a sharpness of color in detail. This was commented on by many persons. It was as though you saw with double vision, through a magnifying glass, maybe, as Mike Furze saw for a moment on that evening in the cathedral. Gassali, who was a sharp observer, said afterwards, looking back, I wonder whether I am imagining it, but it was as though for a time I was given the faculty of seeing through things, as though houses, trees, persons even, were made of glass. Of course it wasn't so really, but I think that the absurd stories that got about that summer and autumn would never have been believed in ordinary years. And yet how absurd were they? I know that I'm a great deal less confident about reality than I was a year ago. It is certainly true that, in the March and April spring, it was as though everything were new painted. Polchester is, in any case, a very beautiful place in the spring. The woods on the farther banks of the Pol and below St. Leith and on the heights above Orange Street have a sharpness of green that almost hurts the eye when the sun is shining, a green of the most brilliant jade. Violets and primroses are thick in the hedges, their blue and yellow more intense in color, it seems, than elsewhere. The town itself, in these spring days, when the pavements are warm with the sun, when the colored jars shine in the chemist's window, and the sugar on the crystallized ginger in Bellamy's glitters. And some of the wealthier small dogs have new red leather collars, and the garden walls are pink like sunset. The town on such days has a gentleness of ringing bells, clergymen's black hats, the business of innumerable maiden ladies, the walls of whose drawing rooms are covered with bright water colors, their silver shining with old age. Fine day, someone says in the high street, and the shopman touches his hat to the gaiters of the Dean, and the tourist, staring at the great battlements of the cathedral, sees every color in that old stone, rose and silver, the green of Chinese lotus leaves and the grey smoky cloud of all past history. It is queer, too, that these modern times have done so little to ruffle this ancient tranquility. The cathedral bells are stronger in spirit than the motor horns, and a flying aeroplane throws benison, when it catches the light, of a strong bird's silver wing. Under its brief shadow the barge moves slowly down the pole. In the cathedral Doggett practices for Sunday's service, and old Mrs. Dickens has gone to the Pole woods to pick primroses. On one of these fine days Mrs. Braund came to luncheon with the Marlowes. Marlowe himself was one of her very best friends. She was very happy in the Marlowes' house and lost any pomposities that she might have elsewhere. She talked a great deal. She was one of those women who, when happy, have not time enough for all that they have to say. Her rosy cheeks flush with pleasure and excitement. She loses words and properties, her grammar, her bag, her handkerchief, her caution. The Marlowes were of the world of people she liked, her own kind towards whom she need not demonstrate the necessity for the right people to keep together. She understood them and they understood her. From the first moment of Marlowes coming to Polchester she had taken him especially under her wing, and that meant that there was nothing that she would not do for him, and also that she thought Mrs. Marlowe a little of a pity. No problem is a harder one for loving wives than this, but Mrs. Marlowe's spirit was equable, and she was so sure of dear Richard that she achieved what Jane Welsh and other eager souls failed over. She only wanted everyone to be happy, and when Dick was asked to the Braund festivities without her, as sometimes happened, she was content with a little irony on his return. So Mrs. Braund found her a very good creature and never really knew what Mrs. Marlowe thought of her. Today, Mrs. Braund was so happy that no one could find fault with her. There were times when she looked very fine indeed, her height and her bulk all regal and surging, like the figurehead of a ship. Lampiron said she was, on good occasions. Now she strode into the Marlowe drawing-room, her head up, her bosom taking the wind, so strong, vigorous and purposeful that you expected her to sail straight through the window. "There's no one else coming. I hope you don't mind, Mrs. Marlowe said. "Mind? I'm delighted. There, darling, put that little parcel somewhere. It's a new kind of soap, for the Archdeacon. How are you all? What weather?" Doris, when she called me this morning, said, "It's fine enough for the Archdeacon to start his cold baths," and he did, which always makes me a little nervous the first week or two because of his rheumatism. How are you, you darlings? Come here, Penny, and let me look at you. Why, you're blooming. Lovelier than I've ever seen you. And you, Richard? A little tired round the eyes. Too much chess. Well, no, not exactly, although I did have a game at the club last night which was a little irritating. We exchanged queens in the middle game, and of course. Don't talk to me about the silly affair. You know I don't understand it and don't want to understand it. Listen, Penny, dear, it's all settled. You're to be one of my handmaidens, and I'll see that you have the quietest kind of horse. You only have to sit still for about a quarter of an hour. When I raise my sword and shout you'll have to hold him in because of the trumpets. How's it all getting on? Oh, marvelously. Except, what do you think? That Bolshevik lawyer, Simon, you know him, lanky-faced. Wears glasses, has actually sent a letter to the dean saying that there is a strong feeling in the town about expenses and that the town thinks that it ought to have more of the direction of affairs. The town indeed, Bellamy and Crispangle and Carris, of course. And what do you think I heard about Polly yesterday? She went to call on Mrs. Bellamy and took that beastly little dog of hers with her. You know, the one that's a cross between a hair rug and a pen wiper. Well, the horrid little thing had been in a puddle or something and was all wet. As soon as it was in the drawing room it jumped onto the best cushions and settled down there. Your dog seems very wet, says Mrs. Bellamy. Oh, that's all right, says Polly. She'll soon dry on your nice cushions. I hear, said Marlowe, that the committee meetings are enlivened with many a duel between two famous ladies. Oh, of course none of the Carus family will ever forgive me for being chosen. But I had nothing to do with it. If they think I'm the right person, it's my duty to do my best. I'll stand down tomorrow if anyone thinks I'm not suitable. They went into luncheon, and Mrs. Braund resigned herself to the food, which would be home cooking, very English, very lukewarm and ending with quite dreadful coffee. The great battle, she went on, has been as to locale. At first everyone took it for granted that it would be on the St. Leath field. But Mr. Withers stuck to it that it must be in the precincts in front of the cathedral. Luckily the green is twice as large as most cathedral greens, and there's plenty of room for the stands in front of the gate and Norman Row. And they'll have 4 performances instead of 3. Then the meadows behind the cathedral give plenty of space for the performers when they're not performing. Percy Dalton came down for a night last week and says it's quite feasible, and he ought to know. What's he like? Penny asked. Oh, so distinguished. Pale and thin with a long nose, and he wears a stock with a pearl pin, and talks about royalty all the time. But I told the Queen, he says. All the same he does know his job and seems most enthusiastic. And Mr. Lampiron is to be the Black Bishop, Mrs. Marlowe said. Oh, he'll be magnificent, I'm sure. The scene of his murder ought to be superb. He stands at the west door with the monks, defending them, then he has a magnificent speech, and when the knights rush at him he fights like anything. Then he is overborne and carried into the cathedral. After that, complete silence. Then you hear a great cry. Then silence again. The knights rush out and away. Then the monks come, bearing his body, the bells ring, but the people creep away and his body is left with only one monk tending it, or something like that. Terribly moving and not history, because of course he was murdered on the altar steps. She broke off. There, as usual, I'm talking too much. Do forgive me. Penny, darling, I've never seen you so lovely. What have you been doing? Are you in love or something? Of course she isn't, said Mrs. Marlowe indignantly. Why, she's only just left school. Have a little more mutton, dear. Dick, give Mrs. Braund another piece. No, thank you, dear, Mrs. Braund said hastily. I never eat much in the middle of the day. She was forced to return to the pageant. Romney's being too wonderful, she said. His sense of color, just like a woman's. Elizabeth's visit to the cathedral, last episode but one, Mary Bassett is to be Elizabeth by the way. Isn't it a pity, Marlowe broke in, that some of the townspeople haven't leading parts? It really would be more tactful. Well, now I ask you. What parts could the leading townspeople play? Aldridge, Bellamy, Browning, Crispangle, they or their ladies. Yes, I know, but... Nonsense, Richard. This fuss the townspeople are making is quite absurd. And I'll tell you something. Crispangle and Simon are responsible for the whole of it, and I hear that they are busy stirring up any amount of trouble in Seaton. Romney knows. He's always going down to Seaton. What on earth for? Asked Mrs. Marlowe. Apple tart or junket or both? Junket, please. What does he go there for? Oh, well, he likes all sorts. He's a most democratic man. He says that horrible Mr. Furs is behind a lot of it, you know, the money-lender. But what was I saying? Oh yes, about Romney's sense of color. He's worked out the loveliest scheme for Elizabeth's court, and her dress. Simply lovely. Dull gold, amber, a rough stiff with pearls, garnets, and Mary's got to paint her face yellow. Her court will be violent crimson and topaz. One young man in the brightest green carrying a popinjay or something. All against the grey walls of the cathedral. She flung her head up, her eyes sparkled, her bosom heaved, and Penny had suddenly an odd impression as though Emily de Brit herself were there, sitting with them at the table. So that it gave her a queer shock to hear Mrs. Braund say a moment later. One funny thing. I sometimes feel as though Lady Emily were alive, watching me, waiting to see what I'll do. I didn't know that you believed in ghosts, Mrs. Marlowe said placidly. Of course I don't. I'm not the kind of person ghosts appear to. No, it isn't as though she were a ghost, but a real living person. And more than that, it's as though she doesn't like me. Doesn't like you. Penny cried. Yes. Of course it's all imagination, but the other afternoon when I was talking to Canon Dale about the clothes I was going to wear, it was exactly as though someone took me by the scruff of the neck and shook me. Now that's very funny, said Marlowe, because old Mordaunt has written the maddest letter to the bishop imploring him to stop the whole thing on the ground that all the cathedral saints and heroes, Arden and Brit and Lady Emily and the others, are furious. They take it as an insult. Did you ever hear anything so crazy? He says that it's desecrating the cathedral and that there will be some awful consequences. Poor old man, Marlowe sighed, for he hated that anyone should be sick or poor or neglected. I'm afraid he's going altogether queer in the head. He lives in that room in Pontipi Square with no one to look after him, the very house where an old woman was murdered once, do you remember? He doesn't have enough to eat, I'm afraid. It's a shame more people don't buy his drawings, because they're really very good indeed. But his drawings are so queer, Mrs. Braund said, feeling guilty because she had never bought one. He's always putting in such strange figures that aren't really there. He says they are there. Penny broke in. He's a friend of Mr. Lampiron's, and Mr. Lampiron told me that Mr. Mordaunt says that he sees someone standing there in the west door. He says. But Mrs. Braund clapped her hands. Now I won't have any more of this nonsense, Penny dear. What are you thinking of? Believing in ghosts. Aren't you a modern girl, full of science and that sort of thing? Who is it? Freud or Einstein, and there's that dreadful man Lawrence who died the other day. Lawrence was one of the greatest men who ever lived, Penny said, her cheeks flushing. He told the truth and people persecuted him for it, Anne. What did he write, dear? Mrs. Marlowe asked, signaling to the maid to hand the cream cheese round. Novels or what? Novels and poetry and essays. But Penny, her little outburst over, dropped her voice. You must let me read some, darling. Do have a little cream cheese, Agnes. We get it from the Irvine dairies. No, thank you, dear. I couldn't possibly. Such a delightful lunch. Now that the meal was over, Mrs. Braund was wondering what the Archdeacon was doing. Had Doris seen to his lunch properly? Did he remember the meeting of the Friends of the Cathedral? Was that touch of rheumatism in his right knee that had been tiresome at breakfast better by now? She had 1,000 things to do, 1,000 things to think of. Nevertheless she had been observant. 2 points. One, that her friend Marlowe was not happy, something was worrying him. She knew him so well. He was a child and, like a child, could not hide things from her. About the people she loved she was tender and kind and considerate. She must discover his trouble and help him. The other was the radiant happiness of Penny. It was as though the lovely weather had clothed the child with some of its golden, shining glow. Could she be in love? Was that what it was? Then her attention was distracted, for the maid entered and said. The bishop, ma'am. I've put him in the drawing room. The bishop. Mrs. Marlowe cried, starting up. Yes. He said he wouldn't be more than a minute. Something he wants to say to the master. In the drawing-room the bishop was waiting. He appeared very tall in that overcrowded room, and he bore about him, as he always did, an aristocracy of spirit that set him apart from other men. And yet he was not apart. Bishop Purcell before him had been a saint, but a saint removed. There was nothing that happened in Polchester alien to Kendon. He had reached a sympathy that led him to understand all human frailty. No one in his company ever felt the aloofness of one who, in discovering the other world, had learnt not to despise this one. But the quality of holiness when so rarely it is visible among men seems an answer to all the questions that mankind so restlessly, so fruitlessly ask. It is so clearly the only solution, but how is the mystery to be discovered? Kendon could tell you nothing except that he believed in God. He knew himself to be a sinner like the rest of his fellow men. He believed that sin was a definite loss of vitality, so much life missed, and that it must, one day, be recovered. Be recovered with pain and struggle. Nevertheless he was no gloomy sinner, his happiness triumphed over his own failures, his bad health, his bachelorhood, for he had loved passionately in his earlier life, his distrust of so much that the modern world about him was doing and thinking. Dick Marlowe was a very old friend of his, for he had been at St. Albans when Marlowe was a curate there. He put his hand on Marlowe's shoulder now and said, "I came in only for a moment. You must forgive the awkward time, Hester. I want to speak to Dick for a moment." "No, I won't have any coffee, thank you." Mrs. Braund, who worshipped the bishop, said, "I can drive you anywhere. I've got my car outside." "Thank you, no. I'd rather walk. It's such a lovely day. As long as I don't go up steep hills it's all right. I have to go in and see Rhonda. Myers will have the car there." He pinched Penny's cheek, smiled on them all and went with Marlowe into his study. They made a rather humorous contrast. Marlowe with his rough, thick white hair, stout body, bewildered blue eyes, the look that he had of a child who had never matured, Kendon bone-thin, sharp-faced, black-haired, something of the soldier in his straightness and rod-like carriage. But they loved one another, and Marlowe knew Kendon better, perhaps, than anyone else in the world knew him. "I won't keep you more than a moment, Dick. There's something I want to ask you. I wish you'd stay all the afternoon, and then all the evening. I don't see half enough of you." Kendon laughed. "I'm quite a busy man. You mightn't believe it. Henry, what's this I hear about poor old Mordaunt writing to you?" "Oh yes, a crazy letter. At least half of it was, about all the saints in the cathedral rising and stoning us for daring to have a pageant. But the rest of the letter was rather true abuse." "Abuse?" "Yes. He said that we, Christians in general, and clergy in particular, had neglected, and were neglecting, our job. That we did nothing in the war, made no protests against the horror of it, never lifted a finger to stop it. That's an old charge. And some of us love our country. Did he want us to sit down and let the Germans do what they pleased? Oh, I know. It's the old argument. All the same we failed in the war. However fine some of them were individually, the Church counted for nothing, at the beginning, in the middle, at the end. It dealt itself a blow that it's never recovered from. And then since, as he says, what have we done? About unemployment, disarmament, housing, anything? Is there a churchman in the whole of England at this moment who counts for anything as Mussolini, Roosevelt, Hitler, even Baldwin and MacDonald, count? Oh, I don't mean in that kind of a way, not politically or financially. But in God's way. We've been too cowardly, too muddled, too playing for safety. The old man in his letter says that the cathedral is sick of us, despises us. He writes, crazily if you like, of a figure that has been inspecting us, trying us all out, investigating us, one by one, a kind of spiritual inquisitor. I'm going to see him. I believe he's half starved and neglected. I reproach myself for not having been to see him before. Then he shook his head and laughed. Who's mad and who isn't, Dick. It's a hard question to answer. I expect God's test of sanity is quite different from ours. Then he came closer to Marlowe and put his hand on his shoulder. Look here, I've got to ask a rather difficult question. Someone has told me, never mind who, that you're in trouble, financial trouble. Is that true? Yes, it is. Can I help? We're very old friends, you know. You're the oldest and best friend I have. I haven't a long life in front of me, and I've more riches than I need. I know, Marlowe said. You give away every penny you possess. Nonsense. I live a life of the wildest luxury. I get a letter every week from someone or other telling me so. What's the trouble? Marlowe shook his head. I'm in a muddle, Henry, in a fearful muddle. That's nothing new, of course. I'm always in a muddle about something. But I seem to be in the hands of a man here. I don't quite know why. I've borrowed from him in the past. More fool me, but I was never any good about money, and this living is shockingly small, and I will buy books when I shouldn't. Then I like Hester and Penny to have what they want. Have you told Hester about it? No, I haven't. I'm ashamed to. She sees that something is worrying me. I don't sleep properly. Poor old Dick. But why haven't you come and told me about it? I haven't told anyone. It seems so shocking that a clergyman should be in the hands of a man like. Who is it? His name's Furs. Stephen Furs. He lives a few doors from here. Oh yes, I know. Half the town's in debt to him one way or another. Everyone seems afraid of him. Well, look here, will 100 help? Yes, it will make all the difference. Right. I'll write a check now. He sat down and wrote it. There, not another word, I must be off. Marlowe gripped his hand. Kendon said, that's the least I can do, the friend you've been to me all these years. He went to the door. Marlowe stopped him. You know, Henry, I'm dreadfully ashamed. Sometimes I think I don't know what I'm doing. God's hidden from me so often, and there are days when I think he's left me altogether, given me up because I'm no good. Let me see you more often. I'm lonelier than you know, a stupid muddled old man who buys books and plays chess when he ought to be serving God. Oh, there are plenty of ways of serving God. Chess is one, because it teaches you to watch your step. Then putting his arm round Marlowe again he said, We'll see one another more often. God bless you and keep you now and always. At 3:45 on that same afternoon Penny, unknown to her parents, went to have tea with Mr. Lampiron in his studio. She wore a dress of apple green with white cuffs and a white collar. She had on one wrist a thin gold bracelet, her only ornament, and a bunch of primroses at her breast, and a small green hat. The bracelet had been given her by Lampiron on her 18th birthday, March 3rd. But now she had been to tea with him on a number of occasions and unknown to everyone save his old servant. Today was, however, to be different from all the others, because she was going to tell him that she loved him, that she would always love him until she died and probably after that, that all she wanted was to be with him, to defy the world. To go away with him if he wished, to serve him for ever and ever. Night after night, lying on her bed watching the circular glow, like an illuminated spider web, reflected on her ceiling from the light of the street lamp, she had thought of this moment, had said over to herself the words that she would use. Had imagined to herself all the possible consequences. Among these consequences the physical played the least part. He had never kissed her. When she had had tea with him they had shared a delightful intercourse, playful, sometimes serious in discussion, sometimes reminiscent when he would tell her a little of his life. But he had never kissed her, had never put his arm around her, had never stroked her hair. She did not know whether he was aware that she loved him. When she thought of the consequences of her confession she knew that he would kiss her, the thought of this filled her with rapture, and she took it for granted that they would sleep together. Also she would look after his clothes, help with the cooking, shop for him and so on. They would probably have to leave the town because of the scandal, but, at this period, although she adored her mother and father, she considered very little the catastrophe that this would be to them. In all the novels that she had read recently, novels by Lawrence and Aldous Huxley and Richard Aldington, also many by ladies, the parents submitted with what grace they might. They being old muddlers responsible for the war and all the other horrors of modern civilization. But here was a strange thing, that, although Penny assumed it as certain and inevitable that she would sleep with Lampiron, all the heroines in all the novels did that kind of thing only too readily, and although she knew from Lady Chatterley's Lover and other works lent her by her friends, all the details of the affair, she yet did not visualize its actuality at all. She had a soul as pure and virginal as the soul of the heroine of the Daisy Chain. Her love for Lampiron was idealistic utterly, her conception of the actuality of sexual relationship as unreal as a fairy story. It did not seem strange to her that she should love a man who was between 60 and 70, because he was not a man, he was the Holy Grail, the happy warrior, the genius, the perfect friend. The great longing of her heart was to defend him, to protect him. She saw herself standing in front of him, her arms outstretched, scornfully taunting the mob who wished to destroy him. She had often heard the now almost legendary story of the Swede, Farmer John, of how he had tried to bring beauty to Polchester and so they had murdered him down by the pole, just as in her own time they had murdered D.H. Lawrence. How, thus, she would defend her lover. She was on fire with the injustice in the world, man's disregard of beauty, the sufferings of the unemployed, the filthy conditions of the slums. Lampiron would show her how she could help in all these things. But, with all this, it must be owned her own life was extremely happy. She was compelled to admit that she enjoyed every minute of it. She had the capacity of obtaining great pleasure out of small things. The spring weather, the thought of the coming pageant, her own radiant health, even Mrs. Braund telling her that she was beautiful, these, in spite of the unemployed and the slums, made her heart dance with joy. For, how could she help it? She was in love and was ready to give everything that she had and was to another. Old Bridget let her in and took her straight through to the studio where Lampiron in a white overall was working. Bridget, he said. She went without a word. Penny took off her hat, shook her dark cropped head and sat down on the arm of the chair with a hole in it. Lampiron went on working. He was chipping away at a small block of marble, black with white streaks and whorls. He muttered to himself as he worked, his big body controlled as though by a hair's breadth, balancing on the very edge of restraint. She said nothing, looked at him and at the vast huge-breasted torso that, headless though it was, seemed to stare back at her. The warm spring sun floated in on thick dusty lines of light. At last he stopped. Stood back, surveying his work, then said, "There. I think that'll do for today. Very expensive this marble. I haven't paid for it and I don't know that I ever shall." "What's it going to be?" she asked. "A woman's head. Don't you want a model?" "Not this time. It's an ideal head, something more than human." She nodded. She meant to understand everything that he did but, at present, she must confess to herself that she didn't understand. She would never let him know. She had read the Van Gogh letters. She had ordered from Crispangle a book of Epstein's conversations with a friend and read it from cover to cover. In time she would learn, and meanwhile she would study every word that fell from his lips. With great pleasure she noticed, at every visit, the little Donatello David, which stood on the dusty mantelpiece all by itself. She could understand the beauty of that. The old woman brought in the tea. "There," Lampiron said. "Enough for today. The light's going." He came and sat down, she poured out the tea. He lay stretching out his legs, wriggling his broad back into a comfortable position, thrusting his hand through his thick hair. "Now, tell me all you've been doing." Mrs. Braund came to lunch and talked about nothing but the pageant. "It's all settled, I'm to be her handmaiden and ride a white horse." Humph. There's a lot of row going on about this pageant. She says you'll be magnificent. How on earth does she know? But I've got one fine speech that I'm going to yell at the top of my voice. He turned and looked at her, then turned away again. She was, beyond any description, lovely. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then he went on. What do you think I've been doing this morning? Can't think. More tea? No, thanks. Bridget won't be coming back, will she? No. She moved over and sat on the edge of his chair, her hand on his knee. Tell me what you've been doing. A very odd thing. Bodley, the London architect, is down here. Hathaway asked me this morning to go up with himself and Bodley to look at the Hairy Tower. Why? Asked Penny, wishing that he would make some little movement towards her. What's the matter with it? Oh, there's nothing the matter actually with the tower as far as its foundations go, but some of the inside has dry rot. There's a lot of wood. They've closed it to the public twice already. They'll probably have to do it again. There'd be a fine scandal if 20 tourists tumbled through the Whispering Gallery into the nave. She laughed. Why did they ask you to go? I've no idea. Hathaway's rather a friend of mine. Nice people the Hathaways. Bodley's a decent chap too. Now tell me some more that you've been doing. Oh, well. She puckered her brow, thinking. They've started tennis at the club, 3 weeks earlier than usual. Lady Mary asked me to tea. Oh, and what did she talk about? Mr. Romney was there. They talked about poetry and the right color for bedroom curtains and bath salts. Don't you think Mr. Romney a very funny man? In what way funny? She took his hand, as though unconsciously, and laid it on hers. Oh, he calls everyone darling, and he brought his tapestry with him. He does beautiful tapestry, and he said that turbines are to the poet today what the lily was to Oscar Wilde. I dare say he's right, not that he knows much about turbines, I should fancy. She put up her hand and touched his cheek. You didn't shave very well this morning. He stayed motionless. She felt that his hand trembled on hers. Then he got up abruptly. He walked away. Penny, I've got to talk to you. You must listen to me. I've been meaning to for a long time. She was frightened. She stared at him through apprehensive eyes. What is it? She asked. Well, it's this. I'm 68. I could be your grandfather. She burst out laughing. How terribly silly. No, it isn't silly. It's true. She was gathering her courage back again. She got up and faced him. But I don't think of you as any age. Exactly. But I'm forced to. You don't get to 68 without constant reminders. However, what I really want to say is that you mustn't come here like this anymore. Oh. She gave a little cry. Then she went to him, put her arms round his neck, drew his head down and kissed him on the mouth. For a brief instant he tightened his clasp round her slender body, holding her close to him, kissing her fiercely. Then he detached her hands and walked over to the mantelpiece. For a moment neither of them spoke. At last he did huskily. That's the first time I've ever kissed you, Penny. And it will be the last. It's not the way grandfathers kiss their granddaughters. In future they will not kiss them at all. Penny looked at him. That kiss and the pressure of his body against hers had been something quite different from any expectation. With that instant of emotion had come an entirely fresh experience. She would never think of men in the same detached way again. She would never again be quite so virginal as she had been 5 minutes ago. He was not only Sir Galahad now. He was a man of flesh and blood as well. She was in love with him more than she had been, but loved him a little differently, that is, her love for him now was a degree closer to earth. She remembered, however, that she was a modern girl. Why shouldn't you kiss me? I love you and have done ever since I spoke to you at our party. I'll go away with you or stay here and work for you or do anything else you want me to do. I shall love you as long as I live and never love anyone else. Now you're using words you don't understand, he said. Sit down in that chair, Penny, and listen to me. She sat down, her hands folded in her lap, looking at him almost ironically. I'm 68, he said. But I haven't lost all human feeling, in fact I haven't lost nearly as much as I should have done. You're 50 years younger. 50. Just think of it. I'm a friend of your father's and mother's. They don't actually know you're here at this moment, perhaps, but all the same they trust me. I've done a lot of dirty things in my time, shall do some more before I die, but I've never yet willingly hurt anybody, except an enemy or two, of course. I have hurt people who have trusted me, because one is always doing it, but not intentionally, you understand. Another thing, I've had a life with women that you don't even begin to conceive the details of. What I mean is that you think, as all modern girls do, that you know all about it. Well, you know nothing. I'm not a nice old man in any way at all, but I love what seems to me beauty passionately, and I believe, although I've not had much experience of it, that there is a spiritual beauty somewhere that beats all the other kinds. Look at the bishop, for example. Now I'm not preaching, Penny dear, but it seems to me that our friendship hitherto has had some of that spiritual beauty in it. I dare say that beauty has its origin in physical things. I won't pretend or be a humbug. But I just know enough to be certain that the moment our friendship goes beyond a certain mark I'm a ruined old man. It's for my sake, Penny, more than yours, that you must do what I say. I'm in all sorts of other messes, financial mostly, but this mess, if I got into it, would simply finish me. I'm violent sometimes, do crazy things. There's one man in this town now that I can't trust myself over. But over you I've got to trust myself and you must help me. If you don't help me, then, well, then, I'll never willingly see you again. I'm at a kind of crisis just now. I feel as though the last tussle of my pretty useless life is about to be fought. What kind of tussle it's going to be I don't know. My life is of no value or importance to anyone but myself. But to me it is of value. You might make it valueless. I implore you not to. She had listened to this long harangue with deep absorbed attention. It had been quite different from her expectations of it. She had thought that he would speak of the risks that she was running, of her own future, of spoiling her life. Not at all. It was his life that she mustn't spoil. If, she said, her voice a little broken, I don't kiss you or anything, can I come here just the same? It was at that moment that he realized how deeply, deeply he loved her, passionately, paternally, selflessly, and with the greediest egotism. It was the hardest task of all his life not to go to her and take her in his arms. But, without moving, he said. Yes. Try it and see. She looked him straight in the face as though she were making a vow. Very well. I will, she said. She asked him no questions. She got up. Then, her hands trembling a little, she put on her hat. She went to the door, looked back at him, smiling. We'll meet soon again, won't we? Yes, we will, he said. Thank you for the tea. Then he went back to his work. Chapter 2. Some houses are always cold. Make me see it, Elizabeth. Make me see it. Well, the stands are all up now. They look very white and naked, new wood and bare, as though they'd be bare like that forever. And what's so strange is to see them staring at the cathedral and the cathedral staring back at them. In sunlight the cathedral stone looks like silver and as though it had been there 1,000 years. The stands look so very impertinent. Yes, yes. I can understand that. Mrs. Furze was in bed, a shawl about her shoulders. It was the last day of June and a week before the opening of the pageant. Mrs. Furze's bedroom was overcrowded with furniture. These were the things that her own father and mother had had. They were very large and very ugly, the wardrobe, the chest of drawers, and a safe, belonging to Stephen, that stood in the farthest corner of the room. The sun had but recently set, and outside the house the world was bathed in an early summer twilight, the sky very faintly green with one sharp blazing star, and over the streets, the orchards, the gardens, the tightly packed town, a haze of gold dust. But in Mrs. Furz's room it was cold. Elizabeth had lit the gas, although she knew that if her father discovered it burning so early in the evening he would be quietly furious. But she had a book on her knee from which she was going to read to her mother, and she must have sufficient light. The book was a novel by Mrs. Henry Wood, The Shadow of Ashlydyat. Mrs. Furze had never forsaken the reading that she had liked as a girl. One of her favorite books was Madcap Violet by William Black, and another, Donovan, by a lady called Edna Lyle. Elizabeth was telling her how the preparations for the pageant were looking. Mrs. Furze sat up, her lined anxious face insignificant beside the intensity of her sightless lidded eyes. Yes, yes. Go on. So that's where all the people will sit. Will there be plenty of room for everybody? Not as much, of course, as if they had it on the St. Leath field. But now it will be 4 days instead of 3. They say the tickets have sold wonderfully. I'm so glad. Tell me again what the scenes will be. Are you sure you are warm enough, Mother? Elizabeth leant over the bed and drew the shawl closer about the skinny neck. How cold the room was, although the sun had been beating on the house all day. Some houses are always cold. Yes, dear. I'm quite warm enough. Now tell me. First there are the Gaskins. Yes, first there is the scene of the building of the first church. St. Leo Frank cures a child of fever and they all become Christians. Then there's the mission from Pope Gregory, when St. Augustine was in England and founded a church at Canterbury. The third episode is the coming of the pilgrims from London, and the town fair, dancing and all sorts of play. The fourth is the murder of the Black Bishop, that's Mr. Lampiron, you know. Then there's the chief episode of all, when Lady Emily drives the enemy back from the cathedral walls. That's the one there's been so much quarrelling about, because Mrs. Caris wanted to be Lady Emily. The sixth is the miracle play in the time of Henry VII. When Abbot Barry died in the middle of the play. Canon Ronder is to be the abbot. The seventh is the closing of the monastery by the officials from Henry VIII. The eighth is the visit of Queen Elizabeth, that's Lady Mary Bassett, you know, and the last is a sort of picture of all the history together when the spirits of the Black Bishop and all the others blessed the modern world. There are nearly 600 actors altogether, they say. Oh dear. Mrs. Furze clasped her thin hands together. It must be splendid. I do hope the weather will be fine. Yes. Everything depends on it. People are coming from all parts, special trains from London. Are you ready for me to read now? Mrs. Furze lay down, her head with its scattered grey hair resting on the pillow. Then, suddenly, she said. Elizabeth, I'm sure Michael came into this room last night. Uncle Michael. Oh no, dear. You imagined it. No. Someone came in and bent over the bed. I pretended to be asleep, but I hear the slightest sound, more than ordinary people. I know it was Michael. He breathes through his nose. He was carrying a candle. I smelt it burning. I am sure that you dreamt it, darling. Oh no, I did not. I often think I'm dreaming in the daytime. Such strange things happen. Michael and Stephen hate one another, don't they? Hate's a strong word. Elizabeth was surprised at her mother's calm. She lay there and her brain seemed to be working directly behind her lidded eyes as though, because of her blindness, the whole force of her energy, mental, spiritual, physical, had concentrated where her sight ought to have been. No. Hatred isn't too strong, she remarked calmly. Your father has a great capacity for it, and after all, Michael is his brother. You know, Elizabeth, something very dreadful is going to happen shortly. Then she added in a kind of whisper, nothing can happen to me any more that I can mind. Elizabeth had never heard her mother talk thus. She had often wondered what her mother had in her mind, pretty bitter things, she did not doubt. But nothing was ever said. Her mother kept always the same mild, rather dry, unemotional contact with daily life, except for Elizabeth herself, whom she loved. Yes, Mrs. Furze continued very tranquilly. Things have been getting closer and closer to one another for a long while, and when they do that they meet at last. Your father's a very bad man and deserves all that is coming to him. This, to Elizabeth, was so amazing that she held her breath. She had lived so long in this house, so intimately and closely with her mother who, she had supposed, loved her father, was, indeed, the only living soul in the whole world to do so. You see, dear Mrs. Furze continued, you don't mind not reading for a moment, do you? I was really glad when Michael came to stay, because I knew that he would bring things to a crisis. Mrs. Furze nodded her head. I shouldn't be blind now if it hadn't been for your father's meanness. There's never a minute of the day that I don't think of it, and especially when there's a fine thing like this pageant they're doing that it seems such a pity to miss. Such a great pity, because when I was a girl I always liked shows of every kind. I've got your father to thank for that, as I have for many other things. Elizabeth said, taking her hand and stroking it, Mother, let's go away. Just the two of us. Somewhere, anywhere. I've wanted to suggest it to you often, but I thought you cared for father. I never dreamt that you felt all this. Felt it. Mrs. Furze nodded her head vigorously. Oh yes, I've felt it all right. Go away. Dear me, no. I mean to stay here and see what happens. Then holding Elizabeth's hand lightly she went on. But you should go, Elizabeth. I'm quite all right. I can manage very well indeed. Why don't you find a good man who'll marry you and look after you? You'd make a man such a very good wife. And you ought to have children. Where would I be now if I hadn't had a good daughter? I'm plain, Mother, a dry old maid. That's what I am. I'm sure you're not plain, dear. No one as good as you are could be plain. I'm sure there's a man who likes you. I know there is. I've noticed 100 little things lately. And you're fond of him too, I'll be bound. Elizabeth said nothing. There is, isn't there, dear? Someone has been kind to me, Elizabeth said. But I've told him that we mustn't meet any more. Oh, why? What a foolish thing to do. How could I bear that anyone who likes me should see what this house is and what father is? Ah, there you're being sentimental, dear, talking like they do in those old stories you read to me. If a man cares for you he doesn't mind what your father is. He won't have to live here. He'll take you away. What will you do then? I tell you I can manage very well. Besides it won't be for very long. Something is going to happen here and then everything will be all right. Then she added, sucking her finger, which was a little trick that she had, your father made one great mistake. He hasn't given Michael enough to eat. She patted the bedclothes. Michael is stout. When I take his arm I can feel how stout he is, and a man like that needs food. Your father could have managed him quite well if he'd fed him, but that's like your father has always been. He grudges every penny. She moved her head placidly on the pillow. And now, dear, I'm ready. I like Mrs. Wood's books very much. They are so absurd and they remind me of when I was a girl, when I was gay and had a lot of young men round me, before I met your father. In another room Major Leggett was thinking, as he often did, how intensely he disliked talking to Stephen Furze's back. There the back was, bent like a hoop. The gas was not yet lit, and Leggett wondered how it was possible for Furze to see his rows of small figures in that mean pallid glow. The evening sun did not come into this room which, although dry and arid in spirit, was cold in body. This house is never warm, Leggett thought. His private tastes were sadistic. Perhaps the French literature that he read, he was quite an authority on Racine and could never mention the theatre without murmuring, Bernhard, assisted to make that sadism more intellectually colored. In any case, he thought, as Michael and Lampiron had thought before him, that he would like to break that thin back with a snap of the fingers. He excused his own morals and unpleasant private habits on the ground that his brain was a superior one and, above all, that he had no use for sentiment and gush. He was a vain egoist almost to madness, so vain that he considered his bald head, his short fat figure, his raw beef complexion, his jockey-like garments, all very fascinating phenomena. But he was, alas, a coward. He was afraid of death, of physical pain, of social slights, of the Jews, of the police and, most of all, of Stephen Furze. Were you not in the world, he might have addressed that stooping figure, I might make a brave show. I'd get hold of Simon, and he and I would have a fine splash. You old devil. But in actual fact he was saying. I wrote to Marlowe and reminded him that the £100 that he paid you early in the year did not clear his debt. This I have informed him twice already. The old fool hasn't the slightest idea of what he does owe. Leggett coughed. I suppose Simon has arranged it all right in case Marlowe should get someone to look into the affair. He won't get anyone, came a quiet voice from the table. He's shy of anyone knowing. Besides, he has borrowed again. March last. £35. Yes, said Leggett. Then there's Stephen Burton. I suggest we close down on him very shortly. His racing has gone very badly this spring. He's been drinking too, and they say he may be turned out of the Cathedral choir. There's old McCandless of Bridge Street. What about him? Well, what about him? We could sell him up and take over his shop if you like. We could put it on to Aldrich. Young McCandless is making trouble enough in Seaton as it is. This would about set him alight, I should fancy. I don't mind. McCandless wants his pride taken down. What about Lampiron? What about Lampiron? Furze suddenly turned round. His long pale face with the protruding nose had something the air of a considering philosopher, not at all unpleasant until you looked at the eyes. But Leggett's reflection, as it had often been, was that, in certain lights, dim like this one, you could almost see through the head to the furniture and wall space behind it. What about Lampiron? Well, what are you going to do? You've been having him at the end of a rod and line now for over a year. I think he's getting dangerous. How do you mean, dangerous? Well, violent. You remember that night last autumn when he was in here and caught hold of you? He's a rough old man and you've teased him pretty thoroughly. Yes, I have. Furze smiled, it's amusing when I'm so frail and he's so strong. Are you strong, Leggett? Why, how do you mean? Of course you're thickly built, broad in the shoulder and all that. But you drink too much, don't you? Oh, I don't know. Yes. You drink too much. One day, if you were drunk enough, you might screw up your courage to do me an ill turn. Look here, Furze. Oh yes, I know all about it. I know all about everything. I can be in 2 places at once, you know. 3 sometimes. You were talking pretty violently down at Locke's the other night. I swear to you, Furze. Oh, I don't mind in the least. I think I understand you very well. It must be humiliating often for a man of your training and culture to serve me as you do. You ought to be in quite a different position. However, you're nearly as fond of money as I am. I've never forgotten what you were like that day I took the box with the gold pieces out of the safe and showed them to you. I let you handle them, do you remember? Have you forgotten how cool and hard and round they were and the color they had? No one ever sees a gold piece now. You were as excited as though you were beating one of your lady friends. Look here, Furze. All right. Don't be annoyed. I don't mind how you amuse yourself. Only remember. If you were to do me in one dark night, you wouldn't be finished with me. I listened to a rationalist on the wireless up at Simon's the other night. We go entirely by our reason, he said. What we can't prove we don't believe in. Heaven and hell and all that nonsense, science has proved the God idea a silly superstition. I couldn't help laughing. Simon asked me what I was laughing at. But I didn't tell him, it wasn't worthwhile. Simon could never see a joke. If you've finished with me, Leggett said, I think I'll be going. I don't think there's anything more tonight. Oh yes, there's a lot more. Tell me, Leggett, what do you think of my brother? Your brother? Not much. We're not very friendly, you know. Here, sit down. What are you standing for? He pointed to a severe-looking chair whose back had the disapproving austerity of his own friend, Simon the lawyer. All the same, Furs, I have an engagement. Yes, with me. What do you think I pay you for? Not that I pay you much. And I'll tell you why, because, as I very well know, you make your own pickings. What about lighting the gas? Leggett asked, sitting down again. The day's about done. Indeed, having all the nervousness of a man who drank too much, slept too little, and had moments of belief in God and the devil, he disliked all the rooms in this house after dusk. He was cold and the place was more full of shadows than was natural. The crucifix on the table behind Furs's desk he could dimly see, and the bone whiteness of the figure disturbed him. He disliked to be reminded of anything to do with religion. And, after all, why couldn't Furs forget for a moment his meanness and indulge in electric light? He would find it cheaper in the end, no doubt. There was something sordidly old-fashioned about gas, a kind of Charles Peace atmosphere, with its gurglings and pale glimmers and suggestion of mean streets. He said, uneasily resting one stout knee on the other. Why not try electric light, Furs? You'd find it cheaper in the end. This must be the only house in Polchester with gas, I should think. Oh, would you? Furs was now a shadow against the green-lit window pane. I like gas, it's a nice, friendly, companionable thing. Want some light, do you? Afraid to be alone with me in the dark? What about these? He pulled towards him two candlesticks painted a shabby green, struck a match and lit the candles. Now to return to my brother. What's your idea of him? I don't like him and he doesn't like me. Oh, well, I know that. But that isn't what I mean. Have you noticed anything about him lately? He's a miserable sort of brute, he's been very quiet. Quiet? Furs sat between the candles, his head and shoulders like a cobweb on the wall behind him, a cobweb with a gigantic nose. Yes. You're right. And you remember how noisy he was when he first came? Yes. Always shouting at the top of his voice. Leggett now was interested. His little sharp eyes were examining Furs with curiosity and it seemed to him that the man was apprehensive. This was really of importance, because he had never seen the man uneasy before. People who surrender themselves, soul and body, to some consuming passion become like men who walk in their sleep, moving in this world bodily but dreaming of another. So he had always felt that Furs was. But now he was not dreaming. He needed to be reassured, and it gave Leggett great pleasure to think that reassurance should be the last thing that he would offer. Well, I soon quieted him. Once his money was spent he went down like a child's balloon. There was never anything inside him. He was like that as a child. Wind and water, that's all my brother was made of. I can't think what he stayed here for, Leggett said. He hadn't the pluck to go. He's not so young as he was. He knew he'd never find a job in these hard times and he'd sold the only thing he had that was of any value. Furs motioned with his hand towards the crucifix. Oh, was that his? Yes, he sold it to Klitsch the day of his arrival here. He got £50 for it. Then he couldn't buy it back, so I got it. Ah, I see. Leggett drew a little whistling breath. Just to exasperate him. It's valuable, you know, Furs said sharply. It's worth a lot more than I gave for it. Anyway, my having it did irritate him. He came in and saw it on Christmas Eve after being at the carol service, and I thought he would murder me. I did indeed. Furs giggled. There was something feminine in many of his actions and movements. I enjoyed that 5 minutes, he added. I've often wondered what it was doing here, Leggett said, eyeing him intently. It's since then he's been so queer, Furs went on. Before that he was always ready to explode if he had anything to explode with. He hated me so much that I was never sure he wouldn't attack me one day. But since that evening he's been as still as though he were dead. Dead? Leggett exclaimed. No, not really dead, because I'm sure he's been plotting something. More than that, I don't think he's quite right in the head. What does he do? Leggett asked. He walks about the house at night. He talks to himself and he watches me in a way that, quite frankly, I don't like at all. Why don't you turn him out, then? Furs rubbed his hands together. Then he turned and snuffed out one of the candles. We've light enough with one, he said. He's useful. He saves money. He does plenty of little jobs for me. Then I like to see him. These fat men run all to seed when they're not well. You've run to seed yourself, Leggett. There's not a spare piece of flesh on my bones. No, I'm sure there isn't, Leggett agreed. I want you to talk to him a bit. Make up to him. See what he's got on his mind. I've told him I won't have him walking about the house at night. He just nods his head and says he's been sleeping badly. He stands in here staring at that crucifix as though he'd never seen it before. What I don't understand, Leggett said, is how a man can change so quickly. Then he was drinking and joking with half the town, now he never goes out unless it's up to the cathedral, and he speaks to no one. He was always moody, Furs said, always moody. Gay 1 minute, crying the next. Then, suddenly, he snuffed the other candle. The room was in darkness and yet Leggett seemed to see the man, his thin legs stretched out, his white bony nose like an independent and most unpleasant creature. Leggett found his way to the door. Good night, he said, but there was no answer. Mrs. Furs dropped off to sleep, and Elizabeth, seeing it, closed the shadow of Ashlydiat, got up very quietly and went to her own room. It was early. She thought that she would read. She lit 2 candles, partly because she preferred them to gas, partly because her father might poke his head through the door and ask her why she was sitting in such a blaze of light. That would anger her and she did not want to be angry tonight. She did not attempt to read, but sat, a plain calm figure in that severe room, marveling at the things that her mother had said to her. What a woman her mother was! How self-contained and secret and strong! It was true, of course, that blindness drove you in upon yourself so that in your world of darkness you created a world of light, yourself the only observer. Her mother had done that and now she was safe inside that world. But how could Elizabeth have been so blind as not to have seen long ago that her mother hated her father? There must have been many signs. And yet, perhaps not. Her mother had a self-command that had been built up through years of disappointment, frustration and rebellion. That was what frustration and disappointment were for. What a queer lot they were, she, her father, mother, Uncle Michael. She looked at the book on her lap. She had almost finished it. It was a novel that told about a day in the life of many different people, a grand lady's house with herself and her family, her servants, the char equals woman in her world. It was clever, amusing, and by a woman. It was a book of tiny detail. The fashionable lady wakes up, has her tea, her bath. There were many details about bath salts, powder, scent, silk underclothes, and so on. But the interesting thing to Elizabeth was that the book never for a moment deserted its detailed realism. It was like a picture that she had seen when Bellamy had a little art gallery in his store, of a table with fruit on a dish and a lobster and a loaf of bread. Every grape was real in this picture and the loaf of bread almost too real. So in this novel. But what interested Elizabeth was that, in their house, the scarf, life began just where the novel left off. Her father, her mother, Michael, even herself would appear simply untrue in this novel that she had been reading. Elizabeth put on her clothes in the morning and took them off at night, but what did her underclothes, her washing, her brushing her hair, matter beside facts like her mother's blindness, her father's mad cupidity, Uncle Michael's unhappiness? Lady Mary Bassett, Mrs. Carus, women of that kind were occupied in all probability with just the little things that were important in this novel, and Elizabeth felt a kind of resentment that they should be, not because she was jealous or wanted the things that they had, but because actual problems of life and death, of love and hatred, were present now in this house. She would read in the paper that Mr. Smith of Manchester had embezzled, made love to a servant girl, murdered his wife and run away. In the very next paragraph she would read that little hats like pen wipers were now the fashion and that Lady Sherforth gave her last party in a swimming bath. Both worlds were real, then. Where did they join? She would, she thought, before she went to bed, go down and see whether there were any letters. There was a late post at 9. She had done this now for many weeks, and, being an honest woman, she acknowledged to herself the reason. There are lots of women as silly as me, I don't doubt, she said. She took a candle and went down into the chilly hall. There was not a sound and the candlelight jumped on the wall. There were 3 letters, 2 for her father and 1 for herself. The envelope addressed for her was in Mr. Bird's handwriting. She climbed the stairs to her room again, placed the candle on the dressing table and, after a shy look round the room as though she expected to find someone there, read it. 32, Orange Street. Dear Miss Furze, I hope you won't think it impertinent of me but I have 2 tickets for the first day of the pageant and I should be very pleased indeed if you would come to it with me. We haven't seen very much of one another of late and I have been wondering whether I have in any way offended you. If I have I do hope you will tell me what it is that I have done. I am often clumsy and maladroit I am afraid. I do hope that this beautiful weather will last through the pageant week. Yours very sincerely, James Bird. She sat, with the letter on her lap, looking in front of her. How wonderful of him! After the way that she had behaved, for his sake, yes, only for his sake, to offer this, to sit with her in the face of the whole of Polchester, to choose her, out of the whole of Polchester, for this pleasure. It was, perhaps, the happiest moment of her life, and had anyone been present at that moment to see her he must have thought her almost beautiful. The thin lines of her pale face were softened by the tenderness of her smile, and the attitude of her body as she leaned forward, staring into the shadows of the half-lit room, gave her grace and dignity. All lonely women are beautiful when their terror of loneliness is removed from them. Elizabeth's plainness came chiefly from the long years of self-restraint and austerity that life had forced upon her. Of course she must refuse. How could she sit there with him so publicly? She could hear the whispers, and jokes and comments, "What's Bird doing with the miser's daughter?" Then she remembered what her mother had said, that this sensitiveness was sentimentality, cowardice even. Color came into her cheeks, her eyes softened and were gentle, her hand trembled against the letter. How good he was! How wonderful of him to think of her! She repeated it to herself over and over, her eyes filled with tears so that the room blurred with misty candlelight. With a shock she heard a tap on the door. "Come in," she said, putting the letter on her dressing table. The door opened and Uncle Michael entered. He was dressed only in shirt and trousers and he carried a lighted candle. He blew it out and closed the door very carefully behind him. He looked completely exhausted, as though he had been running, his forehead shining with sweat, his chest, showing through his open shirt, glistened. He looked at her, sheepishly smiling. Then he drew his shirt together and held it with one hand. "What is it?" she asked. "What's the matter?" "May I sit down for a moment, Elizabeth? I was sleeping in a chair in the dining room and I had a horrible dream." "Yes, of course. Here. She showed him a small shabby easy chair. I was just going to bed. He sat down. She could see that his fat knees were trembling and, herself in a mood of tenderness, she was filled with kindness, remembering the loud buoyant man he had been only 6 months ago. He became quieter. He wiped his forehead with his hand. I dreamt I'd done for him, he said huskily. He was climbing the stairs, his neck all on one side. I caught him just where the little room is. He turned just too late and his neck cracked. She remembered her thoughts of half an hour before, the novel with the grand lady, the bath salts, the silk underclothing, and now here in this house there was something so real and so dangerous that she laid her hand on the dressing table, afraid that he would see that she was trembling. Then she was filled with pity for him. Uncle Michael, she said, what is it? You've been ill for months now. Why don't you go away? I've asked you again and again. Tell me what it is. You can trust me. He seemed to be recovering. His face was white here, streaky there, and his big loose body overfilled the little chair. Phew. I'm better, he said. That was a bad turn. Why do you walk about at night? She asked him. Did you go into Mother's room last night? I don't know. I don't know where I go. But you mustn't. You frighten us. Then he smiled, like a child suddenly amused. So your father says. It's something for him to say he's frightened. Then he went on quietly. It's your father ought to go away, Elizabeth. It's he that's in danger here, not me. Father. But of course he won't go away. Well, he'd better look out. He bought my crucifix just to torment me. He's gone too far. There are several in this town want to do him an injury. Then he went on, quite conversationally, I've a kind of idea he'd be difficult to finish off. Plenty have thought it over, but it isn't so easy. You wouldn't be sorry to see the end of him yourself, would you, Elizabeth? Now, enough of this, she said sharply. You're saying monstrous things. She looked at him with a sudden disgust, his long nose, the way that his forehead was white above his red face like a laborer's, his open shirt, his awkward ugly knees. Then, because she knew that he was unhappy, she softened again. Please, Uncle Michael, don't stay in this house. It would be better for all of us if you went. I'm not unkind. It's yourself I'm thinking of. I want you to be happy again as you were when you first came here. I shall never be happy again, he said. His voice grew louder. Never, never, never. He struck his knee with his hand. Remember that. I've gone the wrong way. He's driven me, and until, his voice broke off. Well, never mind that. He yawned, covering his mouth politely with his hand. Excuse me, he said. I think I shall go to sleep now. He got up, hitching his trousers. He stood, his legs spread, stretching his arms and yawning. You're certainly right, he said, speaking now gravely as though he were considering a philosophical case, in saying that it would have been better if I'd never come here. It would have been, much better. But once I did come here, once I spoke to your mother in the hall, the rest followed inevitably, I being what I am, your father being what he is. You didn't know us as boys together, did you, Elizabeth? No, of course you didn't. But we hated one another, we did, from the very beginning. And now we've come to the end. And it's been a long journey. Well, you go to sleep now. She put her hand on his arm and felt his flesh damp beneath the shirt. You'll feel better in the morning. He shook his head. Oh no, I shan't. I shall never feel better so long as he's about. But it's his own fault. He shouldn't have teased me, and taunted me, and made me work for him and taken my crucifix from me. A man can stand a good deal, but there are limits. To her surprise he put his hands on her shoulders. Then he kissed her very solemnly on the forehead. Good night, my darling, he said. Chapter 3. Who passes? The day before the pageant was close and sultry. The sky was darkly blue, and behind the blue you felt a pressure, as though a giant were pushing with his fist to burst through the papery sky. The heat in the high street was terrible, and Bellamy sat in his shirt sleeves in one of the rooms above his shop looking down on a struggling, perspiring world. At his side was a large mug of shandy. Up and down the hilly street the crowds moved. Many had come in from the country who would not see the pageant but would see and enjoy other things. For example, there was the fair down in Seaton filling the whole of the space behind the river. There was even a booth with 2 real lions. "What is it, Burton?" Bellamy asked, eyeing his assistant distrustfully. Burton might have a splendid tenor voice, but he would have to go if he didn't stop his drinking and horse racing. Bellamy was wanted, down in the shop. A kindly impulse, he was very kindly when not thwarted, made him stop as he was going out and put his hand on the man's shoulder. "You look rotten, Burton," he said. "What's the matter?" "It's this heat," Burton said, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. He added desperately, "It's more than the heat. It's furs. He's driving me terribly, Mr. Bellamy. I'm almost off my head with it. I'd have lost my choir job by now if Canon Ronder hadn't put in a word for me. I can't attend to anything." "Furs?" Bellamy said. "Has he got his clutch on you?" "I don't know where I am with him. I don't seem to be able to get clear. It would be a charity to the town if someone put a bullet through that man's brains," Bellamy said. "Come and talk to me about it sometime. You're too good a man to go to pieces." After he had gone Burton looked out down on to the crowd. The sun blazed down on them. Through the other window a murmuring of voices and a steady shuffle of feet came up. Motor cars pressed slowly up the hill, hooting as they went. An old man was selling balloons and they floated, red and green and blue, above the people's heads. The cathedral bells were jangling, and from the bottom of the street could be heard the lowing of cows and the bleating of sheep, for it was also market day. The voices of the crowd were very cheerful, laughter, men calling to one another, and a woman's voice suddenly raised, "Come here, Mary Jane, do. You'll be being run over." They all seem happy enough, Burton thought bitterly. And here am I in this mess. By God, the heat's awful. Klitsch was standing at the door of his shop, watching everything with a delighted, almost childish interest. He looked very smart and dapper with his rosy cheeks, his high wing collar and the gold pin in his tie. His short legs moved restlessly as though to a tune, and his bright eyes darted everywhere. Norman Row had a strange appearance, for the backs of the stands walled it in. They ran with their clean, naked surface the whole length of the little street. For a fortnight Miss Bennet of the cathedral shop, Mrs. Fowler of the Glebeshire tea shop, old Humphreys of the woolen shop, Broad and his family, Mr. Doggett the organist, Mrs. Cool and her old ladies, the Klitsch family, would be shut in by this strange barrier. But they none of them minded. It wasn't for long and it gave them all a sense that they had their part in the general excitement. Moreover, it did not in any way stop custom, quite the contrary, for the crowds passed up and down, staring at the stands and the shops, getting peeps into the precincts, enjoying everything. During the 4 days of the pageant, evensong was to be at 5:30 instead of 3:15, and it was hoped that many of those who attended the pageant would afterwards attend evensong. Until the pageant began, however, the public was allowed to pass through Arden Gate, along the path into the cathedral. Many were now doing so, and Broad had a busy and profitable time conducting parties here, there and everywhere. Very popular were the choir, the Black Bishop's Tomb, the King's Chapel, the Chapel of All Angels, the Hairy Tower. About the last he was emphatic. "Last time you'll have a chance for many a day," he said. "It'll be closed from tonight on, and no one knows when it will be open to the public again." "Why, what's the matter with it?" the tourists asked. "Wood rotten. That whispering gallery may give any time." So the tourists paid their sixpences and tipped Broad lavishly. On many a later occasion Klitsch was to recall every detail of that afternoon. He remembered, for example, that after looking at his watch he called back to Mrs. Klitsch, 4 o'clock. They'll be just coming out of evensong. I'll be going down to the gate for a minute, my dear, if you'll watch the shop. So he strolled down to the gate just as the cathedral gave the hour. In front of the gate a small crowd of sightseers watched the precincts. There was nothing at that moment to be seen. The grass, green and smooth, shining in the sun, was deserted. The great pile of the cathedral looked benignly on to the stretch of empty stands. He saw that near to him was standing old Mrs. Dickens. "It will be different tomorrow, Mrs. Dickens," he said genially. "Yes, Mr. Klitsch," she said, smiling, pleased at being spoken to. "And I'm going to be there to see it," she added triumphantly. "Why, that's fine." "Yes. Mr. Hathaway has given all the ladies lodging with Mrs. Cool tickets. A kind thought, and God will reward him." "Very decent of him," said Klitsch. "Let's hope it will be fine. There's thunder about." It was then that both he and Mrs. Dickens saw Michael Furze. He walked rapidly past them towards the cathedral, then turned as though he were bewildered and did not know where he was going. He saw Klitsch. "Hello, Mr. Furze," Klitsch said. "Taking a look at things?" "Yes," Michael muttered. Once spoken to, it seemed that he could not move again but stood there, staring at Klitsch as though he had never seen him before. What a shabby-looking man, Mrs. Dickens thought. He does seem as though he wanted caring for. She had a maternal interest in all men, having no one to mother save a ginger cat which Mrs. Cool was forever molesting. This was one of the preoccupations and grievances of Mrs. Dickens's life. But Klitsch was touched. He had never forgotten that day when Furze had first come into his shop, his boisterous heartiness and self-confidence. And now look at him, Klitsch thought. All down at heel and bewildered, poor devil. On an impulse he said, "Come along and have a cup of tea, Mr. Furze. You'll be welcome." "Oh no, no, thank you. I must be getting along." "Come, now. I haven't seen you for weeks." "No. Thank you. I have some business." He turned and disappeared. Klitsch walked slowly back to the shop. Strange that a man could alter so completely in so short a time. He told Mrs. Klitsch about it, drank some tea and then stood in his doorway again observing all that passed. At 4:15 Lampiron left his house, and a little earlier Stephen Furze had shut the scarf gate behind him in the company of Leggett. Furze was paying a visit to the cathedral. This astonished Leggett very much. "I didn't know you ever went near the place." "No." "Well, you don't know much," Furze said. He was wearing his old bowler with the soup plate brim, and his coat, shabby with age, that reached nearly to his heels. He carried his umbrella. What he wants to wear a coat for on a day as hot as this beats me, Leggett thought. I bet he's always as cold as ice. They walked together as far as the market and they're separated. Tom Call, who was moving with the crowd for curiosity's sake, saw them, and Chris Bangle, on his way home to tea, saw them. Furze started slowly up the high street. His intention was to catch Godfrey Burton as he came away from evensong. He knew that Burton served in Bellamy's all the morning and in the afternoons when he was not on cathedral duty, so that if he missed him at the cathedral he would visit him at Bellamy's. He had a word to say to him. Nothing gave him pleasure like the little personal conversations with those who had reason to fear him. This passion for power, whether over money or men, was his driving motive and, like all other passions, it thrived with what it fed on. He saw himself as a king among men. One day, when the right time came, he would gather together the money that he had made and use it for some grand purpose. He would become, no doubt, one of the great men of the kingdom. The trouble was that, to show his power, he must spend the money that he had collected. At the thought of letting that wealth pass from his own command to that of others he shivered with apprehension. And then he would comfort himself with the thought that he had power enough as it was. He would leave things as they were. Now, as he started up the high street, from somewhere or other an unpleasant discomfort struck him. Why? He liked to mingle with the crowd, to think that, in this case or that, by a little manipulation, he could use his power and acquire more money and more authority. As he walked in a crowd such as this he seemed to himself to exert an influence over everyone near him, as in that silly dream of his brother's when the figure had emerged and everyone had vanished. But this afternoon he was uneasy. He even looked behind him as though someone were following him. He had half a mind to turn home again, but curiosity drove him forward. He would see the preparations that they had made for this ridiculous pageant, spending money like water. Even the cathedral, which he visited more often than Legate knew, would be interesting on a day like this. He sometimes went up to the Whispering Gallery and, looking down, wondered how much all the brass and stone and carving was worth. Then he saw Lampiron. Furze was halfway up the high street, between Bellamy's and Crispangle's and exactly opposite Bennett's, when he came upon Lampiron. It happened that, at the same moment, Canon Ronder and Gasalee came out of Bennett's and stood, for a minute or two, in the doorway, watching the happy crowd. Ronder had been wishing to acquire a certain novel, and old Bennett had been advertising for it and secured a copy. Ronder had it under his arm now and was looking greatly pleased. The novel was called The Nebulae Coat, by Mead Faulkner. It is absolutely the best novel in English about cathedral life after Barchester Towers, Ronder was saying. I haven't read it for years, but suddenly the other night I couldn't sleep and, standing at my window, saw a caterpillar crawling in the moonlight across the ledge. I can't tell you how beastly the caterpillar looked. And it reminded me of the Nebulae Coat. The caterpillar did? Yes, it's all about a caterpillar, a picture, and the tune the cathedral bells play. The caterpillar reminded me also of that terror of the neighborhood, Furze. Then he caught Gasalee's arm. Why, there he is. What a strange coincidence. And he's talking to Lampiron. Lampiron appears upset, said Gasalee. Furze, on seeing Lampiron, had felt an unwanted amiability. The fact was that it was not at all of Lampiron's physical violence that he was afraid but of something much more elusive. So he greeted Lampiron almost as a friend. The sense of insecurity that had been with him for the last half hour vanished as he touched Lampiron's arm. What a lovely afternoon, Mr. Lampiron, he said in his gentle, dreaming voice. Lampiron turned, and a kind of physical disgust seized him that he should be touched by Furze. He had been walking slowly, through the crowds, up the hill, his mind intent on the part that he was to play on the morrow. These weeks of rehearsal had been a queer experience for him in that he had encountered, during them, the beauty of the past more actually than ever before. He himself had been engaged for a long time now on the most modern aspect of art. He had seen beauty in terms of lines, angles, cubes, squares, as bare, naked, strong and undecorated as he could make it. But now this pageant had thrown him back into the very citadel of decorated splendor, tapestries, jewels, armor of gold and silver, rich candlesticks, heavy purple vestments, stained glass, missiles, caparison chargers. Romney's flaming servant carrying the brilliant bird. More than that. He had been in contact with a personality so strong that it seemed to him as though he stood at his side, advising him, showing him his thoughts, his movements. He knew Henry Arden now better than he knew himself. During rehearsal, once or twice, he had been actually, for the moment, Henry Arden. As, in front of the cathedral door, he withstood the charge of the knights, giving his great cry of defiance, he thought, this is the end. All my life, my hopes, my great ambitions have come to this. To be murdered by this scrabble of cowardly knaves, and he had to hold himself, his temper being what it was, not to give them back blow for blow. Percy Dalton, the pageant master, had come up to him after rehearsal and said to him, "That was magnificent, Mr. Lampiron. Never seen anything better. You were the bishop himself." He was thinking of all this when he felt the touch on his arm, to find, to his disgust, that it was the loathsome Furze. His temper was up in a moment as Henry Arden's would have been had he been accosted by some villainous usurer. So when he heard, "What a lovely afternoon, Mr. Lampiron," he nodded his head and would have moved on. But his progress was interrupted by people, and Furs said, "I wonder if you could find it convenient, Mr. Lampiron, to come in one evening and talk over a little bit of business." "See here, Furs," he said. "Keep your hands off me. You can sell me up or do anything else you bloody well please, but in the street at least I'm free." As usual when he was angry he spoke louder than he knew, and several people turned and looked at the two men. Furs smiled. "Very well, Mr. Lampiron," he said. "Have it your own way. You're a rash man." "It's you that are rash," he answered. "Do your damnedest, but keep out of my way if you don't want something to happen to you." He realized then that it was a crowded street and that people were passing, so he broke away and, furious with anger, crossed the street, strode away on the other side, not observing Canon Ronder and Gassely whom he almost touched. "My word," Gassely said. "He's in a temper." At 4:45 Klitsch was trying to sell a pair of paste earrings to an elderly lady who had come, as she informed him, all the way from Winchester to attend the pageant. Afterwards when trying to recall her he could remember nothing of her appearance but that she had a slight mustache and wore a skirt remarkably short for current fashion, and white stockings. The short skirt was 3 years out of date, the white stockings 30. She adored pageants, she told him, and had seen more than 40. Just then the thunderstorm that had been threatening all day broke. There was one great crack of sound directly over the cathedral. The boards of the stand opposite the window leapt into white brilliance. Then the rain came down in sheets. "These are very beautiful, madam," Klitsch said, caressing the earrings, "and 100 years old at least. I don't really want jewelry." She moved about, flicking a light green parasol dangerously at this article and that. "That's pretty, that mirror, and what a darling chair. Now what does that cost?" Klitsch brought forward the chair, which was a good one, its seat worked in old tapestry. "That's very good tapestry, madam. You can't go wrong with a chair like that. It would find itself at home anywhere, good in any company." "Oh, but I don't know that it's a chair that I really want. How the rain is coming down. And I have only my parasol. Do listen to that thunder. It seems to be directly overhead." "Let's hope it won't be like this tomorrow," Klitsch said. "Now this chair is really cheap considering the tapestry, but if it's too expensive here is a pair." But the lady was still wandering. "Oh, what a darling set of chessmen!" she exclaimed. "My husband adores chess. I wonder." It was then that Klitsch, turning towards the center of the shop, saw Stephen Furs. He was standing looking in, and over his head his big green umbrella. His face peered forward out of the umbrella as a tortoise protrudes its little tongue-licking head from its shell. The rain dripped from the umbrella. There was a fierce thunderclap and an intense savage glare of lightning. Klitsch saw in that illumination the bowler hat, the thin line of eyebrow, the eyes, piercing and yet veiled, the large white nose, the long tight mouth with the sharp chin. The flash was gone and there was only the somber rain-sodden light from the thunderous sky. A moment later Furs also was gone and the lady knocked over a blue vase with the point of her parasol. By Arden Gate, Ronder, who had felt even that short climb, said, "Service is over. I am going into the cathedral for a moment." Gassely said, "I'll come with you." He had been thinking while they were in Bennett's that Ronder was aging very fast. "Of course we must all die some time, but it seems a pity when the brain is still so sharp and active that the rest of the body should not support it." Ronder took Gassely's arm across the grass and made the same remark that Klitsch had made a little earlier, "It will all look very different this time tomorrow." "Yes. I hope it's fine. There's thunder threatening now. Look at that black cloud over Harry Tower." "Yes." The cathedral bells rang the half-hour. 4:30. Will you come and have a cup of tea after I've had a word with Braund in the Cathedral? Thanks very much. I'm not young any more. He paused, leaning on Gasely's arm. I'm too fat, of course, always have been. I remember years ago, soon after I first came here, chaffing Brandon about our size, his and mine. He didn't like it at all. He had never any sense of humor about himself, poor fellow. They passed into the cathedral by a small side door that led directly to the choir. Now, in a choir stall, Ronder sat suddenly down. From where they were they could see the choir, the black bishop's tomb, the high altar. From the rest of the cathedral they were shut off. There seemed to be no one about. There was absolute stillness. We'll wait here a moment before I hunt out Braund. He sighed, patted his stomach, passed his hand over his thinning hair. Gasely, as often before, wondered at his shining, meticulous neatness. An old immensely stout man, but spotless, almost dapper. His eyes shot sharply out behind his large round spectacles. People would nickname me Pickwick if I didn't sometimes look devilish, Ronder said about himself. Funny how people haven't forgotten Brandon, Gasely said. After all, he didn't do anything very special, not in the end, I mean. In the end he died at a chapter meeting, Ronder said. He always thought that I was his enemy, that I was responsible for all his misfortunes, that it was because of me that his wife and son ran away. All quite false. But I won't deny that I thought, at that time, that I was the new order come, by divine ordinance, to supersede the old. Now, when I look back, there doesn't seem to be any difference between the two. In fact, my dear Gasely, here he laid his plump hand on the younger man's shoulder, you said just now that Brandon hadn't done anything. Well, I haven't done anything either. Oh, come. Gasely said. That's absurd. I don't want to flatter you, but you have been the soul of this place for nearly 40 years. No, Ronder said, taking off his glasses and wiping them. Not the soul. Anything you like, but not the soul. Gasely raised his head. There. Did you hear that? No, what? Thunder. A faint rumbling, as of heavy feet moving, came from the organ loft and the whispering gallery. The cathedral was suspiciously still, as though holding its breath. We'd better wait for the thunder shower to pass, Ronder said. Then he sighed. When you get to my age, Gasely, and are out of condition as I am, some part or other of your body responds evilly to every kind of weather. If it's a lovely day and the sun's shining, your eyes ache, if it's cold, your prostate gives you trouble, if it's close, your head shuts down on you, if it rains, you have rheumatism. Ah, well, my time's nearly up, and most of it's been wasted time. What do you mean, wasted? Gasely asked. Ronder looked at him with an affectionate but also cynical smile. I talk to you, Gasely, more intimately perhaps than anyone else here. I'll tell you why if it doesn't offend you. Of course it doesn't offend me, Gasely replied, but a little apprehensive all the same. You're young and ambitious. You have come here just as I came here, 36 years ago, resolved to run things. And you will, no doubt. There's no one to stop you. You'll stay here, perhaps, over 30 years as I have done. And then, as I do now, you'll discover that you've missed it. Missed what? Gasely asked. The essential thing, the thing that the bishop and Purcell before him and Wistons discovered, that I have not. I went wrong, I think now, over a Pibus appointment. Oh, it's years ago and stale history. It was a question of appointing some young ass whom Brandon fancied or Wistons. Of course I was right to insist on Wistons, and I did insist, and it was that broke Brandon up finally. But I insisted for the wrong reasons. I was proud of my intellectual superiority over the others, and the victory that my intellect won then confirmed me in my course. I wasn't malleable after all. Don't you believe in a good brain, then? Gasely asked. Yes, of course. The problem of Christianity now is just that, how to be intellectual enough to deal with modern science, higher criticism and the rest, but not to put the brains so high that you lose the essential thing. Because religion is faith. Religion is also intelligence. They can combine, they must combine, but the proper balance is the problem. There's a mystery, you see. The same mystery there has always been. If you miss understanding that you miss everything, however clever you are. I didn't see that then. I can see it now. I've missed it. Gasselee felt uncomfortable. The cathedral was cold and as empty as the tomb. A great clap of thunder like an explosion in the church's very heart startled them both. "You're as spooky," Gasselee said, as old Mordaunt himself with his watching figure and live nights and the rest. "I don't know," Ronder said, "whether there isn't something in his idea. Do you realize what Arden and Leo Frank and the others had that we haven't got? They had intensity. They may have been wrong, but they believed they were right and fought and sweated and prayed. Don't you see? Either this whole thing, the spiritual life, is nonsense or it's real. It must be one or the other. If it's nonsense, what rot this all is and has been for centuries. But if it's real, what are we doing about it? Have you attended ordinary matins or even song at a country or town church lately? What do you find, 9 times out of 10? A droning mechanical office without thought or meaning, an unreal sermon with a lot of dead symbolic phrases taken for granted. What's the daily evensong in this cathedral or any other? A mumbled repetition with a lazy choir and a scrap of a congregation. If it's real, don't you suppose that someone is angry somewhere? Mordaunt's Inquisitor or another. He examines, perhaps, one after another and throws them away. No life here. Nothing worth preserving. So in a little time it may be with me. When you're near the end, Gasselee, your values alter, and it's too late to do anything about it. You're not feeling too well, Gasselee said. That's what it is. I dare say. The body has a lot to do with it. Physical things are fine while they last, but they don't last forever. A great rumble of thunder came like cannonballs rolling down the nave. Then there was an intense silence. The two men did not speak. Ronder said suddenly. "Did you hear anything?" "No, what?" "I thought, a cry." Both men listened. Ronder got up and walked to the end of the choir, looking into the nave. There was no one to be seen. He went back. "Well, I must find Braund, and then we will have some tea." After 10 minutes or so they discovered Braund coming in by a side door from the cloisters, wiping his mouth with a large red handkerchief. He was frightened of Ronder, who had been sharp with him more than once, so he began to excuse himself. He had but run away home to snatch a cup of tea. He had had a busy afternoon, for the tourists had been incessant. Ronder talked to him about some affair and then Braund asked him to excuse him. He must hurry to lock the hairy tower door. "And it will be a while, gentlemen, before it's open again. I doubt that I did right having it open for visitors today, but the dean allowed it. The wood of the gallery floor is as weak as matchwood, they say." With apologies he left them. But someone stopped him, and he left the locking of the door until later. The thunderstorm had rumbled itself into the distance, and Klitsch, Mrs. Klitsch and young Guy strolled down to the gate to see what the crowd was doing. Over the precincts a lovely sky of the palest blue, without a shred of cloud, lay like a summer sea. The grass was shining and fragrant after the rain. Young Guy caught his father's sleeve. "There's Mr. Furze," he said. "The old miserly one." "Where?" said his father, who had lit his pipe and was about to suggest a pleasant stroll down the high street. "There, crossing the green." But his father saw no one. "You're seeing things, my boy. There's no one there. Come on. We'll go down to the market and see how the town's behaving itself." Chapter 4. Pageant. During the performance enter Rumour. The sun was pouring down. It was a perfect day. On the green sward behind the cathedral the two great tents placed for the robing and disrobing of the general performers shone like snow. The grass was covered with the eager members of the Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides, the Young Men's Christian Association, the Town Guild, the Polchester Athletic Association, the Women's Institutes, all waiting, breathlessly and perspiringly, to perform their parts. It was extremely hot. With a sudden magnificence there burst upon them the strains of God Save the King. The pageant had begun. Mrs. Cronin and Canon Cronin were fortunate in possessing a house with a large garden that stretched from the precincts to the edge of the lawns behind the cathedral, overlooking the Pole. They had eagerly offered their house for the comfort and convenience of the special performers. This pageant in fact provided Mrs. Cronin with her ideal opportunity. She was a lady who had, all her life, suffered from an inferiority complex. She longed to be loved by everyone and at the same time saw only too clearly why it must be impossible for anyone to love her. The Cronins were not wealthy or clever or easy companions. He busied himself eagerly in church matters but always failed to create an impression. No one in Polchester meant better, no one achieved less. And she, loving not only her husband but all the world, insisted on kindnesses that were not needed, on anxieties for her friends that they felt to be tiresome, chattered when she should have been silent. Was enthusiastic when a little sarcasm was the proper thing, defended friends who never suspected they needed defense, was intimate too quickly and bitterly disappointed too publicly. Now, however, for once in a way, she possessed something that everyone wanted, and oh, how eagerly she gave it. The house had many bedrooms, bathrooms, large dining room and drawing room. There was the garden, there were summer houses, food and drink for everyone. All so splendidly at hand that Mrs. Braund in her armour, Lady Mary in her ruff and pearls, Lampiron in his cope and mitre, these and the others had but to take a step and there they were. So Mrs. Cronin, a small woman with large wet blue eyes, a snub nose and a shrill high-pitched voice, moving here, there, everywhere, saying, "Oh, darling, are you sure you have all that you want? There are lovely cool drinks in the dining room. Oh, but it's no trouble, it's a joy." Was happier than she had ever been since Canon Cronin proposed to her on the steps of the Acropolis, years ago, in a dust storm. Mrs. Braund, Lady Mary, Lampiron had bedrooms to themselves. Others, the Carus girls and Penny for example, shared and chattered and shared again. The whole house echoed with voices, laughter, cries, calls to servants. In every bedroom was a card with the timetable of the succeeding episodes. Every performer must be ready for his or her entrance 10 minutes before public appearance. Through the open windows could be heard the high voices of the performers in the first episode. Withers, the author of the book, was himself playing the part of St. Leo Frank, and his rather shrill, piping voice came into the room where Mrs. Braund was. "Bring me the child. A fever, say you? At point of death. And it be God's will, sickness is not." Mrs. Braund, a crimson wrapper concealing the first layer of her transformation, stretched on a chaise longue, looked at her watch, out of window, back at her watch again. Her episode was the 5th and she had still an hour of this intolerable waiting. Her brain was a messy confusion. She repeated some of her lines to herself. "What, men, Englishmen, and afraid? With this cathedral here for your support, this fair town that trusts to you? Know you how I have loved you and built on you my faith? Who? What if the words would not come? Then she would invent them." She had had, at the dress rehearsal, an odd experience, when it seemed to her that she had poured out a torrent of angry, abusive rhetoric that had, most certainly, never come from Mr. Withers. But no one had noticed anything. She had been greatly applauded and praised although she fancied that there had been an angry whisper in her ear, "Get off your horse, you fool. Do you fancy that's the way to ride?" Oh, well, it was a queer business altogether and she would not be sorry when it was over. But how was it that she had known that there were stores of gunpowder laid down in the cathedral vaults and that new wheels had been fitted on the guns brought from Drymouth, that her anxiety was about these things, the gunpowder, the wheels, and not about her words and the discomfort of her armor and her longing for a cup of tea? She moved restlessly. Yes, and that trouble with the Caris girls. What perverse fate had arranged that they should be at hand when she had said some light mocking thing about their mother? Why was it that she seemed now to be surrounded with hostility? Jealousy, of course, her photograph, she magnificent on her horse with her attendants around her, in the London papers. She had looked forward to this tremendously, and now someone, was spoiling it. The whole town was split into parties and factions. It was this heat, this unbroken succession of fine days. English people weren't accustomed to it. There was a knock on the door and Romney came in. He was in a state of almost hysterical excitement. "Oh, darling, are you all right? May I come in? Quite respectable. There, the first episode's over. The place is packed. Not a seat anywhere, and it's so hot in the stands that everyone is sitting in pools of perspiration. Feeling nervous, darling? You shouldn't be. You were superb at rehearsal yesterday. Simply marvelous. You and Lampiron, I thought Mary was a little Bloomsbury, didn't you? And she hasn't got nose enough. The real Elizabeth was all ruff and nose. And oh, darling, the Caris girls are so angry. They've just been pouring it all out. What did you say to them?" "I didn't say anything. They're always eavesdropping." Romney saw that tears were not far away. He understood all about tears, how to produce them, how to prevent them. He consoled her now as though he were her mother. In the paddocks behind the cathedral the crowd from the first episode was streaming into the tents while the crowd for the second episode arranged itself under Mr. Percy Dalton's Napoleonic command. Now. Quiet. Quiet. What did I tell you? Group A to the left, Group C half right. Now. Remember. Group D, you follow the Pope. The monks, all ready. Watch for Mr. Doggett's beat, in front of the orchestra. I'll give you the beat until you get where you can see him. Many of the crowd who had figured in the first episode were also in this, for costume had not changed so greatly from Leo Frank to Gregory. It was afterwards said that it was by means of this confusion that some of the town roughs, Tom Call, young Canless, Frank Otley, Otley's good-for-nothing brother, managed to push their way in. They had no right to be there at all, and afterwards there was much discussion as to where they found their costumes. Little Timothy Broad could have told a tale if he dared. He was one of the smallest and youngest of all the Boy Scouts and he was in episode 2. He even had a line to speak when, running forward with a crowd of children, he shades his eyes with his hand and cries, "There is dust on the road. I hear the tramp of horses." How wonderful it had all been, all through rehearsal, suddenly to take the center of the stage, to cry his sentence, and it seemed to him that he was not looking into the stands, the roofs and chimneys of Norman Row. But that he in reality saw a long straight road, poplars bordering it, the dust spiraling up into a hot blue sky, and a group of horsemen against the horizon. Some of them were in armor. He could catch the sparkle of silver and brass. At the dress rehearsal he had stayed there gazing after his part was over, and Mr. Dalton, whose temper was very uncertain, had scolded him. Now, on the actual day, he had felt very safe. He would make no mistake. He was dressed in a bright blue smock, with a gold belt, bare legs and sandals. He wanted his handkerchief and he ran back to the tent. It was filled with Boy Scouts and men from the Athletic Association. He himself could have dressed at home, but it felt more important to be with all the others. He knew where his clothes were at the far end of the tent. When he got there he saw a very terrifying sight. Young Aldridge, the mayor's eldest son, a young man of 20 or so, was standing in his underclothes looking very sheepish and even terrified. Over him, in a threatening attitude, stood what seemed to little Timothy a gigantic man, naked save for a pair of very shabby socks and tattered sock suspenders. He appeared to Timothy the largest man he had ever seen, with a red unshaven scowling face, a chest covered with black hair, and very unclean hands whose dirt stood out clearly against the bright whiteness of his thighs. This strange giant was speaking to young Aldrich in no uncertain words. "I'll break your blasted neck if you say a word." Then, to Timothy's astonishment, he proceeded to cover his nakedness with young Aldrich's costume, which was sack-like in shape, dark red in color. The fierce face, the bare hairy legs, the great breadth of shoulder, all helped to make of Tom Call a far finer native Briton than Aldrich would have made. His costume adjusted, he laughed, gave Aldrich a push that sent him reeling to the side of the tent. Then he saw Timothy. "What the hell are you staring at?" Then his good nature, for he was often good-natured, had the better of him, and he caught Timothy broad up, lifted him on to his shoulder and strode out, shouting as he went. The fact was that he was pretty drunk during the whole of that week, which made it afterwards difficult for him to give an accurate account of his own behavior. But, like many men who are drunk more often than sober, he was well able to look after himself in either state. But he was reckless. He didn't care a damn what happened. He'd set fire to the cathedral for tuppence. When the crowd rushed into the arena to welcome the Pope, he still carried young Timothy on his shoulder. He was shouting and waving his free arm. "You'll have to let me go," Timothy whispered in his ear. "I have to speak." Call released him, but only just in time. Timothy ran forward with the other children, set his line, stood staring down the road, under his hand. How clearly he saw it! It ran straight between poplars, then there was a small wooden bridge beneath which ran a stream, then a small hill began, and it was on the rise of this hill that he saw the horsemen, their armor glinting in the sun. But he did not forget this time to move back with the other children. Now he lost the road, but instead saw the mass of the audience, dark, scattered with pieces of color, red, green, blue, and then to the left the solid block of the choir, more than 300 of them, all in white. It was at that moment that the first real trouble occurred. Pope Gregory, Mr. Bennet of the bookshop, was advancing, followed by the chanting monks, when, to everyone's consternation, Tom Call ran out from the crowd, waving his arms, shouting, crying out some strange words that no one understood. Then, when he was in the very middle of the arena, he seemed to realize where he was, for he looked sheepish suddenly, scowled about him, and, shaking his fist, apparently at poor Bennet, down whose face sweat was already pouring because the sun was so hot and his clothes were so heavy, moved back into the crowd and disappeared. Yes, the audience was finding it extremely warm, the cheaper seats were not under cover and the upper covered seats felt the roof, heavy like thunder, on their heads. But there were, at present, no complaints. Everyone was in excellent temper. The Duchess of Drymouth herself was present, that large lady like a beetroot in grey silk and a purple toque, the kind the Queen wears. There was the Bishop, the Archdeacon, Aldrich and Mrs. Aldrich said, during the second episode, to his wife, "I don't see Bob anywhere, my dear. I've looked through the glasses at everyone." "Oh dear," said Mrs. Aldrich, "I do hope it isn't his stomach." Because Bob inherited his faulty digestion from his father, Lord and Lady St. Leath with a party of friends, all these grand people sat in fine prominent seats bordered with red cloth. In front of the Duchess, who was so hot that perspiration dimmed her eyes and she saw everything through a haze, there was a large bouquet of carnations. Mrs. Dickens, who was on one of the uncovered stands to the right of the swells, with 3 others of Mrs. Cool's old ladies, saw the carnations and passionately longed that they should be put into water. There they lay, poor things, sizzling on the hot boards, gasping. Oh yes, gasping like fish out of water. Her red, hard-worked perspiring little hands clenched and unclenched. She heard the chanting of the monks and thought how lovely it was, but old Mrs. Anthony said, wiping her forehead, but it's hot. What's the matter with you, Alice? You're as restless as I don't know. It's those carnations. They're in front of the Duchess. Poor things, they're dying for water. Cannondale and Gasolee were sitting 2 rows above the dignitaries. Good, said Dale, that bit of color. Do you see it? That crimson book Gregory is carrying against the white, and the soldier in the crowd with that apple-green banneret. Yes. Romney's doing, Gasolee said. He's got genius. I've seen dozens of pageants before, but this is different from any other. I can tell that already, although these first 2 episodes are bound to be drab. Did you notice the stone of sacrifice in the first episode? Romney had had an extraordinary devil painted on it in red and gold. I happened to notice it in the paddocks yesterday with some of the other properties. Well, no one will know that devil is there except Romney himself and a few connected with the immediate scenes. Yet, although nobody sees it, it will help the general atmosphere. It makes a difference. Then in the episode just finished, did you notice that rough-looking fellow rush forward with a boy on his shoulder? Did you realize that he shouted gibberish, not English at all? What a touch! I bet that was Romney's doing. Old Dalton would never have thought of it. Didn't you recognize him? Dale asked. The ruffian, I mean. He's one of the town villains, a fellow named Call. He's a Hyde Park orator, a communist, a spooter of revolt. I cannot think what he's doing in the pageant at all. And the child he had on his shoulder was Broad's little boy, Broad the verger, the most conventional, snobbish old-time server. A funny conjunction. But now they were silent, for the 3rd episode was beginning. In the stand nearest Arden Gate, well to the front on one of the unprotected seats, was Klitsch, and with him his wife and children. The Cathedral choir was to take part in only 1 episode, the visit of Queen Elizabeth, so young Klitsch had still plenty of time before he need robe. He was to sing 1 verse of the welcoming song as solo, but that did not perturb nor excite him. He was a very self-composed unemotional boy, sure of what he wanted. But the 3rd episode, the visit of the pilgrims and the town fair, excited and pleased him. He leant forward, his eyes shining. This was the first opportunity for both Dalton and Romney. Dalton, whatever his eccentricities and snobberies may have been, had a genius for crowds. The pilgrims had not been, like those of Canterbury or Winchester, ever greatly noble or distinguished, but Polchester had been the cathedral for seamen, fishermen, merchants owning cargoes, and now Dalton had given his crowd a special seafaring appearance. An appeal had been made, very rashly it was afterwards thought, for men in Seaton who had something to do with the sea. They had responded in considerable numbers, for they were for the most part unemployed, and now a very lively rough crowd they had made. They came pouring into the arena, the respectable members singing the Pilgrim's hymn, but the good Seaton citizens, many of them happily in liquor, laughed and shouted and tumbled on to one another like animals. The pilgrims were met by the incoming at the other end of the arena of the town fair. Here Romney had excelled himself. His whole passion for fantastic, abnormal, and morbid creation had been allowed its escape. On the surface, and with the majority of the audience it was only the surface that was perceived, you were aware that this was a scene of gay color and clever movements. But not on the whole dramatic as the scenes with Lady Emily and the Black Bishop were to be. Yet for one or two, for Ronder, for Michael Furze, for Mordaunt, for little Tim Broad, for a few more, it was the most significant moment of the afternoon. In all it lasted only 10 minutes. The booths were placed. There were 2 clowns in cherry-colored tights, there was a quack doctor with bottles of colored liquid and a girl who carried a snake on her arm, there were sellers of trinkets and laces, there were performers of tragedy. There was a wrestling match, there was a gilt coach with a grand lady, there was a man dragged, by the justice's order, to the whipping post, there were children following a piper. Romney's sense of color here was allied to Percy Dalton's production. His sharp reds and sudden greens, his gold cloth and silver tissue, brilliantly stabbed the dun background of jerkin and woolen hose. But his spirit was no more in these than you would suspect. It was about the things that you didn't see that his queer abnormal nature took the greatest pleasure. Gasolee and a few others suspected this. For Gasolee, who was not, as it happened, on that day feeling very well, everything had slightly the air of phantasmagoria. He suspected, in this scene especially, that behind every figure that he saw there was another figure. As the fair people danced to the sharp acid note of the pipe and drum, it seemed to him that other more shadowy figures danced also, and as the pilgrims moved in solemn file, singing, through the great doors of the cathedral, he thought that at the very time there emerged a procession, a long man in black, his head a little on one side, followed by a kind of trestle carried by 4 men. As the little group approached, the fair died away, the singing and laughter and music faded. The episode ended. "That's clever of Romney," Gasolee said to Dale. "What is?" Dale asked. "Why, you know the tale that's been round the town this summer of a man who comes out of the west door, followed by a corpse on a trestle. A ridiculous tale, heaven knows how it originated, but several people say they have seen him." "No. I hadn't heard it," said Dale. "This town seems to be full of stories just now." "Well, Romney had. He used it in this scene. I wondered what that group coming from the cathedral at the end meant. I wasn't sure in fact whether I did see it. The crowd of pilgrims obscured it. A clever scene that, altogether." Gasolee moved restlessly. His stomach was very unsettled, and like all optimistic egoists he felt, when his bodily organs functioned a little uneasily, that it was an affront to his dignity and a menace to his security. "I agree with you. We are a little far away. It's hard to tell what one's seeing and what one's not." Klitsch and Mrs. Klitsch, in their seats high up, had no doubts about what they saw and did not see. But then they never did. They had, both of them, excellently clear sight, physical, moral, and aesthetic. Klitsch, as bright as a painted figure, with his high white collar, his gleaming tie-pin, his round, ruddy and smiling countenance, was enjoying himself hugely. He was greatly proud of the whole affair as though he had himself created it. For weeks he had been pleased with the worldwide advertisement that Polchester was obtaining, the photographs, the paragraphs in the London papers. And now all was well. The sun was shining and the pageant was proving itself an excellent pageant. There could not surely be a better anywhere. This last episode, now, the life, the color, the movement. As it ended and the noise died, the figures vanished, leaving only, once more, the great wall of the cathedral and the bright glittering greensward. He turned to Mrs. Klitsch, beaming. "I call that first rate. You might be right back in the Middle Ages, my dear. That dancing, and the music and the quack doctor and the fellow ranting the play on the floor of that cart, the Middle Ages, my dear. You could smell them." And it was just then that little Mr. Crockett, whose second-hand bookshop was poor Marlowes' temptation, leaned forward and, speaking low in Klitsch's ear, said, "I say, Klitsch, have you heard about furs?" "No," said Klitsch. "Which furs?" "Stephen Furs." "No." "What about him?" "Broken his neck." "I wish to God he had." "Not so far as I know." "But he's disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes. Since yesterday afternoon. No one set eyes on him." Klitsch was greatly interested. "You don't say?" "Yes. He never came home last night. They've been making inquiries this morning. Nobody's seen him." "Nobody." But the next episode was beginning. They must pay attention. Bird was not far from them. He had a good seat, but he was, as yet, sadly unable to concentrate. For 2 reasons. One was that Mr. and Miss Porteous were, by a fatal chance, in seats just behind him. The other reason was that the place next to his was empty. Elizabeth had not come. He had counted on her absolutely. The note that she had written to him had been simple and brief, but there had been sincerity in every word of it. He knew now that he loved her. He had never been in love before, but this had come to him with complete certainty. He was clear-headed and clear-eyed about it in every way. He knew that she was not beautiful, although at times she seemed to him to have in her gaze, her figure, her stature something more beautiful than physical beauty. He made no pretense to himself that he loved her only for her character, which was, he thought, finer than that of anyone he had ever known. He loved her in every way, physical, mental, and spiritual. He did not suppose that she, as yet, loved him. He believed himself to be entirely unattractive to women, in spite of Miss Camilla, who was sitting, as though dressed for golf, so close behind him. He recognized very well the type that he was, the little, gentle, mouse-like, uncared-for man whom he encountered so frequently in novels and the pictures. Figuring in such romances, the little man was always passed over by the proud beauty, although his heart of gold won something worth while before the end. Yes, that was his external figure, a sentimental and moving type. But inside he was entirely different. He was not sentimental nor touching nor appealing. He had often the rudest and most violent wishes and desires. He frequently disliked people very much and wished to tell them so. He had not, as such little men in books often had, complete trust in every human. He did in fact discover that many people were greedy, cruel, selfish and lustful. Were it not for his trust in God, he would have poor hopes for many of his fellow creatures. He had always thought himself a coward, but, since his defiance of Porteous over the carol service, he had found his courage grow. He did not know that Porteous had, only this last week, said to his daughter, "I cannot think what is happening to Bird. He seems to have no real sense of playing the game." If he had heard, he would have been pleased. His love for Elizabeth and his friendship with Lampiron were bringing out of him qualities that had always been there but had received little encouragement. Now, when Porteous boomed in his ear, "Splendid. Quite splendid. The teamwork is magnificent," he nodded his head but made no other reply. What would they say, Porteous and his daughter, when they saw Elizabeth come in and sit beside him? Well, they could say what they liked, it would do them good. But why didn't she come? The fourth episode was beginning, the episode of the Black Bishop. It was to this that he had chiefly been looking forward because his friend was to be glorified in it. He had heard from many sides that Lampiron was most remarkable, that it was as though Henry Arden himself had come to life. A group of knights came in, a lonely little group on the empty sward. They dismounted from their horses and waited. A crowd of people passed into the cathedral, the bells pealing. Then a procession of monks singing. Then the Black Bishop, followed by 2 monks. The knights started forward, the bishop turned and looked at them. The bells ceased and there was a great silence. Lampiron looked superb in glittering vestments. But there was much more in it than clothes and vestments. As he stood there he seemed the embodiment of law, order, strength. There was defiance, there was saintliness and, in some curious way, there was also the foreboding of doom. Then he passed into the church. Crowds gathered, idly looking on. Then the knights, pushing their way through the crowd, also passed in. There was silence, and Bird, who for a moment forgot Elizabeth and everything in the world but the reality of this scene, held his breath. So with all that crowd. Dale said afterwards that it was all he could do not to rush forward and help to defend, or at least to warn, the victim. It was too late for warning. Through the open door there came a great cry and then the clash of swords. The crowd moved, calling and shouting. Then, from the west door, there came a melee of struggling and fighting men, knights, monks and the bishop himself. One knight had him by the shoulder, his sword uplifted, but Arden tore himself away, stood, his feet planted, his head up, and called in a voice that rang through the arena. "God's servant! Beware of God's servant!" A divine rage seemed to seize him and, raising his crosier, he shouted his defiance, not because of their attack on himself but for their insult to his church. For an instant he was alone, his strength and power seemed to dominate not only that scene, but the town, the country, the world. Then the knights fell upon him. For a moment he was above them. He had caught 2 knights by the shoulders and was beating them off as though they were dolls. Then he fell. The knights, their work done, ran to their horses. No one in the crowd stayed them. They rode off furiously. 2 monks were slain. The others gathered about their master and, at last, bore him up into the cathedral again. The crowd knelt, the bell began to toll. At length there was no one there, only a torn cloak on the sward. Bird drew a deep breath. For a brief moment of time, or had it been an experience out of time, without beginning or end, he had watched, and powerless to help, the death of his friend. It was as though, with abrupt hands, a rough segment had been torn from a heavy all-embracing curtain. He had looked through and had seen more, far more, than that one scene. He had realized fragments of building, crockett pinnacles, archmolds delicately patterned, an openwork gable flanked by turrets, windows of burning glowing glass deep set in thick walls. A strange rank smell of horse dung and tar after smoke of incense, and Arden himself in some small room with black paneling, turning to him with a gentle smile. He pressed his hand against his forehead and, as though he awoke from a dream, was aware of the murmur of voices and the sun striking the cathedral windows. He heard the trumpet blow to announce the next episode. Then he saw also that Elizabeth Furze was coming in. How glad he was! As he watched her, moving so quietly and with such dignity towards him, he felt as though he had known her for ever and ever. He knew her shyness and diffidence. He saw that people were noticing her and saying, doubtless, as she always heard them saying, "There goes old Furze's daughter." Perhaps the cruel ones were adding, "I wonder she has the impertinence." But he thought to himself, she need never have any fear any more because I shall always be with her. As she sat down beside him she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry I'm late. It doesn't matter a bit now that you've come." How he enjoyed that moment when she took her place beside him. What old Porteous and the others would be thinking. And, maybe, afterwards Porteous would be saying to him, "I don't think, my dear fellow. What I mean is that in a town like this one has to be careful," and wouldn't he enjoy replying, "Well, Rector, if you don't like my friends." Then she said an extraordinary thing. "I am late because we are in great trouble. My father went out yesterday afternoon and has not come back. But the episode was beginning. He saw that she turned with a great effort of will and faced the scene, her lips set, her hands clasped tightly on her lap. He was afterwards greatly to regret that, because of his preoccupation with Elizabeth's trouble, much of the scene that now took place was to remain dim to him. For it was now that the sense of disturbance that had, in an undefined way, been growing throughout the afternoon, was for a moment to become visible to everybody. Here at least Dalton's famous talent for the mastery of crowds was seen at its finest. Every actor in the pageant, great and small, figured in this scene. A tumultuous mob rushed in, to the discordance of guns, trumpets, and all the riot of warfare, as though to protect the cathedral. A confused mass of soldiers ran back from Arden Gate. The whole multitude of people was driven huddling and crying against the very walls of the cathedral. Then Emily de Britt appeared on her white horse, her women behind her, clad in armor, waving her sword, rallying her soldiers. The crowd turned, sweeping around her, the soldiers again advancing. Dalton here gave a marvelous sense of peril and threatening catastrophe. You must feel that the high climbing street of the town was crowded with the enemy, you could smell the smoke and feel the hot tongue of the flame. Before Arden Gate there was melee and confusion. The crowd hurled itself into the business of shouting, yelling, screaming with all the joy in the world. The issue hung in the balance. It was at this principal moment of the scene that Bird could not clear his impression. But he was not alone in that. 100 different versions were afterwards given of it. The common account was that some rough fellow laid hands on poor Mrs. Braund's white horse and even on Mrs. Braund herself. It was said that there was a good deal of general fighting in the crowd and that the fighting was not imitation pageant business either. However that might be, there came unquestionably a moment when Mrs. Braund seemed in danger of being dragged from her horse and trampled on the ground. And more than that, there was, behind her actual personal danger, for a brief time, a consciousness everywhere that a general riot might break out. Many people rose in their seats. Someone cried shrilly. It was as though, in that second of time, everyone were warned of the actual reality of the peril that lies always beneath the thin crust of conventional conduct. Then it passed. Order was restored. Mrs. Braund, her helmet a little askew, rode to the gate, was cheered by her now victorious soldiers, and then proceeded forward slowly to behind the scene, her people following her. And the audience sat in a vaguely astonished silence, settling back to conventional safety again. He turned then to Elizabeth. "What do you mean? Tell me. Your father hasn't returned?" "No. He was seen last yesterday afternoon. A number of people saw him going up the high street. Last night I waited for him. He's sometimes out late on business. And then, about 1 o'clock, I went to bed. But I woke about 4. I don't know why. I don't know what disturbed me. It was a hot night with a full moon. I couldn't rest, and at last I went downstairs, and there in the hall I found my uncle." "Your uncle?" "Yes. He's been very restless lately and has taken to walking about the house at night. The hall was lit with the moon. He asked me what I was doing there, and I said that I had left the door unlocked because father hadn't come in when I went to bed. I said that I came down to lock it. Then my uncle said that father was still not in. He had been to his room and he was not there." She drew a deep breath and lowered her voice as though she were afraid that people might hear. "I didn't wonder then what Uncle Michael was doing in father's room, although now, when I think of it, it seems odd. Father always hates any of us coming near his room." I said nothing. I went upstairs again. Then I slept. But when I came down in the morning my uncle was waiting for me and he told me that father had not returned. She looked at him as though to reassure herself. "You know what everyone thinks of us, how they hate us. What I've wanted for years is that we, mother and I, should do nothing that anyone would notice. And now my first thought was that father must come back or everyone would begin to talk. I went upstairs to tell my mother. She's blind, you know, and hasn't been very well. When I told her she seemed to know it already. When I asked her what we had better do she said we'd better wait. He might return at any moment. He might be in the house now." She stopped. "But he wasn't?" Bird said. "No, he wasn't. There's no sign of him. At first I thought that I wouldn't come this afternoon. And then I thought, yes, I would, just to show them all that there's nothing the matter." He interrupted her. "Listen. Don't you be frightened. I'm not frightened. There's nothing to be frightened of. Father must have taken a night train to Drymouth or somewhere without telling us. That's the only possible thing. I expect he's back at the house now or he will come tonight. Listen," he said again. "Whatever happens you've got me to depend on. All these months I haven't forced myself on you, have I, or hurt your feelings? No. You've been very kind. Well, now, I'm not going to wait any more. It may be as you say, quite all right, nothing wrong at all, but if anything is wrong I'm beside you, do you see? I'm your friend, the best you have. There's nothing I won't do for you. There's—" "Hush," she said. "People will hear. I don't care whether they hear or no. I love you, Elizabeth, I—" "Oh no, no," she whispered. "Not now. Not here. And not myself. Nobody can, nobody must. Somebody does. Wait. You'll see." The pageant had begun again. They neither of them realized what was happening. Rhondda as the abbot in the closing of the monastery, Lady Mary as Queen Elizabeth, the great assembly of all the actors at the close. They spoke no more. Only he realized, at the last, that his hand touched her glove, that she did not move but suffered the contact. The sun was low and Mrs. Cronin's garden was wrapped in a green shade. Inside the house everyone was preparing to depart. Mrs. Cronin ran from place to place. She was exquisitely happy. It has been splendid, hasn't it? Pins, darling. Why, yes, thousands of course. Oh, of course. They say it got very rough once or twice, but how delighted everyone was. And the weather. Yes, my pet, there's cup and iced coffee. No, wait, I'll arrange it for you. She tapped on the door. May I come in? She entered and found her maid arranging Mrs. Braund's armor. So that you'll find it exactly in the same place tomorrow, madam, all ready to put on. Mrs. Braund, in a little purple hat that suited her none so well, was sitting in a round armchair staring into the long looking-glass. She must have seen Mrs. Cronin's reflection in the looking-glass, but she said no word, made no movement. Well, darling, you were splendid. You were wonderful. You were simply magnificent. Everyone is admiring you quite wonderfully. Mrs. Braund said nothing. She sat there, staring. The maid gave her mistress a quick intimate glance. Mrs. Braund got up, pulling her big heavy body together. On her left cheek there was a very faint dark bruise the size of a penny. Oh, darling, were you hurt? I heard that they were a little rough. Mrs. Braund pulled herself together. They can't frighten me, she said. I shall go on with it. But of course, darling. Do come and have a drink before you go. Some cup or there's iced coffee. Mrs. Braund touched her cheek, then picked up her rather ugly tortoiseshell bag from the bed. They can't stop me with threats, she said. See you tomorrow, and went. Lampiron, lastly, in the darkling garden, soon to be drenched with the pale ivory shadow of the moon, met Penny Marlowe with the two Carys girls. Wasn't it topping? Mabel Carys cried. And isn't it lovely to think that there are 3 more days of it? And you were good, Mr. Lampiron, Gladys cried. Better than anybody. Will you ever forget, cried Mabel, old Mother Braund with her helmet all on one side clinging to her horse's mane. The old cat. Serve her right. She'll get it worse before the week's over. A figure passed. Oh, Lord. I believe that was Mother Braund. Never mind. I'll tell her to her face. But Penny had not spoken a word. At the gate that opened onto the Cathedral Green the Carys girls went ahead. He turned back. Well, Penny, did you enjoy it? Yes, in a way. Our episode suddenly got unpleasant somehow. Some of the crowd were rough and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to hold my horse in. She added, everyone says you were wonderful. And I can't see you because our scene comes just after. Isn't it a shame? She wore a thin summer frock, white with pink flowers and green leaves. In that green dusk she was like a Botticelli child. Such a child and of such lovely unreality that he put his arm round her and kissed her. With a sharp indrawing of breath as though a miracle had occurred she lay for a moment against him, her heart beating against his. She put up her hand and laid the back of it against his cheek. Because, in this light, he whispered, you are unreal. Then, his head down, he walked across the green. She did not move from where he had left her. Just as he neared his house someone stepped out from the shadow. It was Leggett. Hello, Lampiron. Good evening. He loathed the man and did not intend to stop, but the thick-set body waving a little on the short quivering legs was in his path. Fine show, Leggett said. I was there. And nothing better than your bishop. A grand bit of acting. Everyone said so. Thanks. Leggett put out his hand and touched Lampiron's shoulder. Lampiron moved back. I say, heard the news? No, what news? Stephen Furze has disappeared. Disappeared? How do you mean? I mean what I say. No one has seen him since yesterday afternoon. My God. Rather. I agree with you. But you You knew more about him than anyone else. What do you think has happened to him? Legate sniggered. I don't know, no idea. May have gone off for a jaunt somewhere. Or he may have been murdered. Murdered? Yes, plenty of people disliked him, you for one. I did, and do. Quite so. Legate moved close to Lampiron, as though examining his face, then turned away. I told you about it because I knew you'd be interested. You were one of the last people to see him. So long. Good night. Chapter 5. Elizabeth's Journal. I intend to write a brief narrative of the events connected with my father's disappearance. I know that this is a very old-fashioned thing to do. All the heroines of Victorian novels did it, including the dreadful Esther Summerson. But I am going to write with no other ambition than to tell the truth so far as I can. It is now 2 days since my father's disappearance, and I know from the things that are already being said how useful it may be later on if I can have something to show, can tell some of the things that have been going on in this house. Give evidence in fact that everyone will Havito admit is true. I think also that for a long time I have been terribly repressed and have done myself much harm. When I considered yesterday doing such a thing as this, I thought that I would keep myself, my feelings, troubles, entirely outside it. It was to be the plainest, coldest narrative of events. But I see already that that is impossible. This is to be, I hope very shortly, the story of my mother, my father and myself, and afterwards, of my uncle. But more than any of us it must be the comments from one point of view on the life of this town. It is the town, our town, Polchester, that is really the chief person in the story. I have lived in this town a great many years and have loved it and hated it. How I have hated it. How I hate it now when it is already beginning to talk about us and spy on us and laugh at us because of father. But then I cannot criticize it for that. Father has been the most important and the most hated person in the town. And then, also, how I love it. How I have envied men like Mr. Bellamy, women like Mrs. Caris, because of the opportunities they have had of serving the town, of making it more beautiful, of keeping its old spirit alive. The last person to see my father, it seems, was Mr. Klitsch, the curiosity shop man. At 4:45 on Tuesday afternoon there was a thunderstorm and Mr. Klitsch saw my father, standing in the rain, staring in at the window. He says that when, later, he was with his wife and child near Arden Gate his son says that he saw him, but Mr. Klitsch is sure that that was the boy's imagination. I myself saw my father last at about 4:10. He came downstairs with Major Legate and, seeing me through the open door in the dining room, said, "You and your mother can have a good time now, Elizabeth, because I shall be out of the house for an hour or two." He often, in fact generally, spoke to me in that sarcastic way as though he hated me. He has hated me for a long time, I know. He has always, since I was a little girl, grudged because he has had to support me. Yesterday was the opening day of our pageant and I went to it because I wished to show everybody that there was nothing the matter with us. Mr. Bird gave me a ticket. It was a magnificent pageant. In the evening my Uncle Michael came home about 7:30 a little drunk. At least I think he was drunk. He had recovered all his old noisy shouting ways that he had when he first came to us. He was another human being from the miserable, silent, frightened creature he has been during these last months. We had suffered alone, he and I. He was quite frank about his happiness. "Do you not feel, Elizabeth," he said, "that a weight is lifted from our heads? Be honest now. You know that you do. Let's enjoy ourselves for the little time there is before my dear brother returns." "You think he has gone on a journey somewhere?" I asked him. "Of course. What else?" Then he added, stuffing his mouth with food, "They're saying in the town that he's been murdered." And then I was horrified at myself. I didn't care if someone had killed him. My instantaneous thought was, oh, if that's what's happened, then I shall never see him again. I want to make this clear so that there can be no mistake. Until my uncle said that, I had had no thought but that for some reason of his own my father had gone secretly to some place and that very soon, at any moment, he would return. As soon as my uncle spoke it was as though I entered into some kind of conspiracy with him. I lowered my voice, although there was no one in the room but ourselves. "Of course that can't be." "Why not?" my uncle said. "Hundreds of people hated him." "They did. That is undoubted. And yet I am sure, in my own mind, that he is alive. I have even the fantastically ridiculous notion that he may be hiding somewhere in this house." And my uncle said, "Don't you know that he is not? Can't you feel that he is out of the house? The house is different. Everything is. Yes. Everything is. Only now I have realized what it meant, that uncertainty of his appearance, the consciousness of his being everywhere at once, and then the sneering hateful manner when he spoke. The house was starved. Which reminds me that we shall have to do something about money. My uncle is going to see Mr. Simon, father's lawyer, about it today. Simon, whom I cannot abide, and Major Legate were father's two confidants, the only two who knew anything about his affairs. Of course if father returns in the next day or two and discovers that we have been spending his money freely he will devote a week at least to punishing us, and myself especially, in all kinds of subtle ways. But we must live, especially as my uncle has returned to his old large appetite and noisy extravagance. This morning I had a long talk with mother about everything. It is now 5 days since father's disappearance. We have decided to apply to the police for help. The talk in the town is growing fantastically and everything is helped by the strange mood in which everyone is, the extremely hot weather, the disturbances yesterday on the last day of the pageant. I hear that there are 3 opinions as to my father's disappearance, that he has been murdered, that he has gone away on some private business and will reappear at any moment, that he is in the town. That he has been seen by various persons in the last 24 hours. This last seems to me very likely although to any outside person it must be absurd. My father was a most mysterious person not only by intention but by temperament. I remember when I was quite a little girl staring at myself in a looking-glass and seeing, quite unexpectedly, my father reflected in it. But, when I turned round, he was not in the room. Of course that is easily explained. He slipped away, probably, when he saw me start at seeing him, but the little incident is an example of his unexpectedness, elusiveness, pleasure in giving unpleasant surprises. Mother and I have talked over very frankly all these theories of the people in the town. I should like here to explain a little of my relationship with my mother. I have led, in many ways, so lonely a life that I have read a great deal and thought a great deal too in a silly, confused, unsatisfied way. I am a virgin, I have never experienced physical love, and I know therefore that more than half of real life has been shut off from me. Even the life that I have experienced has, because of this, been bathed in unreality like a room that is tinged with green because its door has green glass. I have had desires and they have been continually repressed. I have not been in the least ashamed of these desires because they are perfectly right and natural. I have even thought more than once of going out and offering myself to the first man who would take me so that I might know exactly what life is. I have not done so because I have known that what I should gain in experience of life I should lose in my experience of love. That experience of love my mother has given me, not physical, not intellectual, not even spiritual or maternal, although it has perhaps all these elements, but love in its purest, most perfect essence. If, and when, I love a man who draws out of my nature love from this same world as my mother's, and I am beginning, very slowly, now, to believe that perhaps that may be one day my experience, then I will yield to it completely. When it comes it will have all the elements, sensual as well as spiritual, but sensual alone, or spiritual alone, is not enough, is too weak, too worthless and, if I yielded to it, it would sully that clear knowledge of love that my mother has given me. I know that this sounds confused, illogical, perhaps silly. But I am trying, above everything else, to be honest. My life has taught me that one lives 2 lives, that they must be experienced together and valued together. One is real in the photographic tangible sense as chairs and tables and human bodies and cancers and foods and drinks and money are real. The other is more real but it is intangible. This second life lies inside the first one. One knows it is there although one cannot see it. Perhaps it is even not there, but the thought, belief that it is there is enough. I know that full experience embraces both these lives and that neither must be denied. If I had relations with a man whom I did not love I should be denying the more important life although extending the less important. Neither my mother's love for me nor my father's hate have been so important to me in their physical results, although they have been important, as in the inner life experiences they have given me. Once, when I was a little girl, my mother was away staying with friends. I was very hungry. My father knew that and ate in front of me, refusing me food. He said he was training me, but he really did it because it pleased him. But he was training me. In order to maintain my pride and self-reliance and keep myself to myself he forced me into another world where food had no value. Although he has been so hated here and has made so many people unhappy, he is perhaps doing the town a great benefit because he is making it so uneasy, so nervous that it is compelled to examine itself, to see where it stands. To be an inquisitor of itself. He prevents it from thinking only of the one world, the less important world. In the same way, after mother became permanently blind, I read very often the Gospels to her. And we both have seen very clearly how the less important actual world has covered the teaching of Christ with a great fog so that what he was and taught is hidden away. So the life of the cathedral here has become altogether false and perhaps the cathedral itself has come to resent this. I have lived with it so long that it does not seem to me absurd that it should have a spirit and impulse of its own, but most people would think that unreal. I imagine though that reality may be quite opposite from what we think it is and that the lives and thoughts of most people today are quite unreal, so unreal as to be almost non-existent. I have come to feel this perhaps because so much of my life has been lived inside the blindness of my mother. Loving one another as we do I have shared her physical blindness and have shared her sense of values. Nearly everything that is important to her now belongs to the important inside life and not the less important outside life. Physical discomfort, food, clothes, money, and yet with her disregard of these things she still has a childlike love of little things, pleasures, physical beauty, and it is because my father took these things from her that she resents him. But not fiercely. Passively. He is only real to her in what he is, not in what he does. I had not intended to write down these naive ideas, but I find that I have done so because they are behind all the external events that I must describe. One belongs to another. I will try now to be practical and definite. My mother and I love one another as friends, as sisters, as mother and child, and then, beyond these relationships, we belong to one another in a deep, fathomless region where love has no terms, is indefinable and is eternal. As I know from my own long, tested experience that such a love is possible, and as my mother and I are in no way exceptional persons but quite ordinary, therefore it is evident that thousands of other human beings must know such love. And it follows from that, it seems to me, that the truest, most real life is spiritual, not physical. I am afraid that this all sounds as though my mother and I are very dull non-humorous people, but that also is not true. We enjoy all kinds of things. Life seems to both of us a very comic affair. But then you must remember that for years we have been living under a heavy weight of ostracism and disapproval. Mother has lived for so long an interior life of her own that people matter to her very little, but I could have enjoyed everything. I should have loved to be liked, to wear pretty clothes, to have money and to travel. I enjoy small things so much. A very little would have contented me. Mother knows this and I think that is partly why she loves me. But now about father. This morning, Mr. Gurney the police inspector came to see us. It is his visit that has made me decide to write this. He is a large stout man with a round rosy face, a kind expression which he tries to make stern and official. We have all known him for years. When he sat in our bare, ugly sitting room he looked so kind and friendly that it was difficult not to smile. When he talks there is a dimple in his left cheek and there is a large fat curl that lies benevolently across his forehead. He is a finely built man and has been a good footballer. He adores his wife and children. If he had his way there would be no crime, no wickedness. He would prefer a world of milk and honey. On the other hand, he takes his official position very seriously. In a year or two he will be retiring, and he is very anxious that the higher authorities shall have no chance to cut down his pension before his time is up. He interviewed my uncle and myself, his notebook on his knee, sucking his pencil. I saw very quickly that he was disturbed and unhappy, more nervous and even frightened than the head policeman in our town ought to be. He told us frankly at once that he didn't like the way things were going. I asked him what had really been the trouble in the pageant yesterday, and he said that they hadn't as yet got to the root of the matter, but that undoubtedly a lot of roughs from Seadown had been largely responsible. It was true that Mrs. Braund had had her ankle broken and 2 people were in hospital with concussion and bruises. He said that trouble had been brewing for several months, that the unemployed had objected to the pageant and the part that the head people in the town had played in it. That there was a lot of bad feeling between the townspeople and the cathedral clergy, and that he thought that the exceptional unbroken hot weather was getting on everyone's nerves. I mention all this because I think, and he seemed to think, that my father's disappearance is mixed up with the general feeling of uneasiness. He said that the most ridiculous stories were already current in the town, and that he thought that we ought to know that many people were saying that my father had been murdered. So, rather like a distressed child, he begged us to tell him everything that we could. Had my father said anything about going away? No, I said. He had not. But Major Leggett and Mr. Simon, the lawyer, knew much more about his affairs than we did. Had my father seemed restless and uneasy of late? Had we noticed anything peculiar or different about him? No, I said, he had been the same as usual. He asked us whether we thought it might be true that he was somewhere in the town and whether there could be any reason for his doing such an extraordinary thing. I said that he was a very unusual man and had many mysterious affairs of which he spoke to no one. Mr. Gurney said that he knew that that was so. I remember that he took out his handkerchief at this point. It was a very hot morning and our house, which is usually so cold, was exceedingly warm. I opened the window but there was no breeze. He asked us if we knew of any friends that my father had anywhere, in Drymouth or St. Mary's, or Trelerne or Bodsworth. I said that he had acquaintances in certain places but that he was not a man who made friends. Then Mr. Gurney said that we must consider seriously the possibility that he had been done away with. He intended to make very strict inquiries of everyone who had seen him on that last afternoon. It was clear that he had gone up the high street towards the cathedral. But after that? If anyone had done him a hurt, where could they have found him so that they would be unobserved? There were so many people about on that afternoon. The town was packed with strangers. Besides, Mr. Gurney added, my father was not the kind of man who would be likely to be lured away to some quiet spot. It was not as though he were a child. Mr. Gurney got up there, looking very large in our shabby little room. My uncle had said not a word all this time. Mr. Gurney looked at him and I noticed at once that he saw what I did, my uncle's air of well-being, of self-satisfaction. He was sitting back in his chair with his legs stretched in front of him as though he owned the room and indeed the whole house. It flashed through my mind that Mr. Gurney had known my uncle ever since he had come to this town, must remember how gay and noisy he had been at first and then how deeply depressed, and that he, Mr. Gurney, must think it very odd that my uncle should be so cheerful again, as though he were relieved of a great burden. He must see, I thought, that everyone in this house was light-hearted. I realized for the first time how undistressed and free of anxiety I myself had been in this interview, and a cold shiver caught me. I found my hand was trembling. Mr. Gurney, always so amiable and good-natured, appeared sinister and menacing. Suppose that he thought that we, all 3 of us. Soon after that he left, very kind, good-natured, genial. But was it only my imagination that made me think that he looked at both my uncle and myself with a sharp inquisitiveness? All he said was, "You can be quite sure, Miss Furze, that we will do everything possible to solve the mystery." "What do you think yourself, Mr. Gurney?" I asked him. He looked at me with his mild, childlike blue eyes. "Miss Furze. I'm altogether at a loss. I should imagine, though, that he has slipped off somewhere. He'll turn up again at any moment. That's my idea. Mind you let us know at once if he does." After he was gone, my uncle, who was now walking about the room smiling, turned round to me and said, "Elizabeth. Come to my room a moment. I want to show you something." As we went upstairs he caught my arm, stopping me, and said, "Isn't this house different? It's warm for the first time. Do you hear that bird? Look at the sun streaming across the stair." I moved away from him. Think, I began. "Think what?" he asked. "Why, that you and I and mother." But I stopped. The words were absurd, monstrous. As I remember, I said something about my father returning, at any moment, and I recollect that we both turned and looked down into the hall as though we expected to see the door open and his entry. I went with my uncle into his room and was ashamed, as I had been many times before, at its bareness, the shabby iron bed, the poor wardrobe, the holes in the carpet. But now my uncle was triumphant. "Look," he said. His stout, rather shapeless body, I always think of my uncle as of someone who was left uncompleted by his maker. Many people are thus. You say to yourself, another hour spent on them, was really shaking with pleasure. On the little stained table beside his bed was standing the crucifix of black marble that has been in my father's room for so long. "That's father's," I said. "No," he answered, laughing. "It's mine. He paid for it, but it was mine all the time. He only got it to taunt me with it." Then he added something that I didn't understand at all. "That was the biggest mistake I made, coming back that day from the carol service. Everything afterwards followed from that." Then he patted my arm. "I'm all right again, Elizabeth. Can't you see that I am? And I'll treat you generously, you and your mother. You see if I don't. I'll be generous to everyone. I haven't been myself for months." Well, you could see that I wasn't. I was half-starved for one thing. But now. But I interrupted him. There was something dreadful to me in his exultation, and then shame of myself also. "When he comes back," I began. "But he'll never come back. You know that he won't. How can you be so sure?" I asked him, and I looked him full in the face. We stood looking at one another, and the beautiful crucifix on the table looking at both of us. "I can't be sure," he said. "I don't know any more than anyone else. But is it reasonable? He's been away for days and without a word to anyone. Even Leggett and Simon haven't heard anything from him, not a word. Has he ever done anything of this kind before? Has he? Tell me." "No," I said. "He hasn't. Has he ever been away even for a night without letting you know where he was?" "No." "Well, then. He may be," I said, "staying somewhere in the town. It may suit his plans to watch privately how some scheme of his is working. If he were, wouldn't someone have come forward by this time and said so? If he's staying somewhere it must be at a hotel or a lodging." "He was always unlike anyone else," I answered. "You know how mysterious he's always been." "Mysterious. Mysterious," he muttered, looking away from me, looking, I remember, at the crucifix. "Perhaps he has been mysterious just once too often." I cannot be certain that these were the exact words of our conversation, but here was the gist of it. He himself was a mixture of bravado, excitement, uneasiness, jauntiness and, finally, a sort of childlike kindness and eagerness to give pleasure. I am not good at analyzing my fellow creatures. Although I have watched so much and have, I think, observed many things and people with accuracy according to my own point of view. I have never before analyzed anyone on paper. But what I want to emphasize is that there is something very likable and also very contemptible about my uncle. He has no character, he is weak and unstable. He is often oddly hysterical for a man. He is in no way admirable. Only you often want to protect and defend him, and any woman must feel kindly towards a man whom she wishes to protect even though she despises him. I went in then to see my mother. She had been in bed now for some weeks. There was nothing very wrong except for a weakness, a weariness of her limbs. She was tired so very easily. But it was curious to me, nevertheless, that of her own wish she had gone to bed and stayed there, for, in spite of her blindness, she had been a very energetic person always, and was restless and uneasy if compelled to be inactive. It had seemed to me, during these last days, as though she had retired to bed in order to allow something to take place without her presence. She said once, "You know, dear, it's nice lying in bed just now. If I were up and about I should want to see that pageant and I couldn't. And again, I used to want to meddle in things. Now you can tell me instead." Indeed, I told her everything that would, I thought, amuse her, and we had, for so long, lived so closely together that our imagination was one imagination and our sense of the ridiculous one experience. But now, when I went in, she called me at once to the bed, put out her hand and drew me to her, kissed, very gently, my eyes, my cheeks, my mouth, then rested her head on my breast. I find it very difficult to give any true sense of her quietness, her repose. It was as though she had attained such complete control of her emotions, her desires, her disappointments, that she was able to live tranquilly in a world of security. She had the quality that belongs to so few human beings, especially in these restless days. She knew that she was safe, that nothing could disturb her. Nevertheless, there was an additional intensity this morning in her embrace. "Well?" she asked, stroking my hand as blind people do with a kind of tenacity because physical contact with those they love means so much to them. I told her about Mr. Gurney, and then, my arms around her, her head on my breast, I made my confession, that the thought of his never returning again had created a kind of exultation in me, that I was glad, whether it were sinful or no could make no difference. I was glad. She kissed my cheek. She said, "Of course you are glad. It will be better for everyone if he is dead. He should have died long ago." Then she added, after a pause in which some kind of inner sight seemed to flood her eyes, "But he isn't so easily got rid of. He is very obstinate." I told her then of my fear that Mr. Gurney might suspect us of knowing more than we said. He had looked at my uncle strangely. "Ah, yes, Michael," she said. "He knows more. And one day he will tell everybody all that he knows. He has never been able to keep anything to himself." She pressed my hand and sat up in bed. "Tomorrow I'll get up. I've been lazy long enough. And there will be things to see to. For one we must have something to live on." I told her of my own conviction that he was staying somewhere in the town, that many people thought so. My mother nodded. "Yes, he might be. It wouldn't be at all unlike him. They say he is in Seaton. Maybe." She patted my cheek. "But don't you worry about it, darling. He can't concern us now. Perhaps we are the two whom he concerns less than anyone else in the town. And now let us have a little of that silly but delightful Mrs. Henry Wood. Only one thing more I would add at present. This seems to me to belong to myself and I would write nothing of it here except that one moment of it has, I feel, a wider significance. On the afternoon of this same day a friend of mine called very unexpectedly to see me. I was greatly surprised. I did not wish him to come into the house for my own private, and possibly absurdly sensitive, reasons, but I consented to go out with him for a short walk. It was a summer evening of exquisite beauty. I have no gift for natural description, but as we sat on the brow of the hill above Orange Street the town lay below us in a grey mist, and the gentle sky, very quiet and, I felt, beneficent, changed from rose to a very pale orange, then to white. Faint, almost vanishing white, with silver stars. Before dusk came the cathedral was subdued by the mist but, just before the sun set, for a minute or so it shook off the mist and stood like a rock against the sky. I have tried to describe this just as I saw it because it was at this moment of sunset that I realized how deeply I loved this town. I felt that I would die for it, endure any insult for it. I felt too, perhaps because I was so preoccupied with the fate of my father, that it was being threatened with some danger. That peace and beauty were a blind. My fancy carried me beyond this and I seemed to see my father coming out, now that dusk was falling, from some hiding place and moving, as I have so often seen him, like a shadow, on his business. I don't know why it was but I began to cry. I was unnerved by the difficulties, the loneliness, the longing for things that I ought not to have. And, very wrong perhaps, I let my friend comfort me. Chapter 6. Penny and the Last Tournament. To grow up is sometimes a matter of years, sometimes of moments. Often the brave deed is never accomplished. Penny Marlowe grew up on the final and most eventful day of the Polchester pageant. The early morning of that day was, unlike its predecessors, cloudy and overcast. This did not oppress Penny because her happiness was such that the sun was there however clouds might choose to behave. After Lampiron had kissed her in Mrs. Cronin's garden her fate was fixed. She simply waited for him to take the next step. She had not spoken with him since that evening, although she had seen him. She remained in a state of perfect and tranquil bliss. This would be the last moment of that kind of tranquility. It belongs only to immaturity, those who remain in it too long lose, alas. Reality, as their wives, husbands, relations and friends discover so unhappily. Her mother had gone, the night before, to Drymouth to visit a close friend who had suffered an unexpected and severe operation. Penny was singing as she came downstairs. Then she saw her father. She stopped singing. He stared at her as though he scarcely recognized her. He had been becoming lately, as she knew, more and more distressed. He spent hours alone in his church. He had not played chess for many a night. Now, standing by the dining-room fireplace looking at the breakfast table in bewilderment, he was like a dog who had lost his home. She kissed him, and he caught her to him and held her as though he were shielding himself from some danger. "I've had a bad night," he said. "I always miss your mother when she's away. Do you ever have bad dreams?" "Not often," she said. She put up her hand and stroked his white hair because it was stiff and strong. She stroked his cheek, which was soft and warm. "Have some breakfast. You'll feel better." "Yes, I will." He smiled. "I'm still half asleep. I dropped off about 6 o'clock. I only had about 2 hours all night." "It isn't enough." "No, it certainly isn't." Then, when she had given him his coffee, she said, "What's the matter?" "The matter is, my dear, as I ought to have told you long ago, that I am badly in debt to someone. The bishop helped me and I thought I was clear, but I'm not, it seems. You won't tell your mother about this, will you?" "Of course not." "Is it a lot of money?" "I don't know. It oughtn't to be, but I'm in such a state of confusion about it." "Why haven't you been to a proper lawyer about it?" "Well, that's just the thing," he said. He was cheering up. His blue eyes were shining more clearly. "I've been so ashamed about it. It seemed to me so disgraceful, a clergyman, someone whom everyone knows." "That's all right," she said cheerfully. "No one shall know but you and me. I'll put it all right." "Yes, but that's just it," he said. "The man I owe it to has disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes. It's that horrible old usurer, Stephen Furze. He disappeared 4 days ago. Poor Mr. Furze, I've always been sorry for him, she said. Anyway, if he goes on disappearing you won't have to pay the money. Of course I shall have to pay. And now all sorts of people will know. Anyone who has anything to do with his affairs. How do you mean? She asked slowly. How could he disappear? People don't disappear. Well, he has. Everyone's talking about it. Many people think he's been murdered. Others think he's hiding in the town somewhere. He's a horrible old man, capable of anything. I dare say they'll be saying I murdered him. Darling, what nonsense. She went over to him, got his cup and refilled it. Then she sat on the edge of his chair, her arm round him. Do you know what you are? You're a baby, an infant. You've been keeping all this to yourself until it's grown into an absolute nightmare. There's nothing disgraceful about owing money, everyone does. No one would think the worse of you even if they did know. He caught her hand. How sweet you are. I really don't deserve a child like you. You're right about the nightmare. That old man made it so. He would come and visit me and I'd be upset for hours after. Last night I dreamt of him. I saw him coming out of the cathedral door, his head on one side. I couldn't move out of his way. He caught my hand with his. His hand was all bones like a skeleton, and he said to me, "My home's in there now," twisting his head towards the cathedral. But I do my business just the same. It was during one of the few bits of sleep I had. I woke up and I could have sworn I saw him just going out of the door. He drank his coffee and spread his toast with marmalade. I've got him on my nerves, I expect. And I miss your mother. We've been together so long. I don't like sleeping alone. I'm a silly old fool, and that's the truth. And you're right, I've kept all this to myself too long. It was then that she felt more strongly than ever before her responsibility. And this sudden consciousness was accompanied by a recollection of a word that Lady St. Leath had had with her only the day before. It had been but a moment. Penny, dressed after her share in the pageant, had been coming out of the Cronins' gate on to the cathedral green. They were in the middle of evensong, which was later on these pageant days, and the sonorous undertone of the organ coming from the cathedral seemed to tremble from under her very feet. A lovely hazy mesh of light, like a net of minute sparks of gold, had caught the ivory cathedral walls, the long stretch of green, the empty stands. The only sounds where but an hour before the shouts and music of the pageant had triumphed were the cooing of the doves from the Cronins' garden and the organ undertone. Lady St. Leath had been saying goodbye to some friends and was at the door of her car. She saw Penny, whom she knew very slightly, and stopped. They shook hands, Penny blushing, greatly pleased because she admired Lady St. Leath so tremendously. Lady St. Leath had something very young, naive almost, still about her. People sometimes laughed at her for that. "Isn't it a beautiful evening?" she said. "I'm so glad the pageant has had such lovely weather. Have you been enjoying it?" Penny said she had. "Just now," Lady St. Leath went on, "I was thinking of evenings like this in the old days. I grew up here, you know." She looked at Penny with a charming, shy, friendly smile, and Penny remembered all the tragedy of her youth, so that it did not seem incongruous that Lady St. Leath should then say, "How is your father?" "He hasn't been so well lately," Penny said. "Oh, I'm sorry. I must call on your mother one day soon. I should like so much to see her again. And you must come out to us." She held Penny's hand. "Look after your father. You'll never be sorry for any trouble you take now. But I know how good you are to them both." Then she smiled her sudden, shy, lovely smile. "They are so very proud of you." Penny thought that Lady St. Leath looked at her almost longingly, as though she would like to kiss her. But she did not. She got into her car and drove away. Penny remembered this now. It was as though Lady St. Leath had said to her, "I can see, now that I am old, that nothing in all my life, not my love for my husband nor my love for my child, has mattered so much as my love for my father. Because he was old and in trouble and I was all that he had. At that moment, sitting in the pleasant room with the sun pouring in upon the china and silver and the crimson roses in the crystal bowl, she assumed her responsibility. "I am realizing something," she said. "That I haven't been close enough to you lately. You haven't had anyone to talk to. You don't want to worry Mother. That's all right. But you ought to worry me. I'm grown up now." He stroked her hair. "Are you grown up, darling?" He looked at her with his blue eyes, considering it. "Yes, I suppose you are. I hadn't taken it in. Time moves so fast. And therefore," she went on, "you must share everything with me. I wouldn't be shocked at anything you do, especially with regard to money, where I'm not so very strong myself as a matter of fact. It goes deeper than money, my dear, I'm afraid. I've been a traitor at my post. I've been tested and found wanting." She patted his head cheerfully. She knew his liking for rather childlike nursery similes. He munched his toast and marmalade. He was now very much more cheerful. The soul. Everyone today thinks that a tiresome unnecessary topic. But it is the root, the origin, the essence. From that seed everything springs, the lovely lilies, the young musk roses, the cabbages and carrots, the nettles and, what is that weed that smells so unpleasantly? Never mind, he went on, shaking his head. At intervals the examiner comes and looks at the soul, at yours, at mine, at everyone's. He has examined mine. It has withered away, a dried, musty, decayed nut of a soul. I am no good any more, no good, no good, no good. He began to walk about the room, his hands clasped behind his broad back. And people think this of no importance any more. No importance, then the spirit is withered for lack of nourishment. No lilies, not even nettles. Nettles, nettles, they would be better than nothing. Have I not reason to be unhappy? He is enjoying it, she thought, and yet he means it too. He is deeply unhappy. I can't be near enough to him because I am so happy, because I am in love, because the sun is shining and these roses burn with an ecstasy of life. Meanwhile he, with that funny sense of incongruities that he had, looked at her, laughed almost like a wicked child and went quickly out of the room. She remained in the sunlight, for the thunderclouds had passed, changing some of the roses in the crystal bowl and thinking about his incongruities. She did not know him. He was her father and she loved him dearly, but she did not know him at all. He was unhappy and she could not help him. A sudden shame of her inexperience, her inability to help anyone, whether her father, Mrs. Braund, who was, she knew, badly in need of help, or Lampiron, attacked her. Standing there, holding in her hand a rose so red that the secret of its color was cynical in its scorn of human knowledge. She learnt in one swift moment of experience a great lesson, that to help others one must have a long training in self-forgetfulness. She could not forget herself, she was too happy, too deeply in love, the sense and burning sharpness of that wonderful summer seemed too acutely to be provided for her personal joy. In a dress of faint rose and a small hat of white straw she went out to enjoy the world. And then, outside, on that burning summer morning, she discovered, many people in Polchester just then were making such a discovery, that she did not seem to be altogether a free agent. What was it? The hot air quivered above the little street and the sky was a sheet of intense light. There was the apprehension, as one has in hot countries but so rarely in England, that to cross the sun-blazed road from shadow to shadow was dangerous. She walked to the point beyond the church where the street descends to Seaton, and to her own surprise found herself descending instead of going, as she had intended, to the market. She had thought that the shaded alcoves of the market would be cool, that she would buy some flowers for Mrs. Braund, who, with every day of the pageant, had become more unhappy and remote. These streets at the top of the hill were in her father's parish, but as she dropped downwards and the houses became meaner and older she was in almost unknown territory. It was up here, she thought, that the armed men struggled. There was no road then. They clung to the rock, fighting from ledge to ledge, and below, on the river that was wilder and stronger than, their boats waited. The shining slabs of rock flashed in the sun, or perhaps the rain poured down or fog crept up from the river. A man lost his foothold, gave a desperate clutch for safety, then lost his hold, his arms flung wide and he fell. She stopped, looking about her, almost as though she were in a dream, so vivid was it, so dramatically part of it was she. It is almost as though I had stood here, screaming for battle, and I looked up and the cathedral was there, but not the twin northern towers, only Harry soaring into the sky. And I ran. She shaded her eyes against the sun. That, she thought, smiling, is what a week of pageants can do for you. She had walked a long way down and soon would be level with the river. She read some of the names above the shops: Canless, tobacconist. Sandy Lug, old clothes purchased, and a sweet shop with the name, Mary Murphy, its little window decorated with evil-looking sweets of black and pink and yellow over which flies were crawling. Under the blazing sun the houses, crooked, misshapen windows tightly closed, wore a look of shamefaced sullen obstinacy. No one stirred. It was a dead street lit with the hard brilliancy of a sun on a dead world. A little girl passed her. This child was shabby to forlorn pity. She wore a grown woman's torn skirt that caught about her feet, and an ancient black straw hat, its brim twisted. The heel of one shoe clop-clopped against the road as she moved. Then she fell. She lay, a small tangled confusion of thick matted hair, a woman's torn skirt, a broken shoe, and she did not stir. Penny ran to her and picked her up. She was as light to hold as the crystal bowl with the crimson roses, but from her there came an acrid smell, stale, bitter. On her forehead 2 flies were crawling. She had struck her cheek against the curb and it was bleeding, but she regarded Penny with an outraged fierceness, her black eyes glared like an affronted and fearless cat's. She struggled. "Tell me where you live," Penny said. Then the child fainted. Her head fell forward, and her body with a shiver as of her very spirit seemed to surrender itself to Penny's care. Then out of a dark house a woman, a dirty red blouse open at the neck to the breasts cleft, came. "Give her to me," she said. "She has fainted, and her cheek is cut." The woman gave Penny a long look. She took the child. "She's soiled your dress," she said. She tossed her head, but, moving back to the house, she held the child tenderly. Penny followed. That little sighing gasp that the child had given, that surrender against her breast, had touched her with a poignancy that forbade her to let her go. So she followed, out of the sun, into the dark house. The room where she was seemed to be kitchen and bedroom combined, but there was no fire in the range, and on the bed a man in shirt and trousers lay, his hands behind his tousled head, and on his lap, sleeping, a large tortoiseshell cat. Penny saw also a gilt cage with 2 canaries, a pot in the window with a brilliantly red geranium, a table with some tumbled bottles and dirty glasses. The room was close, infested with heat, airless, stinking of stale drink, geranium, and the soot that fell, once and again, with gentle patters down the grate. Penny stood at the door. The woman, who had a broken young beauty in even grandeur, laid the child on a small broken sofa in the window, stretching over a patchwork quilt of sharp fragmentary red, green, orange squares. She leaned over her, went to the shelf and poured a glass of water, bathed the child's head. There was absolute silence in the room save for the twittering of the canaries and the falling soot. The man had not stirred. Only the tortoiseshell cat rose, stretched itself, dropped with miraculous lightness to the floor, raised first one leg then another in sleepy indolence, walked over to the sofa to investigate. The woman bathed the cut, murmuring, "Chrissy. Chrissy. You'll be better now. You'll be better now." The child suddenly sat up and, pushing back her hair from her eyes, stared in front of her. She fell, cut her head on the curb. "How did you fall, Chrissy?" "I don't know." "Does your head hurt?" "No." Then she as suddenly lay down again. "Yes, It aches. Penny came forward. Can I do something? I could bring a doctor very quickly. A doctor? The woman laughed scornfully. Her blouse had slipped, leaving one breast, white and very firm, exposed. She did not attempt to cover it. No, thank you. We don't want no doctors here. Then, straightening herself, raising her head, she said politely but with a real and native dignity, "It was good of you, miss, to trouble. She's my daughter and she won't stay still any place. She's always hiding down by the river, in the market, in the cathedral. It's so she shan't have to go to school, we reckon." Penny went over to the child. She had persistently the feeling that the child belonged to her. She laid her hand on the soiled forehead. "Don't you think really that I should get a doctor?" "No, miss. She hasn't done herself any real hurt. It will teach her not to go running off." The child opened her eyes and stared at Penny. They were large, lustrous, and filled with a kind of fierce and audacious wonder. Penny and the child looked at one another. "Well, if I can do nothing," Penny said. She turned and saw that the man was sitting up. He was young, large in build with massive shoulders, and where his shirt was open there was a pelt of black hair. He said, "Puss, Puss, come here, Puss." The cat came to him. Then, as though he were speaking to himself, Canlis says he saw furs last night, down bottom of Daffodil Street. But he didn't. They've choked furs all right. He stretched his arms, yawning. They say that Lampiron done it. "Fetch a bit of that rag, Tom, from the dresser, will you?" the woman said. "It'll keep the place on her head clean." The man got up, crossed the room, searched for the rag, found it. Then, whistling, he came over to the sofa and, kneeling, bound the cloth, after damping it, very gently, holding the child against his chest. "There, my lass, lie quiet. It's a scratch." What had he said? He had mentioned Lampiron's name. She held out her hand. "I am Miss Marlowe. I am the daughter of the rector of St. James's. If I can do anything, now or at any time." The woman touched her hand for an instant. "My name's Clark, Fanny Clark." They have both, Penny thought, the woman and the girl, the same eyes. She went and, bending down, kissed the child, who did not stir. "It was kind of you, I'm sure," the woman said. The man was looking up speaking to the canaries, the tortoise-shell cat was rubbing against his leg. Abruptly he turned. "My name's Call. Tom Call. I don't think your father's ever paid us a visit." "His parish doesn't include these streets," Penny said, smiling. "No. Well, parsons aren't much use in these parts and that's the truth." His eyes rested on her. "You're in this pageant. I've seen you." "Yes, I am. I've got it. You ride a horse. I'll be seeing you this afternoon." "Why?" asked Penny. "Are you in it too?" "Am I?" He grinned at the woman. "You look out for me this afternoon. There'll be thunder, I reckon." "Yes." She wanted to question him but she was afraid of the room, the cat, the geranium plant, the whispering soot. She said goodbye to them and went out. A large greedy cloud like a white billowing apron swallowed up the sun just as the first episode concluded. Mrs. Cronin, who was so sorry that it was all coming to an end, it had been a good time. How charming everyone had been, appreciating her poor little efforts, because really she had done nothing. "Oh yes, Clara, you have." No, it had been no trouble at all, putting her house at her friend's disposal. What, after all, was one's house for? And such a lovely pageant. Would anyone ever forget it? No, Agnes Braund said, no one ever would. Mrs. Cronin, who was so sorry that it was all coming to an end. Then she realized that something must be done about Agnes. "What is it, Agnes? We are all so concerned about you. I'm afraid you've hated the pageant." Mrs. Braund was in a dressing gown of dark blue silk peppered with little silver moons. There was still an hour before her episode. She looked gloomily at Clara Cronin, whom she had never liked and now altogether loathed. "If Penny Marlowe is in her room, I wish you'd ask her to look in and speak to me." "Of course, darling. She's certain to have arrived. I'll go and tell her." The applause of the audience came like a breaking sea into the room. "Oh dear, isn't it oppressive? I'm sure there's going to be a thunderstorm." She hurried away. Penny came in. She kissed Mrs. Braund, of whom in these last weeks she had become very fond. "Listen, dear." Mrs. Braund took her hand. "I'm sure something awful is going to happen this afternoon." "Oh," said Penny. "What could happen?" "I don't know." Mrs. Braund's large bosom heaved convulsively. "I'm sure I don't know. I'm altogether bewildered." She held Penny's hand tightly. "Quite honestly, dear, I can't stand it any more. Frankly, I wanted to be Lady Emily in the pageant. I won't disguise it from anybody. You remember one day when I lunched at your house, when the bishop called?" "Yes. That was the last happy moment I knew, positively the last. Ernest was the archdeacon, is nearly distracted. He has never seen me like this and I can't explain to him. That's the awful thing, I can't explain to him." Her eyes were filled with tears. Penny, full of concern, held the soft moist hand more tightly. "Mrs. Braund, dear. What can't you explain? Why I am like this? I'm more terrified every day. I thought I'd never get through yesterday's performance. For one thing, everyone hates me." "Oh no. Of course they don't. No one hates you." "Oh yes, they do. It isn't that I mind the Carris girls or Mrs. Aldrich being rude, or Mr. Crispangle being odious. After all, I've done no harm. They are simply jealous. But it's more than that. Every time we do our scene it gets worse. Didn't you see those horrid men in the crowd yesterday? I was sure they were going to pull me off my horse. All those roughs from Seaton. I'm sure they're all communists and they hate anyone to do with the cathedral. But it's worse than that even. It's Lady Emily herself. I feel as though she were there all the while wishing me ill. And I haven't been well, I haven't been sleeping. I've never known the town in such a state, with the unemployed and the shop people so rude, and now there's this murder." All this had come pouring out. It was an appeal for help as real and moving as any that Penny had ever known. Murder? What murder? Although she knew well enough and had been thinking of nothing else all day. For what was it that man had said? "Oh, you must have heard about it. That horrible old man Furs disappeared 4 days ago, the afternoon before the pageant opened. Nothing has been heard of him since. Some people say they saw him at the pageant yesterday. Romney, who always knows everything, says that some are saying it's only the first of these disappearances, that there'll be others." She stopped. She put up a stout bare arm and drew Penny's face to hers and kissed her. "Darling, you're so sweet, so kind. Mind you're very close to me this afternoon. Don't let them do anything to me." "Do anything? But of course not. What could they do?" Then Penny added slowly, "Who do they think did this murder, if he has been murdered?" "Oh, my dear, they say all sorts of things. Romney says the police are investigating everybody's record. I mean everybody who had anything to do with the man. They say people all over the town owed him money." Yes, thought Penny. Father, Lampiron. There were plenty of people who hated him, it seems, Mrs. Braund went on. And threatened him too. Lampiron for one. "Oh no!" Penny cried. "Oh, but he did. On that very afternoon Mr. Gassely saw Mr. Lampiron quarrelling with Furs in the High Street. He was with Ronder, Gassely was, I mean. Oh dear. Listen to that." There was a rumble of thunder. Beyond the window a black thick cloud with a grey furry edge gave the trees in front of it a metallic brilliance. Towards the close of the third episode there was a fierce thunder shower. Twice there was a clap as of gigantic hands that seemed to come from the very heart of the cathedral. Then the rain poured down, soaking the town fair, which was hurriedly concluded. But, before the opening of the fourth episode, the death of the Black Bishop, the sun had come again, a fierce hot sun that beat down upon the grass, sparkling and shining after the rain. Many people afterwards said that the hour that followed was the hottest and most oppressive ever known in Polchester. Against the sun the cathedral was jet as though encased in black armor, and beyond the trees little spongy clouds could be seen stealthily, maliciously moving forward upon the pale stretch of nervous blue. Yes, the sky was nervous and the people in the stands were nervous too. Those in the uncovered stands, wet with the shower, watched the clouds beyond the cathedral anxiously. Everyone felt the exhausting oppressive heat. There was something foreign to the English sense of decency and order in its fierceness. Some of the people in the uncovered stands got up and went, and this added to the general disturbance, because until today the attention had been breathless. No one had conceived of leaving before the end. Then, too, it had been generally noticed that from the very beginning of the performance the actors had been restless and uneasy. The crowds in the first two episodes were noisy and disorderly. Everyone had commented during the previous days on the easy naturalness of the crowds, the remarkable way in which the right atmosphere had been caught, but now the crowds were too natural, noisy, and even, once and again. Some of the men would advance close to the stands and make very audible and rude remarks about some of the spectators. After the first day's performance it had been widely admitted that it was a mistake to allow so many of the roughs from Seaton to take part in the town fair. People blamed Romney for this, and a good many malicious things were said in whispers about the friends he had in Seaton, friends very rough and strange for so aesthetic and cultured a gentleman as Romney. It was now, in fact, that people first began to gossip about the mischief that Romney was making, encouraging men like Tom Call and young Canlis to do and say what they liked. "We might as well be in Russia," Camilla Porteous, who hated Romney, said loudly everywhere. "If we are all murdered in our beds I know where the blame will lie." It was a fortunate thing, perhaps, that the first shower came when it did, for there is no doubt but that that scene would have ended in a general riot. It was at this point that Gurney sent for all the available police in the town and, as it turned out, this was a fortunate thing. However, with Lampiron's scene, absolute order was restored. Everyone listened breathlessly. Throughout the episode the thunder rumbled in the distance and the light from the sun was thin, opaque, as though seen through gauze. Lampiron himself was superb. Everyone agreed that he excelled himself. At the moment when, in his magnificent robes, he made his first appearance, turned and looked in silence at the group of knights, it was as though the whole audience drew a deep breath of wonder and admiration. Afterwards, when he cried out, "God's servant! Beware of God's servant," it was as though he were warning the whole world. People said afterwards that the cathedral itself with all its thousands of inhabitants was listening, and, when he fell, a hush of awe, voiced by the rumbling of the thunder, held the world. "This is what will come to you all if you forget my law." "A God of mercy, yes, and a God of thunder also," Dale said to Cronin. Therefore, by the beginning of the Lady Emily episode, the proper atmosphere had been restored. No one thought any longer of leaving, although the small clouds had now banded together and the sun had vanished. Penny's steed, of which at first she had been much afraid, was by now her very good friend. It was a small white horse, not very much bigger than a pony. Penny had taken riding lessons during the last month and had made up her mind to buy the horse when the pageant was over. The first thing that she saw when she rode on to the scene, close behind Mrs. Braund, was the man whom she had met in Seaton that morning. As the crowd surged forward he touched her horse's flank, looked up at her, grinning, and said, "Hello, miss. I said I'd look out for you." She smiled back at him, for his eyes were friendly and he was a fine rough figure. He was broader and stronger than the men around him and seemed to be their leader. After that first entry, however, she had little time to think of him, for now everything went wrong. She was never able to give a very coherent account of what occurred. It seemed to be all over very quickly. When Mrs. Braund began to speak, confusion was everywhere. The crowd surged hither and thither. Nothing was in its right order. Everyone shouted at once. Towards Arden Gate free fights were taking place. The sky now was black, and the flashes of lightning, the rolling of thunder, the first drops of heavy rain added to the disturbance. Penny, remembering Mrs. Braund's appeal, held closely to her, but there was a quick rush of the crowd. Poor Mrs. Braund was tumbled off her horse, which started off, plunging amongst the crowd. Penny could see people standing up, many leaving, others calling out incoherently. Police were advancing over the sward. Then the rain came down in a deluge, fiercely delighted as though it wanted to drown the world. And that was the end of the Polchester pageant. Later, unexpectedly, miraculously, followed the most lovely moment of her life. As to that, who knows? For Penny has still so much of her life in front of her. But can there be any interval of time packed, like a treasure box, with so many sweets, so many fragrances? A glory of the moon, of the peace after storm, of perfect trust and understanding, of love given and returned. For peace did follow the storm. Poor Mrs. Braund had broken her ankle, also on her forehead there was a dark bruise. She had been carried to her home, and now, in the dark room scented with the roses beyond the window, the archdeacon sat beside the bed holding her hand. He felt the hand shake and heard her whisper, "Ernest, everyone hates me. They tried to kill me." But at Mrs. Cronin's it had been like the chattering of birds. "My dear, what happened? Oh, but do tell us. You were there. Was Mrs. Braund dragged from her horse? Did someone hit her? What was everyone else doing? There was a sort of free fight, wasn't there? Do you think they'll do something tonight, come up and burn people's houses or something? Anyway, what's it all about? Why is everyone so angry? Is it the unemployed? Someone said they're going out to Carpledon to burn the bishop's palace down. That they won't do, anyway. Everyone loves the bishop. They don't down in Seaton. They don't love anyone. They say the money ought to have been spent on the unemployed instead of having a pageant. Out of all this Penny escaped to find a fair evening sky, the air scented with flowers and the freshness of the rain, swallows, the symbols of English tranquility, flying high. She had intended to hurry home because she was afraid lest her father, who meant something new to her since this morning, had heard exaggerated tales of the afternoon. But she did not hurry home, because, at the gate of the Cronins' garden, Lampiron was waiting for her. "I had to wait, to make sure that you were all right." When he saw her happy face he added, "Come, we'll walk to the end of the cathedral and then I'll see you home." She put her arm through his and slowly they crossed the green. "You're all right?" he asked. "Of course I'm all right. I was changing when it all happened. I knew nothing about it until I heard the rain, looked out of the window and saw everyone running." "What did happen?" "Oh, very little, I think." Her hand tightened on his arm. "I really don't know." Suddenly everyone seemed to get excited, people rushed about shouting, Mrs. Braund was thrown off her horse. "Is she hurt?" "I'm afraid she is. They say she's broken her ankle." Penny looked up into his face and loved him so much that for a moment she could not speak. He did not look old at all. Other people felt that about him. She had heard someone say that he was ageless. She did not know how grand he had been that afternoon because she had not been there, but, nevertheless, there was still upon him the effect of that performance and she realized it. "Tell me what's the matter," she said. "What's the matter?" He repeated. "With us?" "Oh no, not with us. We are perfect. With everything else. With the world. I seem to have grown up today, to realize things I never knew before. What is the matter in the town? Why is everyone so angry with everyone else? It's never been so before. They had reached the great west door and stood there, looking out across the darkening green to the stands. "Oh yes, it has been so before," he said. "Over and over again. It recurs. All the shapes have to be broken up. They become so set that people stop thinking, miss the important thing about life. As though they were asleep. They have to be broken up. Who wakes them? I don't know. The life force. Whatever you like to call it. You don't think it's God, then?" "That word," he said. "Who knows what it means?" The world was now so deeply hushed that they both stopped to listen. "Isn't it still? Lovely. Beautiful." They walked on. "I suppose this is one of the dozen most interesting crises in the world's history that we're living in just now. We've had nearly 20 years of it already, but that's nothing in time. There's plenty more to come. And what's happening all the world over is happening in miniature in this town. Men are uneasy, suspicious, and when they're suspicious they're dangerous." She pressed closer to him as though to protect him. "They are all talking about that man who they say has been murdered." "What man?" "Oh, Furs. Well, if he has been murdered, it's a good riddance." She could have cried out with relief. Of course she had known that he had nothing to do with it, but now, in the way that he had spoken, she was reassured forever. "You know, don't you," she said, "that whatever happens, whatever anyone said, would always be with you, nothing could make any difference." "Yes, we love one another, don't we?" he said quietly. "And it will be like this, always." Then as they turned away towards Arden Gate, "Don't you see now how much better it is like this? You're giving me the one thing I've never had, a better thing than I've ever had. You must watch over it, you know. See that nothing spoils it. Make me better than I really am." "I can't do that," she answered. "But it shall be always as you want it to be." She realized, as they turned into the town, that this was the best and happiest moment of her life so far. Chapter 7. It is queer, the things that can happen to towns. Michael as spy, he is also spied upon. It is queer, the things that can happen to towns. Or is it, perhaps, not so queer? Are towns only the camping places for human beings on duty, or do they by means of the battles fought on their territory acquire independent life because the ground is soaked in blood and the air thick with the aftersmoke of the cannon? When one man, falling with a bird's scream from the rock to the stream below, saw in his last plunging moment that town, slanting roofs, walls, and all in mockery of him, was that man's small bursting heart an addition to the town's personal spirit? Is the cathedral, as Crispangle selling Bibles and prayer books in his bookshop calls it, the dead palace of a forgotten king, or are the palace passages thronged with servants, suppliants, warriors, members of the royal family? At least we can say that we know nothing about either death or time, whether, even, they have any existence or no. September was as lovely a month as its predecessors had been in this extraordinary year, but there was mingled with its summer glories the gold leaf and the still sunshine of autumn. The heat was now less intense, but it had lasted just too long. The disturbances on the last day of the pageant had killed the sense of security in the town. Citizens went to bed at night wondering whether there would be riot before morning. There were ghosts in the cathedral. Someone had seen the black bishop leaning against a pillar and yawning. People said that there was something disturbing in the cathedral. Lady Mary said that sometimes during service there was a distinct odor. "Do you mean a smell, darling?" Mr. Romney asked her. "Not a smell exactly. You know. Damp. Decay. As though someone had been reopening a grave." Braud's boy said that he had seen lights behind the cathedral windows one morning about 3 when he had woken up and looked out. People said that it was quite true that a strange figure emerged from the west door. Others, more credulous, said that he was followed by 4 men bearing a coffin. "And this," said Crispangle, "is the 20th century." And sold with a kind of pleased vindictiveness to an old lady who asked for a nice novel, a pocket edition of Aldous Huxley's Antiquae. But then, Crispangle went on to Hathaway, who had been talking about one of his favorite works, Morris's Sigurd. We haven't moved on one little bit since Sigurd and his Volsungs. Look at France and Germany, America and England over the debt, look at our own town. Haven't they been behaving to poor Mrs. Braund exactly as they would have behaved to the village witch 200 years ago? And they don't like you down in Seadown either, Hathaway. You'd better look out one of these dark nights. They say you want to pull the whole place down. And so I do, said Hathaway, whose rosy face, bright blue eyes and broad shoulders were among the pleasantest sights in Polchester. All very well, said Crispangle, studying two poetry shelves. Miss Wilkins, where is that new consignment of noise? And someone was asking for the Macefield collected poems on Saturday and we hadn't got one. Yes, you'd better order two. It's always in demand even if it is tripe. How severe you are, Crispangle, Hathaway said, smiling. What kind of poetry do you read? Can't read poetry. Only poetry I've ever enjoyed was the Ingoldsby Legends. Well, as I was saying, Hathaway, it's no use you're trying to pull down Seadown. People have done that again and again, given them baths, water closets, every kind of luxury, always comes back to the same in the end. Remember Harmer John? Anyway, they're out for trouble down there. He gave his nervous, and to some of his friends extremely irritating, little cough, and drew his big friend into the corner where the children's books were. You know what the real trouble is, Hathaway? Yes, of course. The usual. Stupidity. Hatred of beauty. Meanness to one's fellow creatures. Pshaw. No, I don't mean that kind of virtuous claptrap. The real trouble is Furs. Stephen Furs. Why? Asked Hathaway. He's gone. It's a good riddance. What about it? Well, he isn't gone. That's exactly it. Either his ghost or himself haunts this town. Why, cried Hathaway, laughing, you're not going to tell me that a modern atheist and cynic like yourself, Crispangle, believes in ghosts? Believe. Believe, said Crispangle impatiently. I hate that word. How can you believe or disbelieve in anything? No. Furs was murdered that afternoon before the pageant, all right. Most people know it. But most people are childish too. Furs was a great influence in this town and, in their hearts, most people think he's still around. Anyway, they want to make sure that he was murdered. Where's the body? Who committed the murder? Gurney's baffled, although that says nothing because the man's a fool anyway. But what I mean is, and here he took the lapel of Hathaway's coat between his finger and thumb, is that everyone's apprehensive. They imagine the most ridiculous things. They see Furs coming out of the cathedral, slipping about down in Seadown, looking out of the window of his house. That brother of his knows something, and his girl, too, I shouldn't wonder. Leggett too. And Lampiron. Here Hathaway broke in excitedly. He was often excited. That's enough about Lampiron. He's a friend of mine. One of the finest men ever born. Oh, I'm saying nothing against him. But the town's crawling with rumors. Why, I've even heard poor old Marlowe mentioned. All I mean is that Polchester isn't the nice quiet place it used to be. The world, Hathaway said, isn't the nice quiet place it used to be. He sighed. What we want is Morris's Volsungs back again. They'd soon put it straight. I don't know, said Crispangle. You've got Morris's Volsungs in Italy and Germany and a lot of good they've done. What you want, said Hathaway, is a triumphant Christ with an army of angels behind him. Yes, said Crispangle drily. That's just what the Nazis think they are, with Hitler for the Christus. Lord, it's getting dark. I must be shutting up shop. Look after yourself, Hathaway. Don't let anyone give you a knock on the head one of these evenings. I'll look after myself, Hathaway said. Meanwhile Michael Furs was looking after himself, and very well indeed he was doing it. Yes, everything was all right, everything was splendid. He must say it again. Everything is splendid. Who is that? Did anyone knock? I must open the door and see. Is that someone disappearing round the corner of the passage? The whisk of a long overcoat? No. No one. Silence. But the house is warm. Even in this September weather. It has cherished the summer heats. The house has been cold for so long. Two strange events have occurred. One most unexpected and unpleasant. You never can tell. There are so many people listening and watching. The first is the opening of the safe, the green and white safe that stands against the farther wall in Stephen's room. That is the room that Michael has never greatly liked to enter. He has suffered there so much. It was in that room that Stephen first showed him the stolen crucifix. Stolen? Of course it was stolen, even though Stephen had paid money for it. It had always belonged to Michael. It was in this room, too, that Stephen had shown him one day the combination that opened the safe. A very remarkable thing for Stephen to have done, but then, whether you liked him or no, Stephen was a remarkable man. And Michael knew well why Stephen had done this. Michael was no fool. Stephen on that warm sunny afternoon had turned, grinning, to his brother and had said, "See here, my dear brother. Would you care to know the combination for this little safe? A secret between the two of us. It brings us closer together, doesn't it?" He told him the combination. He opened the safe. Then he showed him the box with the gold sovereigns. He poured them out in a glittering stream before him. You don't see them often, these days, do you? Aren't they lovely? Aren't they beautiful? Then he closed the safe. Michael remembered the combination. Yes, he knew why Stephen had told him, because, when he was being starved, when he hadn't a penny in his pocket, the temptation to open that safe and take something out of it would be tremendous in its power. So it had been. It had been one of the things that had broken Michael down, made him the wretched thing that he became. He was haunted by that safe, morning and night, worst of all in the evenings when Stephen was in the town and the house was so still and the safe was waiting there in that silent empty room. Michael was hungry, almost starving. He had almost yielded. Almost but not quite. He had resisted with all the poor force remaining to him only because this was the one thing that Stephen wanted him to do, to take something from that safe. Once he, Michael, had yielded, he was in Stephen's power forever. But now, Stephen was gone. The door locked, Michael had opened the safe, and what treasures he had found there. Not only one box of sovereigns, but two. And a box with jewelry, rings, necklaces, bracelets. And papers with names and addresses, giving Michael, if he wished, and after a certain time had elapsed, power over the whole town. Michael had proceeded very cautiously. Real gold sovereigns were not often seen in these days. People would wonder. He had made an arrangement with Lanky Moon of the Dog and Pilchard, who himself had more money than anyone knew, who asked no questions, who gave Michael, with a reasonable discount, notes for the coins. It was to Lanky's interest to keep this business to himself. The only person in this matter of whom Michael was not sure was Leggett. No one else seemed to take any interest in the safe. Even Simon the lawyer, who was now making Mrs. Furs and Elizabeth a weekly allowance, asked no questions. But did Leggett know the combination? He alluded to the safe on several occasions. He was altogether too familiar, Michael thought, too often in and about the house. He adopted now to Michael a laughing, friendly and confidential manner as though they were conspirators together in some secret. Michael did not like that at all, and was very stiff and dignified with the beef-faced vulgar little brute, but the more dignified Michael was the more Leggett laughed. He would clap Michael on the back. He would appear in Michael's bedroom. He even lay on Michael's bed one night, his legs stretched out, his hands behind his head, watching Michael undress. "I like you, old boy," he would say. "We're pals. And then one day quite suddenly he asked. "You know who did your brother in, don't you?" "Of course I don't. He'll turn up one day and surprise us all." "Oh no, he won't. Never again. Lampiron's the culprit." "Lampiron?" "Of course. All the town knows it, or soon will." In fact, Michael hated Leggett, detested him. Leggett had better look out. The other disturbing person in the house was Elizabeth. What did that woman know? What was she thinking? No one could tell. She was so very silent, going about her business without a word. She and her mother. Better out of the house, both of them. In connection with Elizabeth there had been this surprising incident. Michael had come into the house one afternoon and, of all things in the world, had found a little clergyman in the hall, a neat, tidy, insignificant little clergyman. Michael knew who he was. His name was Bird, and he was Porteous curate up Orange Street. "Well?" Michael said. "Is there anything I can do for you?" The house was his now and he didn't want clerical nobodies spying about there. But Bird had stood his ground. "I am calling on Miss Furze," he said. "I'm afraid Miss Furze is out," Michael had said. "I think not," Bird had said. "I have just spoken to her." One for Bird. At that same moment Elizabeth appeared on the staircase, her hat on, ready to go out. "You are Mr. Michael Furze?" Bird had said. "I am." "Then I think you ought to know that Miss Furze and I are engaged to be married." Well, there was a thing. But before Michael could reply, Elizabeth herself, coming down to him, had cried. "No, no. It isn't true." "Of course it's true," Bird had answered firmly. Then he had taken Elizabeth's arm. "Good day, Mr. Furze," he had said, and walked Elizabeth out of the house. Yes, there was a thing. Michael sat in his room considering it. Amazing. That someone should want to marry Elizabeth. Amazing that Elizabeth should deny it. She should be thankful enough to find somebody at her age and with her looks. He sat and considered it, breathing hard, his hands on his fat knees. What did this mean? It meant for one thing that Bird would take her away. But would he? Would he not rather be coming to the house when he pleased, be looking into everything, asking questions, telling others what he found there? That must be stopped. I'll stop him. I'll not have rotten little clergymen spying around, telling tales. He found that his forehead was damp with sweat, that he was trembling. They would be plotting together, those two. Who knows whether it wasn't a clever plot of that damned fool Gurney who was always poking around, asking questions. Gurney, Bird, Leggett, Elizabeth. He got up, stripped to the waist, washed in cold water, drank from a bottle of brandy that he kept in a cupboard. Then he felt better. He passed into a mood of elation. Let them do what they pleased, Leggett, Elizabeth and her little clergyman. He had the power, he had the wealth. And with his power and wealth he would do good. He would not use these things, as his brother had done, for men's destruction, but for their good. He would cure the distress in this town, be a great benefactor, make everyone happy. For he wanted everyone to be happy, he had always wanted it. His heart was generous and good and kind. Oh yes, that was what he was if he was only allowed his own way. Any wrong he had done in his life had been because he was not allowed his own way. What was the matter with the world? Why was there so much distress and misery and hatred? Simply because there were not enough good men with power. He was good, and now he was powerful. Give him a little time and he would show them what he would do. "Who's there?" he cried. He went to the door and opened it, but there was nobody there. He went increasingly into Seaton to discover what they were saying. Leggett was in part responsible for this, because his favorite phrase, gaily, lightly delivered, was, "They know all about it in Seaton." About what? Oh, about everything. But Michael could never discover what exactly it was that they were saying down there. He knew that Coll and Canlis and Moon and several more were stirring up all the general trouble that they could. But that did not interest him. A trivial business, working up unemployed boys to break shop windows or throw stones at old women. No, what interested Michael was the gossip, the chatter about his dear disappeared brother. For they persisted in saying that Stephen had been seen down there, and around the cathedral. The story that he was hiding in Sidon for his own purposes was still prevalent. How absurd! How very absurd! But supposing, just supposing, that Michael did come upon his brother in his old bowler hat with his long white nose protruding. What would he? How would he? On this particular evening he had an especial purpose, for there was to be a meeting at Charlie's Hall, a room for dances, meetings, general gatherings, dilapidated now and shabby, at the bottom of Primrose Street. The meeting was for the extension of the Communist Fund, that and other things. Tom Coll would be the principal speaker. Michael would look in there, pay a visit to Lanky, and perhaps have a drink or two. One thing he would not do, and that was end up his evening with the round turn up Primrose Street, through the market and so to the cathedral, so to the great west door, so to that absurd listening with his head pressed against the stone. Listening for what? A ridiculous fancy that of late had been almost a habit. He could not leave that cathedral alone. Or was it that the cathedral? So tonight he started out, rather smartly dressed in a blue reefer suit that looked well on his broad chest, a dark blue tie with white spots, a bowler cocked a little on one side of his head. He had unfortunately yielded during the last few weeks to some of his old drinking habits, and his round face with the long nose was again in danger of some of that old purple blotchy color that was, he knew, unbecoming. But his little eyes looked mildly, almost beseechingly, onto the world, as though they would say, "Be friends with me. I've done nothing wrong. I am all for charity. I want to give my fellow man a helping hand. Believe me, that is my honest desire." And so he set out, but he was not 5 steps away from the house before Leggett joined him. Michael jumped almost out of his handsome blue suit. His eyes that had been so amiable narrowed to fear and anger. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Jump out on me from nowhere." "I'm sorry, Mike. Indeed I am. Do you mind my coming a few steps of the way with you? I'm due for the meeting at Charlie's." "You're going there too, aren't you?" "Don't be hard on me, Mike." He was laughing all the time, his hand through the big man's arm. "After all, we're pals, aren't we? Or we ought to be after all that's happened." "What do you mean, all that's happened?" "Oh, I don't know. Stephen leaving us all in the lurch like that. By the way, isn't it awkward about money now? Stephen's been gone more than a month. What are you doing about it?" "Oh, I'm all right." "Yes, I can see you are. You've got a new suit, very nice one too. But where's the cash coming from? You don't mind my asking, do you, because after all I had a good deal to do with your brother's affairs. I know that Simon is allowing Elizabeth and her mother something a week, but that isn't enough to allow you a new suit. And you hadn't been up to the moment of Stephen's disappearance. You don't mind my asking, do you?" He gave Michael's arm a squeeze. "After all, we're pals." Michael stopped. He took his arm away from Leggett's hand. He faced him. They were standing in the light of a street lamp, close together. "No, we're not pals," Michael said slowly. "Never were and never will be. I'll tell you something more, Leggett. It was you who murdered my brother." Leggett laughed. "Come on," he said, touching Michael's arm. "Don't be a fool. I didn't murder your brother, and we'll be late for the meeting. Anyway, who cares?" Michael felt his anger rising and at once he guarded it. For he was learning. He no longer allowed himself to be boisterous, noisy, ill-controlled. All the same, he shook off Leggett's arm. "Who cares?" he muttered. "You'll find out who cares." They walked on down the street again. Leggett talked. What a thing to say casually in the middle of the street. And I repeat, who cares? Look at the Nazis in Germany. Do you think they bother about a life or two? What about gangsters in America? But I repeat, I did not take Stephen for a ride. Lampiron's your man. He took Michael's arm again and kept him close to his side. Listen to me. Don't fool with me, you big bum. Don't you like my American expressions? We are partners, for the present at any rate. You know who killed Stephen. So do I. Lampiron is our man. I'll tell you why one day. You leave me alone. I leave you alone. By the way, now you have money, why don't you hire a maid? It's hard on Elizabeth and her mother. They've been working like slaves for years. Why don't you give them a holiday? I haven't got money. Says you. I tell you I haven't. All right. You haven't. By the way, I should keep off the cathedral. What do you mean? People will begin to think it a bit funny, won't they, you're going up there so often. After all, you are scarcely a religious man. I am a religious man. All right. Have it your own way. I only came to this town because of the cathedral. Is that so? Very interesting. But why make people talk unnecessarily? Look here, Mike, don't be such a bloody fool. Ever read Marcel Proust? No, I suppose not. Ever see Bernhard act? No, I suppose not. Well, there are two perfect things. You and I properly united are a third. You're not a fool, or are you? Anyway, you can take it from me that whether you like it or no, we are Siamese twins. Get that? Michael stopped again. His chest was heaving with emotion. His eyes had tears in them. Do you know what you are, Leggett? You're bad. Through and through. You're treacherous, false. What I mean to say is that you'd give your best friend dud checks in spite of your fine French and passion for the theatre. You'd whip your own child and enjoy it. We're not together, we never could be, because I want to do good, I want to help people. I've never been given the chance before. There's always been someone bothering me. But now there isn't going to be. And I warn you. Look out. You killed Stephen, and everyone shall know it if you don't let me alone. His voice rose hysterically. You know that I didn't, Leggett said quietly. But never mind that. The thing will die down. They'll think Lampiron did it, but they'll never be able to prove it. The only thing I do want to know, it puzzles me, I confess, is, whoever did do it, where did he tuck the body away? Damned clever he was. Have you any idea, Michael? It's for you to tell me, Michael answered almost in a whisper. Leggett laughed again. Well, have it your own way, he said. But that's a poor game you're playing, Michael. You can't possibly keep it up. I'm much too clever for you. You'll come to me in the end, and my terms may be harder then than they are now. You and I, and Simon to advise us. When the scare's passed off. What scare? Can't you see how scared the town is? Haven't you heard? Why, Stephen's more alive than he was before he was killed. But the thing for us to do is to give the boys down here a little encouragement. A riot or two. Some of the cannons tarred and feathered. Some of these swollen-headed gentry robbed of their pants and a window or two broken. They were down by the river now. There was no sound anywhere, save the faint whispering sound of the water. Let them believe in their ghosts and some cathedral inspector with a broken neck. And perhaps there is. Did you ever hear of Rimbaud? No, you never did, but one night he and Verlaine were drinking in some dirty inn or other when some stranger came and sat down beside them. He explained that he had been making an inspection and that 9 out of 10 of the people he had been examining were due for hell. I greatly prefer hell to heaven, Rimbaud said. You won't when you get there, the stranger said. He was just a poor drunk, of course. But there may be something in it. We'll ask Stephen if we meet him. He's been there by now and can tell us what it's like. Michael turned on him once again. You're taunting me. You're threatening me. But I tell you, you can do nothing to me. I'm my own master. Your own master. Leggett answered contemptuously. You never were. You never will be. They had arrived at the bottom of Primrose Street where Charlie's Hall was. A crowd of men and youths surged about the mean and shabby door. Michael, moving forward, found to his relief that Leggett was no longer with him. He felt that his whole body was trembling, and he wished that he could have a drop of something before he went in. He wished, too, as he had often wished of late, that he could make himself invisible. They were staring at him, whispering about him, he wouldn't wonder. How had Stephen managed that, to go about so secretly, to flit from place to place without anyone noticing him? Even at that moment he had a shock, for, as he showed his ticket at the door, he fancied that he saw that large bowler hat and old shabby overcoat just in front of him. It was not Stephen, of course, but the clothes reminded him. And there was the girl, Fanny Clark. Desire stirred in him, and with a self-pity as though he were a little neglected child, he reflected how badly he needed that some woman should be kind to him, take him and stroke his hair, his cheeks, fold him in her arms. Fanny, sit beside me, he said, and she nodded her head. He saw that she was a little drunk. That didn't matter. He wished that he were a little drunk as well. They sat down in about the 8th row, on the left near the wall. The hall was not very large and would soon be full, young boys and girls for the most part. There was already much whistling, shouting, cat-calling. It would be a lively meeting. Comfortable, Fanny? Michael asked. He felt an incredible relief at being away from Leggett, incredible because until tonight he would never have believed that he could have taken Leggett so seriously. He was worried not so much by Leggett's threats as by his erudition. To look at him you'd think him a racing tout with nothing but racing notes for his literature. He should be standing, his legs straddled, sucking a straw. Instead of which he had read all this French and criticized actresses. I wish, Michael said suddenly to Fanny, I'd had a better education. Don't you, Fanny? Not me, said Fanny, whose head continued to turn from left to right as she greeted her friends. Hello, Charlie. Where's Mac tonight? Not coming. Why, there's Tom's blind brother, the one who has the stall in the marketplace. They're leading him in. Why, do you know he can tell who anybody is just by the touch of the hand? My little girl's educated, she said, turning towards Michael and considering him. You'd be surprised at what she knows. And I'll tell you another thing she knows, here Fanny dropped her voice, she knows who did your bleeding brother in. What? Oh yes, she does. She won't say what she knows though. The men were trying to make her the other night, twisting her arm and all that until I stopped them. She wouldn't say. But she knows all right. What does she know? I'm telling you. She's always creeping around, skipping school. She was somewhere around that afternoon and she knows all right. Have the police questioned her? Oh, Gurney's been after her, but she just says she don't know nothing. Hello, Eels. That's Eels Braddock what did his aunt in and stole the cash under the bed. He's quite open about it, but they can't bring it home to him nor never will. Why, look, there's Mr. Romney. Michael looked and there Romney was, very elegant in a dark blue suit, very quiet, leaning against the wall, surveying the room. His arm was on the shoulder of a stocky thick-built young man. He's with Eddie Grant. I like him, she continued reflectively. He's no use for women, but what's that to me? He's always kind and thoughtful, never rude. Gave me a pearl necklace once, not real pearls, you know, but pretty. What did he do that for? Michael asked. Oh, I don't know. Someone pinched the pearls. Some stranger when I was sleeping. Damned shame. I generally keep an eye on them, but that night I was all in and when I woke he pinched everything, even my silk garters. And I've never had a pair since. I'll give you a pair, Michael said. He put his hand on Fanny's knee. I want someone to be kind to me, Fanny, I do really. Do you really? She gave him what seemed to him a strange look. What are you looking at me like that for? Oh, nothing. You've got some cash again now, haven't you? Cash? No. What do you mean? That's a nice suit you're wearing. She pinched his arm. Nice material. You hadn't a penny to bless yourself with when your blasted brother was around. What I say is, whoever done him in has done the world a good turn. That's what I say. She patted his arm. I've been kind to you before and I'll be kind to you again. We'll make a night of it. But the meeting was beginning. An old man with a grey beard was on the platform, Sam Keating, well known in the district for a fiery reckless agitator. Of course they said that he got money from Russia. But he didn't. 20 years ago his wife had been killed by a policeman accidentally in a raid after coiners in Drymouth. That was all. He brooded on his wife's death night and day. He would burn the world down to avenge her. He spoke, however, very quietly with a soft penetrating voice. He said the usual things, that there would be no peace for man until the capitalists were destroyed, that Russia had done it, Germany was going to do it. When Germany and Russia were a united communist power, then we would see what would happen to the world. America was going the same way. China was going the same way. England would not be far behind. And so on. And so on. Old Father Sam was listened to with attention and respect. They knew just what he had to say. They'd heard it many times before. But they knew too that he meant what he said, and that when the time came, then he would be in the front of the battle. He was followed by a woman whom none of them had seen before. She did not look like a communist, rather, with her pince-nez, her short thick grey hair, her plain dark costume, like a respectable schoolteacher. She too spoke very quietly but she knew her job. She told them that she was always traveling, moving from place to place, studying conditions. And conditions were fearful. She then, in a gentle reposeful way, gave them figures, housing figures, unemployment figures, the sufferings of children, the tyranny of workhouses. Then, without raising her voice at all, she described some of the luxuries of the capitalists, gay scenes in London, Paris, New York. She read from a newspaper the description of a party at a hotel in London when Lady So-and-so had worn a rope of pearls that cost, and someone else possessed a mink coat that cost, and so on and so on. Very quiet she was and very effective. Then Tom Call jumped onto the platform. Michael noticed that at this same moment Romney rose from his seat and advanced to the front of the hall and stood, leaning against the wall, looking at Call. The consciousness of that intense gaze gave Michael, to whom men physically were precisely one as another, a vicarious sense of Tom Call's power. He saw, as it were, for a moment, with Romney's eyes. And Call, who was dressed decently for the occasion in a rough dark suit, appeared to Michael suddenly the most powerful man in Polchester. The strength of his body, of his voice, his hair, his shoulders, his chest, his legs, was only a symbol of his iron, savage, even joyful determination to upset everything, to burn, ruin, destroy, not for personal vengeance like old Sam. Nor for socialistic theory like the grey-haired schoolmistress, but for the releasing of his own energy, the pure, shining violence of the old medieval knight. Here, if Hathaway had realized it, was his Morris's Sigurd returned to earth, Sigurd with the baleful blood of Regan in his veins. Hathaway, had he been present, might also have recognized what Michael was too stupid and uneducated to perceive, that in Sam, the grey-haired woman and Tom Call he had the three-headed dragon that at present was disturbing the world. Romney, however, gave Michael also another idea, that the town was now, in all its different social strata, one and indivisible, just as Europe was so rapidly becoming. What happened here tonight in Charlie's Hall would affect, most intimately, the lives of Rhondda, of Lady Mary Bassett, the Crispangles, Mrs. Braund and the rest. There was Romney, intimate companion of many in that hall, who yet could call Mrs. Braund, darling, offer Lady Mary a liqueur in his white dining-room, examine Ronder's first editions of the poets. Michael knew nothing in actual detail of the white dining-room or the first editions, but he was right nevertheless in this idea, that we are now all bound together as the man, the ape, the serpent. The dog were enclosed in a bag in the old Roman torture. But soon he was carried away in the storm of Tom Call's eloquence. Call's power came partly from the force of his immoral recklessness. Nothing bound him, nothing held him. He had indeed nothing to lose, and there was all the thirsting sincerity of the destroyer in his soul as he saw, through his own words, the grand panorama of towns burning, women raped and screaming. Himself in a position of lordly power ordering men to execution. He was not hungry nor ill-clothed nor suffering because of his starving children. He was gaily, gladly, with the happy superabundance of a healthy schoolboy, the ruthless destroyer. Such eloquence caught the room like a fire, for there were many there who were hungry and ill-clothed, many also like himself longing to destroy. Listen, friends, have you not been cheated long enough? I'll bet you have. I'll bet you've thought for 20, 30, 40 years there's a better time coming soon. We can stick this out because it isn't going to last. Last. My God, it will bloody well last forever if you don't up and do something about it. What about this town you live in? What did they do only the other day, those blasted priests and their women, but take the town's money that should have gone to the starving poor and spend it on a bleeding pageant? Pageant. I tell you we'll give them a pageant. It's our money they've taken, money that should have given us clothes and food, and with it they dressed themselves in gold and purple for all the world to see. Do you remember that old woman on the white horse? We pulled her off that all right, and so we'll do with the rest of them. He paused, then he went on, laughing. There's Mr. Romney there. You can all see him. Well, he helped to dress them up, he did, but all the same he's a friend of mine, he's a friend of all of ours. And why? Because he knows our poverty and that we haven't enough bread to eat nor clothes to our back. He comes down and visits us, but what do the others do? They look on us as dirt and spit on us. But they won't be spitting forever. It's they who'll be starving and crying out to us to pity them. That will be some bloody pageant, friends, when that day comes, and may you all be there to see it. Much more of the same thing, poor, turgid stuff in words but fired by his energy, his abandon, his physical gaiety and brutality. He was gay. He was brutal. He was as ruthless as he was ignorant, and behind his eyes there was the fire of a superb, a magnificent bonfire. The room rose to him. Men sprang to their feet and shouted. Women, in shrill voices, cried, "Bravo! Bravo!" He could have led them there and then, had he wished it, to the breaking of windows, the breaking of heads. But he did not wish it. The time was not yet. With a coarse joke or two he quieted them, and old Sam appealed for funds and the meeting was over. Michael saw that Romney had vanished. What would his grand friends say, Michael wondered, to Call's praise of him? What would he say to his Lady Mary and the rest? But the meeting was over. Michael had Lanky Moon to see. He said good night to Fanny and went. The soft gentle air by the river cooled him and he smelt the strong scent of some summer flowers, sweet williams, carnations, roses. He watched for a moment the slow progress of the waters under the moon, the still strong drive and the sudden unexpected check with the contorted eddy, spinning now in trembling lines of silver. So he was staring at the river when he thought he saw his brother. Against the moon, shadowing it, rose an umbrella and from below the umbrella a long hanging overcoat. This rose straight from the river, hung for a moment swaying, then sprayed out, as a fountain touched by the wind sprays, and passed into moon mist. Michael shook his shoulders like a dog just out of the water. I'm beginning to see him everywhere. That umbrella and bowler hat. Nerves. And all this talk about him. Oh, well, it will die down soon. I'll get a drink out of Lanky. He did, but nothing was right this evening. Lanky's little room, up the stairs and along a passage, then down some stairs, was anything but a cheerful place. It was in this very room, they always said, that just 200 years ago, when the Dog and Pilchard had been an inn with the worst reputation in all South England, two highwaymen had tortured an old rich shopkeeper. They had stripped him naked, held flame to his toes, and pulled his teeth out, finally his tongue. He had been found there raving mad next morning. They said you could hear him cry at nights. He was reputed to scream, "Oh, Nelly, Nelly. They'll have my tongue." Who Nelly was no one knew. Anyway, on this warm moonlit-scented night the place was weird enough. The window was open and the smell of the river, the flowers, the neglected offal, came floating in. When the cathedral bells chimed they were as clear as though they were in the very room. The moonlight lay on the floor scattered like quivering silver fish scales. There were pictures of naked women on the walls, photographs cut from art publications, 12 studies in the nude. There were boxing gloves hanging on the wall and an enlarged photograph of a French bulldog that Lanky had possessed and adored. There was a stink, as always, of stale drink and tobacco. They came, at once, to business. Michael produced a small packet and in the packet were gold sovereigns. Lanky took them, counted them, went to a drawer, found some £5 notes and gave them to Michael. Some drunken singing came up to them from the bar. What was the meeting like? Lanky asked. All right. Yes. I'm glad. There'll be something doing one of these days. He leaned on his thin arms and looked at Michael. I don't want anyone to know about these coins of yours. No, said Michael. Nor do I. Can anyone else open that safe? Leggett maybe. I don't know. What does Leggett say to you? Oh, nothing. Doesn't he though? Lanky spat out of the window. Yes, he does, though. Doesn't he say that Lampiron did your brother in? He pretends to think that. Oh, pretends or not pretends. What the hell? But that's what you've got to say, Mike. Understand me? We can get the whole town to believe it. What's the idea? What's the... Lanky's face curdled with contempt. This bloody soft-witted fool. Why, look, all his body all soft fat, trembling and shaking. And yet he had brains somewhere, sometimes. He must have courage, determination somewhere too. Look here, Mike, Lanky said, putting his hand on Michael's arm. Don't let this get you down. You look a bit scared tonight. Everybody's talking. Everybody. Oh, Christ. Let them talk. Everybody my foot. Let them get Lampiron into their heads and they won't ask any more questions. And for all I know, Lanky added, laughing, perhaps he did do it. What do you say, Mike? Maybe he did, said Michael, clearing his throat. He wanted to get out of here. In spite of the open windows the room was stuffy. There was a smell of dead geraniums and stinking fish. Tonight everyone had behaved queerly. He wanted to get somewhere by himself, away from eyes, from voices, from sound. I think I'll be getting along, he said, rising. Wait a minute, said Lanky, looking up at him from his strange narrow Chinese-like eye. There are things we've got to talk about. Not tonight perhaps. And we'll have Leggett here. Leggett! Mike cried, with that shrill feminine note that was sometimes in his voice. What's Leggett got to do with it? Everything, said Lanky slowly. Everything. Why, we're like your Siamese twins, Mike, Leggett and me. You didn't think you'd be going on alone, Mike, did you? That horrible simile. Leggett had also used it. By God! Michael cried, his fat body shaking. I did believe it and I do. What have you got to do with me, or Leggett either? Lanky filled his long thin pipe with the stinking coarse tobacco that he favored. You are no more free from us, he said slowly, than my stomach is free from my lungs and my liver. Michael looked over Lanky's head to the window. I'll show you whether I am, he said. I am free the first moment I want to be, and he went out and stumbled down the dark twisted stairs, pushed through the bar, and found his way into the open air again. He had had only one drink with Lanky and not a one with anyone else, and yet there he was, confused in the head. He stood, uncertain, while the moon, like an orange-faced clown with a straw in his mouth, swung just to the right of the hairy tower and grinned at himself. His feet mechanically took him a step or two up Primrose Street. There he was, on his old round again. His head was just befuddled enough to slacken his determination. He seemed, as he so often was, only a step away from a grand state of self-command and world authority. In bitter fact he was governed by others as all his life he had been. As he climbed the street he thought of the splendid man he'd be if it were not for that little grain of weakness. Always letting others get the better of you, and you finer, nobler in purpose than any of them. How you care, Mike Furze, for beautiful things, how you long to be generous, to give everything to the poor, to make everyone happy. He stumbled against someone. The town trailed a thin summer mist, and through it the Polchester moon, like Shelley's once, leaned crazily. Mike looked to see who it was that he was holding by the hand. It was Call, the blind stall keeper, Tom's brother. His girl had him by the arm. Call stroked Mike's hand in the way that was so very unpleasant, like spiders crawling. Ah, Mr. Michael Furze. Good evening. My daughter is seeing me home. Mike murmured something. The unagreeable thing was that he could not take his hand away although it was but lightly held. But Call was very friendly. It was wonderful, they said, how pluckily he took his misfortune, what cheery spirits he had. I saw you at the meeting. Tom spoke well. His usual nonsense. He never cares what he says so long as he hears his own voice. I haven't spoken with you, Mr. Furze, since that day, let me see, the afternoon before the pageant, up by the cathedral, you and your brother. Mike sharply withdrew his hand. It wasn't my brother. I was alone. Call sighed. His gentle philosophic smile lit his face with real beauty. Maybe. I fancied I touched his hand first, then yours, Mr. Furze. But I'm often wrong. It's important though, Mike said, because my brother's never been seen again since that afternoon, as I dare say you've heard. You had better tell the police about it. But if my brother was there I never saw him. Yes, said Call, with the dreamy self-absorption that blind people acquire. Mr. Gurney did ask me. I told him what I thought, I dare say I was mistaken. Good night to you, Mr. Furze. A moment later, so it seemed to Mike, and such things can be when the town is queer, when the river runs swiftly to its destiny, when the orange moon sucks a straw and the cathedral bells ring for your ears alone. He was by the great west door and, as had been the case now so many times, his cheek was pressed against the cold stone as though he were listening to all the busy life within those walls. But if he was listening he did not know it. He was terribly, terribly unhappy, as he often was when he had taken a drink or two. A strange sight for anyone passing, this fat flabby man, on his knees now in the thin mouse-colored moonlight, the cathedral towering above him, tears coursing down his cheeks. A peculiar sight for a passer-by. Klitsch, for example, who would sometimes walk out to admire the moonlight sleeping on the grass. This drunken penitent, lover of the beautiful, idealist. But tonight not so drunken, only bewildered, pursued, spied upon. The bells rang midnight, and all about him, from under the ground, from above at the moon's very heart, from the stern Inquisitor himself, the bells shook and quivered and, obedient to law, pursued their eternal ceaseless course. He was plain drunk by now or so unhappy that his common sense betrayed him. For the great door opened and, without sound, the little procession passed out, the Inquisitor continues his investigation. Poor Mike. There is nothing and no one there, only Klitsch sees, in the moonlight, a heavy man on his knees, his cheek pressed against the stone, sobbing. Klitsch will not interfere. He is too cautious a man. Smoking his last pipe of the day, he returns to his house. Chapter 8. 3 visitors for Lampiron. On the afternoon of September 3, Gurney, the police inspector, paid a call on Lampiron at his house. This astonished Lampiron very much indeed, just as Lampiron's sculpture astonished Gurney. This was the first intimation that Lampiron received that he had any connection with Stephen Furz's disappearance. Gurney was pleasant and friendly, wiping his forehead with a large yellow and black handkerchief, for it was a warm afternoon, and, between his remarks, he shot surreptitious glances of wonder at the fearful bosoms of the gigantic female torsos. But he liked the little statue of the naked young man on the mantelpiece. He asked Lampiron whether he had made that. "No," said Lampiron, smiling. "That's a copy of a statue by Donatello, one of the greatest sculptors who ever lived. It's David who killed Goliath." Gurney nodded his head. He had begun by saying that he hoped Mr. Lampiron wouldn't think his visit an impertinence. It was all in the way of his duty. He only wanted to ask a question or two. What he did want to know was exactly what Lampiron was doing on the afternoon that preceded the pageant. Could he throw his mind back? "Why, good God!" Lampiron burst out. "You don't mean to say you think I murdered Furze?" He's a fine-looking old man when he's angry, Gurney thought. But he's got a temper all right. "Why, no," Gurney explained, laughing, "that was silly. Of course not. Only this was a baffling case. They were making very little progress with it. And they did understand that Mr. Lampiron had had a few words with Stephen Furze that same afternoon in the High Street. Several people had noticed it. Lampiron, to whom this was all a thundering insult, understood, however, that he must be calm. So, quietly, he threw his mind back. Yes, he'd left his house about 4:15. It was quite true that, going up the High Street, he had encountered Furze. The man had been impertinent and he told him to go to the devil. He had always hated the man, had been in debt to him for a long time, as everyone knew. "And after that?" asked Gurney. Well, after that he had walked on up the High Street, looked at the preparations for the pageant, gone into the Cathedral, where he had expected to meet Mr. Hathaway. They were to meet in order to discuss the danger to the Whispering Gallery from Woodrot. The Whispering Gallery, as a matter of fact, was closed later that same evening. Hathaway had not turned up. He, Lampiron, had stayed quietly near the west door for a while. There had been no one there. Once he thought he heard steps in the choir, but he had not stayed for long. 5 minutes after he left the Cathedral a thunderstorm had broken out, he remembered, and he had taken shelter in the cloisters. About 5:15 he had gone home. "So no one saw you between about 4:25 and 5:15? "No. I suppose not," Lampiron said. "The last person who saw Furze alive, so far as we know," said Gurney, "was Klitsch, the curiosity shop man, at about 4:45. He saw him, standing in the rain, staring through the window at the shop." Lampiron nodded his head. "Well, Inspector," he said, "as I seem to be drawn into this I may as well tell you what I expect others have already told you. The man you want is Furze's brother." Gurney agreed. "Well, he is acting a bit funny, Mr. Lampiron. And there are one or two things. He looked mysterious and also childlike. Like a baby who has suddenly thought of a new way to steal jam without being observed. I must be off," he said, rising. "I'm most grateful to you for your courtesy, Mr. Lampiron. That certainly is a pretty statue," he added, throwing one last glance at the David. Afterwards Lampiron was both annoyed and puzzled. They surely couldn't seriously think that he would be such an ass. Of course he had declared many times that there was nothing that would please him better than to wring Furze's neck. Had he not, on one or two occasions, been perilously near the act? There had been that visit to Furz's room. Why could he not command his temper better? Why, after all these years, had he learnt just nothing at all? Then for the first time it occurred to him that there might be people in this town who really believed that he had murdered Furze. He burst out laughing, and then was suddenly serious. On the evening of September 8 he received 3 visitors. The first visitor was the Reverend James Bird. Marcel Proust says somewhere in his beautiful tangle of reminiscent regrets that when society feels itself to be attacked it draws, for self-confidence, closer together and admits into its ranks those who had always hitherto been excluded. Mr. Porteous was experiencing something of that kind at the present. Ever since the disastrous close to the Pageant, the accident to Mrs. Braund and the disappearance of Stephen Furze, men of common sense and obvious goodwill had been very welcome, men like Canon Cronin, Hathaway, and most especially Porteous. Everyone said that it was a real comfort to be with Porteous in these days. That one knew that he didn't believe in ghosts or care whether old Furze had been murdered or no, and that if Seaton were to make a little trouble Porteous would be the first man to send them skulking back to their kennels. Mrs. Cronin said that he might well turn out to be our Mussolini, and this name stuck both appreciatively and also, it is to be feared, derisively. Romney made the most of it and always spoke of Porteous as Il Duce. He made many people laugh, in the drawing rooms of Polchester, with his imitation of Porteous acknowledging the fascist salute from his choir boys. Porteous heard of this. He and Romney were now declared enemies and cut one another when they met. This delighted Romney, who had all the feminine love for dramatic situations. The immediate result of Mr. Porteous' new popularity was the rather unfortunate change that overcame that gentleman. For, as with all men who are noisy and dictatorial because of their inferiority complex, popularity turned his head altogether. It was said afterwards that he really did at this time begin to fancy himself Mussolini. His voice had always been loud, it reverberated now like thunder, and when, first thing in the morning, he rebuked the maid for not dusting the top of the banisters, he could be heard on the bridge at the bottom of Orange Street. His intimate acquaintance with God, always remarkable, was now greatly strengthened. Is that what God really wishes of us, Bird? I think not. I can assure you that God's plan is quite otherwise, so if you don't mind, 11:30 at the Broad Street School. 11:30 sharp. Poor Mrs. Porteous, a colorless lady with a harassed eye and short legs that gave her an odd resemblance to a dachshund, admired him now so tremendously that he became to her St. Paul and Mussolini rolled into one. Miss Porteous, Camilla, reserved her opinion. She confessed in a letter to a friend that she was getting rather tired of Papa, and in that same letter added, once again, "Dear Agnes, the curate is disappointing. An insignificant little man, often impertinent and always evading his duties." She did not, in fact, call him Birdie any more, but Mr. Bird, and for this relief he offered thanks. It is to be feared that by this time James Bird had grown to detest Porteous very thoroughly, and this was a pity, for Porteous had many most excellent qualities which Bird, in other circumstances, would certainly have recognized. However, much as he disliked Porteous he disliked Camilla more. Mrs. Porteous was the only member of the family whom he could endure. He knew that a climax was approaching, and on this afternoon of September 8 it advanced a step nearer. Bird had just left Porteous' study and was about to pay a visit to a cheerful old lady who was dying uncomplainingly of cancer when he met Camilla in the hall. She was passing him in silence, and with a kind of spiritual toss of the head, when she thought better of it. She smiled and his heart sank, for he had hoped that she would never smile at him again. She dropped her voice, which meant that she was about to say something unpleasant. "Pardon me, Mr. Bird," she said, "but you are a friend of Mr. Lampiron's, are you not?" "I am." "Well, oh, you know what gossip is, especially in a little town like this." "I do." "Perhaps you have heard, what everyone is saying." "No, I have not." "Well, it sounds absurd, but after all you never know. Everyone says that it's Mr. Lampiron who murdered Stephen Furze." "Lampiron? He turned upon her so fiercely that, as she said afterwards, she thought that he would strike her. Yes, isn't it dreadful? But after all, he's a very strange man. And they say his house is full of naked statues. And it's shocking the open way he goes about with Penny Marlowe, who's young enough to be his granddaughter. Anyway, that's what everyone is saying. It's a lie, Miss Porteous, a monstrous lie. I dare say it is, people chatter. I'm sure he knows something though. And that daughter of Furs, she guesses something too. Bird's voice trembled. You had better be careful, Miss Porteous. There are libel laws, you know. Then he added, quietly, and in any case you mustn't say such things to me. Miss Furs and myself are engaged to be married. He walked out of the house. At the same time he knew that he had done it. Within half an hour it would be common talk in Polchester, and he had promised Elizabeth that no one should know. That promise was given after his outbreak to Michael Furs. She had denied that she was engaged to him, had refused to engage herself to anybody until this mystery concerning her father was cleared. Elizabeth, he had said, that's what they do in novels. The heroine always cries, clear our family name and I'll marry you. But that did not amuse her. She saw nothing funny in novels, because she had had to read so many bad ones to her mother. Moreover, her life had been too hard for her to take serious things lightly, and Mr. James Bird's love for her was certainly serious. It had ended in Bird saying that they were engaged and in Elizabeth saying that they were not engaged but that if they were no one was to know about it. And now he had told Camilla. Well, what did he care? He threw up his head defiantly as he walked down Orange Street. Nothing could separate him from Elizabeth and he could do his duty to God in any place. He didn't mind nor did Elizabeth. He would not be sorry to leave Polchester, which now possessed for him a strange corrupt odor as though Furs's buried body was on the move somewhere, circulating hither and thither in the town drainage system. Thinking of Furs made him think of Lampiron. He would pay him a brief visit before looking in to read the Bible to the old lady with cancer. Friendship as understood by the Englishman is both more emotional and more enduring than with any other peoples in the world. It is also more silent and less sentimental. The American is too restless, the Slav too excitedly preoccupied with women, the Scandinavian too hygienic, the Frenchman too materialistic, the Italian too egoistic, the Spaniard too completely male. These nationalities do not trouble to educate the principle of fidelity sufficiently. It simply is not worth their bother. But the principal reason why men are more important than women in England is that men can in that country do without women in every element of life except the least important, the physical. Of no other country in the world can this be said. Friendship among men in England is never expressed, but once the pact is made it can withstand every attempt to break it, geography, history, sex, finance, erudition, even sport, none of these can affect it. So Bird felt for Lampiron. After Elizabeth that old lion-headed man meant more to him than anyone else in the world. But when he stood with Lampiron in his studio it was difficult. What he wanted to say was that if Lampiron was in any kind of trouble anywhere at any time, murder, adultery, or robbing an old blind man of his pennies, he, James Bird, was there at his side. But all that he actually said was, "Thought I'd look in for a moment." "Stay and have some supper with me," Lampiron said. "No, thanks. I have to read to an old woman." Lampiron looked at him with great affection and put a hand on the little man's shoulder. "Don't get too religious-minded, Jimmy," he said. "Why, what do you mean?" "Religion drives out friendship and, as a matter of fact, I need a friend just at the moment. I had the shock of my life once. I had a friend for 5 years, the best I ever had, kind, humorous, intelligent, understanding, unselfish. Then this good man met God and became such friends with him that he was always talking to him. God is love, he said morning, noon and night. We must love everybody all the time. But the result was that he soon came to love nobody. He was so snobbish about his new splendid divine friendship. When I told him this one day he was deeply hurt and he never spoke to me again. I've missed him ever since and thought ill of religion. I expect, Bird said, that it wasn't God he met but his own glorified idea of himself. Maybe, Lampiron answered. He sat down wearily, leaning his head on his arms. He looked up. Jimmy, tell me, have you heard any gossip about me? I never hear gossip. Oh yes, you do. Have you heard, for instance, that I have been busy seducing Miss Marlowe? Bird hesitated. Then he said, I've heard that you're very friendly with her. Disgusting, isn't it? A man old enough to be her grandfather. Lampiron looked steadily across into Bird's face. What a filthy town this is. Or no, not filthy. Just like any other town. He paused. Have you heard something else, that it was I who killed Furs? Bird answered at once. I heard it just now, half an hour ago, for the first time. From whom? Camilla Porteous. Ah. So it is going around. I'll tell you something else, Jimmy. 5 days ago Gurney, the policeman, came to see me. He wanted to ask me what my movements were on the fatal day, the day before the pageant. I told him. Bird said quietly, look here, don't take this too seriously. They're asking everybody. Have they asked you? No. But. There you are. Of course they're not asking everybody. Gurney was very kind, very friendly. All the same his large soft eye was heavy with suspicion. Now, Jimmy, 2 more questions. First, do you believe that I have seduced Miss Marlowe? No. Of course not. Good. Second, do you believe that I murdered Furs? No, Bird laughed. Good. Would you believe either or both of those things if I myself told you I was guilty? Never. I should think you were shielding someone. Right. I haven't done either and I'm not shielding anyone. Bird forgot all his own affairs. He was caught into Lampiron's crisis. For he knew at once, by the innate sympathy that friendship brings, that there was beginning now the crisis of Lampiron's whole life. The man looked old and Bird had never seen him look old before, but he had also a touch of the superhuman, that expression in the eyes, that line in the mouth that men catch when they have known great suffering or great triumph. Lampiron's massive shoulders carried some burden but carried it defiantly. This was a picture of an old man fighting, old in experience, in ambition, in passion, not in years. I'll tell you, Lampiron said, first about Miss Marlowe. You ought to know. I like you better than any other man anywhere. Do you really? Bird said, delighted. Yes. Now, listen. Miss Marlowe and I love one another. We have kissed and we shall kiss again, and that is all. Messrs. Crispangle, Bellamy, and the lads of Seaton would split their sides laughing if they heard that. Nevertheless it's true. This, Jimmy, is the finest thing I've ever had, finer than I thought any relationship between the cats and monkeys could ever be. It will remain so. Do you believe me? I do, said Bird. But people. Oh, people. To hell with people. Yes, but for her sake. I tell you, Jimmy, that the finest thing I can do for her is to give her a grand idea of life, a design for living, full of color, humor, irony, beauty, and love when love's worth it. That's the best thing, just about the only thing that the old can do for the young. And how often do they? Almost never. And how often do the young listen? Also almost never. But she loves me and, God forgive me, thinks me wonderful. So that I can do for her, strengthen everything in her that will help her to accept life and find it worthwhile to be alive. What does she care about people talking? Aren't we cowards if we care? We know what we are. No one can say worse or better than we must say of ourselves. So that is that. Do you trust me, Jimmy? I trust you. Good. But now listen. The other is much worse. Because, don't jump, I warned you, I'm not sure that I didn't kill Furs. What? Bird half rose from his chair. No, no. Don't be so agitated, Jimmy. Of course I didn't actually kill him. I think you won't have to look further than his brother for that. But I wanted to kill him. I suppose I've wanted nothing so much physically for years as to give him one annihilating blow on his horrible shining nose. Twice at least I was very near to throttling him. On that very last afternoon, as I expect you've heard, I met him in the high street and quarrelled with him publicly. That's what my cursed temper does. Wanting to kill him, said Bird, isn't killing him. If I were bigger and stronger I might hit Porteous one day and that might kill him. I've always thought murder one of the lesser crimes, in certain cases of course. Now I'll try to explain what I mean, Jimmy. I've been haunted by Furs. I was haunted by Furs before he died, if he is dead, but it's been worse since. To me, during the last weeks, it has been as though some thin paper wall, like the Japanese room walls, has been torn down in this place. Two worlds are mingling, and it's nasty because it's wrong, because it's against nature. I told you that when I was acting in that silly pageant I felt as though Arden were alive, as though I were the shadow and he the reality. Others felt the same. Perhaps this has become a haunted town. After all, what do we know about death? Why shouldn't the two worlds mingle? And I tell you, Jimmy, we've got to lay these ghosts. They are more powerful than we are, for they have had experience of both worlds, we only of one. Maybe Furs has joined them. He knows now more than he did and he's a nasty malicious spirit. It's as though he whispered to me that I killed him and he'll have his own back. Is this altogether nonsense, Jimmy? How can I say so now that the living are beginning to whisper as well as the dead? The very children are saying that Furs walks out of the cathedral west door with a broken neck. Powerful now he will be. The Inquisitor, as old Mordaunt says, of this town. Nice for us, isn't it? Bird looked at him anxiously. Have you been getting your sleep all right? No, I haven't. I've not slept properly for weeks. I know you think I'm crazy, Jimmy, but in the pageant they did something to me. I ought never to have acted in the damn thing. Bird got up to go. I've something to tell you, he said. I'm engaged to be married to Elizabeth Furs. Lampiron looked at him as though he were his son. I'm proud of you, Jimmy. This is just the time you would announce it. As a matter of honest truth, said Bird, she refuses to consider herself engaged until all this business is cleared up. I promised her that I would keep it dark, but I lost my temper just now with Camilla and told her, so it will be all over Polchester tomorrow. The plot moves, Lampiron said, smiling. That's a strange house to marry into, Jimmy. I'm not marrying a house, Jimmy said, but one of the bravest, truest, warmest-hearted women ever born. She's been starved, mentally, spiritually, physically. She thinks the hand of the whole world is against her. She shall find that it is not. Lampiron straightened his shoulders and threw back his head. Damn the ghosts, he cried, as though challenging his own fears and driving them like mist vapors into sunlight. You're real, Jimmy. I've been living for 5 days in a fog. But when Bird had gone the fog closed in again. Lampiron sat in his chair, his legs stretched out in front of him, brooding. For 5 days he had been able to do no work. That was bad. He felt old and he felt frightened. That was worse. This was the first time in his life that he had been afraid and he didn't like the unaccustomed feel of it. He got up and switched on the electric light. Then he lit a fire, for the room was cold. He looked at every corner of the room, now clear and defined in the light. There was no one there, only his work which seemed to him now without life or savour. Then ashamed of his nervousness he switched out the light again, only the thin vaporous flames threw little shadows on the wall. Of what was he afraid? Not of the gossip. When had he ever bothered about gossip? Of something intangible. He did not believe in ghosts in any crude fashion. He did not believe, for example, that dead men with broken necks walked the town. No. Not that. But he was not at all sure that this physical world was the only one, nor that it might not be interpenetrated with others. There are times, he thought, when a man feels hemmed in. I'm not young anymore. I haven't the strength I had. Even with Penny it is easier to be virtuous than it would have been only a few years ago. As my body grows weaker I realize more actively the reality of non-bodily power. For it is real. It can be active. Have I enraged someone, disturbed some settled order with which I had no right to interfere? Have I for years treated with contemptuous indifference powers of tremendous importance? Perhaps that happens to all of us and then we blame our ill luck. I have been blaming mine. In any case I'm uneasy, apprehensive. He shook his head at the firelight. I'm damned if I will be. What does it matter? Let them say I murdered furs if they like. What do I care what they think? But it wasn't they, the simple citizens of Polchester, of whom he was apprehensive. He got up and began to pace the studio. This damn thing was interfering with his food, his sleep, his work. He longed for Penny then, longed for her as he had never done before. Only to see her. Not to touch her but to sit near to her and worship her youth, her courage, her clear-sighted honesty, the things she had that seemed to be abandoning himself. As one grows old, he wondered, does this world begin to slip away, long before death comes? Does one begin to realize how empty and false one's sense of value has been, ironically now when it is too late to do anything about it? I painted pictures once and into the painting I put all the ardor, the hope, the enthusiasm that I had. Then one day I saw that they were nothing, worse than nothing. How could I have been so blind? Have I been blind in the same way about life? He had suddenly a dread sensation of disintegration, as though the flesh were peeling from his bones as he watched it, as though the stone and plaster of his walls were fading into air. Was this even possibly death? He placed his hand above his heart. It was beating steadily. He got up again and went to the female torso and felt on the flesh of his palm the cold strong stone of which it was made. He stood firmly on the ground. He opened his shirt, laying his hand on the crisp, curling hair of his breast. These were real. His love for Penny was real. But there were shadows too. Half the room was in shadow and old Furs with his long nose might be standing there, watching, with cold satisfaction, his unworthy terrors. He stared fixedly at that side of the room where the shadows were thickest, and it was not strange that his disturbed gaze now should trace for him a shadow against the shadow. The thin outline of a thin mean old bastard whose throat someone somewhere had so rightly twisted. Then the door was flung open and the light from the passage streamed in. The old woman stood there. Why, sir, you're all in the dark. There's Canon Ronder outside wonders if he might have a word with you. Ronder. Nothing in the world could have surprised Lampiron more and, as he moved forward to greet him, he had even more strongly the sense that events were moving in upon him even as the walls of the room stole in upon the prisoner in the old story. Ronder. But he scarcely knew him. They were the merest acquaintances. What did he want here? Ronder stood in the lighted doorway rather like a Chinese idol, immobile, stout-bellied, shining. He held his soft clerical hat in his hand. Canon Ronder. Come in. I was dreaming in front of the fire. I'm delighted to see you. Thank you so much. Ronder's soft rich voice had exactly the same cadence as 36 years ago, was as resonant and as beautifully rhythmic. A pleasure to listen to Ronder, Crispangle always remarked, even if all he says is, pass the butter please. No. I'll keep my hat. I have looked in for the briefest moment. Thanks. I will sit down. My heart isn't too good and I'm much too fat. He sat back in the easy chair, his black shining head, his round plump face with the gleaming spectacles, his protruding stomach, his round thick thighs, his immaculate glittering black shoes, all like something carved. His body, or rather the personality within his body, had the rounded finish of a completed artistic work. This, God might say, opening his new art show, is one of the finest works in the exhibition. There is not a flaw, allowing of course for what it is meant to be. Nevertheless, Lampiron perceived that Rhonda was in pain. A faint bluish tinge colored his cheeks. His white plump hand pressed above his heart. "Have you a glass of water?" he asked. "My walk has been a little too much for me." Lampiron fetched him a glass of water. He took 2 pills from a little bottle. "There's nothing radically the matter," he said, quickly recovering. "I'm too fat, and that gives me wind about the heart." "How have you managed to keep so fit, Mr. Lampiron? You look as though you were made of steel." "Yes, my health's all right," Lampiron said, smiling. "Won't you stay and have some supper with me, Canon?" "Oh, no, thanks. The fact is I looked in only for a minute. I want to make an apology." "An apology?" "Yes, although I haven't, I think, done anything wrong. Not in your case at least, although in plenty of others," he added, smiling. An old man, Lampiron thought, wearing a mask. Has worn one for years and years and it has bitten in and in until now. Is it all mask? Or is he a real suffering lonely human being like the rest of us? Lampiron had never greatly liked him because he had felt a certain shyness at Rhonda's social accomplishments. He had accounted for this within himself by saying that Rhonda was a snob. But he knew well that if he, Lampiron, had been able to enter a room and greet its occupants with the grace that Rhonda so naturally had, he would not have called him a snob but would rather have commented on his kindliness of heart. The other thing about Rhonda, and this was felt in greater or lesser degree by everyone in Polchester, was that the canon was a trifle out of date, like last week's newspaper. Had he not been so powerful 20 years ago he would not now be a little faded. But the battles that he fought successfully then seemed so unlike the battles that everyone was engaged in now. As a matter of fact they were the same. Neither the battlefield or the combatants ever change, only the fashion in armor is different. Rhonda folded his hands across his stomach and said, "I'm feeling better now. I'm an old man, you know. I forget that sometimes." "I'm no chicken myself," Lampiron said, smiling. "No. But how strong you are. You should have known that Swede, or Dane was it, who was here years ago. He used to massage me out of existence. But come. I ramble on, living in the past. A shocking habit. What I came here to say was this: I'm afraid I may have done you an injury." "In what way?" "The police inspector, Gurney, called on me. He wanted me to tell him all that I knew of a little scene I witnessed one afternoon in the High Street between yourself and Furs." "Yes. I know. He's been to see me about it." "Oh, has he?" "Well, as a matter of fact I discovered that he had already spoken to Gassely, you know, Gassely of St. James's, who was with me that afternoon, so that, so to speak, it was of no use my keeping my mouth shut." "There was no reason why you should keep your mouth shut," Lampiron said genially. "No. Quite. I told him all I knew, which was very little, that you did have a row with Furs. And I'm sure I don't wonder. If ever there was an unpleasant human being he was one. By the way, many people seem to think that he's not dead at all but is still hiding in the town." "Yes," Lampiron answered, looking at Rhonda and wondering what he was really thinking behind those large shining spectacles. "Did he, perhaps, suspect? I've heard that theory. And also that he comes out of the cathedral every night at 12 with his neck broken." Both men laughed. "Well," said Rhonda very pleasantly, "it was only that after I told Gurney this, what a very stupid man to have for our leading policeman by the way, I wasn't at all comfortable. What right had I to be interfering in your private affairs?" "Every right in the world," said Lampiron heartily. "If they were my private affairs. But they seem to be very public ones, he went on, laughing. I understand that it's very generally supposed in the town that I did the ruffian in. No. Is it really? Said Rhondda. How absurd. Not altogether absurd. I hated the man. I was in debt to him. And he hated me. More than anyone else in the town, I think. If he is walking about with a broken neck, it's he who is pointing me out with his long skeleton finger. Rhondda rose. It's very good of you to take it like this. You can be sure that I resented being questioned. As a matter of fact, he went on slowly, there was one thing I didn't tell Gurney. I was in the cathedral with Gasalee that afternoon. We were in the choir and, as far as I know, quite alone. A thunderstorm broke out and so we stayed. Then, somewhere about 5 o'clock, I fancied I heard a cry. From where? Lampiron asked. I don't know. I'm not even sure that I heard one. I didn't give it another thought until all this disturbance began. And what a disturbance. He raised his hands. I don't think I ever remember in all these years here the town to have been so upset. Why, I hear that young men are going out at night with clubs lest they should be attacked. And poor Mrs. Braund. They say she is not at all herself. In quite an hysterical state. That wretched Pageant. Yes, the Pageant, Lampiron said. An unfortunate ending. Unfortunate everything. Rhondda cried. Upon my soul I begin to wonder whether old Mordaunt wasn't right when he said that the cathedral resented it. It well might. How we dared risk comparison with those old people. Well, I must be getting along. You're sure you won't stay and have some supper with me? No, no. I only sit with my feet on the fender and my eyes half closed and grumble. It's all that life has left to me. Old age. He shook his head. A horrifying affair. You'll find it so when you get to it, Lampiron. After he had gone, Lampiron reflected. Lord, he intended that as a compliment. Why, I'm nearly as old as he. He also thought, he never said a word about my sculpture. That also was a compliment. And his last thought was, what did he come here for? To look at me? To see whether I seemed a murderer. His supper that night was a melancholy meal. He was in poor spirits. He suffered from that loneliness, well known to all of us, when we return to almost nursery terrors of wind echoes, wall shadows, and the threat of impending darkness. He longed for Penny now as though some relentless piston rod impelled him forward. For twopence, oh yes, for nothing at all, he would hurry from the house, hasten up the dark street, make some excuse to see her. But that way lay destruction. He put down his bread and cheese, stared in front of him. Why, now that the town thought these things of him, what would she be thinking? She would stand by him whatever they might do, but, secretly alone with herself, where there could be no treachery, what did she think? He jumped up. This was like madness in his brain. He must know what she thought. If she suspected him, might he not begin to suspect himself? Already he was wondering what it was he had done. If Arden was more real, more alive than he, then Furze was alive, alive to all eternity. A nasty thought that the little quiet streets of this country town would never again be free of that mean figure, the hat, the coat, the mushroom fungus-stained umbrella. And now it's time, Lampiron thought, for a drink. I'm going dotty in here tonight. Getting drunk is safer than other things. 10 minutes later he was saying aloud, they can go to hell, the lot of them. Neat brandy was what he preferred, and he drank plenty of it. He waved his glass at the marble-breasted female. He went to her, laid his head on those breasts, then, his arm around her, defied all the worlds, the first which is physical, the second which is mist and vapor, the third where the sacred river runs, the fourth. The bell rang. What? Another visitor. I haven't been so popular for months. He switched off the lights. There was a large fire burning now, a golden molten cavern out of which little tongues of flames eagerly licked the air. Lampiron stood in the firelight sobering himself. He had a mad frantic hope that it might be Penny. But the old woman said, "It's a gentleman, wouldn't give his name, says he must see you." Then Lampiron saw that Leggett was standing there. Leggett came down the steps into the studio. "I didn't send my name in because I thought that you wouldn't see me. What do you want?" Leggett came forward into the firelight. "I want to talk to you." Lampiron turned to the fire. "Not tonight, I'm afraid. I'm busy." Leggett came further into the room. "See here, Lampiron. I know you hate the sight of me. But you shouldn't. I'm not your enemy." "What the hell do I care," Lampiron said, "whether you're my enemy or not? It doesn't matter to me what you are." "Well, it might," Leggett said. "There've been funnier things." Then he sat down, took a cigarette case out of his pocket, lit a cigarette. Lampiron looked at him as though he would pick him up out of the chair and throw him into the hall. But he did not. What did the little swine want? The evening had been already significant. It should end significantly. He stood, the firelight throwing gigantic shadows of him on the wall, and lowering his head, rather like an old bull, said, "What is it?" Leggett looked at him with admiration. What strength the old man had. "It's very simple," he said. "I know a thing or two and I want you to know what I know. I don't care what you know. But listen," said Leggett very amiably. "It's important. Mind you, don't think I take any views in the matter. I dare say you did quite right. Anyway, I've been often tempted myself. And he was one of the nastiest bits of work in existence." "What are you talking about?" Leggett crossed one knee over the other. "You killed Furs, didn't you?" "Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to tell anyone. People are guessing, of course. But I know." "Go on," Lampiron said. "Well, isn't this the way it happened? You quarrelled with him in the High Street. Then you went into the Cathedral and waited for Hathaway. Furs meanwhile was wandering about. I myself had left him only a little while before. Then a thunderstorm came on and Furs looked in at Klitsch's window. As Hathaway didn't turn up, you came out of the Cathedral and wandered along, beyond the west door, to Prior's garden. There to your surprise you found Furs. You quarrelled again. You gave him a sock in the jaw and pushed him, over the wall, into Prior's well. An excellent spot, I must say, because no one knows how deep the well is. It's supposed to go to the riverbed. You hadn't planned it or intended it. It was simply that you were there, lost your temper and hit him. But you couldn't have found a better or safer place. The odd thing is that no one has thought of the well. But then, Gurney's a fool. He looked at his cigarette which had gone out. Got a match? Lampiron came over and gave him a light. Thanks. Lampiron turned on his heel, wandered meditatively across to the female torso and slowly stroked the cool substance with his hand. You know that I didn't kill Furs, he said at last. But what's your point in coming here? That puzzles me. Is it blackmail? Because if so, you know, you're on a hopeless game with a man like me. That's not the kind of thing I'm afraid of. No, shaking his head, something far different. Leggett said, do you mind if I smoke a pipe? Better than cigarettes. No. Of course not. You're pretty insulting, said Leggett. I'm not a blackmailer. I told you I came here with no other purpose than to tell you I know what you know. Well, all right. You've told me. What now? I'll be philosophical about it if you like, Leggett said cheerfully. What I want, I suppose, is power. Here am I, stuck in this twopenny halfpenny place for years, ordered about by Furs, despised by men like yourself when in reality I'm clever, better read, have better taste than all the rest of the town put together. I'm being quite frank with you. It's true what I say. I have my vulgar side of course, who hasn't, but my sexual life's my own. It wouldn't do if everyone knew everything about everybody in this town, would it? Well, with Furza's disappearance I seem to have a kind of opportunity. I can acquire the sort of power that a man of my brains ought to have. After all, it's power that everyone wants. That was what made Stephen Furze a miser, it's what makes his silly brother now strut about in a new blue suit. It's everything to men like Ronder and Crispangle and Karras and Archdeacon Braund. They would all like to be Mussolinis and Hitlers if they could. What's going on in Polchester at this moment is exactly what is going on in the world. You can't tell me that Mussolini or Roosevelt, when they lie down in their beds at night, don't feel a kind of personal elation and pat their stomachs a bit, and I don't blame them. It's time I patted my stomach a bit. Some of you people who have been looking down your noses. Oh, well, what am I boasting for? I only want to say that I know your guilty secret and that it's safe enough with me, that is, as long as we're friends, you know. Lampiron had listened to this long harangue with great patience. He had not spoken. He had not moved. But now he came forward and stood quite close to Leggett, facing him. "I'll tell you what I did," he said. "I waited in the cathedral for Hathaway as you say. Then, as he didn't arrive, 5 minutes before the thunderstorm broke I came out. Afterwards I took shelter in the cloisters. Then about 5:15 I went home." "I understand," said Leggett. "Did anyone see you in the cloisters?" "No one, so far as I know." "That's a pity. Did anyone see me at Prior's Well?" Lampiron asked. "It won't be difficult," Leggett said slowly, "to find witnesses." Lampiron came close to Leggett's chair. "Now get out. I wanted to see what your dirty lie consisted of. If you ever dare to come here again, to speak to me anywhere, to hamper or annoy me in any way, I'll have you arrested instantly." "Why," said Leggett, laughing, "do you think I murdered Furze?" "No. You will be arrested for indecent behavior in Seaton. For tying naked boys to a bedpost and beating them, for being concerned in company with Call and Lanky Moon in procuring girls under age. For conspiring with Simon and the late Stephen Furze to rob many people in this town of their savings. There are other things also." Leggett got up. He went across to the fire and knocked the ashes out of his pipe against the fender. "You know a lot, don't you?" he said quietly. "And you're a fine fellow to talk anyway, you hoary old seducer of pretty young girls." Lampiron hit him between the eyes. He fell, missing very narrowly the edge of the armchair. He lay there, huddled, a thick trickle of blood slowly streaked his nose, his cheek, and began to drip from his chin. "Now I really have killed someone," Lampiron thought. But was conscious of no regret. This would be something definite in a world of shadows. However, Leggett stirred. He opened his eyes, felt the blood on his cheek. Lampiron watched him. He would fetch him no water, carry him to no chair. Only, if the man died, the police should be informed. The man did not die. He raised his head, took a handkerchief and wiped his cheek. He sat up, felt his head, looked about him, scrambled to his feet. Lampiron never moved. Holding his handkerchief to his face, he found his hat. Then, a little uncertainly, he walked to the door. He said no word and Lampiron said no word. Then he went away. There was no blood on the floor, no sign of any disturbance. Lampiron felt a strong relief, even elation. He had begun to fight. Things were moving. They could do their damnedest if they would but come into the open enough to be hit. Interlude, the Bishop writes a letter. Carpledon, September 10, 1933. My dear Anna, it is 2 years or more, I think, since I last wrote to you, and it is more than that since I last heard from you. I am not at all sure that this old Heidelberg address will find you. I only am certain that you are alive because, according to our pact, I was to hear if you were ill. In any case I would, I think, know if anything serious had happened to you. Something serious has happened to me, or rather something that people call serious, although I can't pretend that, at the age of 73, it can seem very terrible. That is why I am now writing to you, once again according to our pact. If this is a lengthy letter you must forgive me. It is so long since I have written, that is one thing. And I am commanded to spend one day of every week in bed. That is another. So here I am propped up with pillows, a beautiful board covered with green leather that the ladies of St. Monica's Guild gave me last Christmas, my blue and white dressing gown and, if you promise not to tell anyone, a pipe in my mouth. I have been told that I must smoke very little. From all this you will gather that I am ill. Well, I suppose that I am. In any case I went up to London last week and was seen by a specialist. The verdict was that I have some 6 months more to live. For a moment it was a shock. He was in two minds whether to tell me, a fine keen face he had with rather whimsical ironic eyes, young enough to be my grandson. But he saw that I would prefer to know, that, after all, I was 73, he realized that I must have many things to settle before I went. So he told me. Yes, for a moment it was a shock. We were in one of those rooms in Harley Street that look on to nothing but walls and chimneys. But I remember that the sun was striking the wall with a blaze of light, and I remember thinking, in 6 months from now I shall not be able to see that. Something in me, the life force or whatever it is, shrunk, trembled, went cold. Then, as I have so often noticed before, at a crisis you are given extra force. It is perhaps rather that you see values differently. At any rate, in a minute or so I was myself again, and I'm a coward, you know, Anna. Yet I assure you I minded this less than a headache. I asked him some questions. He said that the trouble was internal. That I could have an operation but that with my heart and at my age it would mean certain death. He was sure of that. I asked him whether I should have much pain. He said, probably none at all, but that in any case I would be looked after. It would be seen that I didn't suffer. He was charming to me, rather like a mother to her boy who is going off to boarding school for the first time. I am telling you all this, Anna, because you are the one person in the world who will want to know, whom I want to tell. Had things been otherwise you would now be my wife, would be sitting here, we would be hand in hand and I would be saying this to you instead of writing it. But God's will be done. No one here knows nor will know until near the end. The one who will feel it most, perhaps the only one here who will really feel it, is Coniston. I have written about him in other letters. He has been with me so long now that, apart from any personal affection, his life will, I am afraid, be aimless and purposeless without me. His feeling for me is one of those strange, dumb devotions that you sometimes see. Quite honestly, I have done nothing to deserve it. Often he has irritated and exasperated me and I have shown, I'm afraid, all my exasperation. But time, propinquity, and the maternal strain that there is in every man who is worth anything, what wonders they work. One of my gravest doubts, since my return here, is whether I have not done Coniston grievous wrong. When he first came to me he was young and vigorous. Had he not given up his life to me he would have married, had children, my death would have been only a passing regret to him. And yet I don't know. There is something very fine in such unselfish and grand-hearted service. After yourself, Anna, he is, I think, the noblest human being I know. How shy, confused, almost affronted it would make him if he knew that I was writing such words. As it is, he is of course disturbed. He knows that something is wrong, that I went to London for a consultation, and it is sufficiently startling to him that I should stay in bed one whole day every week. Then I fancy that he perceives a change in me since my return from London. For I am changed. It is subtle, underground, only to be perceived by someone very close, very intimate. Of course I am changed. So many things have already almost vanished from one's sight. One begins to go so long before one's actual departure. I think, in fact, that I knew my sentence nearly a year ago. At an evening party in Polchester one of my canons died quite suddenly, sitting in his chair. A dear old man for whom I had a great affection, one of the true saints of God. His death that night seemed to put a period to things. Another of my canons, Canon Ronder, I have written of him several times in letters, has also, I am sure, received his sentence. When Moffat and Ronder and I are all gone there will be a new clerical world here. Men like Gassely and Dale and others are coming along. A period that began with old Purcell's death 30 years ago will be closed with mine. So in the bigger world also. All this will not interest you except that I would like to explain to you how I feel now about this matter of change. To hear people talk you would think that there had never been change before, that times were never disturbed before, that safety and security are so terribly important, and that once upon a time, before 1914 perhaps, everyone was safe. You will say that it is very well for me to talk about safety, I who have always led a sheltered and comfortable life. It is true that I have never known what it is to starve, to be without a livelihood, not to have enough clothes. I thank God for those blessings. But I have lived in the midst of the direst poverty. You remember those slums in Liverpool when, how long ago, we first met. Afterwards in Lambeth. There was that year in Africa, in the leper settlement, too. Yes, I have seen misery and degradation and suffering, God knows. But I still say, Anna, and indeed I know it more clearly now than ever before, that physical suffering, material happiness, are not the last word in a man's history. I will never forget, nor I think will you, those weeks in the Bergstrasse when we used to talk about such things the whole night through. Do you remember, as of course you do, how we would start off in the little train, you, I, Franz Berger, Stassen, Marion, for Frankfurt and there the seats, near the roof, for the ring? Do you remember the tenor, Forchhammer the Dane? And then at midnight back in the train again? Such happiness until you told me that morning in the wood behind the hotel that you were going to marry Stassen. You have said since then that it was the mistake of your life, but I have been sometimes comforted a little to think that you would not have been happy here, the German wife of a London rector, through the war. However dearly you loved me you would have been irritated by my patriotism, and I would have suffered with you and been able to help so little. I remember that at that time you and Gerda and my beloved Schubert were all three in my heart together, as though I were sheltering you until the storm should blow over. And now, dear Anna, so soon to leave it all. Or shall I? When you reach my age you seem to walk through time as through a door. I am at this moment eating the ham and eggs, drinking the beer with you in the restaurant on the hill above Heidelberg, or walking on a Sunday afternoon down one of those clean grey German streets, all so silent, so empty, so metallic. Looking at the house numbers for your address. Coniston has come in with my luncheon. He says that these days in bed are meant for rest. Have I been resting? Obviously no, writing all the morning. I have been writing to a very dear friend, Coniston, I say, and, at once, I perceive that I have roused in him that uncomfortable suspicion again. Why should I be writing to a friend so long a letter? Is something the matter? I can see that he has almost made up his mind to speak, then decides against it. But he is watching me and behind his eyes I see a real maternal love. If the offer were made to him here and now to change places with me, acquiring my 6 months' death sentence, he would accept it without a moment's hesitation. I have eaten my luncheon. I have even had half an hour's nap. That last word about time accompanied me in my sleep. The past, if you call it so, is everywhere about us in this corner of England. Within an afternoon you can find a Saxon battlefield, a cave and a sand dune near Portreath where only last year they found the bones of prehistoric man, a silver mine worked by the Romans, the field 2 miles from Polchester where, in a skirmish, Charles I's forces were defeated, and in the cathedral the mark in the stone that was the stain of Henry Arden's blood. Even as I write, Anna, an aeroplane is passing, its silver wings flash for a moment in the sun beyond my window. 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, the truest word man ever spoke. I believe most surely that one clue to our riddle is this disregard of time. Brush it aside. Forget it. And with time go the physical bonds. Forget those two except that they are the conditions binding this term's schooling. How well I remember at rugby my dread as I moved up into a certain form. I had been told of all the restrictions, enforcements, that the master of this form imposed on his class. And at first I found them almost unbearable, then submitted to them, finally had a kind of pride in them. And so with every hour in my new conditions I feel an increasing lightness and freedom. I belong to no place any more. It is love only, love of people, of place, of God, that is a link, time, possessions, pride of position, bodily lust or pain, financial greed or anxiety, all these are gone or are fleeing like clouds before the sun. My home the shimmery bounded glare, the blazing fire-hung dome of scorching air. My rest to wander trembling weak on vague hunger quest, new hope to seek. For friend the dazzling breathing dream the strength at last to find of glory supreme. The dazzling breathing dream. Truly, Anna, I am not making, as you used once to accuse me, the best of a bad business. I don't wish to pass on. I love my life, my work, my friends, this town and cathedral, this lovely tree-shady sea-windy country. I don't want to go, but, with every new day, I am taken a little further into new country. One thing, lying thus on my bed and confronting as honestly as I can my soul, honesty is so very difficult, surprises me greatly, and that is that I am not sure of my personal survival after death. Is not that terrible when I have been preaching it all my life? What I mean is that I have no conviction as to the form of my survival after my physical death. I really do, in actual positive fact, leave that to Jesus Christ, and by that I mean that he has become so real to me through my life, I have grown to love him so dearly, that it does not seem more unreal to leave my next step to him than to leave. On going to bed, my clothes to Coniston to brush. The peace that comes to me now as I think of him is truly past understanding. This is not because all my life long I have practiced religion. There was a time, a long time, when he was to me little more than a historical figure, a wretched time, Anna, before I knew you, when I thought seriously of leaving orders and becoming a doctor. Those years were strange and sinister indeed. I lived in a kind of fog, something like the Sea River mist that is creeping over the fields this afternoon. Indeed this very town that I love so has been in something of that same state these last months. I won't tire you with it, but an old usurer was, it seems, murdered here some 8 weeks back. Also there was a pageant that has roused the disorderly elements in the poorer parts of the town. Absurd stories are abroad everywhere, ghosts and assassins and Bolsheviks and contemners of idle canons and good-for-nothing bishops. Any silly story is believed. People are afraid to go out nights. They say that Mass is celebrated at midnight in the cathedral and that an inquisitor with a broken neck walks about the town condemning folks to instant execution. Seriously, Anna, you would not believe the things that can happen to a place when this sort of uneasiness starts. I remember it in my childhood in the Jack the Ripper time, and again in Portsmouth when I had a curacy soon after the old Queen died. Some sailors were robbed and killed, I fancy. These crises come to persons, to towns, to countries when a little stirring up is needed. And anyway, the forces of evil are real enough. Some fighting has to be done. If life isn't a battle, a perpetual warfare of good against evil, I don't know what it is, and it's like enough the Inquisitor goes on his rounds once and again to see how the combatants are faring. I love this town so dearly, Anna, that I would like to see it healthy and happy again before I go. Let them lay the ghost of the old usurer before I pass on. You were never here. You have never seen it on a market day when the farmers slap the rumps of the cattle, and boys finger the volumes on the twopenny bookstall and in the shadows of the arcades buy toffee balls for their girls. When, in the spring, you can see through a break in the old grey houses the daffodils blowing on the high banks of the sloping fields, and in the summer roses scent the very provision shops. And in the deep shadows of the high street the cathedral bells linger like birds skimming a mountain tarn. And days when from the hills above Orange Street you can see the thin silver line of the sea, smell the hay. Look down on the huddle of roofs resting under the evening chimney smoke and watch the cathedral towers catch the last triumphant gestures of the setting sun. And the cathedral itself. Every window, every tomb, every brass, every wooden carving has become dear and personal to me through these years. Once again it is making itself felt through all the town. People enter it expecting they know not what, and sometimes remain to pray. At least I know that a great tide of life eddies between its walls. As there is no time, so there is no death, Gloria in excelsis. And one day on earth there will be peace. So, dear Anna, farewell for this little hour. I have loved so many things, from scents and running water and unexpected music and food and drink and sleep and rain and the first snow and autumn leaves to the great things, my love of you, my friends. My consciousness of God and this preparation for departure. I touch your hand and wish you Godspeed and look to our next meeting. Always. Your loving. Henry.